Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Is everything working okay? Are we free of scuff? You are live? We live? Hey! Hello! Hello guys, hello guys. Welcome to the stream. We are live and kicking. Oh, Prince of Dew! Thanks for sending me that logo that you emailed me. I appreciated it a lot. That was very kind of you. It was very well drawn as well. Not usually my aesthetic, but I need to find somewhere to put that, because it would be a shame if I let it go to waste. I really appreciate it. So thank you for emailing that to me. It was very generous of you. We're live. We're live. Hey. Oh. AJ. Welcome to the stream. Actually, AJ, do you mind sticking around to the end of it, or maybe coming back near the end of it? There's something in particular that I want to say to you, because I've been seeing you making the rounds on Twitter. Charlie Spur, thank you for the 2. My favorite. I don't know if I can read that out in full, because it hasn't been 10 minutes into the stream yet. But thank you, Charlie. Although, I should hope not. I should hope not. Here we go. Yes. Muted. I'm in EST, so I'm probably going to be in 3 hours. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you go to bed, there's a decent chance that by the time you wake up, I will still be going. Kick W, stick around for the next 8 hours. AJ's been growing like hell? Yes, yes. Although, there are some things you might want to be careful about. Can be true. That's... Oh, these streams go on for... I feel like as I've gone on with streaming over the past few months, I've slowly been pushing more and more with pushing the upper limits of how long I can go for single streams. It's quite funny. Ready to hear your... Remember that my criticisms... Okay, so to preface, because I know that this is a bit of a contentious issue, for good reason, because a lot of people care about Twitch and a lot of people care about how their concerns are represented to Twitch. My criticisms are going to revolve mostly around GEEGA's performance in the interview, as well as the way that she has handled the feedback from it since. GEEGA as a person, I mean, I don't know her. I've watched her clips giving out advice to VTubers, and all of that seems to be pretty solid. But for the most part, I will ask that if you are going to engage with this kind of thing with me, to keep it limited down to that as well. Because I understand that some people may dislike GEEGA as a result of watching how that interview went. To be honest, I understand why some people might have that opinion, but keep it civil. Keep it civil. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Just finished Nier Automata ending. My soul was crushed, 10 out of 10 game. Sounds excellent. Footstools are the new Amale. Good morning, Object. Good morning, Evo. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Man, I started following dude before Ruby Runeheart even debuted. Also, I'm kind of known for spicy takes myself. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Again, everyone's entitled to their opinion. But I gotta keep it civil. I saw your tweets talking about Amale's debut. Oh, don't you worry, don't you worry. We're going to be touching on that one. See, actually, I might as well just say this to you guys now while we're in the pre-actual, slides, stuff like that. So, I was talking with False right after Amale debuted with VShojo. So for those who didn't see, VShojo recently announced that they were getting a new member, and it's Monarch, or Amale. It's pretty obvious to everyone watching that she's an excellent fit for VShojo. They both stand to gain quite a lot from being with one another. But the way that VShojo teased Amale is an issue that I have personally raised with the company multiple times before. And I was talking with False about this, and he actually gave me quite an interesting perspective on this, where he suggested that perhaps there was some sort of what was the words that he used? Some sort of connective tissue between the way that people are reacting to the GEEGA interview and the way that people are reacting to Amale's debut. And that got me thinking, okay, the only commonality between those two things is VShojo. So whatever connective tissue might exist between those two issues, and again, these are now my ideas, my interpretation of events, whatever connective tissue will probably be linked to something to do with how VShojo handles the way that their members present themselves to the public. So that is when I talked about a rabbit hole that I fell down in the post that I sent out on my community tab and on my Twitter yesterday, that's what I was talking about. She came at the wrong time. The thing is, I don't think she came at the wrong time. I think that if they wanted to debut her as part of VShojo, that would have been perfectly fine. It's just that the messaging around it was, well, again, we'll get into this later, but it was extraordinary. It could have been done far better. Anime fan, thank you for the 20. No, it's not relevant to the topic of the stream, but last stream you mentioned wanting to talk with someone who writes 18 plus scripts. I imagine Dian's Girl Noose would at least point you in the right direction. Yeah, a lot of people have brought up Noose as a possibility, and I might find myself talking to her at some point. I've just been busy with other things over the past week, but I'll definitely keep that in mind. So thank you for this. Thank you for the suggestion. Charlie Spur, thank you for the 5. Toe the line, armchair official Rima regime talking points only. We're watching. Of course, of course. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you. That's very generous of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh yeah, by the way, just brief rundown of various different things that happened over the course of this week as well. For those who have been keeping track, so I think last week or the week before, I briefly mentioned that Brave Group was throwing down with YouTube over being demonetized, over having multiple channels across all of the different VTuber companies they own get demonetized at once. And the weird thing is, apparently, the company has been in talks with YouTube. The company has even threatened legal action, and yet YouTube has still not backed down. This is the first time I have ever seen YouTube show this much tenacity when throwing down with another corporation. And it's especially weird because the corporation is as well funded as Brave, as big as Brave. And YouTube has had negotiations with Niji Sanji, HoloLive. I'm pretty sure they've had some sort of talks with VShojo before as well. And this is the first time I have seen YouTube act in this way. So there is something very strange about that particular situation that I think is very much worth keeping an eye on. Potato King, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Footstools. I could have sworn you were a Footstool before, but I might have forgotten. You always seemed like one. Azahara, I'm here to rage. This is the right place for it. I expect that there will be many frustrations that people may have had with that particular interview. Artemis, thank you for the 5. I got you a guest appearance on Mama Okko's stream a few days ago. Oh, yeah, no, I saw. Thank you for suggesting my clip when I was talking about the Twitch enforcement situation. Only Brave Group US and one member of Globee was affected. If any of the other branches of Brave were affected, I wouldn't know. Fair enough. I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for the 2. I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late, Sensei. No problem at all. No problem at all. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. It's Cyberpunk Corpo wartime. You know, you say that as a joke. But I think you may find that you are a bit more on the money than you probably predicted there. Alright, I think we can afford to get started. Hello. Hold on. Wait a second. Is my Fugi working? Yes, it is. Okay. Excellent. I'm here for scuff. Your namesake has been fulfilled now. The prophecy is real. So, as usual, before we begin, a few disclaimers. First, as is very much a tradition on this channel when I, press go live, over the course of this stream, there are going to be instances where I am very outwardly critical of a few key people and a few organizations. However, none of that is a license to go and attempt to harass or in any way contact any of the people mentioned in any way, shape, or form. This is not a condonement of any harassment. This is not a license to go and harass anybody. If I catch anyone from this audience engaging with anyone that I mention on stream in that manner, you will be banned from the chat. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and/or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information and material shown over the course of this stream was posted on a public platform and or remains publicly available and/or traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I live in Australia, so there will be the occasional date that might be off by 1 day or so, but in either direction. But it should mostly be fine. And finally, if there's something being blocked by chat or my Fugi, don't worry. All of the slides are accessible on my Patreon for free. You don't even need to pay anything, just become a member and you can access all of the slides for all of the streams I ever do. And if in case anything's blocked during the stream, don't worry, because I'm probably going to be narrating it out loud anyways. So, when I watched this interview for the first time, and when I looked at initial reactions to this interview, one of the things that... Oh no, my Fugi is dying. It's okay, just ignore the scuff, Let me see if it comes back. Hold on. Are we back? Okay, we are, alright. Yeah, so when I was watching this interview for the first time and was looking at initial audience reactions to this, one of the things that I realized is that a lot of people were recognizing this interview as a sort of straight... They weren't looking at it as if a VTuber was speaking to the CEO of Twitch. They were looking at it as if it was essentially two corpos talking to one another. Two corpos having a little play-by-play with one another. And when I broke down some of the initial reactions, and this is admittedly including my own initial reaction to this, one of the clearest problems that I can see which caused a negative reaction to this interview can be traced back to a fundamental flaw that both Twitch and VShojo as a company share in their ability to communicate. And that issue, that core issue, as far as I can identify, is that both Twitch and VShojo want to appear all-inclusive. Now, on the surface, that doesn't actually look like much of a problem, because, inclusivity is usually sold as something that is an inherent virtue. However, the problem is, if you want to appear all-inclusive, right, that also means that usually you have trouble defining a target audience, because defining a target audience requires you to enclose that audience, which by extension requires you to exclude all audiences that are not a part of your target audience. So anytime you see a company trying to go for the appearance of inclusivity, if they are willing to push for that, chances are they are going to end up messing up who they are speaking to, or they are going to mix up who they are speaking to. And this is especially obvious when you see both Twitch and VShojo trying to address the public. And as a result of both of these inherent flaws in the way that they communicate, both Twitch and VShojo are, as companies, inherently bad communicators. But because they do so out of a desire to appear inclusive, they are also frequently given a pass for being bad communicators out of respect for their perceived intentions. Now, when I say that Twitch is a bad communicator, everyone, their dog and their mother, would probably instantly agree. We have plenty of evidence to suggest that's the case. No one is going to argue with that assertion. However, with VShojo, there are going to be people who are a little bit more defensive because VShojo is a very beloved brand. It has a lot of creators that a lot of us find to be very compelling to watch, and understandably so. And when I am alleging that a company, a media and entertainment company, is a bad communicator, that is a pretty serious accusation to level. And whenever I level an accusation, I like to be able to explain why, my reasoning as to reaching that conclusion. And so, for VShojo, the reasoning, to understand the reasoning as to why I think it's worth saying that they are bad communicators as a company, to understand that we're going to have to dig all the way back down into the origins of VShojo's current brand image. How did they build their brand? How did they market themselves to their audience? How did they set the foundations for how they are viewed today? And to do that, we're going to have to go all the way back to the beginning, when VShojo first started trying to establish itself in the public eye as a VTuber company. How did VShojo define itself? And for that, we're going to come back to this Dexerto article, that featured an interview with none other than Justin Ignacio. Now, those who watch my VShojo stream, this section may seem to be a bit familiar to you. However, to go into this article, quote, VShojo CEO claims Japan expansion will break down barriers in VTubing. So this was right after, I believe, Kason and Nazuna debuted as part of VShojo's JP branch. Quote, VShojo has made its first big expansion in 2 years, bridging into the spiritual home of VTubing, Japan, with Kason and Amamiya Nazuna. It's more than just 2 new talents to CEO Justin the Gunrun Ignacio, with the aim to, quote, break down barriers, end quote, across the fandom. Among all the top VTuber agencies, VShojo has been an anomaly. The company hasn't opted to expand with new waves every few months, rather focusing on a more, quote, talent-first approach to enable a small group of creators at a bigger level. To continue, our partnering with this is a quote from Gunrun, I believe. Our partnering with Japanese-speaking VTubers reflects our core value of talent first. Talent deserves freedom of expression, regardless of borders, which is what we offer all our creators. The, quote, talent-first approach might seem like a buzzword. Upon hearing it, you'd think that every VTuber agency is about the talent, those who bolster the brand to make it what it is. VShojo puts the philosophy to action to an unseen degree, though. There's big things like giving talents creative control, which ended up being a big reason— sorry, give me a second. I'm dying. Which ended up being a big reason why Kason decided to hop on board despite an insistence to remain independent. The small stuff matters too, even just simple things like foregoing generations have special meaning. That's not to say the rest of the industry is wrong for going in different directions, but there's a noted difference between the approach VShojo takes versus others. By expanding VShojo through signing Kason and Nazuna, we are staying true to our company philosophy on focusing on talent first, by building and growing each individual instead of launching multiple generations. Kason and Nazuna are now part of the same generation as the rest of VShojo. We will continue to support as we onboard new talent. And this article— In this interview with Gunrun, we have the core pillars of what will go on to become VShojo's branding. Biggest one, and this was their opening gambit, that slogan, talent freedom. And so, remember when we talked about branding, every brand needs 2 components. Identification, which is when a brand explains to its audience what it is, and differentiation, where a brand explains to its audience what it isn't. And when we break down VShojo's brand at this particular point in time, what did it use to identify itself with? Talent first, talent freedom, or freedom of expression, creative control, and foregoing generations. After all, in Gunrun's own words, all of VShojo is one generation, and they want to focus on introducing individuals to that one generation rather than releasing waves or gens. Now, in terms of differentiation, this one is more implied. That's not really stated explicitly, but by looking at what VShojo touts as its identifiers, we can draw conclusions as to what it claims to be different from in terms of other corporations. First, things that they are not or don't do. Prioritizing corporate interests, especially over individual talent interests. Second, stifling talent expression. Third, creative guidelines. And fourth, segregating talents. Now, when you put all of these things together, what you begin to realize is that that description of VShojo as an agency, as a company, is actually very accurate when you describe them as an anomaly. Because when you break down VShojo's branding, VShojo is fundamentally a corporation that markets itself on the independence of its creators. The thing is, as a branding tool, this creates a few problems. The first is to do with the myth of complete talent independence. See, when VShojo put a big show into separating itself from its talents in terms of the way that it marketed itself to audiences, right, where it established that the main selling point of joining VShojo, of being part of VShojo, is that you get to retain your independence. What I imagine VShojo and or its audiences thought would happen is that there would emerge a very clear distinction between when the company was speaking or saying something or communicating a message, and when the talent was communicating or saying something or delivering a message. However, in actual practice, what has ended up happening is the opposite. Instead of having a clear delineation between when the company is speaking and when the talents are speaking, what has happened instead is that it's just the talent speaking. So whenever a talent says something, there's always this inherent little ambiguity as to, okay, are they speaking from their own perspective as an individual, or are they speaking as a representative of the company? And you may say that independence was designed to curb this problem, but in actuality, it does no such thing. And for an example of something like this happening, look no further than the VShojo auditions, the last round of them, which were first announced in July 9th of 2024. Now, again, those who watch my VShojo stream, a lot of this will sound familiar to you. We will be treading very similar ground, but bear with me. It's going to be very important to set up the interview later on. Sorry, give me a second. So, on July 9th, 2024, VShojo's official Twitter account put out the following announcement. Big announcement. Applications to join VShojo are open. Apply starting today, July 9th. We will begin contacting applicants 1 month after we close applications on August 6th. And then they said, VShojo applications are now open. Now, in response to this, Zen quote tweeted the original announcement and said, "We'll be looking for all-sized content creators, big or small. We want to see your creativity and help you. I've been pushing for this, so I'm excited to meet new people and see what all of you can do. So, give it your best shot, and I can't wait. Get in there." And then she would then post this follow-up tweet that said, "Congratulations on passing the first phase of the auditions for VShojo. Your second phase of auditions is to beat Zentreya in Halo at least once." Now, when I saw this post for the first time, admittedly, it was a bit of an eyebrow raiser, because when I saw especially Zentreya specifying big or small, I've been pushing for this, it did strike me as being a little strange that the official announcement from VShojo's official account didn't seem to include this information in there. However, at the time, I just kind of wrote this off as, well, this is how VShojo is premised as an agency, right? Talents can speak up on behalf of the company, etc., etc., etc. Now, at this particular point in time, this still seemed fine. However, what was also a little surprising was the amount of, I suppose, the tiny little pockets of dissent against this particular decision. For example, this one big post by Tanuki Jaws, Indies, I applied, I sure hope I get accepted, VShojo, and then screenshot of the definition for nepotism. And then other people like Cubano Man, join now so your application can get robbed by a nepo hire again. Are we still pretending VShojo has open auditions? That's adorable. Now at this particular point in time, when I saw these reactions, I mostly dismissed them as just being, well, it sounds a little cringe now, but I mostly dismissed them as just being, well, these people are just haters, right? These are just people who dislike VShojo, who don't trust VShojo for some reason, and, you know, they're just trying to make things difficult. This is just bait, right? That's essentially what I thought when I first saw this. And then, the next day, I saw Zentreya and GEEGA make posts directly addressing these people. Now, first of all, this was the moment where, personally, I went, oh shit, something's wrong. Because when representatives of your company swallow bait that is this obvious, something has definitely fucked up internally. So, to start off with, I'll just read through these few tweets, just so you guys have an idea of what we're working off of. So in response to these, Zentreya said, heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of, quote, Zen friends only, end quote, when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. I have other friends who don't want to join, who are working their asses off and doing amazing things. I even pushed management to open auditions again, finally after so long, and to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people and let others get a sense for them as well and see who would fit into the puzzle. Then I came to a realization that even if we bring in a new person, people will claim that we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success, or other larger content creators be a part of something fun. Either way is a loss. I just wanted to do right and help smaller and up-and-coming as well, with the potential to bring someone on the rise. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all of this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? But I hope you all still try, because I started from the bottom too, and I put in the work. And then GEEGA would quote tweet that and say, holy shit, it's almost like the VTuber that made it their life's purpose to find as many smaller VTubers as possible and support them ended up already being close to some people who joined their group later, after that same support group made them find success. Whoa. Now, aside from being a pretty snarky clapback, the problem with GEEGA's tweet is that it also indirectly confirmed pretty much everything that Zentreya was trying to push back against. The VTuber that made it their life's purpose to find as many smaller VTubers and support them ended up being close to people who joined their group later. That's exactly what people mean when they say nepotism. Also, after that same support helped them find success, that's also something that doesn't help to push back against the belief that VShojo only takes on creators after they're already independently established. So, not a great look for either of these two. And so, for a few people, I have seen a very common retort as an almost, strangely enough, an almost defense of whenever VShojo talents do this. But they will say something along the lines of, oh, why do you take people who are giving VShojo shit seriously? Why bother listening to them? Their posts get less than 100 likes per. Why do you care? And the thing is, no matter how much you disagree with somebody, right? Or a group of people, no matter how much you despise them, dislike them, whatever, if you are part of a creator's audience, and your creator feels the need to directly address them, apologize to them, or even worse, change their behavior in deference to them, then it doesn't matter how much you dislike that person or group of people. you guys are roommates now. And this is exactly what I mean with this, because Zentreya and GEEGA didn't need to respond to that bait. And like I said before, whenever somebody who represents a company swallows bait this obvious, there are at least one of two problems that are, well, that you can conclude are present. Either it's a skill issue, meaning that there is a lack of personal experience, PR training, managerial oversight, or general guidance on the part of the talents. Or, and this is the more concerning possibility, that's not just bait. In other words, there exists some internally unaddressed need that makes engaging with the bait seem worthwhile. Now, initially, when I was looking at this situation, from the outside looking in, right, I went with the assumption that it was the first one, that it was a skill issue. I went in with the assumption that, oh, okay, maybe this is just two talents who were personally offended by this and who impulsively spoke out before their better judgment could stop them from doing so. And that was the assumption that I had going into my first VShojo stream. Because if you will remember, those of you who watched it, if you haven't watched it, I recommend going to see it. It'll add quite a bit of additional context to this. So when I first went into doing the initial VShojo stream, I was going into this with the assumption that, okay, seems to be a recurring problem with VShojo's environment where individual talents aren't learning from one another's mistakes. They all seem to be, for some reason or other, quite unsuited to dealing with Twitter in particular, because they will post their personal thoughts and feelings in a way that invites further scrutiny and invites attention from audiences that they do not want to deal with, and the company or their peers do not want to deal with either. And as a result, I focused most of my analysis, most of my criticisms around VShojo around the conduct of individual talents. And by the end of it, when I was analyzing some of the inherent systemic problems that might be present within VShojo's work environment, most of the problems I observed and most of the solutions that I proposed revolved around the individual talents in some way, right? So the three problems that seem to be inherent within VShojo, based on the symptoms that we have seen in the public eye, are company-wide context blindness, meaning ignorance and myopia, workplace culture that is hobbled by toxic positivity, which makes its members impulsive and fragile when it comes to the way that they come across in the public eye, and then finally that the talents are acting as de facto spokespersons for the company, right, which creates a sense of disunity and a lack of professionalism, because each individual talent is speaking publicly, so that would imply that they're speaking on behalf of, VShojo, because they are VShojo talents, but at the same time, they usually seem to speak without conferring with their colleagues beforehand. So there have been occasions where VShojo talents have spoken up individually in ways that undercut or undermine what the others are saying. And the proposed solutions that I suggested were to combat myopia and ignorance, to widen the scope of PR risk assessment. I believe that I suggested something along the lines of someone inside the company keeping a 12-month timeline of major controversies in VTubing so they know what to avoid or what to be more careful when tweeting about. For the issue of toxic positivity in the workplace, I advocated for pivoting away from rhetoric that puts talents on pedestals. Essentially, don't create a hug box is basically what I'm saying. And then finally, for the issue of talents acting as de facto spokespersons, I advocated for filtering talent communications about company matters through VShojo's official accounts, just to make sure that, okay, if you aren't going to respond to a, sub 100 follower Twitter account ranting about nepotism with VShojo's company account, why would you do it with your professional personal account either? And for the most part, I was pretty convinced at this point, by the end of the stream, that it was indeed an individual problem, and as a result, especially as the controversies with VShojo and Twitter mounted over the course of 2024, I would have assumed that the company probably would have, learned from it, especially after Fruit tried posting a really personal statement about past trauma, and it ended up reaching the wrong side of the internet in a way that no one at VShojo seemed to be ready for. I would have thought that after that and every other Twitter controversy they had over the course of 2024, VShojo as a company might have tweaked something or thought to tweak something. Charlie, thank you for the 2. For Kuro, I think Mata just babies him too much. I don't know how things work behind the scenes, but yeah. Mare, Kuro strikes me as a nice guy, but not the brightest star in the sky. Yeah. And so, I finished this stream, I capped it all off, I concluded it was an individual problem, and I moved on, right? And so, to resume, on August 7th, 2024, VShojo announced that its applications were now closed. Thanks to those who have applied, we will be reviewing and reaching out to applications who are moving forward over the next 2 weeks. If you're selected to move on to the next round, please expect to receive an email from VShojo.com. Thankfully, they specified the email in this particular round of applications regarding your application. Please note we won't consider any application sent after the 6th of August. I almost read that wrong because American. And any new members we select from this application won't debut until 2025. Now that section I want you to keep in the back of your mind. And in response to this, right, it was a combination of some of the staff at VShojo, some of the towns poking fun a little bit. You had this post from Rio saying that they threw away Kuro, Mel, Michi, and Zen's application forms in preparation to actually start going through them. And then you had the other indies who were, talking in the replies to this tweet, just wishing luck to one another. Overall, it was a pretty wholesome response, right? Pretty non-controversial. Fast forward to January 21st, 2021. VShojo's official Twitter account drops this rather cryptic trailer. And I'll just let it play. This will be played on mute, by the way, because copyright reasons. And people were hooked. See, everyone was starting to really get into whatever this was, right? The blue flames, the gun, the tea, the glasses, the clock. What could it all mean? What did they mean by this? And people in the replies were echoing the same sort of speculative sentiment. Grimmy, holy crap, spooky mansion aesthetic? Yo, this looks amazing. I'm so excited to see who got in. Whoever did, you're gonna do amazing. You got this. And then Mecha Fox. 3 teacups, sunglasses, a gun, and blue flowers. 3 different people, maybe. Exciting. Can't wait to see. Yeah, I saw quite a few people saying, Liz and Crony join VShojo. Yeah, it was quite funny. So yeah, at this particular point in time, VShojo had just dropped a new debut trailer, and everyone instantly assumed, oh shit, Christmas came early. Somebody managed to defrost Santa just 1 month after his last run. It was pretty much the natural assumption that, okay, the auditions process passed over real quick because they were now debuting a new member, and people did assume that it was a new member from the last auditions that was about to debut. Avenge 900, thank you for the 5. Do you think VShojo, the company itself, should learn? Maybe they should tighten their hold on their talents a bit? See, that's the thing, right? And we'll get to this later on in the stream, but VShojo's brand forbids them from being able to do that. So they have to figure out a way of solving their communications problem alternatively. And they have to figure out an alternate way of, solving their communications problem. January 23rd, VShojo posts another teaser, this time featuring the same person picking up one of the cups of tea and drinking from it. And then you had more speculation in the replies. Elara, 3 T's means 3 members, right? Right? And at this point, this particular idea was gaining steam. And then January 25, the last trailer before the debut happened. Announcement, new VShojo debut coming soon. Sunday, January 26th, 4 p.m. PT, 7 p.m. ET, twitch.tv/VShojo. And then Maria from V4 Mirai. Is that? I have no idea who it is. Good luck. And then false. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Loads up Minecraft. Everyone was fucking hyped. Zorro, J. Zephyr, thank you for being a member for 6 months. I was super excited for 3 members. A lot of people might have been. And then January 26th came, and to everybody's surprise, the new member that was joining VShojo was Amale. Monarch. Lee and Lai joins VShojo. All new Mafia debut, starting now. Now the thing about Amale is if you are in the EN VTubing space and you don't know of her, you've probably been living under a rock. Amale, to say that Amale has an impressive resume and portfolio would be the understatement of the century. She is a very accomplished voice actor, a very accomplished vocalist, has over 2 million subs on YouTube, over 400k on Twitch. Sorry, give me a second. Voice-acted roles such as Marin Kitagawa and Ai Hayasaka in My Dress-Up Darling, the English dub, and Kaguya-sama, the English dub, as well as characters from Nike, I hope I'm saying that right, and Honkai Star Rail, among many others. She's also sung in Riot Games music videos, if I remember correctly. Oh, sorry, Riot Games music. I don't know why I specified videos. But, in other words, anyone who had their eyes open would very much be able to instantly tell that Amale and VShojo were a great match for one another. Both of them brought immense value to the other, especially because Amale had been quite open with struggling in terms of having to manage herself, keep her, make sure all of the administrative busy work was done, trying to, wrangle Scuff on stream, as well as being scammed by a broken shell of a merch company. So VShojo, being on top of all of these things, probably would have brought a lot of value to her and her ability to keep streaming as well. And for the most part, this was something that pretty much nobody would argue with. However, the problem was, this was about the last person that people would expect from the auditions process after Zen had gone on and on about how she wanted to meet new people and how she wanted to create as big and small. Because Amale is many things. Small and new are not one of them. And in spite of, so initially, right, a lot of the reactions, a lot of the prevalent reactions were very positive. Mama Oko, thank you for the 5. Welcome to the stream. I've arrived to see the anger. Have we been angry yet? Not yet. We're getting to that. So initially you had these positive reactions from, other streamers, as well as her personal friends. You had Joel saying, good luck to VShojo management. She's your Scuff now. I'm very proud of our little Scuff star. And then you had Camila saying, congratulations, don't shoot us, please. Vienna, oh my gosh, congratulations to Lee and Lai, well deserved, our queen. And then Sayu, as in, the voice actor, let's go, enjoy the Scuff. At this point, I'm not going to lie, there's a real possibility that straightforward compliments might be a gendered thing. But overall, the initial reaction to this from some of the bigger streamers especially was one of congratulations, one of positivity. However, someone else who congratulated Amale almost immediately after the announcement that she was debuting was Zentreya. Congratulations to Monarch. I'll be 100% honest, this caught me off guard. From what she said on stream, she's been trying for 2+ years, almost behind the scenes. She can keep secrets hardcore, but can't keep up with tech. Insane start to the year, and more to come. Eye emoji. And in response to this in particular, there would be quite a few other VTubers, other creators, that would start criticizing the way that Amale was teased. Kendra Kendrillion, I don't mind Amale getting in, but I really need VShojo to stop treating it like it's a big reveal. You guys had the formula with revealing Kason and unexpectedly revealing Nazna, and later with Michi, Matara, and Kuro. Please debut big and minor talents simultaneously. VTuber problematic. What the fuck is Zed even yapping about when even when in the end of the day, it's one of their friends again and a big VTuber already. Audition my ass. Comrade Dell. Lamau called it, someone who is absolutely and totally not a friend with the founders. Please tell me this isn't actually the results of the auditions, because if it is, this is frankly hilariously sad. Now, none of these posts got above 100 likes each, if I'm remembering correctly. However, the posts that did were some that were quite outwardly critical of VShojo directly. Demi VT, genuinely feel bad for all the VTubers who keep applying for VShojo, hoping to get recognized, only to watch every debut be someone who already had a successful brand or have been part of another corporation's brand. 2 years of people auditioning and not a single unrecognized talent, but people gonna keep auditioning next time anyways. Skull emoji. Prince of Dew, thank you for the 50. Don't worry, Chair Boss, you'll always be ours. Scuff Star Uwu. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Miscommunication is the VShojo brand. You know, you say that as a joke, but you may change your mind about that later on in the stream. And then Mizu Tamari. Don't worry, guys. The next VShojo member won't be a famous Nepo hire. So anyways, it's this little tiny unknown VTuber, Amale. Now, I don't want to give the impression that all of the reactions from, independent creators who weren't as large was negative, because there were other creators that were speaking up on VShojo's behalf and to defend VShojo as well, and these posts were gaining a significant amount of traction. Echo Mori, if you're mad just because she's, quote, just another successful VTuber joining VShojo, end quote, maybe do some self-reflection instead of dismissing all the years of hard work the members of VShojo have put into their content. They were us once, and you could be them one day. I've been following Amale for a while, and if I know anything, it's that she's worked her butt off to get to where she is today. I'm so happy for her that she's joining VShojo and going to be getting the admin help she needs to focus on creating. And then Darius VTuber, VShojo, quote, VShojo had auditions for everyone but only brings in big VTubers, end quote. I cannot tell you in words, actions, and interpretive fucking dance how much I don't care and how this is the biggest non-issue I've ever seen in my life. Southside Slider, thank you for the 5. Are we just ignoring? Oh, don't you worry about that, Southside Slider, because we'll get to that in a second. So, the problem with both of these, the problem with this possible retort, right, this defense of VShojo, is that, for the most part, it kind of avoids what other people who are criticizing VShojo are saying. Because the people who are criticizing VShojo were saying that Amale is a pick that makes VShojo look bad, which is quite different to what the defenders of VShojo seem to be arguing on, which is that they seem to be arguing against the assumed argument that Amale is a bad pick for VShojo. Now, let me make this very clear. You'd have to be blind, deaf, and mentally handicapped in order to think that Amale is a bad pick for VShojo. However, the idea that Amale is a pick that makes VShojo look bad is entirely separate from who Amale is and what she is as a creator. And this is a criticism that is fundamentally based on how VShojo messaged around its last auditions. Because if we go back to the tweets that Zentreya made in July of 2024, there are reasons as to why people would be expecting from the last batch of auditions creators that are not big and established. Zentreya emphasized in particular, will be looking for all size content creators, big or small. She specifically said that she is excited to meet new people, new implying that they had not interacted prior. And in her follow-up post where she was directly addressing some of the criticisms that if she had ignored would have stayed unwarranted, to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. Like I said before, Amale is many things. New and upcoming, not one of them. I want to meet new people. Let others get a sense for them to see who would fit into the puzzle. I just wanted to do the right thing and to help smaller, up and coming, as well as the potential to bring someone else on the rise. Alan is 3D, thank you for the 2. Sorry for being late. Here's my offering. More than welcome. Thank you. And so, when you look at these 2 posts, you can very easily see how there will be quite a large section of the audience, especially who take Zen seriously, thinking that, okay, the next auditions will probably end up yielding, or assuming that they actually are going with Zen's intention, they will probably end up including someone who is, at the very minimum, up and coming, right? Someone who is quote-unquote new in the sense that they had probably interacted little, if any, at all, with VShojo prior to their addition. Now, to go to side scroller's point, hold on, let me make sure. Southside Slider, sorry, I don't know why I said side scroller. To go to Southside Slider's point that you raised earlier on in that super. Immediately after the announcement was made officially by VShojo, during Amale's stream, she herself at around 3 hours, 16 minutes, 24 seconds would say, quote, "First off, let me also say one thing. I was not a part of the audition process. I've been in chats long before that past round of auditions went through. So I just wanted to make that clear and to clear up any confusion. I've been like a year and a half since I've been in chats with VShojo, so it was totally not a part of that. Just want to make sure that there's no confusion there. But yeah, I wish the best of luck to those that got through the audition process, and I can't wait to work with you in the future." Can anyone spot what is perhaps one of the more important phrases in that entire statement? It's close towards the end. I'm curious to see if anybody picked up on it. It is a little subtle, admittedly. Yeah, Vinmaster, exactly. So yeah, while you guys are going through that, Zentrea would also put out a tweet that, in a reply to her previous one, that clarified, quote, "Also for clarification, she was not part of the auditions from last year. That is still happening. I'm so excited for what's to come this year. There's a lot so stay tuned." So, both of these talents are clarifying a point that should have been clarified by management. This wasn't their job. I mean, you could say that, okay, yeah, maybe Amale saying that kind of makes sense. But if VShojo, their management, the company, was competent at messaging, they wouldn't have even needed to signal that they wouldn't have even needed her to say explicitly to her audience, "Oh yeah, I wasn't part of the last auditions." However, there was something else in this particular statement. Something else that makes the lack of official response even worse. Why don't they clarify first? We'll get to that in a second. Not part of the auditions process, no confusion there. No, not quite. I wish the best of luck. There we go, D suffers, exactly. She says, "I wish the best of luck to those that got," past tense, "through the audition process." Which would imply that at the very minimum, VShojo seems to have selected a few people that they are talking with. And so, there is no reason for VShojo the company, or VShojo management, not to say something. Because, okay, let's say, for example, that there were no people who got through the audition process. So, understandably, management would have had their hands tied a little bit there. But Amale has basically just said, oh yeah, those that got through the auditions process. Now, I'm not saying that those are going to be talents that end up signing on and debuting with VShojo, because there's still contract negotiations and stuff like that to go through. However, the fact that they have people that they're talking to, at the very minimum, gives the company a solid enough basis to at least clarify, oh yeah, the auditions are still in the works. We're still talking to people from those auditions. They're still coming later on this year. They're still debuting or whatever later on this year. Amale was not a part of those. And instead of the company saying this, what do we get? Amale and Zentrea speaking on behalf of the company. VShojo, management, company, whatever, basically completely absent from the conversation. And so, when I saw this was the moment that caused me to go back on my initial assumption. This was the moment that made me realize that I'd probably made a mistake, especially in my first VShojo stream, because previously, like I said, I had thought that the main problem that VShojo was having with its PR was this. Was the fact that there was a skill issue, was the fact that the problem could be traced back down to individual talents not grasping that when they speak up in public, they are not just speaking as individuals, they are speaking as representatives of the company, of their peers. But then I remembered the second possibility, which is that what they were responding to was not just bait. Maybe, just maybe, when the talents speak up, they're doing so for some reason that makes sense to them, if not to anybody looking in from the outside, that has to do with the company, that has to do with how the company communicates with the public. They feel the need to step in for whatever reason. Hold on. Let me just get to these supers. Jacob Voxfires, thank you for the 5. I pity the fool who has to manage PR in this company. It's a keg of dynamite ready to blow when you don't expect it. Very accurate description. Six Shot Savior, thank you for the 50. A lot of this confusion would not be as much of a problem if they had clear distinction between talent and migrating talent, like phase invaders. Exactly. And we'll get to that later. Charlie Spell, thank you for the 5. One thing that VShojo has never managed to do is build a talent from scratch. I'm not even sure they know how. Yeah, fair enough. And again, like I said, we'll get to that in a second. However, This is what made me start thinking about the alternative perspective, right? Maybe it's not just the talents. Maybe it's not just that the talents don't seem to grasp that when they speak on behalf of more than just themselves. And so I started looking back because, okay, if your audience is reacting in a way that you don't predict or you don't like, chances are if you are going to cater to that audience, if you're going to even address that audience later, it's on you to understand why they reacted in that way. That is one of the core pillars of PR, understanding that what you say or what you mean to say might not be what your audience hears. And the thing is, right, and I say this especially to some of VShojo's more staunch defenders, you can say that the backlash against what VShojo is doing is stupid, but if VShojo and its talents are going to address that backlash anyways, failing to anticipate that backlash is just as stupid as the backlash itself. So, I started looking back through VShojo's messaging surrounding its auditions, because this reaction does not come out of nowhere. There has to be a reason as to why so many people seem to be so pissed with VShojo, seem to be so quick to jump the gun when it comes to pulling the trigger on VShojo and accusing them of bad intentions. And I realized this wasn't the first time that VShojo had put out a message in conjunction with opening up auditions about how they were looking for creators big or small or of all sizes, of how they wanted everyone to join. The first time that they did that was way back in 2021, the very first time they ever opened up auditions at the company, in a post that was made on the official VShojo subreddit by none other than Gunrun. Quote, announcement. Auditions for VShojo start. For the first time, we are opening up auditions to VShojo. We are looking for people with experience already in streaming regardless of size. And you're welcome to apply if you're already a debuted VTuber too. Application overview, submission deadline September 30th, 2021. Submission requirements, a link to a custom 3-minute audition reel and a clip from a live stream. Applicants must be over 18 and prepared to stream full-time as a VTuber. There are no geographic restrictions, and he links the submission form. Now, let's play a little game of Spot the Difference. August 21, 2021 and July 10, 2024. Between these two announcements of VShojo opening auditions and the rhetoric that accompanies, what has changed? Mercurius, thank you for the 5. The talents think that we are VShojo and take accusations against the company personally. Yeah, that's part of the problem. I don't really understand the reason to bait like that. Oh, we'll get into that later, don't worry. It's not on Reddit? No, it's not just that. Wasn't this a Nux situation? No, this was something else. This was back when VShojo first opened auditions for the first time in 2021. Prince of Dew, there we go. Why the hell is Zentreya announcing? See, the only difference between this announcement and this announcement, because they both contain the same contents in the message, right? They both say something similar along the lines of, we want creators of all sizes, big or small. The only thing that has changed is who is saying it. See, this was a post that was made by Gunrun. His name was attached to that specific assertion, that they're looking for creators of all sizes, big or small. This was an addendum to an official communications added and bearing the name of one of the talents. And you want to know the really interesting thing? See, when it comes to the whole Zen friends only thing, because you could pretty easily tell based off of Zen and GEEGA's posts that this was something in particular that seemed to bother them. When I looked back at VShojo's welcome videos, the ones that they posted onto their YouTube channel saying that Haruka and GEEGA got into VShojo, and I looked in the comments, a lot of the top comments, well, actually, I'll just read them out and they should speak for themselves. When I went to Haruka's welcome video, right, the 3 top comments were, Mathtron 5000, I think we all knew this was inevitable, well deserved for the moose. I can't read that name. Low-key for the longest time, I didn't realize she wasn't a member of VShojo based on how much they interacted and collabed, lol. And then finally, Releisu Dragon. She made it! Our girl made it! Very happy to see Haruka officially a part of VShojo. Smiling face. And then, under GEEGA's welcome video, top 3 comments. She finally got her eye patch back from Zen, I see. Every time they do these videos, I'm always like, who's that? Then I remember. I always forget that Hime is there. And finally, Sputnik. I love that VShojo is really just their friend group. So, at this particular point in time, right, the idea that VShojo is a friend group, essentially, was received pretty positively by VShojo's audience. And I think it's not unreasonable to say that to this day, VShojo's audience has no problem with that at all. However, for some reason, over the course of the past 3 years, this has gone from being something that is perceived positively to being perceived negatively, not just by various parts of the general VTubing audience, but within VShojo itself. So, for some reason, inside VShojo, either members and or staff are starting to view that particular perception as being something that needs to be gotten rid of. However, something else that has happened is that over the course of these 3 years, their way of dealing with public perception seems to have changed as well. Gunrun, VShojo's staff, VShojo the company, used to be able to speak up for themselves in 2021. But as of 2024, that has almost completely changed, because nowadays, we don't hear a peep out of VShojo's official accounts or Gunrun in cases of these little controversies that the members of VShojo, the talents at VShojo, are left to deal with themselves. If you're wondering why I give VShojo so much shit for doing this is the exact same thing that I criticized way back at the beginning of my channel in Niji. This is something I criticized again when we were talking about Bond Live, and again when I was talking about production kawaii. Don't use your talents as PR reps. They're not good at it, they're not trained to do it, and it's going to be bad for them. This is a position that I've remained consistent on throughout the course of my entire channel. I'm not going to make an exception for VShojo just because they have a different justification, because at a certain point, you can't really distinguish if we're talking about PR, communicating with the public. There is very little distinction between quote-unquote talent freedom and managerial neglect. They have the same result, which is that instead of the company, or people high up in the company, management, speaking for themselves, the talents end up having to run cover for them. And this is a practice that I will always be against. And so, in order to understand the core of this issue, and to understand what VShojo might have been able to do, what they could have done to try and address it in a way that didn't involve the talent touching the poo and getting their own hands dirty, we have to look at where did the whole Zen friends only thing come from. And on top of that, why do people care? Now, understanding this is going to be important if you want to break that assumption, right? If you want to be able to break that perception, which at least some people in VShojo evidently seem to want to do, you're going to have to be able to answer this question first. However, this is also really important to understand, because unless you understand why people care about this, you're not going to be able to understand why they're pissed off. And unless you understand why they're pissed off, you're not going to be able to disarm that reaction preemptively in future auditions or future debuts, etc., etc., etc. It's all about managing expectations. And VShojo so far has proven itself to be abysmal at managing expectations. And when I started asking myself these two questions, and when I started looking at the way that VShojo as a company approached the issue of public communications, public relations, I realized two core things about the company. First, VShojo wants to differentiate itself from traditional corpos, but it also wants to borrow some of their aesthetics and jargon without ever fully understanding how or why they work. VShojo went right out of the gate by trying to build a brand off of "we're not like other companies." But it seems like in the 3 years since that point, they haven't really developed anything more substantial either. And the second thing that I realized was that VShojo's management seems to lack a coherent vision for the brand, and instead it defaults to whatever visions plural, the talents have for the company instead. Now, as to why this is a problem, we'll get to that later. However, to start off with the first, right? In order to understand why people seem to be so averse to the way that VShojo hires, why people seem to have such strong opinions about that, we need to go back to the whole nepotism thing. What I call the nepotism, quote-unquote, problem. Now, a very common thing that I've observed in the discourse surrounding this, and this is on both sides of the issue, right? Both people who are criticizing VShojo and both people who are trying to defend VShojo. Admittedly, not doing a great job because their retorts sort of run parallel to what the criticisms are, but they're making an effort. Hold on, let me just get to these two supers. Carolyn Sherman, thank you for the 5. I fear history will repeat itself in some form. This is why we have these streams, so hopefully we give more words to fan bases who want to express their criticisms without sounding like a raving lunatic. Billy Oki, thank you for the 5. I've always been consistently. Yes, that's me. Okay, so when people use the word nepotism, usually they end up conflating nepotism with another term that describes something similar but with a fundamental difference. Nepotism is the practice among those of power or influence of favoring relatives, friends, or associates, especially by giving them jobs. Nepotism basically means that if you are looking to fill a position or you have some sort of job open or whatever, that you are going to prefer to give it to somebody you already know or somebody you're already friends with or someone that you're family with. This is usually fine because no shit, Sherlock, if you're going to be put into a position where you have to fill a slot, you are probably going to want to make sure it's filled with someone you can get along with, you know that you can work with. So, for the most part, nepotism is a practice that is stigmatized, but it does have merit, because it doesn't really matter if you're exclusive or highly selective, and what you select for is synergy with yourself. But as long as it works, it's mostly fine. However, a separate but related concept to that is that of cronyism, a term which is derogatory and refers to the appointment of friends and or associates to positions of authority without proper regard to their qualifications. Cronyism is basically what happens when you favor friends, associates, and relatives to the detriment of their ability to fulfill that role. Basically, you just plug an open position with somebody you already know, regardless of whether they're actually capable of living up to the requirements of that role or not. Now, cronyism is stigmatized, and it also lacks merit. There are justifications for nepotism. There are no justifications for cronyism. And here's the thing. The reason why I put so much emphasis into distinguishing between these two is because there are occasions where both people who are attacking VShojo and both people trying to defend VShojo don't realize that this distinction exists because they simply don't know that the word cronyism exists. So as a result, when you're looking at people who are criticizing VShojo for quote-unquote nepotism, it's important to realize which one are they actually accusing VShojo of. See, if people are criticizing VShojo of using nepotistic hiring practices, right, what they're basically saying amounts to, don't give me false hope, right? And these are the people who are actually willing to listen to you. Because when people ask you not to give them false hope, that is a signal that they still actually take what you say seriously. However, people who are criticizing VShojo people who are accusing VShojo of cronyism, they basically amount to just saying that the talent shouldn't have been hired, which is coping and seething, right? If you look at all of VShojo's hires over the course of the last 2-3 years, every single one has brought something to the company. Every single one has, they've made sense being added into the roster. If somebody says that they shouldn't have been hired, like I said, cope and seethe. You'd have to be blind in order to fail to recognize how that's the case, right? So when you are looking at people saying, oh, VShojo is nepotistic or VShojo nepotism, you need to make sure, okay, are the people saying that, are they actually saying that VShojo is nepotistic, in which case they have a point, or are people just saying that it's cronyistic, in which case you should ignore them? And the thing is, right, nepotism, the reason why the nepotism part is worth taking seriously is because VShojo has made the mistake of not drawing a clear distinction between where the talent influence on, the company's inner workings ends and where management's influence on the company's workings begin. And that becomes especially prickly around the topic of auditions. Because the thing is, one of the things that VShojo markets itself on are, talent first. And the way that they define that is, we listen to our talent's feedback. We work hard to achieve their dreams. Now, what that means, though, is that we don't know which intercompany workings are influenced by talent opinion. We just know that there are some. And when Zentreya put out this tweet with saying, I've been pushing for this, each person I found, I even pushed management, I just wanted to do right, now I feel as if I made a mistake in doing this. That makes it sound dangerously close to saying that talents have a say in who gets picked. Now, you might say to that, okay, so what's the problem then? Doesn't VShojo market itself as talent first? Well, if the talents are picking the future talents, and so far they have a consistent pattern of hiring people who know at least one other person in the company, that's the definition of nepotism. And that's exactly the kind of accusation that Zentreya is trying to argue against. So VShojo has kind of dug this hole for themselves and their talents that Zentreya is currently trying to climb out of. Although, for the problem is that Zentreya is also trying to drag up the company with her, which weighs her down significantly. And the thing is, when you look at VShojo's hiring choices over the past 3 years, 2 years, you start to see a pattern. Haruka, friends with Zentreya prior to joining. Henya, friends with Kason prior to joining. GEEGA, friends with Zentreya and Haruka prior to joining. Kuro, Iron Mouse helped him with his tax problem prior to him joining. Matara, friends with Kuro prior to joining. Michi, friends with Kuro and Matara prior to joining. There is a well-established pattern that every single person who's brought onto VShojo's roster is friends with at least one of the existing talents before they joined. And when you combine that with Zentreya and any other talent for that matter, it doesn't actually matter, right? So long as it's a VShojo talent taking this degree of personal ownership over the actions and decisions of the corporation, you can start to see where people get this idea that, okay, yeah, this is starting to look a little nepotistic. The second problem is, and this is something I talked about before in my VShojo stream, nepotism in particular is a really difficult problem to try to address, PR-wise, because there are 3 different parties that are involved in this discussion, and each of those 3 parties have different priorities. And the 3 parties are the general public, or potential applicants more specifically, VShojo, the company, and VShojo's talents. Each of them have different motivations for addressing or leaving the, for either addressing the accusations of nepotism or just leaving them be. Six Shot Savior, thank you for the 50. Really makes you think, Bart Simpson. Yeah. So, the public tends to be concerned with the issue of egalitarian process. Now, when I say the word egalitarian, what I mean is the definition of egalitarian is the belief that all people are inherently equal, right? That everyone has the same amount of rights to achieve the same, whatever their dreams are, etc., etc., etc. The way that egalitarian process works with auditions is, when you open auditions, there is an underlying assumption that everyone is on equal footing when they apply. Now, the reality is that that's not the case. Some people are going to be more skilled than others. Some people are going to be more synergistic than others. And obviously, if VShojo is given a choice between an applicant who is, more synergistic and more skilled, obviously they're going to go with the one that's more synergistic and more skilled. However, to acknowledge that right off the bat undermines the fundamental idealistic philosophy that pushes people to actually audition in the first place. So, when you're addressing the public, you need to understand that this is their foremost priority. However, VShojo, the company, I don't think they actually give a shit about nepotism as a company. Because regardless of whatever you say, VShojo is a corporation. They exist to make money. And naturally, if you exist to make money, if that is your foremost priority, obviously you're going to you are going to prioritize value and consistency above all else, right? Because they don't really care if the talent they bring on is friends with a talent that already exists. So long as they all get along well, so long as they keep streaming, so long as they grow bigger, make more revenue, etc., etc., VShojo, the company, is happy. And this is the logical, this is, like, if you expect them not to do this, I'm sorry, you're being stupid. And then finally, you have the talent. Now, their foremost priority, their main reason for wanting to disprove accusations of nepotism is validation of merit. They don't want to be called nepo hires, and to be honest, that's understandable. Being called a nepo hire is demeaning. It takes away from your own personal skills, your success, the amount of work you've put into to get where you are, because it basically takes all of the things that you've accomplished and boils them down to just who you know, who you associate with. And being judged by association is a really rough thing. So, right off the bat, all 3 of these parties have different priorities. And as a result, if you are trying to define a core message, you need to be able to understand which of these different priorities do you put before the others. Now, to make this a bit more specific, right, we can boil each of these priorities down to a simple message. Audiences, their message is pretty simple, right? All of the applicants, the one thing that they are saying is, I want to make sure I actually have a chance. VShojo, also simple. I want whoever adds the most value to the company. And then the talents, also quite simple. We don't want to be accused of nepo hiring. Now, I want to play a little bit of a game. Let's say that VShojo, with the assumption, the knowledge that VShojo is a company, right? If you are assuming that VShojo is simply operating as any other company would, right? The reality of how a company would probably operate. Which of these 3 parties do you think would have their concerns placed first in operation? Where would you put this first priority? Would you put it next to VShojo, next to the audience, or next to the talents? Assuming that VShojo is operating as just your normal average company. The reality of how any company needs to operate. Corpo? Talents? Top left? Company? VShojo? Okay, yeah. That would make the most sense, right? So, where would you put 2 then? Between the audience and the talents, assuming that they're operating as your normal, average, everyday company. Would you put it here, or would you put it here? Modern corporations. Company 1, General 2, Talent 3. The talent, the company, talents and audience. Talents. Okay, audience, talents. Oh, you guys seem to be really evenly split. Okay, I'm going to turn this into a poll, actually. Hold on, give me a second. Let me cook. What to prioritize second? Talents, audience. Start poll. I'm very curious about what you guys end up saying. Audience, but they're more focused on talents. Audience. Okay. Actually, I don't know. I'll leave it up for maybe about a minute. I'll use this as a chance to rehydrate as well. By the way, if you're watching this and you have something to drink nearby, take a sip with me. It's really close. It is really, really close. It really is 50-50. I have never had a poll on this channel that is this neck and neck before, which is real interesting. Now it is 50-50. Audience is pulling ahead slightly. It's so split. Talents according to their mission statement, but going by what they are doing, they're probably paying way too much attention to the audience. Yes. You said normal company, that would make sense that the audience would be the focus. Exactly. Okay. So I think at this point, I'll just wait maybe a few more seconds for a few more people get to cast their vote. It is still pretty close, but I think we have a clear winner at this point. Ah, yes, democracy. How's it already been an hour? I'm not even reading this chapter. Time passes by quick when the content is passable. I think it goes hand in hand, to be honest. The kind of chat reflects the streamer type thing. That's fair. Yeah. Okay, so we have a clear winner, right? The audience. And then that would leave the talents to be the third most priority. Because, fundamentally, this has to do with money. This also has to do with money. If you don't have auditions, you don't have future talents. And this is just feelings, right? It may sound harsh, but fundamentally that's what it is. However, because of the way that VShojo brands itself, it's basically forced to invert that list of priorities. So instead of putting the company first, the audience second, and the talents third, they have to put the talents first and then work off of that. So with the talents, right, if you put them first, naturally, and I'm talking about the way that VShojo operates behind the scenes, not its messaging. Naturally, if the talents come first, right, you would assume that the company prioritizes getting value as well, right? Talent first means that you have to make sure that you as a business remain operational so that you can continue to provide support to your talent. And then finally, public opinion is kind of this thing that you can leave alone as a company. However, the problem is, now that you've given yourself the mandate of being talent first, you have to pay attention to what your talents say they want, especially what they say publicly. And your talents have just expressed that they care a lot about what the audience thinks of you as a company and thinks of them as individual creators. So now that priority list has shifted even further. Instead of the company being number one, the audience being number two, and the talents being number three, you've essentially flipped the company and the talents, right? So now the talent's number one, the audience remains number two, and the company has now put itself in last priority, which also means that the concern of adding value and consistency to the brand, it becomes this sort of taboo thing that the talents can't seem to acknowledge out loud, and the company also seems to be incapable of acknowledging out loud. Now, granted, there are quite a few VShojo fans, and I say VShojo instead of a specific creator deliberately there. There are a few VShojo fans that have tried to defend the company by claiming that, naturally, because they're a corporation, they are going to prioritize this the most. However, I'm talking about the taboos that emerge as a result of, VShojo and their talent's inability to talk about certain things. And this is an inability that they have created completely out of their own messaging. Get Zerg, thank you for the 10. Given how VShojo is portrayed as a talent, freedom is off-putting and odd. Would it take a long time for... Would it look to long-time fans if management or VShojo itself started to address fans? Wouldn't that go against the company image and brand? Yes, it would. The thing is, because they are talent first, they've created this, like I said before, right? They've created a bit of a trap for themselves where they need to, all of their public communications need to look like they came directly out of the hearts and minds of the talents, but they are still a company. Which means that there are going to be times when the reality of how they need to operate versus how the talents want to be seen start pushing against one another. And so, to add on to this problem, there are going to be fundamental misinterpretations, miscommunications when it comes to how VShojo, its fans, and the talents interpret criticisms that come from the general public. For example, surrounding the issue of VShojo's auditions, there are two things that people seem to be saying based off of what I've seen, right? The first is that VShojo has nepotistic hiring practices. The second is that people are saying to one another, don't bother applying unless you're already independently successful. Now, both of these things, on their own, despite the fact that some people may find them to be offensive, they are also, for the most part, pretty well validated by VShojo's hiring history. They have only brought on talents that are established prior to joining, and they are also people who have connections with those who are already in the company. So this is not so much... Now, granted, it is phrased in an accusatory tone most of the time. However, these two observations by themselves are quite harmless because they are facts. However, the problem is, when the talents and when VShojo's fans hear people saying this, they interpret it in a different way. They add a connotation in their own minds to what people are saying. So, for example, talents who hear people say that VShojo practices nepotistic hiring, they end up hearing, you only got a spot because you were friends with an existing talent. Whereas VShojo's fans hear people saying both of these things, nepotistic hiring practices and don't bother applying unless you're already independently established, and they interpret that as people trying to accuse VShojo of doing something wrong. And as a result, when they end up trying to clap back at people saying these things, they end up going one step too far in their denial of, what VShojo's doing, right? The talents end up saying, oh, all of us had to work our way here, which is just a subtle way, or I suppose a more emotional way of saying we're not Nepo hires because our friendships were irrelevant to our selection. Whereas VShojo's fans end up replying or retorting by saying VShojo can hire who they like, which basically translates to, so what if VShojo is highly selective with its hires? Other companies are too. Now, generally speaking, right? When you look at the responses to this, one of the things that is good to recognize is that they're not actually replying directly to the observations that the audience is making. Yes, they are responding to the tone, but the tone is a signifier of something else. And that something else is stigma. Perceived stigma against whatever practices they are being accused of. So, most of the time, right, if you are responding to a stigma, usually the reason why people feel the need to address stigmas and stuff like that is because they view it as an attack on themselves, right? Stigmas emerge around traits that are generally regarded as being undesirable. It is essentially a self-moderation, a social self-moderation tool that communities use in order to keep people, in order to keep internal consistency going, right? And as a result, when people observe a stigma that targets them, they get defensive automatically. And so, both VShojo's talents and their audiences are trying to fight this stigma. The problem? Trying to fight this stigma has driven a wedge between the talents and their audiences, because what they're saying is incompatible with one another. What the talents are trying to say, especially Zen, they're trying to say that no, we're not too selective. We are We are inclusive, not selective, not exclusionary in our hiring process. Whereas VShojo's fans are saying, so what if they're selective? That's perfectly okay. And the problem is, those two messages do not work with one another, especially not when they're coming from people who are, when they're coming in defense of the same thing. To give you a comparison, this is very similar to, let's say, an OnlyFans model saying that sex work is real work, and then when someone points out that they are a sex worker, they then try to deny that they are a sex worker. This is the core of the problem. You can't fight a stigma if you refuse to acknowledge its existence, and that's what VShojo is running into now. That's what, in this example, the OnlyFans model is running into, right? Because you can't destigmatize sex work if you don't even admit to when people are doing sex work. Same thing with fighting selectiveness or nepotism in your hiring process. You can't say that it's okay while in the same breath denying reality that is what you do or what you have done over the course of your existence. And as a result, when you're looking at these two messages running side by side with one another, this is a dissonance that you could have gotten rid of, that needs to be addressed, because otherwise everyone involved just looks stupid and all they're doing is defending your company. And that's exactly the problem. See, this wedge between the two should be addressed by the company, and it should be addressed in two different ways. First, what VShojo should have done is taken the talents aside and privately given them that kind of emotional validation that would hopefully give them enough resilience to ignore what people are saying. They needed to say to the talents, don't pay attention to any of them, don't respond to them. You know, I know, your fans know, we hired you for your skills, not who you were friends with. And publicly, what VShojo needed to do as a company was take a hard stance against the criticism. If their audience are preaching from the rooftops going, oh yeah, VShojo can hire who they like, this was one of the best things that the company could have done, was double down. They could have said, yes, you're absolutely right, we are selective, and we'd select them again. And that would have been ideal because it would have confirmed that the talents are skilled while at the same time backing up their audience instead of just setting them up to argue on behalf of the company looking like idiots the entire time. Because, like I said before, the problem with this defense is that it doesn't address any of the major criticisms that the company is facing. So if you can validate both your talents and your audience by simply doubling down, why don't you? The problem is, VShojo as a company cannot do that because management, for whatever reason, seems to be terminally afraid of confronting perceived stigma. They are completely silent on this. It's just been the talent speaking up to the public each and every time. VShojo doesn't have any PR reps. It just has its talents. And the longer they leave this monster to grow, the worse it's going to be for their talents when they take it upon themselves to go toe-to-toe with this monster. And so, if you are going to fight a monster, right, you need to understand how it works. What are the rules of engagement? What are its weaknesses? What created it? Etc., etc., etc. Before you can even think to fight a monster, you need to know its name. And so, if we're going to break down this big, scary, perceived stigma that has so many of the talents on its toes, that has VShojo, the company, shitting its pants, we need to understand what went into creating this stigma. What is it composed of? What is it? And so, when you break it down, right, the two major criticisms and or accusations that the public is leveling against VShojo are, VShojo has nepotistic hiring practices, and don't bother applying unless you're already independently successful. When you boil both of those two things down to their core and combine them, the thing that people are stigmatizing is exclusion and exclusivity. Now, this is formed around a fundamental kernel of fear of rejection. But again, fear of rejection is a very vague and it's a very hard thing to take action against in your marketing because, well, rejection is impossible to prevent in life. So that only leaves exclusion and exclusivity as the more, the broader, more tangible concept that you can think to deal with in your marketing, right? So now we have a name to the monster. We know what we are fighting. We know the stigma that VShojo is throwing down with, or refuses to throw down with, is the stigma surrounding exclusion and exclusivity, And the reason why this is a stigma that is relevant to the situation is because this is an inevitable component of every auditions process ever. Everyone inherently, implicitly, deep down knows that companies are always going to be exclusive. They die otherwise. They need standards. They need to make sure that when they bring on someone to join their ranks, they actually have someone who can bear the burden of carrying their success. Problem is, it doesn't make for great marketing material if you're trying to encourage people to audition for something. Because, like I said, fear of rejection. And so, to break this down even further, right? When we're looking at an auditions process, and this is the same regardless of whether you're looking at VShojo or Cover Corp or Nichi Sanji or whatever, or even Phase Connect or, whatever. You can broadly speaking, right? You can break it down into three main stages, right? At the very beginning, you have the opening. In the middle, you have the selection. And finally, in the third and final stage, you have finalization. And the thing is about the auditions process as a whole, when you break it down into these three components, you start to realize that the messaging of the company shifts with each stage. When the company first opens its auditions, the main rhetoric is, we want everyone, and then in brackets, to try. When you get to the selection process, this is where they start introducing the whole idea of, here is what we want. And then finally, with the finalization process, when they've locked in who they've selected, when they're announcing that out to the general public, this is where the company pivots yet again and goes, this is who we wanted. Now, the thing is as well, each of these three individual messages, each of these three forms of rhetoric also play off a different, shall we say, quality that accompanies its respective process. For example, in the opening, when the company signals, we want everyone, brackets, to try, the main... I don't want to use the word vibe, because I despise having to use that word in that way. The main feelings, I suppose, that it's trying to play off of is this idea of inclusive idealism and universal acceptance, right? This fantasy, essentially, that everyone has an equal shot at making it in. Now, deep down, we all know that's not the case. We all know that everyone has a dream. We all like to pretend that everyone is equally capable of pursuing that dream. But the fact of the matter is that some people are going to be inherently more well-equipped to pursue that dream than others. And companies need to be selective with who they choose, whose dreams they take on. Right? However, right at the beginning, they can't really afford to acknowledge that fact, because acknowledging that fact scares people off. And so, in the middle, this is where they start letting reality slowly leak in, right? This is where, in the selection process, this is where standards are applied, and most applicants are excluded. This is why the stigma of exclusion dwells in this particular stage of the auditions process, arises out of this particular stage of the auditions process. Because when you talk about exclusion and exclusivity, nowhere besides the selection process does that become the most apparent that it exists. This is where the stigma comes from. This is what people are afraid of. And then finally, in the finalization stage, this is where exclusivity and merit are both affirmed simultaneously, right? Because of the fact that not everyone managed to make in, only, a handful, if, assuming it's more than just one person made it in, this is where you as a company end up messaging to your audience, communicating to your audience that this is who you selected, this is why you selected them, this is why they deserve the position, right? And so, to break down this particular phase further, right? When you think about the way that a company needs to approach marketing its auditions process, convincing audiences to apply, fundamentally, you are playing a game. You are playing a game of trying to convince your audience, the potential applicants, to get past that monster. Because unless they get past the stigma of exclusion and exclusivity, they are not even going to bother trying to apply. Like I said before, this is the monster that everyone is fighting. And so, when you are thinking from the company's perspective, the auditions process, advertising the auditions process, and opening the auditions process is a game of trying to figure out how best to convince your audience to ignore that monster, or to avoid this monster, avoid having to confront this monster. And there are two main ways that you can do that. First, candor, where you basically pretend the monster doesn't exist, or obfuscation, where you do your best to distract them while leading them by the hand around the monster. Now, to give you an example of each of these, right? For candor, we have a pretty easy one. Phase invaders. In this clip by Fireline called Dizzy and Leah talk about how Dizzy joined Phase. Dizzy essentially outright states that the way that she joined Phase Connect as a talent was that she started off as a manager, baited Sakuna outside using the promise of a cup of coffee, and then kept him hostage until he agreed to take her on as a talent. In this particular clip by Only Phase, titled How Do You Get Signed On to an Agency, this was basically the collab that Lumi, Filian, and Sakuna had together not too long back. Lumi outright states, yeah, I didn't really audition to join Phase Invaders. I just sent a video to Sakuna and asked to join by text. And in these two particular cases, right, essentially what is going on is the stigma is pretty much non-existent because they're really open and honest about just how they got in. And so the way that Phase gets around the stigma is they own it, essentially. They own the fact that if you have enough merit as a worker, it doesn't matter if you knew the boss beforehand. So long as you are good at your job, no one gives a shit if you got in without auditioning. And so, sending this message out to the public makes it so that it really downplays the existence of this stigma, because now you've set a precedent that, oh, okay, you just need enough skill, and then you can apply whether through auditions, whether through hitting up Sakuna directly, it doesn't really matter. So long as you have the skills, you're going to get in. And so as long as the company continues to function at a relatively high capacity, the audience probably isn't going to care about this either. So, as a result, one of the most effective ways that you can deal with this stigma is by basically just pretending that it doesn't even exist, not even acknowledging it. Because stigma is a monster that can only hurt you if it catches you observing it. And that's, well, granted, this is a little unusual because not every company can just wear it on its sleeve. So if VShojo were to do this, this would be the equivalent of people saying, oh, nepotism, 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 and then Zentré coming out and saying, yes, so what? They are good creators. Cry harder. And I'll just let you guys think as to whether you can ever imagine a message like that coming out of the mouths of VShojo. Because I don't think it ever will. I don't think they have a communicator that is ruthless enough to say something like that. And if they were to use candor as the option, that is exactly what they would need. A ruthless communicator. Now, the alternative approach, and this is something that I could see VShojo going for with how much it feels the need to tiptoe around the stigma of exclusivity and exclusion, is obfuscation. And this is something that traditional corpos tend to do. Namely, Hololive. An example of this that we have in Hololive EN is Sana and Ina. Ina coming from Hololive's first generation Myth, and Sana coming from Hololive's second generation Council. Hololive EN, I should specify. Those two were childhood friends. And the thing is, this is information that did eventually end up coming out in the public because they would talk about it on stream. But the thing is, for various reasons as to, things that Hololive did, there were, on places like 4chan and certain spaces on Twitter, yes, there were people spinning a narrative that Sana only got in via nepotism. However, this was an accusation that never caught on in the mainstream, and more importantly, this was an accusation that Hololive nor its talents never felt the need to address. And when it comes to figuring out what Hololive does that makes it possible for their talents to be as open about their friendships prior to one another joining as they were, while still not having this stigma persist, you need to look at some of the functions, some of the things that Hololive does when it debuts its talents, when it auditions its talents. So, in terms of things that Hololive does during its recruitment stages, right? During the recruitment stages, this is something that most traditional corpos do. There are reasons why corpos have let me figure out how I want to phrase this. Tradition always exists for a reason. And on top of that, what that means is, whenever you're looking at the quote-unquote traditional corpo recruitment model, the way that they debut gens, the way that they bring on talents, the way that they insist on having new IPs, there are reasons for all of those things. For example, when you look at Hololive, there is a clear organizational separation between talent and the company. In the case of Hololive EN, we have never had any ambiguity over whether it's the talents that get a say in who gets to join, or whether it's the company that gets a say in who gets to join. It's very clear. Management alone makes that decision. Billy Aoki, thank you for the 5. Nepo this, Nepo that. Where's the goddamn feet pics? Thank you for keeping the tradition alive, Billy. So already, right off the bat, that is not a problem that Hololive or any other traditional corpo needs to deal with. The second, auditions are either permanently open or clearly separated from invitations. So the thing is, Hololive, in its past, in its early stages, has used nepotism before as a part of its hiring process. Gamers on the JP side, it's pretty clear and it's pretty open information that Fubuki, the way that gamers emerged was that Fubuki invited, I believe it was Fubuki invited Mio, Mio invited Okayu, and then Okayu invited Korone, and then together they formed gamers as a little subunit. The thing is, though, that was very much clear, that was very much its own thing, aside from the normal Hololive auditions. So there was never any sense of ambiguity as to whether someone joining the company joined as a result of the auditions or as a result of invitations. And the reason, part of the reason why that distinction was as clear as it was because in Hololive and in many other traditional agencies, talents debut with new IPs. Now, what that does is that it creates more attention, it draws attention away from whatever pre-existing relationships might have existed between the talents in their past lives, and instead gives audiences this new thing to focus on. Now, you may say, oh, that's dumb, that's just bells and whistles, but it works. That's why the tradition exists. If you're going to build up hype for something, it's really awkward if you just build up hype for nothing to change, essentially, right? And debuting with a new IP creates a large enough change so that the hype has somewhere to go, even after the debut ends. The next thing is that the talents debut as waves or generations, and this goes hand in hand with the other thing that Hololive does, which is intergenerational collab bands for a set duration after debut. Now, VShojo, when it was first establishing its branding, it was very quick to dismiss these individual traditions in terms of how traditional corpos operate. But as the years have gone on, I've become more and more convinced that they throw away those individual traditions without fully understanding how they work beforehand. Because the thing is, debuting talents as waves or generations isn't just a numbers thing. It's not like Niji Sanji where they're just shotgunning them out for the sake of it. No, because when other corpos who actually care about the talents, like Hololive, do that, they do it for a reason. And part of the reason is, when you debut talents as a wave or a generation, hand in hand, with the whole debuting with new IPs thing. The focus on how the talents are defined by their audience becomes their relationships and dynamics between genmates. That becomes the first thing that audiences use to define them in the backs of their minds. When you think about, for example, Hololive Justice, right? People who've been watching, for example, Gigi Murin for a while will know that she has managed to establish a great friendship with at least one member, really distinctive great friendship with at least one member of every Hololive EN gen preceding hers, right? Mori, Crony, etc., etc. But one of the first, dynamic names, ship names, whatever you want to call it, that emerged after Hololive Justice debuted was Autofister, to describe the dynamic that emerged between her and her genmate, Cecilia Immergreen. And the thing is, I want you to imagine for a second that Hololive didn't debut the talents that they didn't establish an intergenerational collab band for a set duration after a new gen debuted, right? That each individual member of the gen was just free to interact with all of their senpais that already existed at the company immediately after debut. That gen would have no cohesion in between them. And as a result, on top of that, the way that people will build up their mental images of the new talents that just debuted will be inherently connected with the older talents that already existed in that company. The thing is, because of the fact that Hololive debuts their talents as a group and keeps that group separate from the rest of the company for at least a little bit after their debut, that group now has its own identity. The individuals in that group are free to establish an identity and brand for themselves independently of every other talent that already exists at the company. And debuting talents as a group goes a long way towards diffusing attention that would otherwise have gone into individual scrutiny of each individual talent. The problem is, VShojo doesn't do any of these things. They can't, because they insisted that all of VShojo was one gen, and they also insisted on debuting talents one by one, regardless of whether those talents came via invitation or audition. The problem? Well, if those talents are debuting as individuals, and especially if they're not debuting with new IP, guess what audiences are going to fixate on when they're trying to build up their mental image of the new VShojo member? That's right, their connections with the other talents that are already at the company. And I mean, obviously when you debut talents as a gen, that also allows you to enforce things like an intergenerational collab ban. It would be pretty silly if VShojo debuted, like, let's say, Haruka, and then made sure that she couldn't collab with any other pre-existing VShojo member for, like, 1 month after her debut. That would be idiotic. So of course they're not going to do that. They can't do that, because like I said, they debut talents as individuals. So, as a result, what has ended up happening is VShojo has ended up throwing away elements of the traditional corporate recruitment model. But as a result, the side effect is that now audiences are hyper-focused on the connections that exist between talents that just debuted and talents that were already at the company. And when you look at VShojo's hiring history and break it down that way, an interesting coincidence begins to emerge. Haruka, to this day, out of the, and I'm talking prior to Amale's debut, right? The 6 EN hires prior to this, out of these 6, like I said in my last VShojo stream, 4 of them are ex-corpo. Henya, Kuro, Matara, Michi, all ex-corpo. Out of all of these 6, only one of them is an audition hire, Haruka. Now, I just want to establish this right off the bat, right, before we go any further. I have seen people try to claim that Haruka did not enter through the auditions process. Personally, I don't subscribe to that theory. I 100% believe that VShojo hired Haruka as a result of her sending in a formal audition application. And personally, while I understand why people don't believe that, I think that's more on VShojo than any, I don't think there's any merit in the argument against Haruka joining VShojo via auditions. Because while it is true that Haruka probably could have gotten in via invitation eventually, I think disbelieving that she actually sent in an audition form is a little silly. Second, When you look at which talents debuted with a new IP, you realize that only the ex-corpos did this. Now, again, that's pretty self-explanatory as to why that would be the case. None of them debuted in a general way. All of them are solo debutants. And also, when you look at each of them individually, out of all of the talents, there's only one of them that has had any sort of post-debut content shift, and that is K9 Kuro. Because right after his debut, he was really, really adamant on firebombing all elements of parasociality and sexuality out of his content and out of his audience. So, I mean, since then, he's become a bit more comfortable, a bit more loose with his audience. But right after he debuted, that was a very noticeable shift compared to the way that he was at Niji. Now, granted, he wasn't that into the parasocial aspect of his content when he was still at Niji, but he pushed back less against his audience when that happened compared to the way he was with VShojo. However, when you look at each of these individual criterion, which similarities emerge between individual talents that they debuted over the course of these last 6 hires, the thing that you start to notice is that when you're looking for another talent that has similarities with Haruka's situation, the talent that has the most similarities with Haruka is GEEGA. Both of those are indies prior to joining. Both of them debuted with the same IP. And both of them had the exact same content prior to joining. Now, granted, that's not a lot of similarities, but the more important thing is how different all of the other 4 hires are compared to those 2. So when you're thinking about which talents people are going to start drawing connections between Haruka and GEEGA makes more sense than drawing connections between Haruka and Henya, for example, or Haruka and Kuro, or Haruka and Matara, or Haruka and Michi. Haruka and GEEGA they share a lot of similarities, so it makes sense that audiences would start to associate them with one another in their heads. And when you isolate GEEGA and Haruka as a pair out of the previous 6 EN hires, what is a commonality that both of them had prior to debut? You look back through the comments of their welcome videos and you can see it immediately. Zen. When you're thinking about where does this concept of Zen friends only come from, it's a bunch of factors, but foremost among them is VShojo's own debut strategy. Because when you look at its hires, when you look at the different circumstances surrounding the way that they debuted, surrounding the way that they were hired, surrounding their past prior to VShojo, there really isn't much else to detract from this coincidence, this similarity between Haruka and GEEGA. And what do they have in common? Zen. This is this has become more noticeable, to be honest, by the time you get around to GEEGA's welcome video. Because, I mean, out of the top 3 comments, 2 of them are about an entirely different pre-existing talent, not just GEEGA herself. So, again, this is a problem that for the most part, VShojo has kind of created for themselves. Because, like I said, they dismissed elements of the traditional corpo hiring process without fully understanding what those processes contribute to the company, what they allow the company to get away with, what don't they allow the company to get away with. Jordan, thank you for the 10. Sorry for being late, only just stepped out to grab dinner after Kirsha raided out. Traffic was absolutely nuts. No problem. Welcome to the stream. And so, when you're thinking about all of these ways, right, the 2 main ways that VShojo could have dealt with that stigma, right? How they could have used candor or they could have used obfuscation. The problem is that VShojo did neither. They didn't go with either of these 2 approaches. Now, granted, because of the way that they set up the company, because of the way that VShojo works and brands itself, it would make sense if they choose to opt out of obfuscation, because that would require a fundamental shift in how they do things. They would need to start, for example, they would need to stop debuting talents as individuals, and they would need to start looking for groups, or looking to assemble a group prior to debut. And that is a major shift in how they do things going forward. It is quite a major pivot from how they marketed themselves initially. The second problem is that they didn't go for candor either, because for some reason, people inside of VShojo, the one that comes to mind being Zen, seem to want to pretend or want to convince the audience to ignore the fact that the exclusivity exists without being willing to double down on the degree of exclusivity that exists in the company. Like we've all been saying, exclusivity is fine. It's a natural side effect of having standards. And the higher your standards are, the better the chance that whoever you bring on is going to contribute a lot to the company and to everyone else in it. Nobody really cares about exclusivity. But, for various reasons, some members of VShojo seem to be uncomfortable with doubling down on this. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Still got another 6 hours to go. I guess so. And so, well, I mean, there are a few... This is my personal speculation, but... VShojo has proven... One thing that I said in my last VShojo stream is that in the absence of written rules, social rules take place. And the thing is, VShojo has proven that it is very vulnerable as a company to external social pressure. And the thing is, when you're talking about social pressure, when you're talking about prevalent messages, I suppose, prevalent philosophies, ways of thinking, ideologies that have been popular throughout the West for the last few years, it has become very abundantly obvious to everyone, regardless of, how politically aware or conscious you are, that a very popular sentiment that seems to have emerged over the past few years is that exclusion, preferential treatment, and privilege are universally bad, are inherently bad. Whereas, in actuality, privilege and preferential treatment are more often than not earned, and exclusion is a natural side effect of simply having standards. And so, the problem is that it has become very popular to insist and deny to deny things like privilege, to deny things like exclusion, to deny things like preferential treatment. Whereas in actuality, there's nothing really inherently wrong with any of those three things. And I think that that's a philosophical hang-up. Again, this is my personal speculation. I do think that this is a philosophical hang-up that at least some members of VShojo seem to have. That they can't seem to reconcile the idea that there's nothing wrong with being exclusive in your company. There's nothing wrong with being highly preferential. There's nothing wrong with privileging your friends in the selection process. There's nothing wrong with giving your friends preferential treatment in the selection process so long as they have the skills. And so, this denial of the idea that exclusivity even exists is, I think, one of the biggest thorns in the foot of both the company and its talents, especially surrounding the topic of its auditions. Because I guarantee that VShojo's audience, the people who actually watch the talents, will rejoice if VShojo and its talents doubled down tomorrow and said, yeah, we are selective with how we choose our talents. Yes, every talent we've brought on are exactly what we were looking for at the time. If you have an issue with this, cry harder. Like I said before, that is absolutely fine. But the problem is, like I said, for some members of VShojo, this seems to be something that they just don't feel comfortable doing, and they feel they need to deny. And so, if VShojo, as a company, refuses to use either one of these tactics to deal with the stigma surrounding their auditions process, it makes sense that the Zen friends only thing would start to emerge. And it also makes sense, therefore, why, when audiences are given promises that, VShojo is going to look at creators big or small, that they are going to be given a chance to interact with the members of VShojo despite the fact that they are new to the members of VShojo, it would make sense why there is this, this feeling of resentment, this knee-jerk reaction of negativity when people feel like their expectations are being subverted. And so, having answered that question, where did Zen friends only come from and why do people get so angry about that? The next question to answer is, why were audiences so quick to assume that Amale was recruited from VShojo's last round of auditions, especially prior to her clarification? Because now that you've established that that knee-jerk reaction exists, right? Now that you understand why it exists, the next question becomes, why did it happen? Why was it that when audiences saw that trailer with, saw that trailer but didn't know it was Amale, and later on the reveal that it was Amale, why did people instantly jump to the conclusion, oh yeah, she joined as a result of the last round of auditions? Because this is an important question to answer, since when you really boil it down, this is really another question in disguise. How well does VShojo, the company, differentiate between auditions and invitations in its pre-debut marketing? Because, especially if you're planning on doing both as a company, you need to distinguish between the two. If your marketing and your messaging are vague around the differences between the two, you can't really blame audiences for making their own conclusions. Tomahawk, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Tribalism is bad in excess, but it's a human trait. Exactly. 6-shot savior, they don't. Well, see, again, when I asked this question to myself, right, I thought, okay, where could I go to find the material I would need in order to answer this question? And so, the logical starting point to answer this question would be to go back and look at how VShojo has advertised, has marketed its new debuts, audition or invitation, especially their use of this symbol, the VShojo letter. This is the thing that pops up in every single one of, well, almost every single video that VShojo puts out announcing that a new member has joined, right? This is a recurring part of their marketing. This is a recurring signifier that they use in all of their pre-debut material. Most of their pre-debut, the overwhelming majority of their pre-debut material. Actually, I want to give a quick shout out to Azahara in particular, because I semi-stole this idea from him. We were both in Depressed Nasagi, one of Depressed Nasagi's recent member streams, and Nasagi was going through the VShojo auditions, and Azahara in chat brought up the idea that there was something wrong with the way that VShojo did its preview videos, did its teaser videos, and this is where I got the idea to start thinking, okay, how well does VShojo separate the branding between its marketing auditions versus marketing invitations? And so, to my knowledge, the first time that this symbol, the VShojo letter, is ever used in a video announcing that a new VShojo member has joined is the addition of Kason and Nazuna. Now, technically, you can make the argument that it was featured even earlier when VShojo did that joke, that Gecko Shoujo video a few months prior to this. But if we're talking proper use of it in actual company messaging that, fulfills a functional purpose beyond just being a meme, this is the first use of it. And so, I want to look at this particular video to get a feel for how they use the VShojo letter in their signaling around how there were 2 new members that had been invited to join. Because remember, Kason and Nazna were both invitations. So hold on, let me switch over to the React screen. There we go. All right. And again, we're going to be playing this without sound. Wasn't it using the Vibe debut? Oh, I might have missed that. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, so that actually reinforces a point that I'm going to bring up earlier. But we'll play through this one first. Sorry. Oh no. My browser seems to have frozen up. Testing. Is everything working? Oh no. Did something crash? Oh no. Oh fuck. Hold on, can you guys hear me? Is the audio still working? Australian internet, please understand. Testing, testing. Is this still working? I'm still alive. Okay, so you can still hear me. All right, so apparently the browser I was using has frozen itself. It has died. So hold on. Let me reopen everything up. Oh, geez. Okay, everything's back. Everything's back. All right, we're back. We're back. Okay, good. Okay. Audio's fine. All right. Now, hopefully, the browsers work. Oh. Well, okay, thank you for the 2. Gun run got it. VShojo is sending the death squad after me. All right, hopefully everything's back now. Everything's working again now. That was just... I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for the 2. Yes, the prophecy is fulfilled. All right, so to go through the trailer, right? Immediately you open with this symbol of the key. Basically, Nazuna's like main prop, her main symbol, her main icon. And then it enters into this door, opens it up, right? And then... Oh, for fuck's sake. It just keeps freezing on me. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this somehow. Oh, for fuck's sake. How hard is it to react to what... It was fine before this point. I just started playing a YouTube video and then it started dying on me. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. For fuck's sake. Alright. The scarf. Oh. Okay, let's give this another try. Hopefully this works. Alright, there we go. Okay, hold on. Let me switch back. Okay, there we go. It's all working. Alright. So you have the key, goes into the door, opens it, and then we get these, these little pink arrows going through a city. Going through a subway. Oh, fuck, it's frozen again. We'll just wait for it to, bring itself back. I don't know why it's this stuttery. Maybe VShojo videos are just cursed. Is Australian internet really that bad? Yes, it is, and more. Although I don't know whether it's the internet or just my browser acting up. Hold on, let me try restarting the browser and seeing if that fixes the problem. Hold on. Seizure warning for... Okay, hold on. Hold tight. We're going to be back in a second. We're just going to restart things a little bit. Okay. Alright. Give me a second. Hold tight, guys. We're not dead yet. Hopefully opening and closing it again fixes the problem. Let me just find the right slide. Okay. So far, there's been nothing wrong. Mercurius thinking for the 5, as my grandfather used to say, when in doubt, give it a cloud. Actually, hold on, let me try that real quick. All right, let's cross our fingers and see if it works. Let me switch back. Okay, hold on. Let me... This is such a pain. All right. Okay. Everything seems to be not breaking anymore. Hold on. The things I do to work in Australia. All right, there we go. Okay. Hopefully, cross our fingers, nothing kills itself anymore. Okay. Alright, okay. Nothing seems to be stuttering, we seem to be alright. Okay, so, you have a symbol for Nazuna here, just going into the door, opening it up, and then, as per usual, you have... Okay, hold on, that was really quick. You have the symbol that Kason has, right? The samurai sword thing. It hits the key, presses it into the door opens up, you know, all of this symbolism, etc., etc. And then our next, so you have these VShojo, you know, you can see at the moment, right? So there's a few precedents that are going in here. You have the arrows as a recurring symbol. You have the, you know, the symbols of the talent themselves. And then you have these little, the posters that have been put up around the subway, right? The talent freedom posters. You can see them in the background as the arrow and the text whizzes past. So, and then you have the letters, right? This is where... And then the letters, you know, they float towards Nazna and Kason, envelop them, etc., etc. And then they get their formal introduction in the video, right? Let me see if I can up the quality of this, because it's 360p. Okay. All right. Hopefully that's easier on the eyes. So, key thing. When you look at the way that the letters are used in this, right? So, they whiz past the door... They fly past the text, and the key thing to note here is that the letters fly towards Nazna and Kason. So far we have, you know, some recurrent imagery. You have the colors, natural VShojo colors, you know, the white, black, and pink, sort of purplish hues as well that are used in the scene. And then, okay, hold on. I forgot to turn the BGM back on. My bad. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. So you have all of those things, right? And then the way that they use the letters, pretty clear. Letters equals invitation to join VShojo. Makes sense, right? Especially since, from what people have told me before, the first time they used it was Vibe's introduction. I got that wrong. That was my bad. So yeah, if they used it for Vibe was also someone who was invited to join VShojo. So far, the letters have been established as a ticket to join VShojo, as an invitation to join VShojo. And so far, according to this trailer, the way that it signifies that is that the letters float or fly towards the talents. In other words, the invitation gets sent to the talents, right? And then autoplay is on. Thank you for telling me. It's now off. All right. So having taken note of all of these individual features, right? How this trailer combines the individual symbols of the talents, right? So you have Kason's sword, Nazuna's key, and then it also establishes the use of the letter, the way that it interacts with the talents being a precedent to signify in the marketing what the dynamic is, right? VShojo is inviting the talents to join. Having all of this in mind, I now want to go to Haruka's welcome video. Give me a second. All right. So in Haruka's welcome video, we have the same sort of thing, right? You still have like those floating arrows that just drift through the air, and you also have the letters. Oh, for fuck's sake. For some reason, Chrome just doesn't seem to be able to run YouTube today. You're a VShojo, Harry. Oh, this is really throwing a wrench in my plans to react to this live on stream. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can set up... Man, this is so stupid. Okay. It's frozen. It is kill. It is dead. But we're going to put up with the scuff. I'm going to wait for the browser to unfreeze. Then we're going to go back to the slides. At this point, I can't be bothered reacting to the trailers on stream because it evidently seems to be shitting itself. Instead, I'm just going to recite what happens from memory because at this point I've watched the I've watched the videos too many times. So, hold on, give me a second. Oh, fuck. This is sabotage. Alright, okay. It seems to have unfrozen. Alright. Okay, so essentially, Chrome is notoriously heavy on processing. Yes, unfortunately. The thing is, it's never happened before. We've had hour-long React streams before using YouTube, and it's always been fine. I don't know why in this particular case it seems to be shitting the bed. But essentially what happens in this particular trailer, right? The letter flashes past the camera flies through the forest, and Haruka is shown chasing after the letter, and then it flies over a cliff, and Haruka needs to jump after it before she catches it. And after she catches it, you then get the swirling, the same motifs, right? The pink arrows flying through the air, and then Haruka Caribou joins VShojo, right? And so, here, we have a problem, because now, what VShojo has done is they've used the symbol that they've established is for invitations, and they've now tried to use it for an audition hire. Now, the only two things that might separate it, right, is the fact that the invitation this time is pink, not white, and the fact that Haruka has to chase after the envelope. Those are the only two real differences between the way that the same symbol is used in this video versus the way that it was used in Kason and Nazuna's introduction video. So when you're keeping track of how this symbol is used, right, two main things that are, well, two admittedly pretty vague distinguishers are the ones that are being used, right? One, the different color of the envelope, and two, the fact that it is the talent taking the invitation rather than the invitation being delivered to the talent. So far, those are the only two distinctions. And that's really important to remember, because when we're evaluating how VShojo advertises, markets the talents prior to announcing who they are or whether they joined via invitation or audition, this is going to be the thing that defines audience expectation. Symbolism? Yeah, basically. Yeah, the symbolism of having Haruka chase after the letter as opposed to the letter being delivered to her or being, magically flying into her hand. So, the next set of videos are all of the other talents' welcome videos. And in each of these specific cases, right? Henya, GEEGA, Kuro, Matara. In all of these, that pattern seems to remain consistent. In Henya's video, she, it shows her model emerging in this little cube thing, which is a callback to her, I suppose the best way to describe it would be her 4-part lore video that they dropped prior to her announcement. And so you have her emerging there, and then the letter flies in from off screen and just appears in her hand, right? So the letter is also white in terms of the envelope, so that remains consistent. It's a vanilla/white colored envelope in her trailer. Same thing with GEEGA, although admittedly, because of the way that the entire video is kind of chromed, it's kind of colored a little weirdly, it's kind of brownish. However, overall, same sort of thing. The members of VShojo all gather around, give a letter, an invitation to a little robot that then flies itself over to GEEGA, and when she stretches her hand out of what looks like a tower, it just drops it into her hand, right? Same sort of thing. The letter is white and it gets delivered to the talent. Same thing happens with Kuro, where it's all of the VShojo talents gathered around his grave, leaving the letter on his tombstone, and then this little minion creature just coming in to grab the letter, opens it, and then Kuro grabs it out of the little creature's hand. Same sort of thing. White/vanilla envelope delivered to the talent. And then with Matara, she had an entire skit where basically the framing of it was she was this kaiju that was attacking VShojo HQ. And then after this big chaotic battle when the headquarters was utterly destroyed, she was left watching the news broadcast of that happening, and then the camera eventually zooms in on an envelope that's just sitting next to her on the table while she's drinking a cup of wine. So throughout these four, the pattern remains consistent. Vanilla envelope, and talent receives the letter, not talent takes the letter. And then we get to Michi's welcome video, or the final part, the final video in her 3-part series that she scripted for herself. Now, a little bit of context with the way that these trailers work. So from what Michi has told us, the talents have a say in how their pre-audition videos are written or scripted, or how they look. So we know that this is probably the case for Matara, also might be the case with Kuro, though I'm not that sure. But we know that definitely when it comes to Michi's pre-debut videos, she scripted all of that herself. Now, here's the problem. VShojo gives its talents complete creative control. But what that also means is that they can't have a set of guidelines that they use to keep their messaging consistent, depending on what their talents want. And here's the thing. The way that Michi's video ends, or basically the entire plot, is that Gunrun has this mysterious briefcase that he keeps stashed inside his office. And then one day when he's out of the office, he's traveling to, I believe it was, I forget where, but there's this little line where he says, "I'm stuck where I am because Cuban food over here is really good," or something. And then, while this is all going down, right, the security guard in charge of keeping this briefcase under lock he loses the contents of the briefcase. All the lights go off inside the office. Someone steals the letter, someone takes whatever the contents of the briefcase is, gets out from the building, and the final scene of the trailer is that it is Michi standing on the rooftop of VShojo HQ, letter in hand, before essentially just rappelling down the side of the building to escape. And so we have a problem, because now, granted, the letter is still white, so it has that going for it, but we've removed the consistency of whether the talent needs to take the letter and whether the talent auditioned or was invited, because Michi was invited, and yet in the trailer, she was the one taking the letter, not the one chasing after the letter. She was the one chasing the letter, not the one getting it delivered to her. So that consistency is now broken. Now, Haruka's video is reduced from being something that is, that has clear definers to having only one definer, the color of the envelope that is sent to the individual members. And so, as a direct consequence of giving their talents full creative control, or actually, you could probably technically argue that at this point, since Michi wasn't a talent yet, you could make the argument that it's okay to have guidelines for how the teasers are written and scripted, although I'm not sure how that works in terms of consistent policy. But at this particular point in time, it is really, really unclear, through sheer force of precedence alone, right? We now have multiple videos where the only thing that is routinely hammered into the audience's mind is letter equals invitation. Letter equals invitation. There is no clear line between audition and invitation. All we know is that letter means ticket into VShojo. Now, again, you'd have to be paying pretty close attention towards the teasers to realize that there is any sort of messaging around whether it's the talents going after the invitation or whether it's the invitation being delivered to the talents, and also the color of the envelope itself. However, the problem is, now that we've had Michi's trailer where she is stealing the invitation away from the company, the only thing that people have to go off of is the color of the envelope. And the problem is, one instance of something occurring is not nearly enough to train an audience to expect it the next time round. And so, when you get round to Monarch's pre-debut promotion, when you see that a talent just has this letter waiting around on their desk, granted, most people probably didn't even register that it was white instead of pink. Most people probably just saw the letter and then went, "Oh, new VShojo member," and assumed that it was part of the auditions. Because like I said before, there is no consistent messaging in VShojo's visual marketing that would signify whether it's an audition or whether it's an invitation. And so, the problem with VShojo's branding thus far is that VShojo's letters signify an invitation to join the company, but there is no consistent correlation between whether a talent has auditioned and whether a talent has to take the letter for themselves, as opposed to it just being handed to them. And the second thing is that debutants receive one letter each, but auditionees can audition alone. So that pretty much cancels itself out. That's not consistent enough a way to tell whether someone is an auditionee or an invitee, I suppose. And so, when you look at this video, because of essentially what VShojo needs, right? If it wants to be able to clear up its pre-debut audition messaging, what it needs to do is, some people in chat are even picking up that in this particular shot, it looks kind of pinkish, right? Although I think that's mostly just it's mostly just a video color grading / lighting thing. But Yeah, it's white. It's white. So what VShojo needs to do is to somehow have another opportunity to clarify its messaging, its visual messaging around the talents that it has brought on via auditions, right? That's the thing that they really need. If they want to be able to clarify their messaging, if they want to be able to course correct from how they've managed to erode the consistency of their visual messaging pre-debut, that is what they are going to need to pull off, right? However, in the meantime, when we come back to... Hold on, chat just died for a second. Are you guys still there? You guys all okay? Schrodinger's pinkness. Yeah, this is like that dress all over again, yeah. Can somebody type something in chat just to make sure you guys are all back? For a second, I got told that it died. Okay, no, it's typing. Okay, you guys are fine, you guys are fine. I thought I lost you for a second. I got scared. Okay, so when you look at the debut trailer, right, the teasers for Amale, there were two main assumptions or accusations that people started throwing at VShojo as a knee-jerk response. The first is that, oh, Amale must have been hired from the last round of auditions, and the second is that Zentreya misled audiences and that VShojo still nepo hires. And here's the interesting part. See, granted that VShojo, the company, or VShojo's management didn't say shit, but, like I said before, fans of VShojo were very quick to start refuting each of these two accusations. When people said that Amale must have been part of the last round of debuts, fans of VShojo said it's been too soon since they closed auditions, so that's an unreasonable assumption. And the second refutation to the idea that VShojo still nepo hires, fans of VShojo were very common refutation to that was VShojo has already set a precedent that they are willing to recruit lesser known streamers through their auditions. And the case study that they used to try and shut down that particular accusation, to somehow make it out as if that was an unreasonable one, was VShojo Nova, their most recent Japanese generation, the first generation that VShojo has formally had debut under them. And so that got me thinking, okay, let's look at the marketing around VShojo Nova and see if that actually does anything to clarify the marketing that VShojo has been using, or has been failing to use, around its EN auditions, debuts, and talents. And so, starting off with the assumption about how it's too soon after the last round of debuts. In between, when auditions closed, right? So first of all, when VShojo announced that auditions were closed, they said very clearly they won't debut until 2025. Amale's teaser trailer was released in January of 2025. The amount of time that elapsed between when auditions closed on August 7th or August 6th and when that first teaser was released on January 21st was 5 months. You know when VShojo opened its JP auditions? July of 2024. You know when they debuted, presumably the results from that audition? November 2024. 4 months. One less month than elapsed between when Amale was first teased and when auditions shut for VShojo EN. And on top of that, they were debuting 4 members, not 1. However, that being said, you could make the argument that since VShojo is considerably more popular in EN, on the EN side of VTubing than in the JP side of VTubing, they probably had less applications to sort through when it comes to VShojo Nova, and they probably had more applications to sort through when it comes to VShojo EN. That is a pretty reasonable assumption. That is a pretty reasonable counterpoint. However, again, like I said, we don't know what VShojo does in its selection process. Now, I'm going to make the point that there is no reason to know what VShojo does during its selection process, because this is not something that a company needs to disclose. However, because of the fact that we don't know, we are just left to assume. And at this point, especially if they have demonstrated that they're willing to take on more established talent, it is reasonable to assume that if there is a talent that's already established, that already wants to join, it is perfectly possible to go from receiving their audition form and then finishing contract negotiations, etc., within the span of 5 months if you're only going to debut one talent. Because remember, the teaser only showed one envelope. And so, that's the time frame argument. Again, while I acknowledge that there are counterpoints, I don't think it's a reasonable refutation. Because if VShojo's demonstrated that it's perfectly capable of debuting a whole-ass generation, especially its first ever generation, within the span of 4 months, they can debut one talent within 5. VShojo and JP should have some influence with Kason on the roster. That is true, but I think Kason can only bring VShojo JP so far on her own merits. Again, like I said, VShojo Japan is a very different beast from EN. And that brings me quite neatly to my next point, which is that if you're going to use VShojo JP as a refutation to the expectations that VShojo's EN audience has and EN applicants have, you better make sure that VShojo has connected VShojo JP and VShojo EN sufficiently in its marketing. And this is where we get to the more depressing part of this comparison. Because if you want to get an idea of how much VShojo JP factors into the expectations of VShojo's EN applicants, you need to look at what are the similarities between how VShojo Nova was marketed prior to their debut, and how VShojo JP and how VShojo's first Audition was marketed prior to their respective debuts. And for that, we needed to look at the precedents that had been set. Nazuna and Kason, when they first debuted as part of VShojo JP, they received 2 fully animated teaser trailers. This was, and I say prior as in, teaser trailers prior to their welcome video. I'm not counting the welcome video itself as part of the pre-debut marketing. Haruka received an entire 3-part scripted, fully animated story that would foreshadow her entrance into VShojo's universe. To my knowledge, again, I could be misreading it, but that is what I assume these 3 videos to be. Heaven and Hell, Light in the Dark, and The Curtain Rises. First 2 being posted on VShojo's subreddit, last one being posted on VShojo's YouTube channel. So, when we're talking about... Oh, Prince, well, good night. I hope you sleep well. So, when we're talking about the precedents in terms of what the what VShojo has established it's willing to do for its first VShojo talents and its first set of auditions, right? You would expect the first set of JP auditions to receive something similar, right? At least 2 animated trailers, right? You know what VShojo Nova got as their pre-debut advertising? 5 JPEGs. Across both the VShojo JP official Twitter account and the VShojo EN Twitter account, starting from, I think, November 11th all the way to November 16th, on each day they would post one of these JPEGs, starting from the top left down to the bottom, down to the middle here, and then finally finishing on this image with all of the 4 members revealed. But aside from that, nothing. Zilch. No messaging, no video trailer, no scripted story, just 5 JPEGs. VShojo Japan really dropped the ball when it came to trying to promote and advertise its first ever, its first ever JP generation. No, not even the first JP generation. The first VShojo generation. And the first VShojo generation, the first auditionees to come out of VShojo Japan. So, at this point, you can't really blame the EN audience for not taking VShojo Nova seriously, or as a sign that, it's not signifying anything that has changed inside VShojo. It doesn't really say anything about VShojo because it's hard to see how it is similar to VShojo. It's hard to see how it's even a part of VShojo. And so, the next step is actually looking at the welcome videos. Because remember what I said about the welcome videos that, Haruka and Nazuna and Kason received? With Nazuna and Kason, their welcome videos were very clear. They had VShojo branding, they had the talent's individual branding because they had the key as Nazuna symbol, they had the sword as Keison symbol, and with Haruka, I mean, it showed Haruka running through a forest, so I mean, that's pretty clear as to how that's her symbology, her branding, her identity, etc., etc. Let's look at what they gave VShojo Nova, and thankfully, I embedded the video here, so I don't actually have to use a YouTube tab. Again, video muted, but the visuals are more than enough. VShojo presents, one of them gets isekai'd, she falls down, she wakes up in this, like, you know, weird portal realm, she sees one of the other talents who slams a hammer down onto the sky, creates a portal, they drop down, they don't die, they unite with the other two talents, they meet one another, they go through a bunch of weird scenes, they're lying down next to one another, they come down this path, right, this footpath in the middle of what I can only assume to be a city, and then they look up at a bunch of ruins into the sky, and while petals flow through, you have VShojo Nova just appearing, just the text appearing out of thin air. Now, what did you notice throughout that video in terms of the visuals? It's cute, it's pretty, but I don't get a single thing. Yeah, pretty much. Funless, thank you for the 5. JP Gen just does kind of sound like JPEG. Maybe that's what they were thinking for the marketing. True. Ruins sort of look like Shinjuku. Yes. No symbols. Exactly. They haven't included any, well, with the exception of maybe the gun and the hammer. Gun, the hammer, I mean, maybe you could argue, you know, the hat or the star or the pet or whatever. But aside from that, more importantly, where the fuck is VShojo's branding in this video? Remember how when we were talking about the Haruka video, you had the letter, which was supposed to signify that, you know, the pink letter, I should specify, that was supposed to be the invitation to join VShojo extended to an audition applicant. How, you know, she had to chase that envelope. That envelope is nowhere to be seen here. They had a chance to clarify the symbology of the VShojo letter by giving each of these 4 a pink envelope, and they didn't do it because they didn't give them a fucking envelope. And on top of that, when you think about the, you know, how there was VShojo branding in the background of Keison and Nazuna's introduction video, because you could see the VShojo talent freedom posters on the pillars of the subway while the arrows were running through, while the text was scrolling past. There is no such branding in any point of this video. For all intents and purposes, if you ignore... Okay, by the way, when you have this text on screen like this isn't branding. This isn't advertising. This is exposition. If you took out the VShojo Presents at the beginning and the VShojo Nova at the end, there is literally nothing VShojo about any of this video at any point in this video. It might as well just be a trailer for a new anime. Might as well be a trailer for a bunch of gacha characters. It might as well be, you know, a trailer for a fucking it might be an ad for a story writing, a story production, or a scripting firm. Like, what about this screams VShojo? I can't see anything. Because VShojo's branding, with the exception of the fucking text on screen, is completely absent from it. Nova had physical ads in Japan? Yes, but this is their introduction video. This is a precedent, well, according to the precedent they set with their other gens, their other talents, they could have done that, but they didn't. For whatever reason. There was no branding here. And you know the most frustrating thing is in the final sections of this, when they are running through the ruins of a city, and they look up, and they see this, you know, this broken, overgrown skyscraper. It just scrolls up past into the air. What VShojo could have and should have done was attempt to establish even a little bit of aesthetic similarity, some sort of callbacks to their earlier trailers. But the problem is, because of talent freedom and creative control, meaning absence of guidelines, all of their previous trailers have no continuity in between them. Yeah, it looks like a gacha event with new characters. Exactly. That's the problem. Because there's no VShojo branding in any of this. And to give you just one example of how they could have possibly made this video in a way that drew a closer visual connection between VShojo Nova and literally every other aspect of VShojo. In that final scene where the talents are looking up at a bunch of city ruins, there are 2 points in 2 previous trailers that use city imagery that they could have inserted a callback to. The first one that comes to mind for me is Matara's trailer, where, presumably, the implication is she destroyed VShojo HQ. Problem is, Michi, who was the next talent to debut, by the time that her debut trailers dropped, VShojo's HQ was, fully built and fine. Now, we have no continuity between those two because was it rebuilt in the same place, just really quickly? Was it rebuilt in a separate location? Was it abandoned, etc., etc.? Had that continuity been established, had VShojo had an overarching vision to try and establish a storyline like that, you could have very easily arranged it so that the ruins in the VShojo Nova trailer, or VShojo Nova welcome video, I should say, are in the same shape as the ruins of VShojo HQ from Matara's trailer. Or alternatively, if you don't want to do that, you could have just used a visually similar arrangement that they used in the Nazuna and Kason welcome video as well. And to be honest, yeah, you can maybe if you squint, you can say that the two are roughly similar in that you have like one set of tall buildings in the middle and then you have a bunch of screens at the top of a bunch of other buildings leading into it. But let's be honest here, the similarity is forced. You are going to have to actively try to look for that similarity in order to see it. But these are just 2 examples of one shot that they could have used as a callback to their previous welcome videos as a way of establishing some sort of link and or continuity. The super chats and prime subs covered the damage to the city, obviously. True. The other thing that irritates me, though, is how little they've tried to leverage the storyline. Like, what is the story of this trailer? One talent gets hit by a truck and isekai'd into this random space, and then the other talent just slams a hammer on the ground and opens up a portal into this mysterious world that we have no bearing or orientation in, and then they all travel through and eventually come to a city and they look up at a random skyscraper, and that's it. It's hard to tell based off of their reaction whether VShojo Nova occurs in-universe or it's just the audience that can see it or not. For all intents and purposes, this story accomplishes nothing, really. It's just this generic beat of a bunch of individual random people meet a bunch of individual other random people. Now, the reason why it pisses me off so much, especially watching this, is they really had the chance to do something here. This was VShojo's first auditioned generation, for fuck's sake. What they could have done, and this is just me pulling shit off the top of my head, they could have had a storyline where each of the 4 talents has to contribute something in order to gain entrance to VShojo. The thing is, if they had inserted a callback to one of the previous VShojo welcome videos, right? They could have established, for example, by inserting a callback to Matara's video, that this is the remains of the old VShojo HQ. And once they found the remains of the old VShojo HQ, the story could be something along the lines of, oh, they need to find the new one that VShojo rebuilt from, to signify that they are starting over, they're adopting a new approach towards onboarding talents or auditioning talents. Or auditioning talents and debuting them as a generation. The other aspect is how they wasted the fact that they debuted as a group instead of as individuals. Because where exactly in this trailer do you have any sort of visual indication of an underlying theme of teamwork or coordination? There is none. Aside from the fact that they're just walking through a ruined city together, there's not really any aspect of where they are solving a puzzle together, for example. Or they're trying to, there's some aspect of them accomplishing a task that would be impossible to accomplish individually. There's none of that. Because they didn't. I can only imagine that the company didn't even think of any of these things while they were making this trailer. And I would hope that if they debut the next round of EN talents they got from auditions, and if they are going to debut them as a group, hopefully they take that as an opportunity to either clarify the VShojo letter symbol by actually specifying whether it's pink or white, depending on whether you auditioned or were invited, so we can finally put that to rest. Or they probably open it with some sort of storyline. If they're going to debut another gen, hopefully their next video actually uses that fact, instead of just letting that rot on the vine. Because like I said, they had the opportunity to clarify their marketing, their pre-debut marketing, around whether the talents got in via audition or via invitation with VShojo Nova. They could have done that, but they just didn't promote VShojo Nova at all with the EN audience. So, if you think that this is going to do anything to change how EN audiences perceive anything to do with VShojo, let alone VShojo's marketing, you are high. And that's before even considering the fact that VShojo JP basically functions as a completely separate branch compared to how it functions on the EN side. Green Turtle, thank you for the 5. Why would VShojo have control over lore continuity when they do not own the talent IPs? They don't need control over it. They just need to ask the talents to stick to a storyline. Like I said, this is all down to communication. So they don't need to dictate to the talents what they are or are not allowed to put into their trailers. They just need to communicate to the talents. And because all of their talents have seemed to be pretty cooperative with management thus far, all they needed to do was, for example, go up to Michi and say, okay, so far we've only had one audition, and the way that we've signaled that that's an audition is we've had Haruka chase after the letter as opposed to it being delivered to her. So far, that's the only continuous thread that we can go to distinguish between the two. So we'd really appreciate it if, when you're scripting your audition, your teasers, maybe make it so that the letter somehow finds its way to you as opposed to you taking the letter from somewhere else. That's all they needed to do. Just have a conversation. But evidently, they didn't. Because I'm not even sure the idea occurred to them. So, hold on, Kendra. Can I add that they have no indicators that they're a part of VShojo, both in the trailer? Yeah, no, I said that, yeah. So, again, if you look through the trailers, if you look through all of their pre-audition messaging, aside from the fact that they have VShojo on screen in text, nothing about this says VShojo. And so, when I talk about JP and EN being basically separate branches, we have plenty of reason to conclude that that is the case. First, VShojo Japan has a separate CEO. They have a separate management style, as we saw in the Fruit drama, where Kason apparently was told by management to delete a tweet that she made in response to a lot of the discourse surrounding Fruit's document being posted. And finally, after seeing VShojo Nova and how that was promoted, or lack thereof, I can only assume that they have a separate marketing budget from EN as well. Which means that, essentially, this is basically just a separate branch at this point. Like I said, there is precious little tying Nova to VShojo in any of their pre-audition messaging, especially to the EN side of their audience. Sorry, give me a second. Alan, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Holy. VShojo's main problem, communication issues. Sad. Yeah, that's what I thought as well when I was watching through this. The way that VShojo Nova was promoted, the only way I can describe that in terms of the way that it was promoted to the EN audience was sad, was because there was no indication of any sort of ownership between VShojo JP and VShojo EN. There was no connective tissue in any of the marketing and advertising that went into this generation. VShojo's, again, I can't get over this, VShojo's first ever generation, they received basically no marketing. when it comes, or at least when it comes to online. Sure, they probably had a lot of ads and posters or whatever in Japan. But if you want to signal that VShojo JP and VShojo EN are all part of the same company, I'm sorry, you've done an awful job at doing that. And so, the more important thing though, and this ties into what I was talking about earlier, with how VShojo, the company, does not seem to have a coherent vision of what they want the company to be. Each individual trailer has little, if any, consistency in terms of their imagery or in terms of their messaging. And those messages have a hard time staying consistent depending on whether the talent entered via audition or entered via invitation. And so, my only conclusion from all of this, the only possible conclusion I can come to, is that VShojo as a company just lacks any sort of unifying, coherent, overarching vision that all of the talents can unite under. Because had they had that vision, VShojo Nova would not be such a void in terms of VShojo branding. It would not have been promoted to EN audiences so basically and shoddily. And so, this comes back to the point that I raised right at the beginning of the stream, where instead of having a company vision, instead of having a company brand and identity beyond just we're not like other VTuber corpos, VShojo doesn't really have anything besides the individual talents and their visions. And here's where we get into a little bit of a problem. See, not having a company vision, only defaulting to the individual visions of your talents, that can work fine for the first 1 or 2 years. But what happens when your main way of expanding your talent roster is to look for and take on high-power individual talents from outside? Talents who you enlist, you recruit, by advertising the amount of behind-the-scenes support you can provide. What happens when those high-power, hyper-creative talents join your company, use the support that you provide, start growing their audience, start expanding their content, and start to find more success than they did prior to joining your company? What happens if those talents are not just content to rest on their laurels? What happens if they, in the process of expanding their content and growing their audience, start to become more ambitious? What if their dreams grow with them? What if they start to develop a vision not just for themselves, but for the company? And what happens when those individual, highly talented people start having conflicting visions for what they want the company to be? Not even conflicting, but just visions that don't completely align with one another. What happens then? Because that will happen. With the way that VShojo has approached recruiting talent, it is inevitable that at some point that is going to happen. You can't just look for the most creative individuals, the most successful creators, the creators with the most potential to continue making content in the EN sphere, and not expect that to happen. Your talents are probably going to become more ambitious if they don't treat your company like a retirement home. Because I know that that's a meme, but I haven't seen too much evidence of that being the case. So what happens then? And the answer is, unless the company itself has a coherent vision that the talents can sort of, I hesitate to use the word conform, but can use to guide their own dreams and aspirations and ambitions, the same way that a lattice provides support to a vine as it grows. If you don't have a coherent company vision, by the time your talents start having visions of their own, your company is going to rip itself apart. If not in terms of its actual function, if we don't get another, Vibe Silvervale Neanners style graduation en masse, you are probably going to see that the branding, the marketing for VShojo, the way that it communicates with the public, starts to get increasingly schizophrenic. Because, well, actually, there are signs that that's already beginning to happen, by the way. Because Evidently, there are talents in VShojo, one of them I can say for sure being Zen, who want to see the company become something more than just a group of friends that have venture capital backing. And the problem is, the company doesn't seem to have adopted that vision as its own. So when Zentreya speaks up and starts advocating for that vision for the company, what ends up happening? People look at what she's saying and they have no clue whether what she's saying represents the company's position or just her own personal position, because the company hasn't established a position for itself. And as a result, this is what I mean when I say that the company has just been sort of allowing its own ability to communicate to degenerate like a vestigial limb, because it just keeps relying on its talents to define what it is and how it appears to the public. Instead of coming up with a coherent vision of its own, it's just defaulted to letting the talents run with whatever vision they seem to want. Instead of figuring out how management can better communicate with the public, oh, who cares, just let the talents talk on their personal accounts instead when they feel like it. And if the results get too bad, then maybe get management to step in and intervene, as we saw with the Nuxtaku thing. And so, when I saw all of this, I realized, oh shit, the talents aren't just speaking out of turn. No, they are speaking because there is literally no other option. The company does not seem to have developed the ability to speak on behalf of itself. And when I realized that was when I came to the conclusion that VShojo's PR problems, they're not actually a flaw. They're not an accident. They are a feature of a company that is designed to humanize itself in the eyes of the public by allowing its talents to act as a communicative crutch. Why bother establishing an identity for yourself as a company if you can just allow your talents to do that instead? Why bother trying to figure out how to establish a good system of corporate communication, of management and, of managerial public relations if you can just let your talents say whatever they want on their accounts in the name of talent freedom? Why bother coming up with a corporate spokesperson if your talents are willing to unintentionally act as PR spokespersons on their own anyways, and all you need to do is just shut up and let them? Like, what the fuck? And it's this moment where I realized, okay, it's starting to look like this is not the talent speaking up out of turn, getting into these gaffes, these controversies around the individual statements. It's not an accident. It's not a freak occurrence. It's not a phenomenon. It's not an anomaly. It is a part of the way that VShojo is designed. It's intentional. It is a company that has been built from the ground up to obscure the fact that it is a corporation. And you can see this in the way that a lot of VShojo's fans, and again, I say VShojo, not any creator in particular, a lot of VShojo's fans have started to humanize the company. In some of the most disturbing proofs of horseshoe theory I've ever seen, the degree of idolization and empathy for VShojo as a company among some of its fans is not dissimilar to what we have seen from the Niji Defense Force. VShojo is the company that has gotten away with not being seen as a company because of the way that it brands itself and because of the way that it hides behind its talents. So, whenever you think of VShojo, the company, up until now it's been really, really difficult to actually perceive it for what it is. A company, a corporation. And for those who are wondering why I spent, 3 hours talking about the VShojo, talking about VShojo's methods of communication. The reason why I've done that is to hopefully pry away the veil from a few people's eyes, so that they can finally see VShojo as a company. Because unless you see VShojo as a company, you will not be able to understand some of the more concerning aspects of the Giga Dan Clancy Twitch interview. And we'll start with this. The reintroduction of the corpo side of VShojo as a company. Hold on, let me just get through a few super chats before we move on. Puerto Rico, 51, thank you for the 5. It's going to happen with Iron Mouse eventually? Oh, I can absolutely see that happening. Sean, thank you for the 10. How is VShojo's approach and problems at all that come with it any different from a model like Mythic Talent? Do they not have a similar focus on individual talent? Mythic has a very different PR strategy where they don't interfere at all with any of their talents. They essentially function as more of a sponsor reconnaissance more than anything else. They go out, they find sponsors, bring them back to their talents, and besides that, they don't seem to do that much. However, like you said, there are similarities between how Mythic Talent operates and how VShojo operates. It might even warrant a stream in the future, but we'll see. Pablo, thank you for the 10. This really feels like when Marvel Studios had a continuity, there was some communication when they made their films. That's what made each film worth watching. There was a coherent vision. Exactly. And that is what VShojo lacks as a company. Because, like I said, they've gotten away with it because they just rely on their talents. Carolyn Sherman, thank you for the 2. Deja vu sounds familiar for some reason. Yes, it does. Oh boy, let's go. Yes. So, as is usual in any instance where I'm talking about a company, first place to look, really easy. Go to their LinkedIn. And when you look at VShojo's LinkedIn, you see that they have 31 associated members or employees listed on their LinkedIn page. Now, when you look at some of their employees, you might notice a little bit of a funny thing. Quite a few of their employees, 3, admittedly not that many, only 3 out of 31, right? 3 of their employees have some sort of past history with Twitch as an employee, usually sometime during the 2010s. For example, they're one of the content creators that works as part of management, worked as a content marketing manager at Twitch between 2015 and I believe that was, hold on, let me just take a look. 2015 and 2018. One of their other employees worked as the global head of business development and partnerships at Twitch between 2015 and 2019. Another one of their employees worked at Twitch for, well, multiple years, doing a bunch of different jobs, including being a full-time personal broadcaster, being a UX UI designer, and, well, pretty much designing a lot of what we currently use on Twitch from what I could gather. Alan is 3D, thank you for the 20. I can't comprehend how VShojo just can't put the invited talents together in a group and call them VShojo Frontiers or something in Haruka on the group of VShojo New Gens as Gen 0 or Nova as Gen 1 so we can differentiate them. That would require having a coherent vision, and VShojo doesn't have that. Tomahawk, thank you for the 10. Ironically, the issues we bash Niji and Co for in their PR and unfeeling corporate vision and messaging are issues VShojo needs to actually have for themselves. Are issues that we need to bash VShojo, not Zentrei and GEEGA. Yeah, exactly. And again, the reason why I established that is because for too long, people have been conflating VShojo talents with VShojo the company, and as a result, all of the criticisms that people have been launching against VShojo the company have been conflated with personal attacks against the talents. That's not how things are going. That's not how things work. And if you're going to criticize it in Niji, if you're going to criticize it in something like Bond Live or Production Kawaii, why wouldn't you criticize it in VShojo? It is fundamentally a bad practice. It doesn't matter what the justification is. It doesn't matter who are the ones doing it. It is just fundamentally bad. Because when you allow your talents to poison their brands with corporate messaging or an obligation to represent management instead of themselves, you screw over their ability to connect with their audiences, both in the present and in the future. So, good night, Alexis. Hope you have a good rest. So, when you look at these 3, already you start to see, okay, there might be some level of corporate incest between Twitch and VShojo to some degree, right? However, this is just their employees, right? It makes sense, especially, that if they have built up a resume and skills that apply to streaming, because Twitch is a streaming platform, they might also be useful for a company that streams primarily on Twitch. So, I can write this off as just a bunch of coincidences, right? Due to the natural ways that the entertainment sector works. However, what is a bit more concerning, though, is when you look at the CEO of VShojo, Gunrun, and when you look at the CEO of VShojo JP, Koshi Makino, and how both of them were founding members, I should say, of Twitch and Twitch Japan, respectively. VShojo's CEO and founder, Justin Ignacio, was a member of Twitch's founding team from 2011 to 2018. Same thing goes for Makino, as a founding member of Twitch Japan between 2016 and 2022. Now, I'm not saying that they still have obligations to Twitch, because just because you're a founding member doesn't mean you can't exit a company. However, what I am saying is that if you think that these two don't have an incentive to keep good relations with people inside at Twitch, especially since their main business model now is having streamers stream on Twitch, you are either willfully ignorant or woefully naive. And this is important context to keep in the back of your mind as you go into that interview. And this is context that you can only absorb if you are capable of perceiving VShojo as a corporation. Hence, those first few hours of this stream. Which brings us, quite conveniently, to January 23rd, 2025, when Twitch, from its official Twitter account, would announce, VTuber fans, this one's for you. Patch Notes is bringing on at General GEEGA for a special episode filled with discussion, Q&A, and more. Emoji. Tune in today at 12 p.m. PT with hosts Mary and Dan. And then they include a link to that particular stream. Oh, Tomahawk, yeah. Just to note, the incentive present is the important issue, not anything else. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. Darth Chewie, I will get to that in a second. And then GEEGA would quote tweet that with with an edited picture of, herself pog-facing next to the monstrosity that is Dan Clancy's VTuber model, while saying, quote, talking to Twitch about VTubing right now. This is a whole Patch Notes episode about VTubers and our community. We'll have a full Q&A at the end as well, where you can ask the hosts anything. Anything, that is. Okay. Now, before we actually get into looking at the interview itself, there's a little bit of important context that I want to give you guys. See, GEEGA wasn't actually the first choice to do this interview. The first choice to do this interview was Camilla, a fact that she revealed in a stream that she did on January 24th, only one day later, when she was having a collab with Michi. And this happens at around 3 hours, 22 minutes, 15 seconds in the VOD. And we're going to watch through that a little bit, because there's a little bit of information that she drops that's a little, I would say, quite important to understanding what might some of Twitch's motivations be going into this interview. Hold on, let me see if I can bring up the screen. Alright, hold on, let me just open this up. Let me just mute the music as well.
GEEGA is like smart, like...
Okay, this is working. Everything seems to be fine. It's playing at 360p, but I don't suppose there's much we can really do about that. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can make this marginally more watchable for you guys. By the way, is the audio coming through okay? Did you perchance see Ethan Klein's video talking about Dan Clancy? He's apparently banned. Okay, that doesn't surprise me. I haven't seen the video, but I can believe that. Is the audio coming through fine for you guys? Twitch light, my eyes. Look. Yup, the audio's working. Excellent. Okay. So, around this point, they start talking about the interview. And I'll just let it play for a little bit.
Really big GEEGA smart. Have you seen her interview with like the Twitch CEO? Holy, she was like kept together. She answered that like a champ lawyer person.
Yeah.
I just realized the music in the background is probably going to get this VOD copyright struck. Fuck.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, what the?
It was funny because I was supposed to be the one to do that, but I opted out because I just don't think I'm capable.
Okay, so initially, according to this timeline, somehow Camilla was contacted. We don't know by who just yet. She'll get to that in a second. Somehow Camilla was contacted and asked to appear on that Patch Notes episode. However, out of a lack of confidence in herself, in her own capability to do that, which is fair enough, to be honest, she decided to opt out of it. She refused the offer. She declined the offer to appear on Patch Notes.
So I'm really glad GEEGA was the one to do it, to be honest, because she's
Wait, how do you do that?
So Michi then asks, how did Camilla receive this opportunity? Who or what brought it to her attention? Who gave her that chance?
It was the Mythic told me about it. Like Mythic, Dan Clancy and Mythic are really cool. So Dan was like, "Hey." Well, I think Dan wanted to do it with me originally because I made that really big.
Okay, so that is incredibly important, because the way that Camilla was told about this was via Mythic, who in turn had been contacted via Twitch. Yeah, people in chat are starting to get it. Mythic, right? Mythic talent. Mythic talent. You know who else is a part of Mythic talent? Ooh, I don't know. Shy Lily? You know, the person who originally said, the person who Twitch originally promised an interview with for the public? You know, when Shy Lily made that post way back in September of 2024 saying, I will be having an interview with CEO of Twitch, Dan Clancy, on my channel. It will be about VTubers and Twitch. Let me know if you have any questions for him. And where the public was able to leave questions they had for Twitch in the replies to that post. You know, questions that she could have brought to Twitch. That's Shy Lily. And for some reason, after Camilla declined, Twitch just went straight from Mythic over to VShojo, instead of going to any of the other VTubers that were under Mythic talent, like, for example, False ID or Kirsha Vishtal. Now, all three of these have vocalized criticisms of the way that Twitch has moderated itself in regards to VTubers as well in the past. All of them are very articulate people, and yet, for some, most importantly, they're all VTubers. And yet, for some reason, mysteriously, after Camilla said no, they just gave up, instead of contacting any of these three. By the way, I spoke to False. I asked him, were you ever contacted by Mythic to do that Patch Notes episode? He said no. So, granted, I don't have DMs with Shy Lily or Kirsha, but I would be willing to bet that they didn't decline, but were just never told. Which then begs the question, why is it that when they have these three VTubers available at Mythic Talent, when they approached Mythic Talent initially, why did they not get another talent from Mythic before going straight over to VShojo? Which implies that when they approached Mythic Talent, the thing that they were looking for was not a VTuber, was not even a VTuber from Mythic Talent. No, the thing that they were looking for was Camilla specifically. For some reason, Dan, or Twitch in general, really wanted to get Camilla onto that particular interview, onto that particular episode of their Patch Notes podcast interview thingy. So, going back to that stream, because Camilla elaborates on this further. Hold on, give me a second. Okay.
Twitter post when that
Sorry.
whole...
Let me rewind a little bit so that we don't miss any context.
Do that.
It was the Mythic told me about it. Like Mythic, Dan Clancy and Mythic are really cool, so Dan was like, hey. Well, I think Dan wanted to do it with me originally because I made that really big Twitter post when that whole...
Which one?
About VR.
It's kind of cute that Camilla just says, oh yeah, when I made that really big Twitter post. As if she's not a creator that has like over 200,000 followers. Like, you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
Chat and how they just get no punishment whatsoever, despite showing literal coochie lips on their stream. And like that post went really big, so I think Dan Clancy wanted to talk to me about it because I was one of like the biggest people to like come out with that sort of stuff, or you know, complain about the fucking unbelievable treatment. But yeah, I almost did.
So Camila, she doesn't have any hard confirmation, but her instincts, and I am very inclined to trust her instincts on this, her instinct is that the reason why they wanted her specifically was because she made a viral tweet around the time that Twitch published a change in its attire policy. A change in its attire policy, if I remember correctly, I think this was the one that made VTuber hips illegal, where they explicitly specified that VR chat hips were fine, but VTuber hips were not. And the tweet in question, hold on, let me just go back to the slides here, was this one, where Twitch support from their official Twitter account would post out the following on June 9th, 2024. Quote, we made a change to our enforcement guidelines recently regarding the application of our entire policy to VR chat streams. We received a lot of feedback from the VR chat community about the confusion that this has caused, especially since it was not accompanied by a change to our published policy guidelines. Effective today, we are rolling back the change to the enforcement guidelines. Any strikes due to this change will be deprecated. That said, as stated in our policy, our attire guidelines still apply to VTubers, but it does not apply to characters in games such as VR chat. And then Camilla responded to that by saying, quote, dog shit. 3D models on VR chat are practically naked and get waved around on camera for hours so people can jerk off. But VTubers can't even show a little bit of underboob. It's so incredibly unfair. Either allow both parties or don't let either at all. And so, from this, right, we have now come to the conclusion that Twitch didn't just want Camilla. They wanted to address this particular talking point to VTubers. All they needed was another VTuber that they could bounce ideas off of, and that who would allow them to broach this topic of discussion. So, to summarize, from that clip, we have the following timeline. Together, at some point, Twitch approaches Mythic, and together they approach Camilla with an offer to appear on the next Patch Notes episode. However, she declines the interview, citing a lack of confidence. Camilla suspects that she specifically was selected because of her commentary around Twitch's VR chat versus VR chat versus VTuber attire policy controversy. This is supported by the fact that no other VTubers at Mythic seem to have been offered the same opportunity after she declined the interview. And finally, after this, Twitch decided to approach VShojo instead. And the question then becomes, why would Twitch approach VShojo? About this specifically, because remember, we only know one topic that Twitch really wants to talk about, and that's the VR chat thing. Right? They basically wanted someone, well, the assumption is, they wanted someone who would allow them to broach the topic, but would give them a chance to argue as to why VTubers and VR chat should be treated differently, why VR chat should be treated more leniently than VTubers. I remember what I said about taking a moment to acknowledge VShojo's corpo side? Yeah, I wasn't done. See, way back in 2022, so 16th of March 2022, when VShojo was still getting off the ground as a company, right? This was around the same day or the day before a lot of those news articles started coming out about VShojo getting its funding. A lot of you may know that VShojo doesn't take any revenue out of what its streamers make on stream, right? Their donos, their subs, all of that goes straight to them. The only thing that VShojo takes is a majority of the merch cut when the streamers release merch. Now, I don't know about you, but a company that offers as much support and is as large as VShojo, I don't think if they only ran off of merch sales from their VTubers, they'd be able to sustain themselves. So the answer is, of course, where do they get the money from? And the answer? Investors. At the beginning of 2022, according to the US Securities and Exchange Commission, so again, this is publicly available information. Any of you guys can search this up and confirm it for yourselves. Justin Ignacio and the registered agent that would, that handle all of the business dealings of VShojo, etc., signed off on all of the transactions, decided to put up a bit of equity of VShojo's equity for sale to gather seed funding for the company. Now, the total worth of the shares that they were offering numbered to around 12,724,991 USD. Of that 12,724,991 USD, they managed to sell off 10,924,997 USD. In future news articles, this number would be rounded up to 11 million. And this would be where VShojo, at least in the inception point of when the company began, would get most of its money. And remember what I said about corporations last week. A corporation's revenue split with its talents is not just a cost to the talents, it's also a measure of obligation to the talents. If a corporation gets most of its money from the talents, most of its obligations are towards the talents and their audiences. However, if the corporation doesn't get most or even a lot of its revenue, of its funding from the talents and their audiences, then that also follows that most of their obligations go to someone else. And when we're talking about VShojo, let's just say I'm not very confident in how much the company makes in terms of revenue to make it self-sustainable. And some of the interesting things are who these investors are. See, around the same time, 16th to 17th of March in the same year, right, you started getting news articles coming out in these sort of fringe publications, DOT Esports, The Hollywood Reporter, talking about how VShojo raised 11 million in investment to, grow, quote unquote, grow the VTuber community. Now, when I talk about VShojo, especially the company and management not having a coherent idea of what VTubing is and not really understanding the medium before trying to set up a corpo in it, you just need to understand that the pitch that they sold to their investors was growing the VTuber community. Now, two things. First, that implies that they are assuming that VTubing is a community, not an industry. And second, more importantly, this should signal to everybody reading the article that VShojo's primary audience are going to be non-traditional VTuber fans, or people who are not already familiar with VTubers. Because remember that their goal is to grow the VTuber community. Not to consolidate it, to grow it, which means bringing in new people, which, to be honest, explains quite a lot behind the mentality that quite a lot of VShojo talents seem to have towards the medium. However, most important thing, they raised $11 million in total. And at this point in time, the three investors that gave them that $11 million were Green Bay Ventures, Anthos Capital, and GFR Fund. Now, ever since then, two more investors have hopped onto the bandwagon as well. Wonder Co., or Winder Co., whichever one it is, and XRM Media. And some of these companies have some pretty interesting portfolios, some pretty interesting ventures that they've invested in besides just VShojo. Now, with some of them, for example, Anthos Capital, their website is on lockdown. So if you're just a random member of the public, you can't really see what they have as part of their portfolio. However, for the others, they are a bit more public. For example, some of the more interesting examples of Wonder Co.'s portfolio include Discord, 100 Thieves, Robinhood, the crypto trading platform, and Aura, the wristwatch company, to my knowledge. And coincidentally, Green Bay Ventures also happens to own a stake in 100 Thieves, as well as Spotify, Lyft, and Dropbox. However, the company that originally caught my eye, and I found in particular to be the most interesting, is GFR Fund, because GFR Fund is essentially an investment fund that is partnered with a whole bunch of major names, some of which we've talked about on this channel before. GFR Fund are partners with Bandai Namco, Square Enix, but also DNA, the owner of Irium, and Gree Holdings, the owner of Reality, both of them being mobile streaming apps. However, the real kicker is when I started looking at their portfolio as a whole. This is just a portion of their portfolio. Can anyone spot something quite noteworthy in this particular screen grab of their portfolio page? Oh, wait. There we go. Sharona Slave. Yeah. GFR Fund, in addition to being an investor with VShojo, is also an investor of VRChat. So VShojo and VRChat share the same investor. Not just any investor, an investor that was part of VShojo's seed round. So, now, let me be very clear on this, right? A lot of VShojo's other investors also have also have stakes in AI companies, right? When I say that one of VShojo's investors shares their investment with some other company, I'm not saying that there's automatically some sort of insidious link between the two, right? VShojo has been very, very anti-AI, right? That much is clear. So it would be stupid to assume that the same sort of, to assume that just because VShojo shares an investor with a company means that they automatically endorse one another. However, if you are going to ignore this little annoying corporate fact about VShojo, you are either willfully ignorant or woefully naive. And I'm not saying that GEEGA, or any other talent at VShojo for that matter, will be aware of this potential connection. However, you can bet your ass that Twitch certainly knows this. That Twitch is certainly capable of finding this information, acknowledging this information, and using that as a reason to inform their decision to go to VShojo to find a talent to appear on their show. And coincidentally, by the way, around the time that this particular controversy was popping off, I went back to that initial tweet by Twitch. I went into all of the replies and I went into all of the quote tweets. You know who didn't talk about this at all? VShojo. Not a single VShojo talent showed up in that Twitter thread to say anything about the attire changes. However, there was, to my knowledge, one occasion of a VShojo talent talking about the attire changes on stream. Who was that talent? GEEGA, who talked about it on a stream that was clipped by Daily GEEGA, posted on January 24th, 2025, and that, talked about the clarification. This date is wrong. I should probably get rid of it. I'll get rid of it after the stream is over. Talked about it on stream, clipped in this. And the interesting thing about this is she is praising the changes. And so I wanted to react to this little bit of this tiny clip here to just get an idea. Because remember, if you are going to be represented by somebody, you always want to make sure that you vet your representative before they go and speak on your behalf. So hold on, let me switch back over to the React screen. Now, this is admittedly a YouTube video, so we're going to have to cross our fingers to see if if YouTube's gonna freeze up on us again. But we'll try. Hold on. Let me click. All right. It seems to be working. Hold on, let me just amp up the audio.
Thoughts on the new...
Ooh, that's a bit loud. Is that okay for you guys? Is that audio good for you? Is the audio working for you guys? Is everything good? Tech priests, get the oils. It's good? Okay, excellent. So, another thing. GEEGA has a reputation for being smart. When it comes to certain topics, she's certainly earned it. However, while you watch this video, I want you to put out of your mind that it's GEEGA talking, right? I want you to do your best to ignore, the natural, pleasing sound of her voice. And I want you to just focus in on the words that she is saying.
New Twitch rules. Are there new Twitch rules? Apparently VTuber hips are to us. Good. Can I be honest? Good.
So she starts off by saying, oh, there are new Twitch rules. And then chat tells her, yeah, VTuber hips are now TOS. And she responds by saying, good. And here's what she then goes on to say.
It's one of those things that, it's so hard to regulate. How do you write a rule about how much hip you can and cannot show, right? And they had a rule, but it was, poorly written.
So she says, previously, Twitch had a rule, but it was poorly written. So she's glad that they changed the rule to clarify.
It's one of those things, all I care about is I want them to be consistent. And when they write a rule that's really hard to follow, then you just open VTubers up to problems when they...
So far, she's been pretty clear. She's glad that they changed it because the way the rule was written was bad. It was a bad rule.
Get their outfits, right? They're not new rules. They've been to us for a while now. Twitch just had examples to clarify. Oh!
And then chat just comes in to correct her by saying, yeah, no, the rules are still the same. They just added examples onto the ends of them.
Oh, okay. So it's not... Oh, so it's the stuff that I always said... Remember when we talked about this last time and I was like, I actually think the rules make sense and they're good?
And then she immediately pivots, gets flustered, and says, oh, yeah, it's exactly like what I said last time, where I said, oh, remember the rules are valid, etc., etc., etc. Hold on, let me just rewind that real quick.
Poorly written. It's one of those things, all I care about is I want them to be consistent, and when they write a rule that's really hard to follow, then you just open VTubers up to problems when they get their outfits, right? They're not new rules. They've been to us for a while now. Twitch just had examples to clarify. Oh, okay. So it's not... Oh, so it's the stuff that I always said... Remember when we talked about this last time and I was like, I actually think the rules make sense and they're good. Just people skirt the line. They don't go through and enforce it. Well, now...
So she went back and said, oh, yeah, remember how last time I said the rules make sense and people just insist on pushing the boundaries and skirting the line? Oh, yeah, it's just like that.
Well, this clarification means, that's good. Attire. When evaluating reports for sexual conduct, attire is just one factor we will use in making a determination on whether conduct is acceptable. I mean, that's true. Sexual conduct is not just about what you're wearing. It's about everything that you're doing as well, and the suggestiveness and, what's the point of what you're doing, basically, right?
Okay, good. On this, GEEGA and pretty much everybody with eyes is probably going to be agreed, right? It's not just about what you wear, it's about what you're doing while you're wearing it. Sexual conduct, attire, there needs to be a little bit of... You need to interpret how those two things are linked before you can pass a fair, quote-unquote, enforcement action.
It's a little subjective. It's kind of hard. Genitalia, buttocks, hips, female-presented nipples, and underbusts must be covered at all times on general streams. These guidelines apply to VTuber models, but not video game characters, including those uploaded into games such as VR Chat. Okay, so it applying to VTuber models, this is literally the same as the rule before, so nothing changed. Hips. So here's the rule with hips. Here's what it's always been. Let me clarify. The rule is the same as it was before. You cannot have fully exposed hips with no cloth anywhere on the hip. So a portion of the hip can show, but there has to be some sort of singular ring of fabric that goes all the way around in a ring.
Let me point out, this is GEEGA giving this clarification to our audience. If GEEGA needs to explain this to her audience, Twitch has already failed at its job. You shouldn't need another creator to then interpret your rules and then translate them into a form that other people can understand before they can follow them. Ideally, the rules should be clear enough to follow from the moment that the platform first publishes them.
all the way around somewhere on the hip area. So if you're wearing underwear, right, and like a lot of your hip or thighs sticking out, but up at the top there's that band, that elastic band going all the way around the top, that counts because that is a circle going around you, covering a portion of your hip. But if you wore a sling bikini that ties around your neck and goes straight down your front to your crotch and does not cover your side at all, that's not allowed, obviously, because that.
Remember, she said before, oh yeah, that rule that I talked about before being valid, which tells me that she is judging a rule by its intended function, not its actual function. Because I understand and I agree with what she's saying in that, you know, it's good that Twitch has a rule to prohibit explicitly sexual content. However, the fact is that the way that the rule has been implemented, meaning that the way it's actually been published, does not work in anyone's favor because it is vague. Adding examples onto a vague rule does not make it any clearer as to what you should or shouldn't do. In other words, if you are in a position where you've written a rule, you insist on not changing it, and you just add on case studies to attempt to help people interpret it, like I said before, you have already failed at your job. And the fact that GEEGA hasn't seemed to pick up on this is something that will go on to really impact her ability to essentially ask, why are the rules not just written, but enforced the way that they are down the line? Potentially, hypothetically.
That is crazy. So that's what the rule always was. And now they're just reiterating that basically. But then they said not video game characters, which makes sense because you can't really control that. But then they're including those uploaded into games such as VR chat. VR chat folks are doing what VTubers do, and I feel like that guideline should be the same. I don't think you should be able to go into VR chat with a wildly more.
Gonna have to pause you to do something, but I hope people see the issues. No problem, Moko. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the 5. A2, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Send clips to Guinness World Record. Send clip to Guinness for World Record backpedal. Yeah. Sly Maverick, thank you for the 5. Was brought over by Mo Oko. Got to listen to the VOD later from the beginning. More than welcome to. So, at this particular point in time, GEEGA has, quite similar to the rest of pretty much every VTuber who saw the rule change, come to the conclusion that, yeah, that distinction does seem pretty arbitrary. Why is Twitch insisting on drawing this distinction between VTubers and VR chat? Because, yes, VR chat is a quote-unquote game, technically, but people still upload their own models, which is no different to how VTubers pay for the construction of their own models.
Sexual model and do the same thing that you would do if you were just chatting with a 2D model and have different guidelines on your outfit, or 3D, right? Because then I couldn't do that with my 3D model if I'm just chatting, but the moment I go into VR chat, I could. That's the part where I'm like, I think they should change that. If you're going to disallow one, disallow the other, right? But basically what's going to happen is, which kind of has already happened, the people that want to do more sexualized content of their character, they're just going to go into VR chat and like dance around straight up, which personally, I don't think is a bad thing.
And here we're starting to get into a little bit of an interesting, shall we say, interesting difference in philosophy around the channel, around the quote-unquote spirit of Twitch, right? What GEEGA is basically saying is, if people want to make sexual content, from what I gather, if people want to make sexual content using a virtual avatar, and they have a designated space that they can do that in VR chat, she's okay with that, right? So it's coming at this from the perspective of, okay, we're just going to use VR chat as this sort of sectioning off space for degeneracy in sexual content. Whereas, and again, yes, that makes sense. You give it its own space, whatever. But at the same time, you are still not addressing the rationale behind the... Okay, and again, I'm not saying that... I'm not pointing this at GEEGA, because at this point she hasn't spoken to Twitch yet, right? This is more something directed at Twitch as a result of hearing something GEEGA said. You haven't... that even if that was Twitch's rationale, it still doesn't explain why there is a distinction between VTubers and VR chat models. Okay, we want to make VR chat the designated sexual content degeneracy cesspool on our platform. Fine. You're welcome to do that. But why enforce the group of people, VTubers, who are not inherently geared towards that? Why enforce against VTubers according to the same laws or stricter, according to the same enforcement guidelines, or according to stricter enforcement guidelines than you would use to approach the degenerates using your platform? Do you want your platform to become a cam site? Do you want it to host sexual content? If the answer is no, why not just adopt a hardline stance against it instead of continuously making exceptions in your own rules that would give these people who want to make sexual content room to evade enforcement? And this is something that I don't think GEEGA has registered when she's reacting to the rules. She doesn't seem to understand that, okay, yes, Twitch has now cordoned off VR chat, now given them a license to become degeneracy central. But she hasn't seemed to pick up on the fact that, okay, they're making exceptions in their rules for a specific group of streamers. Then make VR chat a category 18 plus by default. Yeah, exactly.
I think that content's fine. I have no person.
They use the argument that VR chat is a bit technically. I mean, I don't like that argument, but I feel like it's one of the weaker things to argue about because it sounds more like a semantics thing than an actual constructive point to press Twitch on.
Personal problem with it, but I don't think they should like differently enforce that. I feel like it should be the same across the board. Allow both or.
Chirona Slave, in other words, VR chat, is VR chat the containment unit, which means that Twitch can tolerate lewd content, but just contain it? Yeah, exactly. Twitch is sending mixed messages, right? Because do they want sexual content? Do they not? And if they don't want sexual content, why do they create spaces on their platform for it instead of just banning it outright? Because I think people are fine with either or, right? If you just ban all sexual content from your platform, that's fine. And if you allow sexual content, that's fine, but if you keep trying to straddle the line where you interpret content as sexual when it's not, because you allow sexual content to exist on your platform without enforcement, and then you just make the platform worse for everybody else. Sorry, let me clarify that point because I think I phrased it clumsily. If you have a subsect of streamers who insist on making sexual content, who insist on pen testing your guidelines, vague as they may be, to find the line each and every time, and you end up adjusting your guidelines around those people instead of just banning those people, you make the platform worse for everybody else. Because in your insistence on not getting rid of the problem, which is not sexual content so much as the people who insist on making it on your platform specifically, so long as you refuse to get rid of them, so long as you insist on changing your rules around them and their behavior, your rules will become more and more unclear, more and more convoluted, and your enforcement actions will appear less and less consistent for literally everybody else who uses that platform and has to abide by the same rules.
Allow neither, you know what I mean? I like the note. They said hip coverage is often forgotten in this rule. Please be sure that your VTuber model covers this area. Yeah, because a lot of people have these outfits that are like leotards, and the part that goes around you, it doesn't start like until your waist. Like the whole hip is exposed. Even mine has a little bit of it, but like I specifically made sure that those lines were drawn a little lower, you know, like so that only some shows, but a lot of it is still covered because I feel like I didn't want to skirt that line.
If you want, you can turn off the screen and play a game. Are we talking about Twitch TOS or are we talking about Saudi Arabian attire?
Didn't want to do it. But a lot of people get an outfit where they look like Cammy, you know, and they'll have like the sides so high up. If we cannot functionally tell whether or not you are clothed, you're implying you're not. Yeah, this one makes sense.
Note how every single one of these clarifications is an attempt to add a hyper-specific stipulation onto the already vague rule in an attempt to eliminate a specific behavior in a specific type of streamer who is trying to look for loopholes in the original rule. See, that particular one, right? Hold on, let me just rewind to that specific point in the video where it shows on screen. This If we cannot functionally tell whether you are clothed or you are implying you're not clothed through methods such as tight skin clothing, black bars, blurring, etc., you are implying that you are naked, right? This was added specifically because thots on Twitch were streaming sexual content, but trying to play coy by having literal black cardboard bars around their pubic area and breasts. This rule was written for them. They didn't need to write that rule. They could have just banned them and moved on. But no. And so far, Twitch's approach, and I want you to remember this for later on in the stream, Twitch's approach has not been to keep the rules vague but ban offenders who get too close to the line. No, it's the opposite. Twitch's approach has been to try to add hyper-specific stipulations onto rules with each rule break while trying their best to avoid permanently enforcing against the people who insist on breaking their rules time and time again. A2, it's interesting how she's saying that the line Twitch draws with hips when Twitch straight up just doesn't have a line in their rules. Like, how does she know that's the line? GEEGA is being generous here. See, actually, she'll probably say this at a later point in the video, but GEEGA's philosophy towards Twitch enforcement has always been, don't try to skirt the line, leave a healthy gap between, and then some. And it's worked out really well for her. I don't think GEEGA has been banned or even given a warning even once of her entire time with Twitch. I could be wrong about the warnings, but I went to search her up on streamer bans, and it doesn't show a single enforcement action against her. So, GEEGA's approach has been pretty good thus far. That being said, she's also been in VShojo for the past, well, going on 2 years now. So, to say that she doesn't have a lot of experience with the more fucky side of Twitch moderation is a little bit of an understatement. Eddie, why hasn't Twitch added a rule where if you pen test enough, you'll be banned no matter the appeal? See, that would require them to actually ban those specific people off of the platform. And for some reason, Twitch just really wants to keep them on their platform. Jacob, thank you for the 2. So in conclusion, VShojo equals Twitch. Kind of. A little
Sense
bit.
2.0 without the shorts will be flagged? I think so. Yeah, because hers, she's wearing a leotard underneath, but it shows so much. It shows the whole hip, I think.
Pablo A, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club, and I hope you enjoy those emojis, those emotes.
Right? I don't know. I don't remember. I'd have to look. Yeah, we're going to go over this too. They have a new enforcement note on sexual content. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they say. Direct links to websites that primarily provide sexual content are not allowed in your content, meaning overlay, bio, scented chat, etc. nowhere. Ooh, if any links to this kind of content through methods like link aggregators are found, Twitch may apply the sexual themes content classification label for a set amount of time. I think that's good. I think you should be able to advertise those things a little bit hidden, but then label your content. There are a lot.
Let me remind you, right at the beginning when she was talking about the attire changes, she praised Twitch for changing them when she still believed that they did because the rule was phrased vaguely. You know what's wrong with this rule? If any links to this kind of content through methods such as link aggregators are found, Twitch may apply the sexual content classification label for a set amount of time. There is only one group of people that this would realistically have been added for. OnlyFans peddlers, Fansly peddlers, people who are using their Twitch account to funnel in new clients to their sexual content on other platforms. This was a stipulation, an example, that was added for only one specific subsect of the streamers on the platform. And when Twitch says may apply, why not just say Twitch will apply? Why do you have to add in may? Unless you want to give yourself enough room to subjectively enforce this whenever you do or don't want to. She's probably saying that because of Melody. Does Melody have a link aggregator that takes you to her, her alternate accounts? I've never tried to click that far on Melody's streams. Actually, you know what? I'll give that a test after the stream ends.
Are found, Twitch may apply the sexual themes content classification label for a set amount of time. I think that's good. I think you should be able to advertise those things a little bit hidden, but then label your content. There are a lot of content creators that do some.
Funnily enough, GEEGA falls into the exact same trap of the the example I gave earlier with the OnlyFans model, right? Sex work is real. You know, you can't destigmatize sex work while denying that people who are doing sex work are doing sex work. When people stream on Twitch for the express purpose of funneling their audience into their OnlyFans or Fansly, they are sex workers. Let's not tiptoe around this issue, right? They are sex workers. And then the question becomes, do you want sex work on Twitch? And that's a question that people should be answering. Because the answer, whether you think that sexual content, sex work, should be allowed on Twitch or not, will likely inform your standards as to what constitutes a good guideline or not.
Some sort of sexual content. And I personally don't think, again,
Melody does have her NSFW stuff on her link thing. Ah, okay, then that makes a bit more sense.
and I don't think it's a problem. I'm very pro, like, you should be able to do that if you want. I understand if they don't want a direct link in, because then it's hard for advertisers.
That's not the issue, though. The issue is, do you want to allow this kind of stuff on Twitch? And the answer to that, I would argue it's a pretty clear yes or no. But
like,
that's just
I get
me.
that. I don't think that's on them.
Gamer20311 just checked. She has a link aggregator with her 18 plus content. Thank you, brave soul, for checking on our behalf. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Can't really control that, but at the same time, I don't think it should be 100% shut down. It should be able to, like, I don't know. Positioning your camera to highlight intimate body areas is not allowed. Prohibited example, stretching your legs apart in view of the camera for extended periods of time. Thank you, because something that I keep seeing is like softcore content.
I want you to remember Giga saying this, because she, upon reading that rule, approves of and expresses gratitude for Twitch having that rule on its platform. However, you and I both know that Twitch still has that kind of content on its platform, and yet they don't get enforced against, which means that the problem that Twitch is dealing with, the main problem, are not the rules that Giga seems to approve of. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say that. Most of us here can approve of a rule like that. I'm pretty sure. But the enforcement of those rules, I want you to remember that distinction. The rules as they are written versus how they are enforced. Because Giga seems to be pretty on board with the way that they write those rules. So if she's going into the interview, you would expect her to start questioning why those rules aren't working. And to hopefully touch on how those rules are enforced. Because we all know that Twitch can be okay at writing rules when they're not too busy adding 10 billion stipulations to keep prostitutes on the platform.
That is clearly softcore content, right? It'll be someone like being like, ooh, yoga stream, but then all of the poses are not really yoga poses. It's all just stretches that are basically meant to be just softcore, right? And I'm like, we gotta not be doing this. Like if they don't allow that kind of content, right? But this.
So the question becomes, how do we not let them do this? What on earth could we, as Twitch, do in order to stop people on our platform from doing this? What a mystery. Maybe it's more than just writing words, typing words on a web page. Maybe we might need to, actually ban those people. Groundbreaking idea, I know. But apparently this seems to be beyond Twitch's comprehension. Because, and if you go back to my older streams where I talk about Twitch's method of enforcement, even if you say that my data is bad, and again, it could be, I'm not a mathematician, I could have fucked up my calculation of the stats in percentages, but one thing I didn't fuck up was the record of how many bans and how long those bans were that had been aggregated by each individual, well, let's call them pen test streamers, right? And all of those bans, despite how many bans they received, were extremely short. And if you want to send a message to a streamer that you shouldn't engage in this kind of content, if you want to send a message to a group of streamers that they shouldn't engage in a certain kind of content, you don't hand each and every one of them a tiny slap on the wrist individually. You punish one of them incredibly hard to act as an example to everybody else. A2, I'm lost. Is she talking about VTubers or 3D cam girls now? She's talking about 3D cam girls. She's talking about 3D cam girls.
Same time, I don't think that kind of content is bad. It's just like, we have to be consistent, I feel, you know? So
Here's the problem, right? She wants to appear accepting towards that kind of content while still having to justify why she doesn't want that kind of content on her platform. Just commit. It's okay. You can say that you don't want that content on your platform. You don't have to pussyfoot around it. You can just say, yeah, if you want to make sexual content, if you want to go softcore, that's absolutely fine. Just don't do it on Twitch. I don't want it on Twitch. I'm sure other creators like me don't want it on Twitch. And then just commit to that particular argumentation. Instead, she has to play this sort of soft both sides type thing where she has to, again, she has to appear accepting, right? She has to go, oh, okay, you know, sex work shouldn't be stigmatized, etc., etc., etc. Like, yeah, sure, you can make that argument, but you should probably stigmatize it on Twitch if you don't want them to keep changing the rules of their platform around the tiny subsect of streamers who insist on putting their sexual content on that platform.
that's a good clarification. Ooh, if your channel's reported multiple times in a short period of time for sexual content or any other policy violation, this will not result in your channel being suspended if you did nothing wrong. All of our sexual content enforcements are manually reviewed and issued. Okay, that's good. That's a really good clarification. Because
I want you to remember that.
And issued. Ooh.
All of our sexual content enforcements are manually reviewed and issued. Just being reported does not result in an automatic ban. That is the premise of this particular point, and GEEGA says it is good. I'll let her continue.
Okay, that's good. That's a really good clarification, because people were getting like just spammed with people reporting them for sexual content, like women especially. That makes it worse though, doesn't it? What with the targeting VTubers accusations? No, that makes it better. They're saying that if someone is targeting your channel like that, or you're getting like report bombed, there's no automatic suspension. It just means that every time, if there are a lot of reports, they're going to manually review it.
So the rationale is Twitch is going to enforce properly because all of its enforcement actions that come about as a result of a high number of reports will be manually reviewed before a suspension is handed out. In other words, the thing stopping the system from running out of control is manual review, right? That's the cornerstone of how Twitch enforces its policies, right? Manual review.
My thought was, I wasn't sure what was going on, but I was like, I think maybe some of the issue that VTubers are having is people bombing their channels. It's like a little bit of Twitch not handling the stuff right and not being, you know.
Sorry, the screen just froze for a little bit. Oh, actually, no, the video seems to be still going. It's just, for some reason, the video froze in the stream that this was clipped on.
Even-handed in how they apply punishments, but then also.
Okay, never mind. It's just Chrome is breaking again. For some reason, watching Twitch is okay, but watching YouTube is not allowed. So, okay, we're gonna have to wait a few seconds for the the tab to get its wind back. But so far, most of what GEEGA is saying is quite reasonable, with the exception of the first 30 seconds of the video, which was admittedly a little questionable. The rest of it seems to be pretty fine, right? She's saying that the rules are good. Well, I disagree with her that they are good because they are specific. I think that the way that they are trying to specify those rules is absolutely abhorrent because they're done with the intention of keeping a small subsect of offenders, repeat offenders, I should say, on the platform, as opposed to actually trying to clarify the rules for everybody else. But aside from that, I agree with her mostly in terms that, you know, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to pretend. Most of the time when she's saying that a rule is good, it's because of the rationale behind how the rule is written. And that I can understand, right? Because there are certain Twitch rules that are written in a way that prohibits a kind of content that I can understand being prohibited on Twitch. Where Twitch falls apart is the enforcement of those rules. And so far, I have seen not too much evidence that GEEGA seems to be very aware that Twitch's enforcement of its own rules is incredibly inconsistent. Giga seems to be approaching this with frankly, a startling amount of faith in Twitch's ability to enforce its own rules consistently.
It's in, you know, people just hating VTubers and just doing shit like that. Like, part of me was like thinking that might have been it, but no confirmation, obviously. I just feel like that might have been a thing, especially with the particular people that were getting the reports too. I'm like, okay. Users can't engage in simulated sexual activity or erotic role play with other players in online games. There are a lot of small streamers that do that. Like, I was like scrolling through the GTA category a long time ago, and I was checking up on some smaller streamers on some other servers, like the ones that I don't play on, right? And I was like, I wonder what they do. And there were people like fully like sexual role play, you know. I was like, what is happening here?
It's amazing that Giga points this out in the anecdote, and yet her instant thought isn't, why hasn't Twitch banned this? Because that would be an example of them properly enforcing their rules, right? She's come across this degenerate content, but for some reason she hasn't made the connection to, oh, yeah, Twitch should probably get rid of this. It's a good rule, but unless it's enforced, it's just words on a web page.
And like emoting at each other. I was like, this, why are they doing this? So I'm glad that they clarified.
Again, why are they doing this? Not, why is this here? I just can't understand why that connection seems to be missing.
That.
Either it breaks the rules and Twitch should get rid of it, in which case it is reasonable to go, oh, why is this here? Or it's perfectly compliant with the rules, Twitch isn't going to enforce against it, and I don't understand the source of your surprise.
New enforcement note on youth safety. Ooh, depicting fictional anime characters of a childlike appearance with any kind of sexual framing is not allowed. This applies to VTubers and within games like VR chat, even if the broadcaster or the operator is above the age of 18. Okay. That's one of those things that's like subjective, but I feel like they needed to say it, because if they were going to do that and not explicitly state it, you know, it's one of those things like they had to be clear about it. So it's.
Now, usually, I would be very on board with that. If it was any other platform, any other moderation team, I would be very on board with that rule. The problem is that we are talking about Twitch staff. To give you a quick recap of some of the things that Twitch staff considers sexual: sticking out your tongue in a mocking gesture, sitting on a toilet bowl with no private parts exposed and the toilet appearing to be shut, feet in any capacity if they are exposed, a ferret wiggling its tail and butt in the air, with no butthole on the back, just blank pixels. These are the kinds of things that Twitch staff has banned for being sexual. Now, I don't know what kind of deviancy they practice behind closed doors in their private lives. I would rather not know. But if this is their standard for sexual content, a rule like that is going to seem very, very difficult to abide by very, very quickly.
It's good that they're being more clear, and they're just saying this is our, you know, our guideline on this. The line needs to be clear. Yeah, on things like this one with like fictional characters, I don't know. There's always a lot of discourse about that, but at the end of the day, I think what matters for this platform, regardless of any.
Mercurius, that's a great point. There have been feet mentioned. Billy, where art thou? Where art thou, Billy? Hey, there he is. There he is. Glad you stuck around for the most important part of this stream.
Anyone's like personal thoughts on it. I don't really care what your personal thoughts are, but like from the platform's perspective, if there's an avatar that appears childlike, sounds childlike, depending on your voice or whatever, and then you're doing something that also seems like it might be a little bit sexually framed, someone on the outside who's like a broadcaster is just going to think that that is what that is. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to look at it and be like, well, I think it's okay because blah, 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 right? They're going to be people who probably haven't watched much anime. They're going to be older dudes. And
now, this is something that I do appreciate quite a bit about Giga and the way that she commentates on things. So, explaining different perspectives to your audience is always a very admirable thing to try to do. However, in this specific case, while I do think this particular example of her doing this is very useful and very effective at illustrating a point to her audience, Where it becomes dangerous is when you start talking about perspectives in a manner that encourages empathizing with corporations. And the reason why that is dangerous is because, like I've said numerous times on this channel, corporations aren't human. They are literally incapable of giving a shit about anyone who is a part or has anything to do with them. And as a result, if you empathize with a corporation, you are going to start building expectations in your own mind of a, good faith, care, etc., that are founded in pure fiction. And when you want someone to advocate on your behalf to a corporation or against a corporation, the last thing you want in an advocate of that kind is someone who has the ability to empathize with corporations. Because in discussions that involve any amount of disagreement or confrontation, no matter how mild, if you are capable of empathizing with something that isn't human, that is more of a disability than a capability.
They're going to be like, oh my God. And they're just going to think it's like the worst possible thing you can think of that, right? So I understand the platform is like, that's got to be a no, right? Yeah, it's one of those things where I always say like err on the side of caution. Same thing with outfits. Probably err on the side of caution here too, right? The issue might be their definition of childlike. Remember Australia classifying petite women as childlike. Yeah, that's the thing is so like a lot of people personally have issues with that. Myself as well. Yeah, no, like I'm short and I don't look my age. I'm just like that. And I've complained about this before, like having people just assume I'm a lot younger than I am. But yet I am still a woman and I'm still allowed to be treated like a woman and someone's allowed to like me. That does not make them someone who likes children because they like a short woman who happens to not look old.
Bug 5654, I will not empathize with furniture, especially armchairs. Based.
Right? There's a lot of like nuance there, but a lot of women who are short and not minors, adult women have that issue where if they do look a little young, some people will like make fun of people that like have any level of attraction to them and be like, oh, see.
Something interesting that particular interaction with the chatter just demonstrated, by the way. I just want to go back to when that message shows up on screen.
The platform is like, that's got to be a no, right? Yeah, it's one of those things where I always say like err on the side of caution. Same thing with outfits. Probably err on the side of caution here too, right? The issue might be their definition of childlike. Remember?
The issue might be their definition of childlike. I remember Australia classifying petite women as children. And then she agrees with the point.
Classifying petite women as child. I complained about this before, like having people just assume I'm a lot.
Gives an anecdote to support her agreement of that point. However, one thing you will note is that even when her chat brings up an example of when Twitch's rules are vague in a way, she will agree with the chatter, right? Explain why she agrees that it is vague, but then stop short of making the connection to actually say, yeah, that might be a bad rule. So she acknowledges that the rule is vague in some way, that it leaves maybe a little too much room for subjectivity. That she has experienced that same problem that they just raised in chat, that hypothetical problem. She's experienced that in real life, in her own personal life. And yet, she has, like I said, stopped short of using that as using that to reach the conclusion that yes, there might be something a little dodgy about that rule in the way that it's written. Lumi, thank you for the 5. Hey, Amcha, do you think VShojo was given the exact attire policy because all the outfits manages to basically fall within that guideline? No, I know that for a fact because later on in that same year, 2024, in September of that year, September 17th, if I'm remembering correctly, Zentreya got a strike for one of her outfits from Twitch. Her first ever strike, if I'm remembering that right. So I don't think that VShojo was given the exact attire policy. But I would understand why people would be suspicious of that, especially after watching the interview. But in that regards, I don't think VShojo has been given any sort of private documents by Twitch or anything like that.
Like a lot younger than I am, but...
A2, didn't she say that the rules were good and solid like 5 minutes ago? Yes, but the problem is she's contradicting herself, but she doesn't seem to be aware of it.
Yet I am still a woman, and I'm still allowed to be treated like a woman, and someone's allowed to like me. That does not make them someone who likes children because they like a short woman who happens to not look old, right? There's a lot of like nuance there, but a lot of women who are
Lumi, okay, but that is one of how many? That's true, that's true. Again, I understand why you would be suspicious. And at this point, I can't really argue in good faith that you shouldn't be.
Short and not minors, adult women have that issue where if they do look a little young, some people will like make fun of people that like have any level of attraction to them and be like, oh, so that's what you like, you know what I mean? And they start to make it like a weird thing. And it's not. Because if you sit there and look for like 5 seconds, you could be like, that's not a child. Like looking a bit youthful and looking like a child are very different, but you get treated that way. People get very weird with that for sure. And the shorter you are, the worse it is. If you don't have like D cups and you're short, people are like, childlike body. And I'm like, that's like literally not it. I don't know. I feel like in real life, a lot of people kind of deal with this. A lot of women deal with this.
We have segued a little bit. We have kind of tangented away from Twitch a little bit. However, like I said, one of the things that you might start to realize, and this is something that's not unique to GEEGA in any sense, because this is, to be honest, very common across, especially streamers, funnily enough. We all, it's how do I say this? Everyone understands the experiences and messages of others by trying to place them in reference to themselves, right? By trying to establish, okay, how can I connect with this idea based off of my own personal experience? Fundamentally, at least a little bit of empathy is going to require a little bit of, to some extent, empathy will always require at least a little bit of projection, right? So note how when GEEGA was trying to establish that connection between her and that particular chatter, right? That they have the same idea, that they have the same understanding of the same issue. She starts drawing on her own personal experience with a similar concept in her own personal life, right? So when you are trying to establish a connection of understanding with somebody, right? You are going to, on the path of pursuing empathy, you are going to draw on your own experiences, etc., etc. You're going to have to identify with someone or their message in order to fully comprehend it and establish a bridge between the two. The thing is, from what we have seen, and I think it's pretty reasonable to say this based off of GEEGA's other streams as well. And yet again, this is not a thing that's unique to GEEGA. The easiest way to establish a connection with something, if that is indeed your goal, is to try to find some way of identifying with it, right? Now, this is great when you have two people trying to establish a connection with one another, trying to build a bridge between the two of them. However, when you change one of the people in that particular conversation, discussion, relationship, whatever, into a non-human entity, like a corporation, the ability to identify with it in the hopes of establishing a bridge with it is completely wasted. And the reason why is because corporations only understand one thing, and that is money. If you want to build a bridge with a corporation, use money. If you want to understand why a corporation acts the way it does, look at the money. What do they do, and who pays for it? And then, if you ever try to approach a corporation in the hopes that you're going to be able to identify with it somehow, or if you're trying to convince others to empathize with the corporation by asking them to identify with it and its actions, you're going to be looking for something that doesn't exist. Because corporations, like I've said multiple times before, corporations don't have empathy. Corporations are incapable of good faith. They exist only to make money. And yes, sure, if you're talking to the head of a corporation, yes, you might be able to establish some degree of human connection between you and them. But what happens if you are sitting there as a representative of a broader group of people? Can you guarantee that you're going to be able to establish some sort of working relationship between the group of people you represent and that little figurehead of this giant inhuman entity that you have in front of you? Chances are the answer is going to be no. You're going to have to move heaven and earth to even have a shot at being able to build a connection strong enough to impact an entity as large as a corporation in terms of actual change. Because remember that even if Dan, as a person, can understand what you're saying and agrees with what you're saying, you still have to deal with the entire bureaucratic behemoth that is Twitch. Its staff, its bots, the way that it approaches moderation. Because yes, Dan can make exceptions for individual people, but Dan cannot change, cannot reform the way that an entire company runs. At least Dan by himself can't do that. And so if you walk into an interview, let's say, with Dan Clancy, with the intention of trying to effect some sort of change at Twitch, I'm sorry, but you've set yourself up to accomplish an impossible goal. And if that is the goal that is presented to you, if you are sold the premise that you walking into an interview with Dan Clancy will change something at Twitch, you should know that that is a lie. And you should be questioning, why are they trying to sell me on this idea? Problem is, from what I have seen of the post-interview process, I don't think GEEGA has ever come to this realization, which is, I'm not going to lie, a little disturbing.
And I think that's why some people get really up in arms about, like, when it starts to turn into fictional characters, because, you know, now these women.
See, Drac, that's a trap, right? The only thing I think that maybe GEEGA can do is build a the only thing that maybe GEEGA thinks she can do is build a relationship strong enough to put that change in motion. The problem is, you don't determine that with a relationship. Yes, you can become friends with the CEO of a company. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to reform the company, if that is indeed what is required. And based off of everything we've seen from Twitch, we can see that its moderation is a systemic problem. A systemic problem that just getting Dan Clancy on your side for is not going to help. And by the way, we're going to get to this later in the stream, but getting Dan Clancy on your side does less than you think.
Especially are like, what about me, you know? and then like dudes that like have maybe liked a short woman are like, but it's normal, you know? And it just like muddles and gray areas all the discourse there. But I don't know, at the end of the day, a platform can't have anything remotely similar to it, because then advertisers, which are, you know, older men usually, are gonna look at it and be like, what the fuck is this? So, you know, that's all you gotta worry about.
It can't have lollies, but it can have cam girls. It can have cam girls. Oh, all right, hold on. Let me switch back to the slides. All right, so with that rather revealing video out of the way, it's the reason why I wanted you guys to see that is to understand, because just like, funnily enough, just like how VShojo has assembled this sort of protective cocoon of good connotations around it, same thing happens with GEEGA and her reputation for being smart, right? I'm willing to believe that GEEGA is smart. However, being smart is not enough if you are less prepared than the person you're walking into an interview with. Being smart is no match for being prepared, is the way that I would phrase it. And when we start watching that interview between GEEGA and Dan Clancy, it becomes very, very evident that GEEGA was not as prepared as Dan Clancy for that interview. And so, to start off with, like I said before, if you are going to be represented by somebody in a conversation with somebody else, especially somebody else that you are convinced does not have your best interests in mind, it is very important that you vet that representative. And one of the most crucial things, one of the most crucial questions that I think should have been asked by people before accepting GEEGA as just representative for all VTubers is, how was she approached to do this interview? Because that changes quite a bit. Was she selected by Twitch, nominated by VShojo, or did she volunteer herself for this patch notes interview? Spoiler alert, she was selected by Twitch. And when you combine that with the fact that she was the only VShojo member to outright on stream approve of the attire change, and when you remember that Camilla's knee-jerk reaction was that they wanted her particularly because she talked about the attire changes, you might start to realize maybe Giga's selection by Twitch was not as random as you might believe. And the funny thing is, the thought that maybe the reason why Twitch wants her specifically for this express purpose, and this alone, I don't think it ever seems to occur to her in the aftermath of the interview. And when I talk about being smart not being being smart being no match for being prepared, part of that is because Giga, it's very apparent from watching this, by the way. Giga walked into this interview with the expectation that it was going to be a good faith, open and honest conversation between a streamer, a VTuber on Twitch, and the CEO of Twitch. I think it becomes quite obvious quite soon into the interview that that's not how Dan Clancy approached this. Because Dan Clancy walked into that interview with an agenda. And when I say with an agenda, right? Because Giga mentions how she had a list of questions that she walked into the interview with. No, I don't mean that. I don't just mean a list of questions. I mean that Dan had an entire game plan assembled for how much time was going to be allotted for that interview, what topics they were going to broach, how much time was going to be allowed to be spent on each topic, and handled that interview accordingly. Dan had a plan, funny rhyme. Dan had a plan for that interview that very obviously Giga did not share. And this will come up later on, right? Where Giga will outright say, actually, I'll wait for that point in the stream. But again, like I said, these two were not on the same page, were not on equal footing when it comes to that particular interview. Now, upon looking at this tweet, right, where Twitch first announced that they were doing the patch notes interview with Giga, you might notice something. VTuber fans, this one's for you. Patch notes is bringing on General Giga for a special episode filled with discussion, Q&A, and more. There are two core problems with the way that this tweet presents VTubers as a whole. First, it represents an individual VTuber from VShojo, no less, you know, the company whose founders are both founding members at Twitch, who shares an investor with VRChat, which seems to be the only issue that Dan really cares to talk about in this interview. You know, that one? As a voice for all VTubers and VTuber fans. So that's the first problem. The second, though, and this is a bit more fiddly to untangle, is that every time a VShojo talent speaks up in public, like I said before during those first 3 hours of this stream, there is always ambiguity over whether they are speaking as themselves, as an individual, or they are speaking as a representative of their company and the company's interests. The problem is, the company's interests make it pretty much impossible to have a constructive conversation with Twitch that deals with more difficult issues, more uncomfortable questions, like, if your rules are so good, why don't you actually enforce them? Obviously, you'd ask it in a more polite way than that, but you would probably still push to have that question asked. And one of the main gripes that I have with this is obviously, when you look at that tweet and how Giga approached this interview, right? They tended to present VShojo's significance to VTubing as an industry and VTubers as a whole as if the Venn diagram between VShojo and VTubing was this one circle, right? With only a tiny border around outside of, the pink that is VShojo. Jordan and Master N, I hope you guys have a nice rest. And so, this is the way that tweet pitches it, right? He doesn't say, oh, for VShojo fans, this one's for you. Or for Giga fans, this one's for you. No, for VTuber fans, this one's for you. Whereas in actuality, the real relevance of VShojo to VTubing as a whole is maybe something more like this. Like, make no mistake, VShojo is a major influence in VTubing, but VTubing is far larger than just VShojo. Even on Twitch, if you were to talk about all of the indies that, stream on Twitch, there are more of them that would not be able to conform to how VShojo does things than there are that would be able to conform to how VShojo does things. And so, admittedly, a little bit of a crude way of phrasing this, for want of a better way of phrasing this, it is very important as you walk into this interview to remember that VShojo likes to advertise itself, in spite of being a corporation, as just a bunch of indies, right? A friendly group of indies that just happens to have venture capital backing. Never mind where that backing actually comes from and what that backing might come with. But, you know, it's just a bunch of friends, right? They like to present themselves as indies despite being a corporation. And that is a mistake. I would argue that it would be a very grievous error to forget that VShojo is still a corporation. Yes, they can say that they're an agency. Yes, they can fling that entire independence shtick, that talent freedom, talent first marketing at their audiences. But at the end of the day, VShojo is a formally incorporated company whose talents are still beholden to the need to make it money. They don't need most of the money to come from the talents for now, but they need to contribute something to the company. At the very minimum, they need to contribute to a sales pitch that they can then take to investors. And unless they do that, they don't have a company anymore because the money dries up. You can't give your streamers zero revenue split with your company in terms of the amount of money that they make on stream and still expect to run without any outside funding. And with outside funding comes outside obligations. Now, like I said, I can't say for sure what those obligations are, who they're to, and to what degree they affect the way that VShojo and its talents operate. However, like I said before, it would be very unwise to simply ignore those things. And the thing is, like I said, this is going to sound a little crude, but if you're picking a representative to represent all indie VTubers to speak to Twitch, you need to remember, if you are an indie VTuber yourself, you need to remember that yes, perhaps someday you may become one of them. You may be able to join the ranks of VShojo. But they are not one of you. As much as the company likes to brand itself otherwise, VShojo and its talents do not stream in the same playing field, or they do not play on the same playing field as other indie streamers. It's convenient branding, it's compelling branding, but the company doesn't work like that. And so if you walk into this interview with that in mind, if you treat GEEGA as a representative on the basis of that belief alone, that VShojo represents indies because they basically are one, just, with a company that gives them support, it's never that simple. And if you are willing to believe that, I mean, you're entitled to naivety. There's no law against it, but Twitch is a company. Corporations are inherently cynical. And if you need to communicate with a cynic, you need someone who is capable of perceiving cynicism. You need to be cynical when choosing your advocate. And the problem is, if you have any degree of cynicism, nominating VShojo as a representative for all VTubers to speak to Twitch is an awful idea. And so, now, we've identified most of the problems that fed into why this interview seems to have been received so poorly. Because it basically came from two different corporations playing buddy-buddy in front of an audience, with Twitch and its representatives trying to go howdy do, fellow streamers, and VShojo and its representative going howdy do, fellow indies. Now, for reasons that will become apparent once we actually start watching this stream, GEEGA seems to be, to put it lightly, a little disconnected from the average Twitch streamer, let alone the average VTuber, that's independent VTuber, I should say, that streams on Twitch. And actually, hold on. We'll try watching it on YouTube, and then if it freezes again, we'll try watching it on Twitch. But this is the uploaded version of that interview as it occurred. As it occurred on January 23rd, and as it has been uploaded onto YouTube. Hold on. Oh, no, that was copyrighted. Fuck! Okay, if the VOD wasn't dead before, it definitely is now. For fuck's sake. Oh. Alright, hold on, let me just switch screens. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Here's the beginning of it. Hold on. Let me just check to make sure it looks good for you guys. Okay, it looks fine. Alright. By the way, is the audio good for you? Oh, don't worry. The VOD isn't going to be deleted. It's just going to be demonetized, which is a pain, but I'm going to leave it up for obvious reasons.
I know for myself.
Is the volume good for you guys, or is it too soft?
I was
Seems fine? Okay, excellent.
blessed where the group that does the VTuber award.
By the way, we are going to watch the entirety of this, which is 2 hours. Well, actually, not the entirety, but we are going to look at each individual section for the sake of context, right?
Boards reached out about me joining them, and then they helped me get set up with a VTuber model, which
Eddie, I object over VShojo's fraction the circle should be smaller. Okay, to be fair, when I was making that circle, I was thinking more in terms of influence, not just size. And I do think that VShojo has, for better or for worse, had quite the influence on the Western side of VTubing. They have kind of cheated a little bit in the same ways that countries cheat at raising their GDP by just importing more people. But, well, you know, it's kind of the same thing.
I use in the VTuber awards. I have not.
I think we have a photo of that if we can share it. There's a really good one.
That'd be great.
Dan and his VTuber.
There we go.
You look great. Yeah.
You look great, she says. You can tell that this one isn't a VTuber.
There we go. It was a great
With
model,
your
and
hat.
it's on my page. In fact, I need to go to my page to remember the artists.
It's quite telling that their reaction to this so far has just been going, oh, it's just seal clapping and going, oh, Dan looks beautiful, etc., etc., etc. Look at you being a VTuber all on your own. And everyone else who actually was a VTuber or their fans when this was first released was just bawling about how they wanted to tear their eyeballs out of their sockets and how they just wanted to look away from the screen every time this came up. Sinful Lad, thank you for the 50,000 anti-demonetization fund. Thank you so much. Avenge 900, welcome to the Footstools. I hope you enjoy your time here. Enjoy those emotes. Oh, Akorake, welcome to the stream. Clapped her. I hardly know her. Xanthropy, my eyes. Yeah, pretty much.
That created it, because luckily they were really good. In fact, hold on, I'm gonna.
It's Sumo Night. It's cringe. Now, I want to dig into that reaction a little bit, actually, because, see, the thing is, right, as I've talked about before, whenever something is cringe, well, essentially, cringe is the way that I defined it before, I think this was on, I forget which stream it was, but cringe is basically a psychophysical response to a perceived lack of self-awareness. And when everyone reacts to Dan talking about how good he looks in his VTuber model, I think a big part of the reason why that cringe feeling is so powerful is because everybody who is a part of the Twitch VTubing space, whether it's creator or audience, inherently knows that Dan doesn't get VTubers. They inherently know that Dan doesn't seem to give a shit about VTubing, whether it be as a medium or as an industry. and that he's basically just borrowing skin to wear in an event for VTubers. It comes off extremely superficial, and when he touts this as some sort of grand gesture, I think that it's worth noting that that's where the cringe comes from. Dan looks like he debuted in Nexus. Oh, now that you pointed that out, I can't get it out of... Now that's all I can see. Fuck you, Azahara.
Do that right now, because I should give them credit for all the work that they did.
While you look that up, I'm going to give some fast facts about some things that we did for the VTuber Awards. This is actually the second annual VTuber Awards.
It's pretty important to note that this is the intention of this episode, right? So the way that they open it is by showing off Dan in his VTuber model in this sort of howdy do fellow VTubers type fashion. And then the first thing that they talk about is, what did we, Twitch, do for the VTuber Awards, right? I think that should tell you everything you need to know about the purpose behind this episode, and even this interview. It's not to deal with some of the problems that VTubers have with Twitch. It's to give the impression that Twitch cares about VTubers. And the reason why I take the time out of the stream to point that out to you guys is because whether you pick up on this or not is going to be crucial in determining how you should try to communicate with Twitch. And I'm not entirely sure that GEEGA picked up on this. Bit soft, the video? Okay, hold on, let me turn it up a little bit.
Is growing quite fast, just like the VTuber community. We were really impressed that it had over 1 million views on Twitch for the show. Twitch was able to sponsor the VTuber Awards, and as Dan already mentioned, there was...
Did you pick up on that? She called him Dad. Everyone point and laugh.
An award that he presented for Best Music VTuber. And I think it's really great that you were able to do that. We also promoted the show on social, and we had a really awesome sizzle.
Robin Teo, GEEGA is walking into a 2v1. The worst part is, she doesn't even seem to be aware after the fact that she got ganked.
As well, which I want to show, but before I show that, I want to see. Were you able to find who did that model?
I wasn't, and it was one person did the model, another person did the rigging. So,
if you want an idea of how much Dan cares about VTubing and VTubers, or how much he understands about VTubing and VTubers, he doesn't know the fucking name of the person who rigged his model or drew his model. Like, even if you do a little bit of superficial research into VTubing, you should have heard about the, mama papa thing. Like, surely. I mean, even if you're just dealing with a piece of art in general, and you're using a piece of art to represent yourself, you probably want to be able to remember who made it for you. So, again, I want to make it very clear, he's not walking into this as a very invested and interested party. It should be pretty obvious to anybody who's paying attention. Kendra, it's giving controlling parent vibes of I clothed and bathed you, why didn't you love me? That's actually a pretty accurate description for this interview, to be honest.
I should have thought about bringing that up before him, but I'm not going to sit here and putz around to make sure I get all the names right. But I appreciate all that they did, and it was a fun experience. But in general, even before then, it is one of these developments on Twitch in the last couple of years that I found really interesting. Of course, for those who don't know, VTubing started in Japan and then spread out, but it's been very...
Percival, GEEGA is smart. GEEGA is not smart to go into Dan's trap unprepared. Pick one. Smart is a very vague descriptor. Generally positive, but not always so. The problem is, it is one thing to be smart, right? It's another thing to be prepared. And like I said before, being smart by itself is no match for someone who is prepared.
Very big in Japan for a while. And the interesting thing about in Japan, it's there are two companies that kind of are responsible for much of the VTubing IP, not all of it, but it's dominated by two companies. And in the rest of the world, though, it's much more of UGC, and in particular, that's certainly the case in in America and English Twitch. And I really think that's great, the way the access to the technology has expanded so that more people can explore VTubing.
Note how when he's talking about VTubing, the first aspect of VTubing that he focuses on, and pretty much the only aspect of VTubing he focuses on, is the tech. Does anyone from this stream remember where we've heard that kind of interpretation of VTubing before? Ortis, not to mention someone who's smart in a specific field doesn't have to be in a different one. Exactly. So many arms. Giga with prep time beats your favorite superhero. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she wasn't given prep time for this. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I know she wasn't given prep time for this because she said in later streams that she was a last-minute addition to this. However, that being said, something I can't help but ignore is that she seems to be blind to the cynicism the cynical undercurrent that goes throughout this entire event. Hold on. Yeah, which of the 5 different dead corpos that died in 2024? Exactly. When you think of VTubing, if you only think of VTubing as a tech, right, as a piece of technology, or as IP, you are fundamentally in an awful position to be able to say anything about the industry, the culture, or the people who participate in either. The problem is, though, and this is where I think, this is another reason why I think VShojo in particular is an awful advocate for VTubers to talk to Twitch, and is because VShojo, funnily enough, a lot of the members of VShojo have a very similar philosophy when it comes to viewing VTubing. They seem to view VTubing as this sort of thing, this medium, whose subculture is optional. And as a result, it comes off as this thing that's more of a technology than anything else. Now, granted, are they still VTubers? Yes, absolutely. But the philosophy that they have towards VTubing puts them at a position where they are much closer to Twitch's perspective on it than I would argue the average VTuber's perspective on it. Gamer, I mean, this should not be the first time Giga Smart was used to promote a bad idea. Unfortunately, that might be true. Yeah. Giga's extremely corpa. Yeah. I've heard. I mean, she's talked a lot about how she has extensive corporate experience. So I don't think that's an unreasonable way to characterize her.
One of the things I'm going to talk today about in terms of our guest with Giga is help her talk about some of that technology and how it's gotten easier. Because the thing that I love about VTubing is...
Drac, that's an excellent way to put it. They see the medium, not the fandom. And that's exactly the problem that I think is, I think that's the exact problem that Twitch is running into over and over, because when they look at VTubers, they don't think about how, well, it's pretty difficult to lump in VTubers into one group for various reasons, but if it's just so mechanical in the way that they view the medium and the people who use it,
is it allows people that want to build a community but may not feel comfortable presenting themselves on screen.
And this is yet another... How do I say this? Yes, a core part of VTubing as a medium is giving people a way to stream and connect with audiences without needing to show their face. Yes, we've heard that time and time again, especially as a talking point on the EN side of VTubing. However, VTubing as a medium is so much more than just a way to stream without having to show your face. It's a way of, well, fundamentally, and this is going to sound pretentious, especially to people who follow VShojo / Twitch's more, mechanical view of the medium, but VTubing fundamentally is a medium built around the idea of escapism, right? This idea that who you are online does not have to be the same person that you are offline. And that's the crucial element of the medium, that all of these interpretations of VTubing as just, oh, a way to stream without needing to show your face. That's the thing that they always seem to miss. That's the soul of the medium that they always seem to pass over somehow. It's not just, oh, I'm only doing this because I can't show my face or I don't want to show my face. No, it's, I'm doing this because this is how I want to express myself. This is not out of some sort of necessity, not out of bowing down to some deference to a real life limitation that you have. No, it's the opposite. It's an escape from everything to do with, the limits of real life, being an actual person, being a part of the world around you, making your own little world, right? Being able to escape into your own little corner of the internet where you play a character that might or might not have, might or might not be too similar to how you are in real life. Foster an audience around that, and together you two get to escape reality for just a little bit. The thing is, whenever you view VTubing as a tool, the idea that it is only a thing that is used in place of a face cam becomes more and more prevalent, because you ignore that particular cultural foundation to the medium. And again, this is not a personal slight or anything, but this is a view of VTubing that VShojo has certainly contributed to popularizing. Not least because of Iron Mouse's personal branding, which I've talked about before as being this weird paradox where VTubing, her way of presenting VTubing to an audience, is inseparable from her personal brand, and her personal brand of VTubing is inseparable from her stories of how it allowed her to overcome her physical limitations as a result of her illness, her IRL circumstances. And while that is a compelling story for an individual creator like Iron Mouse, I can understand the pushback against this becoming a more popular way of perceiving VTubing as an entire medium, because I do think that that crowds out the escapist element of it. Which might sound odd to some, because, didn't allow Iron Mouse to escape, right? I'm still trying to think of a more clear way of phrasing that particular gripe that I have with this way of presenting VTubing. And hopefully in the near future I will have figured it out. But for now, it is not as accurate as I would like an expression of how I feel about this way of perceiving VTubing, the popularization of this way of perceiving VTubing. But it will have to do. Eddie, speak the truth. History is written by the winners, and last time I checked, VShojo is in the top corner. It is for that reason that I would prefer HoloLive to remain the top corpo. At least as long as they don't have to start, cracking down on their talents out of some misguided investor instructions, but misguided instructions from its investors. Because HoloLive exemplifies a degree of escapism, that's the whole part of its own little world appeal, right? HoloLive has that degree of escapism that is so core to the foundation of VTubing that I don't think VShojo is interested in. And that's fine, because, like I said, it's good to have different actors in the market that can provide for different tastes of different audiences. But I do think it would be a shame if we ever got to a place where VShojo alone defined VTubing, which is part of why I'm so resistant to the idea of a VShojo talent becoming a representative of all VTubers on a platform. Yeah, e-balls. Soulless would probably be a good way of describing it. Yeah. Iron Mouse is unique. Yeah. I would choose someone like Geary or Cotton who are the same. Yeah, that's true. And again, I'm not denying that Iron Mouse is a bit of an anomaly and an exception. She is a paradox in and of herself. But, yeah, it's more, again, like most of my gripes with VShojo, it's not the talents that I have an issue with. It's more how they are used by the company.
An opportunity to do that, and then to build communities. And I think there are a lot of people that have found success as streamers that, if not for VTubing, they wouldn't have been comfortable with that. And so I think that is wonderful, because
Actually, I just realized how I wanted to phrase it. When you present VTubing as just a way of streaming without needing to use a face cam, the gripe that I have about that is that it presents VTubing as a medium that you would only ever use as a last resort, instead of being a goal in and of itself. And that is, I do think that it would be a shame if we lost that aspect of the medium in the way that most people saw it, right? If most people started to see VTubing as just, oh, this is the medium you can use to express yourself if you have no better options. Or, oh, this is a medium that people can use to express themselves if they are insecure. Rather than just, this is a medium that some people want to pursue because it is one of the best ways of trying to express yourself, of trying to become something more than just, human. Although that may sound a little pretentious, and that may sound like it overlaps quite a lot with the whole escaping reality type thing, escaping who you are type thing. My main gripe is that it makes VTubing sound like a last resort, as opposed to a choice in and of itself, I suppose. Actually, yeah, it sounds like a last resort and not a preference, I suppose.
I think it's opened up a whole new class, an opportunity for all sorts of people with different backgrounds and different passions and different challenges to find a home creating community on Twitch.
I think that's a really beautiful sentiment, Dan, and I think it's really exemplified by one of our most notorious VTubers, Iron Mouse, who has...
Notorious is certainly one of the words that you could use to describe Iron Mouse.
Herself stated that due to medical reasons, she's not able to be a traditional streamer, nor go to traditional places that streamers would go to, like TwitchCon.
See, this is the thing, right? I understand this being part of Iron Mouse's branding, and I understand why this is a compelling part of Iron Mouse's branding. I'm not going to begrudge her that at all. But it would be a shame, in my opinion, for this to become the way that most people perceive VTubing upon their first exposure to it. If they perceive it as like this sort of, to put it crudely, if they perceive it as a last resort or a crutch, rather than being a medium that you can shape to whatever way you wish. It's the difference between seeing it as a band-aid versus, again, I can't come up with a great metaphor off the top of my head at the moment, but it's the difference between seeing it as a sort of band-aid or as a or a sort of piece of clay that you can use to express yourself and, shape in whatever desires you wish. One is an outlet for creativity, the other is just a measure to make up for a deficiency that has been forced upon you. And yes, that is a very common thing in VTubing. But I think it would be a mistake to allow that to become the main way that people define the medium. And that's no slight to Iron Mouse, because she doesn't really have too much of a choice in terms of how that branding has caught on. In fact, I remember her saying that she doesn't want to be defined by her illness, despite the fact that it's become a very core part of her branding, which, admittedly, when you are a larger creator, is one of those things that's really, it can really hurt to deal with. But when you have a company like VShojo that has its brand as tied to its individual creators as it does, and when it has the express goal of quote-unquote expanding the VTuber community, this is going to be a lot of people's first impression of the medium. And I do worry that in a few years, in the West at least, in the Western VTubing scene, and this might just be me kind of spitballing a little too hard here, I do worry that in the West, this view of VTubing as, you know, for want of a better way of phrasing it, just a glorified mask for people who wanted to stream but didn't want to do it IRL or with their face attached to it, becomes the dominant way of perceiving the medium. Actually, yeah, Eddie, that's a good way of putting it. VTubing is the bike, not the training wheels. That's exactly what I was going for, but phrased far better. Thanks for suggesting that.
And so we've made active efforts from Twitch to see how we can support creators and ensure that they can have those experiences even as VTubers. I'd love to show off the sizzle that we created for the VTuber Awards because we were really proud of this award show and the VTuber community and all they were able.
Non-VTuber person saying VTuber community, the VTuber community. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad.
To accomplish. So let's take a look at that right now.
Oh! Wake up!
Hi. Hey, everybody.
We're back.
Frog Rider! Frog Rider! I'm not a cat girl. I'm a demon.
Do I look like a bug to you?
Ow. I gotta end the stream, bro.
Is this, hold on, based on the model, is this not a clip that's like years old? Why did they use this? Hold on, can anyone who watches Bao on a more regular basis in chat tell me, is this a recent clip? Because this doesn't look like a recent clip. Based off of the model alone. Rip stream for the second time. Ah, fuck it. At this point, I'm just gonna mute it in post if it becomes an issue. Cause fun. Pain, Beko. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was an old clip. Do they not watch like? The worst part is they didn't even need to watch Bao that regularly, her streams that is. They could have just gone onto one of her clip channels and stolen something from one of those videos. But they just used this clip that's probably years old instead.
Yes! Oh my god!
This is Shy Lily's old ass model as well, isn't it? Is this not Shy Lily's old model? Has she even used this like like at all over the past year or so?
Yes! Ah!
Okay, we're gonna have a silent celebration. Yeah! Let's go! Let me see. How high can we jump? Okay, let's not do that.
I think this was a Fillion clip that was posted like what? A year ago? 2 years ago? I swear. Oh, that's her 2.0? Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna do it.
What the f? Oh my god!
Why do they keep just showing the same few VTubers over and over? Like, what? Also, why did they use lols? That hasn't been in vogue for years now. What are they doing? This comes off so howdy do, fellow kids. It's actually painful.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for being my community and thank you for being my rock.
Bye, everybody. I love you guys.
By the way, I think this is a pretty good representation to tell most VTubers how Twitch perceives VTubers as a whole, right? The same 6 or 7 big creators, just over and over again. They might not be aware of it, but this is a perfect representation of how Twitch sees VTubers. Why would your model be a furry costume? Beats me, Murray. Same 4 people, yeah.
That video is so cute. It shows like really like the eclectic and diverse group.
Oh, someone shoot me, please. Fuck's sake.
We have as VTubers. They're extraordinarily unique. Each person is an individual, and it's really wonderful just to see.
I want you to process what she just said there. Each person is an individual. That's some Silicon Valley corpo slop if I've ever heard it.
I mean, they're a spectacle, and people should be paying attention to the VTuber community. But my goodness.
Yes, people should be paying attention to VTubers. That's what people have been complaining about. It's the problem is nobody's been paying attention to VTubers, and we've all had to start talking to bots instead.
They're all extremely different, and they all have something different to show off and showcase.
Mm-hmm. It also highlights, and it's one thing I like about the VTuber Awards. A big part, of course, a big part of Twitch are the communities that creators create, that on their channel. But a big part of Twitch also often are what I call the meta communities that form between creators.
What the fuck did he just say? The meta communities that form between creators? Like friendship groups? Or cliques? Or, I don't know, communities? Creator communities? Like, what the fuck? You couldn't get more Silicon Valley if you tried with this conversation.
And of course, I think this is a big reason why streamers, really enjoy Twitch, is because that sense of belonging in terms of their connection with other creators. And of course,
meta community. By the way, if anyone uses that word, that's a sure sign that they're more used to talking with investors and business people than they are with talking to creatives.
Of course, this forms in different creator houses, different creator groups, there's all this connectivity. And I think that is easier when you're establishing and you're in person and you are, yourself in, you're the person that's streaming is.
Okay, now this is interesting. So they led off with very clear intention to set the tone, the intent behind this overarching patch notes episode as, oh, look, VTubers, this is what we have done for you. This is what we do for you. This is why we care about you. Take note of the first issue they choose to raise in this particular episode. First issue, VTuber-related issue that they choose to talk about. It's about how inaccessible connecting with other streamers is for VTubers in real life. Sorry, I should have said connecting in real life is for VTubers. The first issue that they choose to raise that VTubers are dealing with, what is it? It's not to do with moderation. It's not to do with the way their rules are written. It's not to do with, the fact that for some reason VTubers just seem to be, well, actually, this is not really fair for me to say, so how do I phrase this? The fact that VTubers, much like many other kinds of streamers on Twitch, are routinely not listened to by anyone in the administration or anyone in moderation. How all of their processes seem to rebuff their streamers at every turn. No, it's to do with their ability to connect with other creators IRL or in IRL events.
Is the person that you are, because then you go and live in a house, so you go here, you go there. And I think VTubing is a great example where there is a strong sense of VTubing communities, but because people are at very different stages in terms of how they present themselves, when they move around, what they do, it takes more effort.
Gator time, he wants to create an IRL community for VTubers to connect with on Twitch, which sounds very, very weird and sus. Yeah, it does.
To build that sense of a meta community across VTubers, but it's really so important.
I have to resist the urge to pause every time he says that term, meta community.
Twitch. I know one of the topics we're going to talk about is the VTuber Creator Club, which I think is trying to help that.
I think
and
we're
I
actually
there
going to
are a
talk
lot of
about it right pretty
Oh, wow,
soon.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the VTuber Creator Club. Let's go. Let's see who they bring on to represent the VTuber Creator Club.
Look
Yeah,
as if
I
we
think
planned it.
you couldn't have set me up better, Dan. I mean, I think you're right. We have a lot of ways that as Twitch, it's our job to help you find those meta communities, which we find really, really valuable. We have our guilds.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point, Asakoho. Dan has never heard of the term off collab. So again, when I talk about Dan not really being interested in understanding VTubing, this is what I mean, right? A random who games, thank you for the 5. They sound like they're trying to give a review to a show they didn't watch. That's a very good descriptor, actually.
Which is for identity based. We have meetups, which is for location based. You can meet other people in Seattle if you want to.
The VTuber Creator Club has like 3K VTubers there. Most join and ignore it. Ah, I see.
And one of the more recent groups that we have created is clubs. And so we have Danilo, Senior Program Manager, joining us to talk about the VTuber Club. Please, everybody, welcome Danilo.
I'm going to let that sit for a little bit. This image, this pause, we're going to give it a little bit of space. Just let it sit there for a little. This is who they chose to present and talk about the VTuber Creator Club. Now, I'm sure he's a lovely man, but really? No, that's not Evil Toaster. No. That's not fair. That's not fair. No. This is not Evil Toaster. No. Once you watch too many VTubers, all flesh people start looking the same. But I really can't think of why they started talking about the VTuber Creator Club, and they chose to not only bring someone who is a member of Twitch staff, not, someone who's a part of the club apparently, but they chose to bring them on without even the most surface level veneer of trying to engage with VTubing by using a 2D model or something like that. Not even a PNG, just flesh posting, just like that. Like, come on.
Hello, hi.
Hey folks, how's it going?
Oh, his audio is so crispy. Is that okay for any of you guys as well? Do you want me to turn down the volume just so we don't all want to tear our eardrums out of our ears? All fleshies look the same. Pish racist. That's right. I am anime racist, and I am racist against those who are not anime. Is he a VTuber expert or something? Well, I mean, he's a programmer, and VTuber is a tech, right? I'll turn it down a little.
I can't hear you, Danilo.
I can't
Oh,
either,
that's
Double check your
Danilo.
mic.
Let's
It's
see.
a classic mic moment.
Yes.
It happens to
classic
all of
mic
us.
moment.
Yes.
I might need production
Not
to
yet.
help.
Still
keep
keep
trying.
talking, keep chatting,
Still-
keep making sound, and when we hear you,
We're gonna skip
Danilo,
the
we're
scuff.
really excited to have you on because the club's program has actually been very well appreciated and liked. We've seen really great responses from our community. But we have you here specifically to talk about
Just mute it. We will lip read. I get that this interview is painful to listen to, but I think lip reading is going to be a little ambitious if one of the people we're trying to hear from is Dan Clancy.
the VTuber Club, which I believe was launched last year. Could you tell us a little bit about the VTuber Club and the response that you've seen so far?
Yeah. Well, as you mentioned, Mary, creator clubs are all about content. And out of the 6, one of them that we selected last year was the VTuber one. I don't think it should have caught us by surprise. But
Okay. No, I see. I want to issue a correction and amendment to what I said before. This is not the person who manages the VTuber Creator Club. It sounds like he just manages creator clubs in general. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. Okay.
but it certainly did.
Still, why not get if you're going to talk about the VTuber creator, just get a VTuber on there. Like, do you even have any staff that VTube? Does Twitch have a VTuber on staff? I don't mean a streamer that just uses a VTubing model. I mean like a VTuber. I'm gonna drive myself crazy asking these questions.
How passionate the VTuber community was. So I'll give you some quick numbers here.
Who the fuck are these people? I have never encountered... Well, actually, I know who Miss Lala is. But if this is going to be the representatives of the VTuber Creator Club, Twitch needs to do a better job at marketing these people to us. Because I don't know any of these people besides Miss Lala.
And they're pretty eye-popping. There are currently over 2,500 VTuber Club members. It's actually
What is this?
600. I checked right before I hopped on the call. So we're adding hundreds of folks pretty much every day at this rate. Some other cool stats that we got here are from like the VTuber Club. We've had over 1,600 unique folks on that server post cumulatively over 114,000 messages. So VTubers are a chatty bunch is what I'm hearing. We've also have attached a VTuber Twitch team to the club, and we...
Okay, you have a VTuber Twitch team attached to the club. So why is it that VTubers still can't find someone to talk to when they get banned for fraud with no justification? This is something we're going to talk about. Probably, we're going to touch on it in more detail later on in this stream. But for those who didn't hear, Mother V3 is a VTuber who was banned throughout the month of December for quote-unquote fraud. Now, this is something that she was fighting for the entire month. However, every single time she would try to contact Twitch through their official channels, she was rebuffed at every possible turn. And not only that, after a certain number of these rejections, I suppose, they had the gall to start sending her survey links to describe how satisfied she was with her customer service experience. What is the purpose of the Twitch Creator Club if they can't do anything to advocate for creators, especially when they start getting fucked unjustly by the platform's moderation systems? Is this the Concord of VTubing? So I'm seeing a lot of plugging for this particular creator club, but I'm not exactly seeing... If it has a Twitch team attached to it, what the fuck does that Twitch team do? Because the creator club has existed for quite a while now, and I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen any sort of specific functionality that you can't accomplish by just making a viral tweet calling out Twitch. Like, is this a resource that everyone needs to join before they get to use? Or is this supposed to be an advocacy group for VTubers as a whole? Because right now, well, to say that it hasn't really been marketed is a bit of an understatement.
We've been able to add 850 channels to that as well.
What? Okay, so now I'm assuming that this is something that you need to join in order to get the benefits of, because if you're going to add 850 people to this, it's probably not an advocacy group, because you can't possibly hope to get 850 people to advocate for you. Also, what are the criteria to joining this? Is it just that anyone can sign up? Because if that is the case, then it's basically just a participation award.
About, the passion. We've received over 6,300 applications. Over half of them are approved. Y'all really
we love to hear, Daniela, sorry to interrupt you. I love hearing about all the applications. We kind of get that this is a very popular club and people are all in. Can you tell us a little bit what...
Actually, this is good to establish. Note what happened there. Dan, or actually I shouldn't call him Dan because then we'll mix him up with Clancy. Danilo was starting to really get into the flow, right? Talking about how popular the VTuber Creator Club is. But then Mary interrupts him and says, "Why don't you talk about XYZ. What does this tell you guys? Oh, Okko and you joined, Lumi? Has anything changed for you guys since joining? Yo, what the fuck? Yeah. I bet if you would have asked her what a VTuber was before this, she probably had no clue. She'd probably just say, like, garden variety answer, which is just virtual tuber or something like that. Disdain towards VTubers? Well, not quite, not necessarily. They're ashamed or hiding something? Maybe. They have contracted internet AIDS. Oh yeah, no, I saw that Lydia had become part of the Creator Club. She just doesn't care? Yeah, but there's something else as well. I haven't streamed on Twitch in months, I just lurk and wait. Ah, fair enough. I would be really curious to see if they offered you anything after joining. Please stop talking about this coded as a message? Yeah, it could be. However, the other thing is that they have a list of things they want to be talked about. And if someone's spending too much time or going in the wrong direction, deviating too much from the list of things they want to be talked about, they will interrupt, they will take control of the conversation and course correct. Now, I want you to keep this in the back of your mind when we start watching GEEGA's section later.
What you actually do in the club, like what do you get once you're in the Twitch VTuber club?
Yeah, one of the great things about the VTuber Creator Club is that we're getting all these affiliate and partner channels in one specific location. So it is no longer that necessary to try and answer your streaming and VTuber questions and seek.
Chelsea, it's not a genuine discussion? Exactly. They have a list of things to talk about. They are going to talk about them. That's pretty much the extent of this conversation.
Seeking it out on Twitter or YouTube, asking your friends, asking chat, asking everybody that you can find. Now you have one
Drac, no spoilers, no spoilers.
central location where all these folks can actually ask that question and get answers from a variety of sources, from folks who are just starting on their affiliate journey, others who are pushing for partner, and plenty of others who have actually well exceeded those goals. So we're getting viewpoints from so many different directions, which makes it a really vibrant community where you can have those like in-depth.
What is Mary looking at off screen? Cause, hold on, let me rewind back to when she interrupted Danilo.
Before I hopped on the call. So we're adding hundreds of folks. 14 also we've been the past half of them
all the applications,
y'all, over 6,300 applications, over half of them are approved.
Notice that Dan is looking at the screen while this entire spiel is taking place, but Mary's looking at something off to the side.
Y'all really
we love to hear, Daniela, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, she keeps glancing off to the side. Yeah, no, they definitely have a either a timer or a list off to the side. Because this isn't something that she has suddenly managed to realize that she just wants to change the topic of conversation to. No, they have something to stick to. They have an agenda. They definitely have an agenda or something along those lines.
Love hearing about all the applications. We kind of get that this is a very
which is great. And one thing that I encourage all those folks listening, of course, the VTuber is just one of our creator clubs. And in Danilo, in a second, I'm gonna ask you to share what some of the other creator clubs are, so everyone is aware. But a big part of this, in the end, the VTuber Creator Club is going to be.
Okay, I'm going to throw a little bit of a bone. You see that little smile that she's doing? That how the upper corners of her mouth are kind of forced to stay in place. I think all of us can kind of relate to that, where we we don't want to smile, we don't want to look friendly, but we know that we're being watched, so we can't drop the smile, and then eventually it gets to a point where you've smiled for so long you don't know if you should stop or not, or whether you would have too much of a jarring contrast between your resting face and your smiling face. So you just kind of let that mouth shape linger for a little bit. But it's such a painfully awkward thing to watch at this particular point in time, because you can tell that this is not a natural conversation.
what the VTubers that are members of the Creator Club make of it. A lot of times when we create these things, they start out as a forum for directing.
Who just said she's mewing? Hold on. Ayane? Death penalty.
Questions to Twitch. And really the magic of these Discord channels is what I often call as horizontal interaction, and people using it to form collaborations, form connections, form groups. That's something that Mary is very familiar with. Is one of the things Mary's been responsible for are our Unity guilds. And in fact, this is one thing that has happened a lot in our Unity guilds, where members of the Unity guilds have then used the guild as an opportunity to get a group of people to play Fortnite on Friday. And so they do Fortnite Fridays.
This is just a friendship group. You've just created a corporatized version of a friendship group. Like, what? Jedi Dusk, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope you enjoy those emotes.
So they do.
But yeah, no, what is he on about? This is just a friendship group. If you just wanted a friendship group, just let streamers make their own. If you're not going to give them any sort of functionality, any way of clearly communicating with Twitch about when things go wrong, like, what? I get that you're trying to... Okay. To be fair, right, to Iron Man what he's saying before attacking it, I can appreciate if Twitch is trying to make it easier for VTubers to connect with one another. But that's a very separate issue to the enforcement thing. And that might make VTubers feel good in the short term. But the moment they start brushing up against a false fraud flag or a ban for some part of their model that the bots just don't like, or they get shut out by the trust and safety team when they try to dispute something, that's not going to mean a lot to them.
Do this or that, and it brings folks together, often doing stuff on stream. And that is not because we make it happen, it's because you make it happen. So for all the VTubers, remember that ultimately that club will be what you make of it, especially in terms of taking initiative. And the things that really work is when somebody just throws it out there and says, well, I'm looking for a group of folks to do this. Collaborate.
I understand wanting a group of people around that you can readily collab with, but... how do I phrase this? I've been paying attention to the EN indie VTubing sphere long enough to know that while everyone wants collab partners doesn't guarantee that you make good friends as well. And if you start off trying to make friends by trying to find good collab partners, you are playing a game of Russian roulette that I don't know if you're very primed to win. Lumi, don't forget that they disbanded the whole trust and safety team last year. True, I forget. What do they have now instead? Yeah, this is not the approach if you actually want friends. Yeah. What do they have instead? Is it just moderation now?
Collaboration is a huge part of success on Twitch.
Collab partners knows business. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like Dan projecting since he likes dropping in on other people's streams for collabs. True. It's a gacha game. Do you guys say roulette or roulette? I assumed it was roulette, but I might be wrong. Everyone wants to collab, and chances are, yeah, most of the people there are not compatible. Exactly. Contractors. For fuck's sake. Okay.
As we were talking about earlier, I think this is...
Azehara, you should be our man on the inside. Tell us what it's like. Because, actually, from what Lumi sent me just then about what the inside of this creator club is like, it's... I'll be honest, any group of indies that got together to make a Discord server could probably pull this off. I've yet to see how it's different from any other instance of just a bunch of streamers coming together to try and form a friend or collab group.
One of the challenges in VTubing is in terms of meeting and getting to know people so that you collaborate together in the content you're creating. And so that's one reason I'm bullish about it. Please use it. Try and find connections with other VTubers, collaborate with them, plan them, create regular events, and that's going to be part of the magic.
Yeah, and to your point, Dan, we have a VTuber collaborative forum on the server, so we've already seen dozens, if not hundreds, of VTubers posting about their favorite video games or their favorite format, and seeing, oh yeah, who else wants to come on my stream and use stream together or just do some
Jade Stern, me, Lumi, Oko are all in it. It's a massive Discord networking server. That's it. Oh well, that's what the fuck. That's not very helpful.
multiplayer gaming. Also, one of the really cool things that we've done is made a mailbox. So
As a Hara, if you join and you actually manage to say, hey guys, anyone wants to collab, we're going to talk about US politics, that would be that would be one for the books. If you can pull that off and you can find and you actually get a response, let us know.
So previously on screen, we had a picture of all our founding advisors. These are essentially VTubers that we've recruited to really inform staff on what should we know about the VTuber community. So when we are
Founding advisors whose job is to represent VTubers as a whole, to talk to Twitch. Wow, that's a pretty important position. I wonder if they're going to talk about how they select these advisors.
Programming events on the Creator Club, we actually know what we're doing, and it is addressing some of the needs and desires from the VTubers. Those founders actually...
Jade Stern, it's got little sub-forums like VTubers over 30, Scottish VTubers. Oh, for fuck's sake. What... that's basically the Discord equivalent of, those icebreakers that they get you to do in your first years of university, that kind of stuff. I have yet to encounter a single instance of that actually resulting in a lifelong friendship, or even a beyond the surface level, superficial connection between two people. Like, what are people? Well, actually, I was about to say, what can people over 30 connect about? And then I realized it was quite a lot. But I mean, the thing is, right, and this is what tells me that they don't seem to have a very good grasp on VTubing as a medium. All of those definers, all of those separations, those categories, they revolve around some aspect of the VTuber's IRL identity, right? Do you live in Scotland? Are you over 30? Well, actually, hold on. Let me take a look at some of the examples here in the screenshot that Lumi sent me. Like, are you a furry? Are you non-binary? What does this have to do with VTubing? Now, there are some that are trying to, do something with the medium that they all share. Like, for example, there's one that's, for space VTubers, which is kind of cool. But the rest are all like... You don't need to... What about this has anything to do with the medium you all share?
Actually they volunteer their time and energy to answer questions. It's almost like a mailbox. So if folks just have questions about VTubing, about their social media strategy, they're able to access folks who essentially are figureheads in the community, which is a really great way to kind of tear down that wall of like, this channel's larger than me, I can't really have access to them. It's like, no, they're regular.
Why the fuck are you going to focus on having access to channels that are bigger than you? Who gives a shit? That way of... Okay. If the thing that they are trying to help VTubers overcome is some variation of number envy or number intimidation, okay, I understand. But let's not kid ourselves into thinking that this is something that VTubers as a whole really, really needed. Because if the first thing, the most defining thing about another creator is the number next to their name, I'm sorry to say, but I don't think you two are going to be friends anyways.
Streamers just like yourself.
I love this. Now, in 2025, the club will be hosting more on-server events and creator-led webinars. Can you tell us a little bit?
I'll take things that were not said naturally and were read off a script for 50.
Creator-led webinars is a tongue twister. Can you tell us a little bit more about your 2025 plan?
Gamer sounds like trickle-down viewers? Exactly. Yes. Official clout chasing. Yep, that's pretty much what this sounds like.
Plans and what you'll be doing with
That I love. This sounded so dead and empty. Well, I mean, when you have a script that you have to stick to, it tends to be that way, right?
not just VTubers, but any creator clubs that you have.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and plug in my other 5 creator clubs. They're all my favorites. So we have our DJs, we have our IRL, we have our musicians, we have our...
I think the problem here is that, well, I actually think this feeds into the VTuber thing. How do I phrase this as gently as possible? Trying to get VTubers to come together and cooperate on something is like herding cats. Because, generally speaking, the average VTuber is not going to be very interested in being a functional cog in a collective machine. They are, more often than not, going to really gun for trying to break out themselves as much as possible. Right? They're going to try to build up themselves, their brand, their own identity and audience as a content creator before trying to prioritize, building up a shared audience as a group or a collective or whatever. And what they are suggesting are not the ingredients to a community. It's just the facsimile of one. You have a space that you can all come together to talk to one another, right? You have, as the way that Danilo puts it, a way to break down the barriers that number intimidation creates. But the thing is, none of this really makes for a close friendship, or even a viable friendship, to be honest. Like, sure, you might find a good coworker or two, maybe. Well, since they let in 850 people, good fucking luck. But the issue that fundamentally faces VTubers, and this is not something that Twitch is either going to want to or is perhaps capable of acknowledging, is, well, one of the biggest issues is a lack of unity. Because like I said, VTubing is an industry, VTubing is a medium, VTubing is not a community. So, as a result, if VTubers as a whole want an advocate, want representatives, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle to get there. Because getting all VTubers to, like I said, unite behind one front is pretty much impossible. However, that then leaves VTubers in a spot where they need to choose one of two paths in order to solve their problems, regardless of whether those problems are not having a collab partner, not having friends in this space. If you're coming into this space to look for friends, I suggest you go to somewhere more friendly. Or they have to just give up on when they are trying to fix a problem, no matter how insignificant or how life-changing it is when it comes to content creation or talking to a platform. They have to choose between only being able to unite in small collectives, which is, well, basically what's going on now, or they need to give up on the idea of unity entirely and reject the idea that any one representative can be a suitable speaker for all VTubers. And that doesn't leave a lot of neat... Actually, this will make more sense after we get to the GEEGA portion, but neither of these options are great, right? You don't want to be... If you are only part of a small group, you don't exactly have a very consistent way of making your voices heard. If you reject the idea of having one representative, yes, you are probably better at representing your own interests than somebody else, but at the same time, 1,000 voices is a lot harder to, Actually, 1,000 voices make for a lot more difficult communication than just one voice on behalf of 1,000. The thing is, though, the thing to understand about this is that the way that Twitch wants to frame this is that this is a dialogue between VTubers as a whole and Twitch as a platform, which implies that the most constructive way to have this conversation is to have, like I said, one voice on behalf of 1,000 instead of 1,000 voices speaking as one, or speaking at the same time. Twitch doesn't work that way. We know from past instances of people getting their ban decisions reversed that the only thing Twitch really cares about is social pressure, is people getting mad en masse on Twitter. That is the only thing they care about. That is the only thing that has time and time again been affirmed to work. And so, if you ever are put into a situation where Twitch is trying to convince you to have a person-to-person conversation on behalf of the platform, you are going to need some form of indication as to why that approach will be more constructive than just yelling at them as a group. You don't even need to be that close with one another in order to partake in this, by the way. Every single time a VTuber likes a post, retweets a post, quote tweets a post, replies to a post by another VTuber about getting banned unjustly, Twitch is more and more likely to pay attention to what is being said by the original post. Now, a lot of people have picked up on this and they're starting to game the public. We'll talk about that later. But again, if Twitch is suggesting any ways of solving the problems that they have that don't involve changing something internally or essentially allowing creators to get together to yell at them as a whole, and let's be honest here, Twitch is not going to encourage the latter. It's only basically just smoke and mirrors from the actual discussion. Funnelers, if there is no VTuber community, would you say there is a VTweeter community? Fuck no. No one hates a VTweeter more than another VTweeter. It's a close race between who hates a VTweeter more, like actual creators or other VTweeters. But I think VTweeters eke that out by a tiny sliver at the finish line.
Our artisan makers, and we have our co-working and coding folks. So those are the remaining 5 clubs alongside with VTubers. So currently, Twitch staff have hosted panels, webinars, workshops for our club members. We talk about Path to Partner, we talk about your analytics on your dashboard, some light social media strategies, talking about media kits. But one of the things we're really excited to pilot out in 2025 is actually letting our creators, our streamers, to go ahead and host those panels. So imagine Twitch.
Are you going to vet the creators that get to host those panels? Because, I mean, I'm not going to lie, those all sounded like great resources. Media kits, social media strategy, consultations, that sounds great. I just want to make sure that if you are going to find someone to host these things, don't just get some, make sure you actually vet people based off of their ability to create content. Surely. Rather than how popular they are on Twitter, for example.
TwitchCon, a mini TwitchCon that's happening on.
What is Dan typing? That's an excellent question.
On our server weekly, on talking about all the topics that correspond to each club. So.
Okay, hold on. Let's rewind that a little bit.
On your dashboard, some light social media strategies, talking about media kits. But one of the things we're really excited to pilot out in 2025 is actually letting our creators, our streamers, to go ahead and host those panels. So imagine TwitchCon, a mini TwitchCon that's happening on our server weekly, on talking about all the topics that correspond to each club. So we expect folks talking about, oh yeah, if I am starting up a VTuber channel.
I'll give credit to the guy where credit is due. This man actually seems to be genuinely passionate about the creator club that he manages, which is honestly quite respectable. It's just a bit of a shame that he's being plugged as the representative and spokesperson of the VTuber creator club, and, well, he's kind of getting railroaded quite hard and obviously throughout this entire thing.
how do I actually get that first model? Do I start off with a PNG tuber? Do I go ahead and go with the full rigging? They'll have the opportunity to actually have those debates and conversations.
Debates? What the fuck kind of debate is there to be had about whether you start off as a PNG tuber or a VTuber? This is the thing that makes me so... This really does just sound like VTweeter hell, but given a Discord. But inside a Discord, I should say. Because these kinds of discussions, oh, how should you start off if you want to be a VTuber? No one gives a shit about whether you start off with a PNG or whether you start off with an actual VTuber model or not. This is not something that actual creators will ever talk about. This is not a priority number one for people who have an idea for content burning in their minds that they just want to get out regardless of what. This is the talking point of people who want to be a VTuber but don't have content they want to make as a VTuber. And I just don't understand why you need to give people a space to debate about this, because that just distracts from the actual creation of content. Like, don't talk about, oh, should I start off? Is it socially acceptable to start off as a PNG tuber if I want to be a VTuber eventually? Like, just make shit. What?
Alongside, well, subject matter experts, but also their fellow peers. So I'm really excited that we're going to be piloting that out probably in the next month.
Fantastic. We do have a question from Dark Raiden that I'd like to ask you right now. Can every VTuber be part of your team? How do you become a part of this club?
Ooh, that's a really great question. So we do have some restrictions. First, you have to be an affiliate or a partner channel. So you do have to be actively streaming and get that affiliate status. We also have an age gate, so we check to make sure that you are...
Guys, did you hear that? That's Dan Clancy's mating call.
Over the age of 18, and we also like to check your social media, or not, sorry, your social media, your VODs and your clips to make sure, are you a VTuber? Are you actively streaming on Twitch? And if...
Whoa, you can vet that for them to join the VTuber Creator Club? But you can't vet that to make sure people don't just use the tag despite not streaming in that content category? What the fuck is going on at Twitch?
If you meet all of those criteria, then you should be able to get an invite to our Creator Club.
Fantastic. And you are currently accepting invites, are you not?
Ooh, so this is a great question. Because of the overwhelming demand, we had to temporarily pause applications for VTubers specifically. We are still completely open for all the 5 remaining clubs, but I get to drop some news today.
Lumi, you didn't stream on Twitch for a couple of months and you still got it. Fun.
We are opening up the VTuber applications as of today. So if you're an affiliate or partner VTuber, go ahead. I believe we might drop a link in chat, but if you don't, it's link.twitch.
I like to believe that Dan is just frantically typing because he's trying to say, shut him up, shut him up, shut him up. We need to move on to the next guest. We need to move on to the next topic. I like to think that that's what he's doing, but it's just... I really do think like it's a bit of a shame because these two just seem to be so disinterested in what he's talking about, and it's both painful and amusing to watch at the same time.
.tv/creator clubs. Go ahead, load up that Airtable form and go ahead and apply. It's going to take us a while to get to that back.
Like, that's the face that I give to HR when they're trying to explain why it's important that you fill out the weekly employee satisfaction survey. Like, Dan just looks so done with this entire conversation. He's so checked out already.
I'm not gonna kid you there, but we'll still want folks to apply, and once we get to your application, you're probably going to get that invite.
Habini, it is quite funny to think about Dan just typing to try and to get someone banned while this entire thing's taking place.
And I'll go ahead. I know one of the questions I could turn for you, Danilo, but I'll go ahead and answer it now. just for quick, because we probably should get on to bringing Giga on. We're having such a great time talking about this. We can go on for a while. One reason that we don't just let everybody in at once is because part of building a community is making sure you just don't have a big bucket where a bunch of people come into the community. It actually,
I don't know about you, but 850 sounds like a pretty big bucket.
works better to have it grow more organically over time with adding, a certain amount.
You know what else grows organically? Creators, when they make their own friend groups or cliques or, creator communities without a Twitch logo slapped on it. Like, what is the purpose of this? Because they're basically just making a Twitch-approved friendship Discord. And that Discord, to my knowledge, does not seem to have any sort of correlation to whether the individual members are put on a fast queue when it comes to talking to management or moderation or anything like that. It's just there for VTubers to, talk to one another, which, sure, that's fine. But I mean, can't you do that by just showing up to one another's streams? Or DMing one another? Or, I don't know, making a Discord with your own little friend group where you don't have to worry about 850 people being part of it?
Because then the norms of the community and all that. So that's something that is in general true of communities, that communities that go from 100 to 10,000 overnight actually usually don't form as super vibrant communities because it's just suddenly so. We're aware of that from other platforms. And so the team basically has it grow at a steady pace till it gets everyone, because that helps make it a vibrant community. So,
actually, you know what? Now that I said that just then, I've realized if you want to get to know another streamer, why would you not just... Why would you not just try showing up to their streams a few times? Or maybe watching a few clips of their content? Or if they're not big enough to have someone clipping them, maybe even just tuning into a few snippets, keeping it on in the background while you do something else. Why, if you want to get to know another streamer, why not get to know them through their content, not a Discord? Because I guarantee that if you're going to be interacting with someone as a streamer to another streamer, getting to know them through their content is far better than whatever kind of pre-approved icebreakers that are the only socially acceptable way of opening a conversation in spaces like this. And it just feels like such a roundabout... It feels like they're reinventing the wheel here. It just doesn't... That, or they made a space specifically for VTweeters more than VTubers. One of the two.
that's one reason why it's like you may have to wait a little.
A2, impossible, natural human reaction, natural human interaction. The thing is, I'm not even proposing human interaction. I'm just talking basic if you want to know someone or get a feel for someone, even if you don't want to be their friend, but you want to be a coworker, or you think that you have something to offer them in terms of a collab. Just watch their content. That's such a better way of getting to know them as a creator than just hitting them up on a Discord that you share with 849 other people.
For a while, but in the long run, it'll be good for the community. So,
Daniela, we really appreciate you being on. Is there anything else that you want to say to our VTubers who are probably watching right now?
How much do you want to bet that when Dan was typing just then, he was sending a message to Danilo specifically saying, Mary is going to ask you this. You should say no.
Yeah, I'll also say that one of the awesome things about the V2 community is that y'all are so diverse. You have so many amazing...
Oh, come on. Come the fuck on. What the fuck? If you're going to talk about VTubers, no shit they're going to be diverse. They don't even have to be human. If you're going to praise VTubers for something, praising them for being diverse is like praising a fish for being wet. Like, what?
Amazing ideas. And I think one of the amazing things about VTuber and having that avatar is it allows folks to feel a lot more comfortable in front of the camera, so to speak. But the amount of conversations I've had with folks saying, I'm only streaming because I have a VTuber avatar is really amazing to hear. And that's something that we will continue to encourage and invest in at Twitch.
Thank you, Danilo. We really appreciate your time and talking to us about clubs. Hopefully you guys all see that link in chat. Danilo, thanks for joining us.
Later, y'all. Bye.
All right, here's the main event.
I really could talk about clubs for a lot longer because I love them and they're really fun. And I think they're an excellent way for people to meet each other and come together and talk to us about what they want to see. But I think that we, as Dan mentioned, have a
She is definitely reading word for word off of a script there. There is no other explanation for this delivery of those words. Kendra, imagine all the GEEGA fans that came in and just checked out immediately. Well, like I said, right, the length of my content gatekeeps itself. So to a certain extent, if you're going to tune into this, if you don't enjoy if you don't enjoy our joint suffering through this together, then that's you know what, that's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing for both parties concerned. Off topic, but oh, I don't know. I think this is her professional room, right? This is where she does all of the Zoom meetings that she needs to do for work. So I think that it's that bare on purpose, to be honest. Now, what I'd really be interested in is seeing what's behind the camera, because if she's going to put any personality into this room, it's probably going to be where her boss can't see it. Oh, I meant for Leon's segment? Ah, I see.
a wonderful guest that I really want to get to. We are so happy to introduce GEEGA, who is a VTuber, also a member of VShojo.
By the way, I don't know if you guys are picking up on this or not, but so far, this interview, despite the fact that Dan has said this is for VTubers and VTuber fans, despite the fact that Twitch said this was for VTuber fans and GEEGA said this was for VTubers, so far, all of their talking points have been as if they are trying to introduce an audience unfamiliar with VTubers to the very concept of VTubers. So far, very much so, this seems to be an interview that is aimed at people who are not VTubers, who are not VTuber fans. And so, there's a little bit of dissonance in the messaging that you might want to keep track of, because I guarantee it gets worse over the runtime of this interview. You think Mary is making the what is it like working at Twitch TikTok content sipping martinis? Maybe. It would be funny if that's the case.
To patch notes, everybody please give a warm welcome to GEEGA. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
GEEGA, great to have you. And in fact, just so everyone knows, GEEGA and I, we met earlier today. So I'm excited looking forward to chatting with GEEGA for a while. And GEEGA, why don't you share your pronouns for the audience?
One thing I want to establish very clearly. Right from the get-go, there is a very, very visible power imbalance between Dan and GEEGA. One, he's the CEO of the platform that pays her bills. But even beyond that, notice how he addresses her and how he opens the conversation.
Shoujo to patch notes. Everybody please give a warm welcome to GEEGA. Thank you for being here.
Oh, by the way, I want to remind all of you as well. There is, and this is something that will come up when GEEGA talks about this interview after this stream is over. There is a limited time frame that she has to talk. Now, the thing is, I don't know how aware of this time limit GEEGA is walking into this, but I guarantee that Dan is very, very aware of how much time they have to talk about things. Every question he asks, every question he instructs her to answer, is taking up time that he has already accounted for.
Hi, thank you for having me.
GEEGA, great to have you. And in fact, just so everyone knows, GEEGA and I, we met earlier today. So I'm excited looking forward to chatting with GEEGA for a while. And GEEGA.
Now, I feel like, what was the name of the that crime channel that dissected police interviews with criminals? I forget what the name of that channel was, although the guy had a very distinctive way of speaking. Was it JRE or something? But yeah, in any case, notice, I want you to look at how he opens this question.
Why don't you share your pronouns?
It's not could you, it's not would you, it's not will you please. No, it's why don't you?
For the
JCS. Ah, yes, there we go. Yeah, I feel I feel like JCS having to pause this interview every now and again.
audience, since I know that's particularly
JRE is Joe Rogan. Ah, yes. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, no. My yeah, but the wires crossed in my brain there.
important in VTubing, and make sure I get it right.
Remember that we are supposed to be going into this to talk about VTubers, right? We are assuming that there is the underlying assumption that if you're watching this, you're probably a VTuber fan. Out of all of the things that you can ask a VTuber to tell you about themselves, to introduce themselves to you, why would you lead with their pronouns? Why not just say, what do you do for content? What kind of VTuber are you? Do you have lore? Who is your Oshi? All of these questions would be so much more suited to introducing a VTuber to an audience than just, would you tell us about your pronouns? Like, come on.
Yes, no, I go by she, her. That's all fine with me.
Yep.
Wonderful. Giga, I mean, my first question is just a pretty simple one of like, tell me a little bit about your background in getting into VTubing and how long you've been VTubing.
Now, I want you to pay very close attention to this on a meta level. What purpose does GEEGA serve in the grander scheme of this interview, this segment, this episode of Twitch Patch Notes? What is her purpose? Why have they invited her? What is she being instructed to tell the audience? Because so far, like I said, even though they advertise this as being for VTubers and for VTuber fans, a lot of this comes off as if they're trying to introduce an audience unfamiliar with VTubing to the very concept of a VTuber and essentially trotting out GEEGA like you would a zoo exhibit.
Yeah, okay, so I'll start with I joined in around the same time a lot of streamers started streaming during the COVID boom, right? Everyone was at home and bored. So a lot of people, started becoming viewers and watching Twitch, but a lot of people also decided to start streaming because they were at home doing nothing. I actually come from a very long tech background, so...
Also another thing that I forgot to point out just then when Mary asked GEEGA that question. One thing that I want you guys to keep track of as we go through this interview is who starts the new topic. When they switch topics, when they switch to a new topic of conversation, who initiates it and who defines what questions are asked and answered. You may think that it's GEEGA, it's not.
I wasn't planning on becoming a professional streamer by any means, but I started doing it as a hobby because I was just home more, right? And I found VTubing interesting because of the tech behind it, because of the tools that were being used, and I saw that at the time, the tools were not that streamlined. They weren't very well made, etc.
It is kind of interesting that when GEEGA explains her own interest in VTubing, it sounds very similar to Dan's interest in VTubing, which is basically, it started off by just looking at the tech. Which is, I mean, yeah, that's how a lot of people, get into VTubing. But I think you'll see this. As we go on through this interview, and they seem to align more and more, it does seem to be a little, interesting that the way that GEEGA seems to think and the way that Dan seems to think seem to be quite aligned with one another. Mary asking a kayfabe killing question? Well, I mean, this is, let's be honest here. She doesn't watch VTubers. She's not a VTuber. I think that's this is something you would normally ask to any other person in like a corpo interview, but yeah, she's probably not going to be, she probably doesn't even think of kayfabe when she looks at VTubers. She probably thinks that's just a wrestling thing.
etc. And I was really interested in seeing what I could do with that, knowing, that I could probably do a little more, eke a little more out of it. And yeah, so I just tried it and it ended up turning into a lot more than that.
Yeah. It is interesting. I don't have the data on this, but I suspect if I did do a poll, I know as of right now I'm thinking of 3 or 4 data points that I know of VTubers that have a tech background. And I suspect that what you'll see is a disproportionate, in fact, a large percentage of VTubers come from a tech background.
I mean, yeah. Personally, I don't know about that one. Can you guys see that being the case? I think for all of the things to screen VTubers for, to check the prevalence of it among all VTubers as a group, tech background, I don't think it's as common as most people would say. 3 or 4 data points. No? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? See, the thing is, they keep thinking of VTubing as tech. They keep thinking of VTubing as a technology, not, not this sort of creative medium. I think if you surveyed VTubers, well, first off, you'd find a lot of mental illness. Second, you might find a lot of physical, disability. Third, you may find a lot of rough family circumstances, none of which I'm exempt from, by the way. But all of those things come together to create, creatives, right? And trying to boil it down to, it must be because of the tech. Like, no, not really. Yes, there's probably going to be a sizable minority that are, have a tech background. I don't think they're most VTubers, though. I don't think they're, how does he phrase it? Predominantly presented or something along those lines. I was under the impression that was the Giga interview, Dan Clancy. Yeah. No, the roles are kind of reversed here. Early Holo JP started recruiting, I forget how to say that, U28s first, plus ASM artists. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. 5% technology, 95% content oriented. Yeah, exactly. No, most tech person in VTubing is doobie, and that's because she worked in Hollywood. Exactly.
I would say yes for the ones that showed up around that era, around that time, because the tools were...
I don't know about that one, Giga. There was a lot of mental illness around that time, and I would argue that hasn't gotten better over the years either, so... For every tech VTuber, you will find 10 that VTube because they have some form of mental illness or social ineptitude. One of the two. Both of which, by the way, were either made worse or contracted by people due to the lockdowns, so... I don't know if tech is going to be... I don't know how prevalent tech is going to be.
Very much not available to most people. And then I think nowadays, a lot of the ones that have shown up in the past 2 years or so, it's much...
Yeah, Lunar Bertarian. Lunar Bertian, sorry. Sounds like they're addressing this to people who don't know about VTubers. Exactly.
Much more available. The tech really does exist for anyone to hop into it easily.
Yeah, I think that's very true. In fact, one of the things I'll talk about is some of the tech with GEEGA, because for those people that are interested in it, I think it's, it's interesting. But before we get into that, GEEGA, so you started out, and by the way, you mentioned I wasn't full-time. Are you full-time now?
Did you guys... Did you just hear what he just asked? Hold on, let me rewind it.
A lot of the ones that have shown up in the past 2 years or so, it's much more available. The tech really does exist for anyone to hop into it easily.
Yeah, I think that's very true. In fact, one of the things I'll talk about is some of the tech with GEEGA, because for those people that are interested in it, I think it's, it's interesting. But before we get into that, GEEGA, so you started out, and by the way, you mentioned I wasn't full-time. Are you full-time now?
Why is that question significant? Yes, it's a topic switch, but not just that. I just put up a poll on Twitter for the tech background question. Oh, thanks, Lumi. I'd be very curious to see how that goes. He does not know she works full-time, Lamau. The one Hapini, how or why is that relevant? No, I would argue actually on the contrary, it's very relevant. In fact, it's very relevant that he asked her this question as if he genuinely doesn't know the answer. See... Yeah, exactly, Akorek. He didn't vet her. why did they go and pick GEEGA if Dan doesn't even know if she's a full-time VTuber or not? And that's the moment that if you are watching this and actually paying attention to what is being said, what is being asked, that should be the moment that alarm bells start ringing off in your head. If I was GEEGA and I was selected to supposedly represent all VTubers, right? And I went on to an interview, and the person interviewing me who had invited me to go on there, because remember, GEEGA was selected for this interview by Twitch. She didn't volunteer herself. She wasn't nominated by VShojo. Twitch wanted her specifically. If I had just been invited to speak on behalf of all VTubers, and the person who invited me onto that particular podcast, stream, whatever you want to call it, didn't even know if I was a full-time VTuber or not, the reason why that should set off alarm bells is because that tells you the reason why they want you there has nothing to do with you as a creator. Because if they knew about you as a creator, they would know that you're a full-time VTuber. GEEGA's been streaming on Twitch for years now. She's been part of VShojo since 2023. So why don't they know that? VShojo is the biggest VTubing agency that is primarily operational on Twitch. Yes, HoloLive streamers do stream on Twitch occasionally, but VShojo, for the most part, is the biggest VTubing agency that operates on Twitch. So why don't they know this? And again, like I said before, if Camilla is right with her instincts that this is because they wanted to talk about the VR chat thing, and I am inclined to trust her instincts on this, and they invited GEEGA on to talk on this show, despite not even knowing if she was a full-time VTuber, to me, that can only suggest that the primary purpose behind wanting her specifically was because she happened to be one of the other VTubers that talked publicly about the changes, and on top of that, talked about them in a positive light.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, you can disagree with that speculation if you want. That's fair enough. However, you can't deny the fact that it's a little weird that Dan would choose to ask this person, oh, are you a full-time VTuber or not? Because, let's be honest here, he seemed to be genuinely curious when he asked that.
Yes, I've been full-time for maybe 2 years.
Mm-hmm. And so why don't you talk about the journey from when you started up to becoming full-time? Because I suspect there are a lot of people that, you know, share that they're thinking about it, maybe, do I want to, the trade-off, you know, and all that.
Very much so. Yeah. So I started streaming after work every day. So I would stream around 8 p.m. Eastern and go until 2 a.m., right? Assuming I had no extra work I had to do after normal hours. And I would just do that every day for fun. That was it. But my first stream, I streamed with a friend who was also a VTuber that I had just kind of met online playing games and all of that. And she brought me on in a collab for my first ever stream. And I had over 15 viewers, about 15 to 20, which, you know, for most people's first stream is very atypical. So I said, okay, maybe I should stream often. So I kind of just immediately started streaming multiple days a week to see if I could carry that, because I felt that that was an opportunity most people don't have, right? They stream to.
Now, one thing I will say that I really respect about GEEGA is that she knows how to seize on opportunities. Like, if you stream with somebody, your first ever stream, you have 15 viewers, and you start immediately based off of that, making the decision to stream multiple days a week, you have the drive, the ambition to make it big, which is exactly what GEEGA has done with her career. So I'd say that when it comes to people who belong in VShojo, GEEGA is clearly one of those people.
To no one to start for months. So I did that, and it just worked out. And the VTubing community, you mentioned earlier.
Oh, please, no, not you too, no.
Consider it sort of a meta community, right? Where the community isn't about.
Oh, for fuck's sake! This is like watching a reply thread on a LinkedIn post happening in real time.
The game people play or anything, it's really something a lot more vague, a lot wider. And I found that community was incredibly insistent on pushing forward smaller streamers within it. So if someone found a VTuber that they thought was nice, they had 10 viewers, everyone would go, you should watch this person, you should watch this person. And they didn't do that to friends. They did that to people that they just thought were interesting or could make it. And so that's what happened to me. A lot of people started going, hey, you guys should watch this person. She's interesting, blah, blah, blah. And it turned into, something that really worked out.
Yeah.
And I just streamed and was grinding, and eventually it worked. That's really it.
Yeah. Well,
Congratulations. It's a huge success to get to be full-time, to be honest with you. And I think we all know that. It is a wonderful accomplishment. So good for you.
It's tough. Yeah. Thank you.
One of the things you talked about, which I always say when
Meta community is driving me crazy. Oh yeah, no. Every time I hear technobabble like that, it doesn't get easier to listen to.
Streamers are starting, that you started it because you were enjoying it, and then over time you started thinking, oh, well, maybe this will be a meaningful part of my life and how I fund my life, right? And I always tell folks that, like, if streaming does take a fair amount of time, right? Because you have to be live. And if you don't really enjoy it when you're live, and then when you're not live saying, oh, I kind of miss streaming, I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh, tonight I might be able to stream, right? Oh, I have some time tonight, I might be able to go on and stream. I know, like, for me today, just because of this and that, I'm like, oh, I may be able to do a stream tonight because, my wife's going to be here and I'll be here and without any that.
Went 15 plus minutes back in the VOD, and Dan uttered they met earlier that day, so Dan not knowing GEEGA is full-time is wild. Yeah. No, because if you are going to select a VTuber to supposedly be the representative for all VTubers, surely you would try to figure out if they are full-time as a VTuber or not beforehand, right? Surely. I would assume that's one of the most basic criteria they need to tick off. Although, granted, when Danilo came on, they just brought a guy. They just brought a guy on there, and so, yeah, maybe this isn't very high up on Twitch's priority list.
Anything I need to do, and then in general, I think it's very hard. You're not going to do all that if you are doing it to be big. You need to enjoy being small because it does take time. So. And then
I don't know about that one. I don't think. See, when people say you need to enjoy being small, I can't help but feel like every single time someone says that, they're conflating being small with just making content with no expectations. Because everything feels so one-sided. Oh, yeah, for sure. Again, take note of who's leading the conversation, right? They are interviewing her is a good way of phrasing this, yeah. Because that's basically what's happening, since Dan is defining the talking points. But whenever people say, oh yeah, you need to enjoy being small, it's almost always because being small means, you're doing it for the passion, the love of creating the content. And I mean, yeah, but that's not the same thing as being small. That's just having passion for making content. That's just making content without expectations for how it is going to perform. You focus more on the act of creation than the evaluation of how it, of future performance, right? And saying you got to enjoy being small is always this is a bit of a tangent, but it always feels a little besides the point, right? When people say enjoy being small, I have yet to encounter a single time where someone has said that to somebody else, and the person who they are saying it to, if they are actually small, has taken it to be words of wisdom, because it is almost always greeted with this sort of feigned gratitude, where they will nod along, they will pretend they understand what that means, and then afterwards they'll go, what the fuck did they mean, enjoy being small?
Growth can come, and for some people, and for some people it may not come. That's the interesting thing, is this idea that the other thing I often think about is, I think one of the things that's hard is if you feel like you always have to keep growing when you're streaming. So why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Notice how he starts the questions off the exact same way every time. Why don't you talk about? Why don't you talk about? Why don't you talk about? It's very clear at this point who's in control of the conversation. And it's not Giga.
right now, because now you've reached a certain level, and it is the fact that your livelihood depends upon your streaming, which creates more pressure in terms of I need to grow, which creates, you know, angst and anxiety and worry and tension, when part of what you want to just do is live and enjoy yourself.
From literally any other person, that would sound inspirational. From the CEO of Twitch, the owner, well, not the owner, but the chief executive officer of the platform that she relies on to get her income, there's a very different sort of tone to the way that that particular sentence sounds. Again, like I said, from any other person, that would be a perfectly reasonable thing to say. From the CEO of Twitch to a Twitch streamer, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know if I would have said that in his position.
Very much so. Yeah, I think it's like you said, it's a bit unique streaming in the vast world of content, in that you have to be live to be gaining anything, right? Nothing is really gained passively. And obviously people have YouTube channels, whatever, they put videos up there. They tend to kind of split things out. But for the most part, if you're just a streamer, you just have to be live to be making any money, to be in front of your community and interacting with them, if it's not even about the money for you, you know. So it's it's huge on the time, and it's easy to get into that mindset of I should just be live more. I should just stream more. I could grow more if I'm just here more. And people end up streaming for 16 hours sometimes, you know, and then they end up hating it because they do way too much and they burn out. But I found for myself, at least, having a full-time job while I started streaming for the first, you know, at least year and a half of it, that kept me from being able to do that, right?
To be fair, what Giga said here, pretty helpful advice, right? If you're going to start streaming, if you want to become a streamer, don't burn yourself out when you only just started. Don't fall into that mindset of, oh, I have to be live all the time. And, like I said before, if it wasn't for the fact that they had a time limit on this conversation, I think that would be a great addition to the conversation. Unfortunately, since Dan is the one leading the conversations, and he seems to be more aware of how much time they have left than Giga, I can't really write this off as a purely good, well-intentioned decision. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Nice career you got going there. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. Yeah, it does kind of come off as that a little unintentionally. Because I don't think, based off of the tone of voice, I don't think Dan meant it that way. But it certainly does come off a little bit more sinister because of who he is as a person. Especially relative to her as a streamer. Lumi, thank you for the 5. Don't forget Twitch only pushes your stuff if you stream more than 4 hours, otherwise you stay in place. That's true as well.
I would stream after work. I'd have to sleep at some point because I would have to work the next day. And I found that I was able to pace myself. And I think that actually was a big part of me being able to get to where I was, because I know myself. And if I did not have a day job, I would have been streaming 16 hours a day, you know?
Yeah. In fact, sometimes, you know, we talk about streamer burnout, right? And a lot of streamers think about that. And I think it's absolutely the case that sometimes you get diminishing returns and you just think more. Yeah. And then you overdo it. And actually, you do get diminishing returns, you know? In other words, the difference between streaming 8 hours a day versus...
My main problem with this is, how is this anything to do with VTubers? Because right now they're talking about streaming, but the thing is, Twitch is a streaming platform. This show has had other streamers on it before. Why do you need to trot out the same talking points to do with streaming that literally every other streamer on your platform can replicate in a conversation with you? Like, I get that. See, the thing is, at this point, they're no longer talking about Giga's personal experience. They are just talking about streaming as a job, or streaming as a hobby, or streaming as a practice. And since Giga has already talked about how her own personal experiences of streaming went, any continuation on this conversation just serves to eat into the time, the limited time, that they have access to.
12 hours a day, it's not the same between 0 and 4 hours, right? It's significant that the marginal 4 hours is a lot less. And then the other thing that I find interesting is you need to keep what you're doing on stream new and different. So talk to me about how you do that. Like, what do you do on stream?
Did you pick up on the way he said that? Hold on, let me rewind it.
That the marginal 4 hours is a lot less. And then the other thing that I find interesting is you need to keep what you're doing on stream new and different. So talk to me about how you do that. Like, what do you do on stream?
That wasn't even a question. He didn't even bother phrasing it as one. He just instructed her on what to say. Like, this is very much like watching one of your coworkers try to talk to their boss. So, try to talk to your boss. Sorry, I should have said that. If you are expecting somebody to, go onto a platform to talk to somebody, right? And the entire time they're basically just being led around in terms of the conversation, the topics discussed, the direction. I'm sorry, but you might have picked the wrong advocate.
Stream. And how do you...
No, Lumi, the worst part is he didn't even bother saying, why don't you tell me about that? He just said, talk to me about, tell me about, sir.
Keep it interesting for you.
Okay, so for myself, the format of my streams is always that I do a long just chatting segment before I hop into some sort of game. So I do both chatting and gaming, and I'll sit there and talk and essentially podcast about whatever my chat brings up or something I saw earlier that day or just anything, gaming, whatever it is, for an hour to sometimes up to 3 hours before I actually start playing a game. And then with gaming, sometimes it's collabs, sometimes it's whatever. I tend to play whatever is new and out, but I also do a heavy focus on indie games and trying to focus on things that...
Robin, Tio, this whole interview is going to be like this, isn't it? I wonder how you predicted that.
are obscure and have no marketing. So I'm one of those creators that's very open to indie devs emailing me codes of their games, and then I just test them on stream. And so I sort of
also love indie games. What indie games do you like to play?
Oh, just let her finish her sentence, please.
So many. Obviously the most commonly produced indie game genre, which is a deck building roguelike, is probably my most favorite thing.
I want you to remember, by the way, so far over the course of this entire episode, we have reason to believe that at least Mary has a timer, probably has a timer next to her while she's doing this entire thing, because she has interrupted in the past to cut off someone from talking about something for too long. Now, I don't know about you, but so far, there are only 2 people in this 3-person interview that seem to be very well aware of how much time they have left to talk. And like I said before, to assume that they are just allowing this to wander wherever, right, with no aim in mind, is a little naive. I can understand why Twitch streamers want Dan Clancy to resign. See, the thing is, right, I understand if Twitch streamers find Dan cool once they're big. Because compared to Emmett Shear was like the dad just fucked off to the corner store when you were 2 and never came back. But Dan is someone who at least tries to, he's like the he's like the father that will never take you to school, will never, won't pay for your tuition, won't do any of that, but at least he gives you candies for lunch and dinner, right? That's the kind of difference that I feel like most streamers seem to be adopting towards Dan versus Emmett. She will buy AAA games but expects to get codes for indie games. I hope she misspoke with that. They are wasting so much of her time she doesn't even realize it. That's the part that kills me. She has absolutely no idea that all of the time they spend talking about this stuff cuts into the amount of time that she has to ask questions, if she even is the one asking them.
Thankfully that they make a lot of those. I'll play a lot of those on stream. Things like that, beat 'em ups and fighting games,
He's a stepdad trying to get his stepkids to like him. Yeah, that's a pretty good comparison.
or little indie projects reminiscent of that. But I'll showcase anything that's very tiny on my stream. So because I did a lot of that, I built up a lot of community that likes to talk about those things as well. So a lot of the time when we would sit there and chat, they'd be discussing, things about the gaming industry, about indies, all of that.
That's awesome.
All right.
And they've had a really big year for indies. We have a question from chat that I want to throw your way. This is a classic question from Smirky, Twitch ambassador. But I do think it's always has an interesting answer.
So they looked through chat for questions. They picked one from a Twitch ambassador. Okay, sure.
Which is, tell us a bit about the creative process and coming up with models. People come up with such crazy and cool characters and designs. Tell us about how you came up with your character and your model.
Yeah, so
Oh, Lame Boy, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We have a lot to get through still, so you're fine.
I'm someone who's played a lot of D&D in my life for a very long time. And one of the last campaigns I did before I started streaming, before COVID happened, was an in-person campaign that lasted for years. We were playing weekly for almost 5 years. And we switched over to online. And when we switched over to online around COVID time,
See, one of the things that really irritates me is the way that the initial post made by Twitch advertised set expectations for this interview. VTuber fans, this is for you. There are going to be, VTuber fans is going to encompass two main groups of people, right? One, people from GEEGA's audience. Two, people from the general VTubing audience. The people from the general VTubing audience probably want there to be some sort of discussion around the way that their favorite VTubers are being treated by Twitch. The people from GEEGA's audience already know all of this stuff about her. So when they ask her to talk about this, who is this for? Something to think about as we keep going on. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. The clip of GEEGA addressing the aftermath of this interview both saddens and frustrates me now hearing your commentary. She got played big time. Yep. And the worst part, she doesn't seem to even realize it.
started getting art of our characters and things to kind of try to make that experience a bit better because we'd played in person for so long. And what I look like now is very similar to what that D&D character was. So I had essentially been acting as that for that long. So when I decided to get a model and start streaming, I just couldn't imagine myself as anything else, you know? So that's what I went with.
Spyduck, basically this was an introduction to GEEGA, which I couldn't care less about. See, the thing is, right, if it was just an introduction to GEEGA, I would understand. But the problem is, this is an introduction to GEEGA with a very clear time limit in terms of how much time all three of them have together to talk. And all the time that they spend essentially just letting her talk about her backstory is less time that they have to potentially address any questions that she might have for them. Assuming, like I said before, that they even let her decide which questions get to be asked. Which they don't.
Now, do you still do D&D on stream?
I have.
Do you do D&D on stream? You invited her to talk on your program. Why ask this? Just go to YouTube, search up Giga D&D and see what comes up in the clips. Like I said before, this is all... It really does come off as if they don't know Giga, they just know of her. And they know of her from one specific thing. I don't think I need to tell you guys at this point what that one specific thing probably is.
I've done a couple of small one-shot campaigns on other people's streams. I haven't done one on my own, but I want to at some point.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice. So, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, I was just going to say, we also asked you, Giga, to come and ask us questions. This isn't just
No,
us
I'm going to actually, before Giga asks us questions, because then we'll be getting her to ask us questions about VTubing. I want to talk some about the tech with VTubing for those people that are...
So they had the chance to actually open up the floor to Giga. Mary was about to give that to her, and then Dan interjected and said, nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to talk about the tech behind VTubing instead. Who the fuck cares about the tech behind VTubing if you're already a VTuber fan? You probably know it already off the back of your hand because you've listened to your favorite creator rant about it at least 5 times within the past few months. Like, come on. Who is this for? Like I said, setting expectations for the audience. VTuber fans, this one's for you. Who the fuck is this for?
Listening. So talk a little bit about the journey.
Again, he's stopped even trying to package his instructions as a question. He's just saying, talk a bit about. He's just outright telling her what to do.
And what I will call is the levels of VTubing. In other words, in fact, you could, because there really are these kind of levels, right? You know, in terms of both your model, right? And your sophistication of your model combined with, you know, your ability to detect movement.
Jackie, this guy knows exactly what he's doing with that change of subject. Oh, I agree. I very much agree. Especially considering the way that the rest of this interview runs out.
Movement, right? So that then your model becomes animated and alive and all that. So it'd be great for the audience if you just kind of, and broke it down into kind of this.
Great for the audience? What the fuck kind of audience are you talking about? What VTuber fans are going to be interested in this sort of tech hierarchy when it comes to VTubers? What, are PNG tubers at the bottom? Are Live 2D at the top or are they at the middle? Are they the peasantry or are they nobility? Like, why does this matter to the average VTuber or VTuber fan? The answer, of course, is that it doesn't.
Stages of
This is the same thing as what Danilo said earlier about, getting all of the VTubers together from the Creator Club so they can debate about whether to start with a PNG model or a Live 2D model. Like, nobody who's actually a part of the audience you claim to be catering to gives a shit about this. It only serves to waste time. Eddie, why doesn't Giga push back? See, here, I will extend a little bit of a... I'll try to, Iron Man the possible reason as to why... Sorry, I'm misusing that term. I should stop doing that. I will, to Giga's benefit, right? I will say that given the fact that he has essentially just instructed her what to do and say and talk about, it is a little difficult for her to simply push back against that without seeming rude. However, let's be honest here. I don't think she was thinking about how she could possibly push back against it. Because if she just gave simplistic non-answers, right? For example, explain the levels of VTubing, something like that. And then she just gave some sort of simplistic bullshit explanation. Oh, PNG tubers are at the bottom. Live 2D is in the middle. Full 3D is at the top. And just left it there. I think he probably would have been pressured to move on faster to the next topic. Because at the end of the day, Dan and Mary are still aware that they need to make this look like it's being streamed for an audience. And the audience hates dead air. And dead air was a tool that I don't think Giga even realized she could use in this interview.
Okay, here's the simplest. But then some do this, and then some go all the way here.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd say the simplest form, something that I would still consider a VTuber, some people would call it a PNG tuber, which is just a person that's throwing a drawn image of their character in the corner of their stream while they play a game. And it's a visual representation of themselves, but it's not animated or anything. Sometimes.
By the way, I want to remind you that whereas with Shy Lily, when she was promised an interview and she went to the public to ask for questions to bring to Twitch, no such thing happened in this particular case. Although I'm going to put that more on Twitch than on Giga, because like she said, she was a last-minute addition to this, and I forget whether it was Giga that said this or Camilla that said this, but yeah. Giga was a last-minute addition to this episode, so I wouldn't expect I wouldn't expect the responsibility for that to be put on her. But it most certainly wasn't the responsibility that should have been put on Twitch. And I think it's very deliberate that they never even bothered with a post like that.
Sometimes they'll have them where they draw multiple frames where the mouth is open. So when they're talking, that frame will show with the...
Is there anyone who would watch this who doesn't already know what a VTuber/PNG tuber is? Yeah, exactly. There is nobody who would be watching this who doesn't know what either of those two things are. And the thing is, they already had Danilo come on earlier and talk about things like PNG tubers and VTubers. Now, why would they let him simply just use those terms without bothering to explain them there? And choose now to ask GEEGA specifically to talk about the difference between those things. Like, yes, you can say maybe it's because she's the VTuber and he's not. Okay, sure, fine. But then why get Danilo to represent VTubers and the VTuber Creator Club? Like, what is the point of this question? Who is this for? Because it's not for the audience that you've invited with the way that your tweet was written. It's not for GEEGA. Because, let's be honest here, she's been a VTuber for years. Talking about this doesn't really do anything for her, nor does it do anything for her audience. Because surely, if you watch GEEGA, you know what a PNG tuber is. This only serves to pad time. Or, I should say, eat away at time.
The mouth open, so it's almost like it's animated, but it's just picking up mic activity.
Right. It's not really,
And,
it's not a model. It's a set of 2D images.
Exactly. And some people will do that, and they'll also get more 2D images for certain expressions, for certain emotions. So if something shocking happens on screen, they'll press a button, they'll do a macro of some sort, it'll put that image on top on OBS so they look shocked, right? So people will do that just to give it a little more life, especially if they're chatting and not gaming. So that's kind of level 1, is just being a
Jackie, you make an excellent point. Didn't he use a VTuber model before anyway? He knows this stuff. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I didn't even think of that. Why the fuck is he asking about this if he's used a VTuber model to appear on the VTuber Awards show before? Like, what the fuck?
PNG, essentially.
PNG tuber.
Yeah, PNG tuber is what we'll often call it, because I think early on there was a lot of discourse of, is that really a VTuber, etc. And I was kind of in the camp of, yeah, it is, just give it a different name because it's not animated. There you go. It still counts. So that's easy, that's simple. A lot of people that streamed without face cams in a lot of other communities that weren't really ever VTubers previously, they just started putting PNGs on the screen because they often had a little characters that maybe their emotes, were some little characters.
You know where else they could have gotten this information from instead of instructing GEEGA to talk about this for this long during this interview? Their own fucking platform. If they wanted to know about all of this stuff, if they wanted to know what a PNG tuber is, what a VTuber is, literally all they had to do was go onto their platform, click VTuber in terms of the content tag, and keep scrolling down. They didn't need GEEGA to give this long explanation of the difference between a PNG tuber and a VTuber. Like I said before, this was a purely optional talking point that they instructed her to talk about to eat up time.
Or something like that, so they would just use that.
Was this interview before or after IMS's record-breaking subathon? After.
So that's stage 1. After that, a lot of people get into VTubing as a 2D.
Jade Stern, they could just check their own creator club. Yeah, the funny thing is, you're right. They spent the first few minutes of the entire thing just asking one of their own employees to talk ad nauseum about this new VTuber creator club they started, and they start off the next segment when they're talking to an actual VTuber by asking them questions they could have just answered by going into the fucking Discord that they set up.
Drawn model, which is what I am right now. And that's very simple. Well, it's complex when you actually do the work, but the concept is simple. An artist draws a bunch of art. They cut out all the pieces so that they can move separately from each other. Some animator comes in and rigs all of those things. They make it so that those animations make sense.
You know, it'd be a really cool idea. Twitch, you can take this from me for free, by the way. If you want to show that you're getting more invested into VTubing as a medium and VTubers as creators, right? This is what you do. First, actually find who the artist who drew Dan Clancy's VTuber model was and who rigged that model. Like, actually try to find their names and commit them to memory. That would be the first step. Second, invite them on to a patch notes episode so they can talk about the process and explain what a VTuber is to people who don't watch VTubers. Don't get GEEGA to talk about it now. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
They show how it should move. And then the person using the avatar, once that's all completed, you just set up a phone. That's it. You set up a phone. You get an app on your phone that matches a certain desktop app. There are a bunch of them out there, but they're all pretty easy to use. And the phone uses its normal face tracking that it has for other apps to tell what your face is doing. So if I close my eyes, right, it can see that my eyes are closing. Some animator has gone in and said, when the eyes close, they should look like this. And it just does that. That's it. So it's tracking everything you're doing and just relating it to the model. That's sort of stage 2, which I'd say most people use that because the fact that it just uses a phone makes it so accessible to be a 2D.
Jade, do these patch note streams have an existing audience? Like, there has to be a small audience of investors and such, right? Is that who they're aiming this at? See, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. The problem is, when they tweeted about it, they said that this was for VTubers and for VTuber fans. That's why this is so exasperating to watch. Oh my gosh, there's no way she's not in on it, because why is she explaining things like I'm 5? Look, I'm going to be a little charitable to GEEGA. I don't think she's in on it, right? I think that's going a little too far in conspiracy territory. But I think she is definitely humoring someone, and the person who she seems to be humoring is Dan. I think she's approaching this as if his question was out of genuine curiosity and not a time-stalling measure, and so she's taking the time to properly explain these things to someone who's not familiar with VTubing. And that is her mistake. She walked into this expecting, oh yeah, no, these are just Twitch staff that are really curious about what a VTuber is. They just want to talk to a VTuber, right? And they chose me, a VTuber, to talk to them and explain to them what a VTuber is. The problem is, that's not what this was. And she has not realized that, yet or since.
VTuber, it's easy on that end. And then, if you want to do a lot more...
Yeah, Mary is spacing out a little bit. I don't think a single word that GEEGA just said made it into Mary's head. I think it just all whizzed past her ears.
Stage 2.
Yes.
In stage 2, and sometimes I'll ask questions that I know the answer to,
Yeah,
but I know that...
If you're going to ask questions that you know the answer to, why are you asking them? What's the point in doing that, Because if you ask questions you know the answer to, it probably means you want her to talk about it. And if they're not relevant to the topic of the conversation, if they're not relevant to something that VTubers and VTuber fans would be interested in, because let's not kid ourselves, all of what they've talked about thus far are things that both VTubers and VTuber fans are going to be intimately acquainted with. Why are you doing this?
In stage 2, so right now, for example, you go ahead and move your head right to left.
Yeah.
Right, and we'll see.
By the way, this is what I mean when I talk about how GEEGA seems to have been trotted out like a zoo exhibit for people who don't know what a VTuber is. It's stuff like this. This was entirely unnecessary during the course of this interview. You don't have to get her to turn her head side to side, just show people, oh, look, this is what a VTuber looks like when they turn their head. If they want to know what a VTuber looks like when they turn their head, just show up to a fucking stream. Like, what?
That it's tracking, but if you turned around... Okay.
It'll look like this,
basically. Well, no, right. In other words, now you've turned around and then it stops. Basically, is the way to think of it,
Exactly.
right? Because you turn around and it has a limit, and it looks
no one
like
drew
you're
the back of
frozen.
my head.
No one drew the back of your head, and that's why we think of it as a 2D model, because what it is different views of this 2D surface.
Why are you trying to explain what a 2D model is to an episode that you said was for VTubers and VTuber fans? Eddie, to be honest, no VTuber fans would watch 15 minutes of this stream without exiting. Only VTuber fans remaining are the ones who want to dissect them on stream. Well, that and probably a few members of GEEGA's audience, because they're just, they're probably hyped to see their favorite streamer talking to the CEO of Twitch, which I don't blame them for, but how they can actually listen to this conversation and still sit through it and be happy with it is quite beyond me.
But you can't turn around, you can't do a flip, you can't do any of that.
You can't do a flip. Oh.
All right.
Exactly. I mean, I was drawn in Photoshop, right? It is a flat piece of art that we then, the rigging and the things that make it look three-dimensional.
See, this is a sign. This is what I mean when I talk about GEEGA walking into this completely unaware of what he's doing. See, the correct thing to do would have been to simply say, yes, affirm what he just said, and move on to the next talking point. However, she takes this as an opportunity to elaborate further on the explanation that he just gave. after confirming that his explanation was indeed correct. That is what I mean about needing someone to walk in there with the awareness to detect that what he is doing is not just good faith, honest questions. Are not just good faith, honest questions. They are designed to solicit answers that are not relevant to the audience that you've enticed, to the supposed purpose of this Q&A, this interview. All things VTubing, yeah, but for who? For people who have no fucking clue what a VTuber is? Or for VTubers and VTuber fans? Because if it's for VTubers and VTuber fans, like I said, this is a talking point that is well and truly done. It's tired. You can move on now. But GEEGA doesn't seem to realize that.
Or you're taking the art and you're stretching it and you're moving it around, but it's still a flat piece. So it's 2D in the end. So most people do that because, again, you just use a phone. You throw the phone in front of yourself. It does face tracking the same way. Most iPhones, for example, have their AR face tracking to unlock your iPhone so it can recognize that you're you, things like that. It uses the same tech and just looks at you and makes your avatar do what you're doing.
Yep.
And then level 3 is kind of, it could be any level of easy or hard, but that's 3D models, which it's the same way you would model a video game character, right? For a 3D game, you model something. And then the difference is someone goes in and rigs a bunch of animations to happen when you're 3D.
Michael Lindblad, this is part of the reason why I will not describe it as smart. See, the thing is, how do I say this? I am willing to believe that GEEGA is smart, but I think that that is being blunted significantly in this interview, because she is pressuring herself to be agreeable. She is, well, that and the fact that she seems to be blind to the somewhat cynical way that this interview has unfolded thus far. See, the problem is, like I said before, being smart is no match for being prepared. And if you are a smart person who is willing to assume the best intentions in people who do not have them, yes, you are intelligent, but your ability to leverage that intelligence is severely compromised. Hold on, I think YouTube is freaking out again. It just froze. Ugh. Is chat working for you guys? Hold on, let me take a look. Oh, chat froze as well. Ah, fuck. Okay, hold on, let me scroll through.
Trackers that you would wear.
Oh my. Okay, the entire thing just went black and came back. Okay. Honestly, if they were going to stall out this entire zoo showcase, why did they even have it in the first place if they could just ignore complaints? No. See, that's the thing, A2. They don't care about letting her ask questions, but they do have one question that they really want her to ask. Realizing that her sole purpose on this show is to ask that one question like a fucking sperm in a womb. That is crucial to understanding why this interview was such a disaster.
Do those things. That's the only difference. So it's the same way VR chat avatars are kind of made, very, very similar. And that could be anything from, again, just using an iPhone that would just track your head. And in that case, it can tell when it's the back of your head and you can turn around. Or you could be wearing Vive trackers, which are what a lot of people use in VR chat. I personally have an entire bodysuit for my 3D model, and gloves and everything. So if I move
hydration check, good point.
one finger, that finger gets moved on the model. If I move my foot and turn it around, that gets moved, that sort of thing.
And so I assume some days you decide to put on your full tracking suit because of what you're planning on doing. And then some days you say, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to, like, today is a good example. There's no need. You're not going to be twirling and moving around and all that. How often do you get in your full body suit on your stream?
Why did he ask her this question when he could have found out if he vetted her properly? And if he didn't vet her properly, Why is she being promoted as some sort of representative of all VTubers? See, the thing is, all of these questions he could have answered if he actually, or not even him specifically, Twitch, the people who run this show, if they just did some modicum of research. Because like I said before, VTuber fans who aren't GEEGA's audience don't care about this, and VTuber fans who are GEEGA's audience already know this. It's not for VTuber fans.
For me, it's not super often. It's an occasional thing. I recently kind of debuted the 3D model, and of course for that week I was 3D most days, but I do it on and off because most of my community is used to me being 2D, and that's just kind of my comfort level too, because I'm just playing video games and having to wear these gloves and, hold a controller. It gets a little cumbersome.
Right. I mean, right now I am effectively a 2D model because there's no need for me to get up and spin around and do a flip and do all
Exactly.
that.
Maybe he
and-
is.
Yeah, maybe I'm only
You
a
could
2D
be at any
model.
moment,
I've
though.
never seen him from the side.
Yeah, maybe
True.
maybe I'm just
How would we
AI
know?
in a 2D model, just could be. Could be.
It's actually really uncanny, but some people have done that. They've rigged models of
That is the reason why GEEGA was the wrong person to select for this interview if he actually wanted an advocate for VTubers.
Seen him from the side.
Yeah.
The talking point was over. That particular talking point could have been done there.
True.
Maybe I'm just
How would we
AI
know?
in a 2D model, just could be. Could be.
It's actually really
And then she jumps in and starts continuing that talking point even further. She's getting too comfortable. That's the problem.
uncanny, but some people have done that. They've rigged models of pictures of people, and it looks really weird. Very, very uncanny valley. But to prove how rigging works.
Did you see that? Did you see that on...
And it looks really weird. Very, very uncanny valley. But to prove...
She's semi-committed to making an expression at the camera in response to what Giga was saying, gave up halfway, and it just kind of froze on her face.
Prove how rigging works. They'll take a picture of a person and separate the art out and, not art, that picture out. And they'll...
This is the most the art student is talking expression I've ever seen.
rig it so that anyone can be that person. And,
A random who games, she's beholden to the yap. That is actually, you know what? Fuck. Because my knee-jerk reaction to that was to say, maybe get a VTuber that doesn't have that tendency. And then I realized, fuck, there are no VTubers who don't have that tendency. No, but essentially, you needed someone who could go into this and not get so comfortable, not get comfortable to the point of being enticed into nerding out. Because that is admittedly what Giga is doing here. And that's fine, that's good when she's on her own stream and she's talking to her audience. But when she's here and there's a list of things that other people might want her to talk about because she is acting as a representative, this is not the time to do that. And notice how they're not bothering to interrupt this, by the way. Now, granted, maybe it's because she's not a direct employee of Twitch. Maybe it's because they don't want to look too bad, but then I find that hard to believe, seeing as Dan outright led her by the nose to certain topics of discussion by saying, "So talk about," instead of even bothering to phrase it as a question. But it is a little funny that they never thought to interrupt her when she's in the middle of this, despite the fact that, like we said before, they are very abundantly aware that there is a time limit on their time together.
it looks terrible. It does not look in any way good. You would never trick anyone, but it's possible.
Yeah.
It probably just looks like you took skin and like stretched it over a
Yeah.
basketball. Like
Yeah.
there's
Very
no
creepy
way
looking.
that it actually like functions properly. Yes,
No.
Is Twitch at fault for not moving things along, or Giga for making a long introduction? The only fault that Giga has in this interview, I would say... Well, my answer will change after we see her response to people criticizing this interview, but at this point in time, the only fault I can place on Giga's shoulders is underestimating what the other two are doing, essentially. Like I said, she walked into this expecting an open and honest conversation. What she got was being led around by the nose for the entire interview. Now, the fault. So see, when you say Twitch is at fault for not moving things along, that implies that it's a mistake. It's not. They are doing this intentionally. It's very apparent if you're actually paying attention to the topics that they are broaching.
We really appreciate you taking your time to answer all of our hard-hitting questions about VTubing and just your experiences. But I know we also want to make sure we have time for you to ask us questions. So please.
So now they're moving on to letting her ask questions, at least according to Mary, right?
Yeah.
Take this time to ask any questions that you have.
Yes, and
Okay,
by the
I
way,
think-
I do need to tell chat right now, the one thing I have no ability to do whatsoever is a flip. Even if there was a pool in front of me, like doing a flip into a pool is a belly flop. Okay, so
Funny thing, I think if anyone in chat asked Dan to do a flip in that moment, they probably would have been banned.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that skill does not exist in this body. So
AI can
otherwise
me
I'd stand up and do it, you know?
Me neither.
How much of their time did they burn? Sorry, how much of her time did they burn? That's a good question. Hold on, let me take a look. So the interview, when she leaves, is around 1 hour 21 minutes. Her section starts at around 24 minutes. Around 24, 21, so exactly on the dot. So 24 minutes, from 24 minutes to 43. So that's about 22 minutes out of roughly about an hour that she has. About a third of her time is gone now.
All right.
I can't do any of that. When I got my 3D model, they kept asking, "Oh, are you gonna do a cartwheel? Are you gonna do a flip?" I said, "I'm in my office, and I don't do those things. I sit in a chair all day. I'm not doing a backflip in the 3D model.
Yep.
I'm not one of those."
All right. With that, Giga, now why don't you go to some of the questions that you can talk about and happen to the VTubing community?
Okay, so why don't you, yet again, talk about some of the questions you can get into on behalf of the VTubing community, right? That sounds like an invitation.
Yeah. So as VTubers, now obviously this varies. Some of us will show our faces. I think actually a good number nowadays. They on social media at least, maybe not when.
The first question Giga chooses to go with is talking about VTubers who are going to show their faces. Like, I'm going to be honest, right? That is a priority that only the very upper echelons of the top performing VTubers are concerned about. I'm not... If you're talking about VTubers revealing their faces, you have already essentially... Revealing their faces as part of their content, by the way. You've already slashed the group of people that you are speaking for into, tiny little pieces.
Streaming, they post pictures, etc. But there are a lot that don't. And something that makes that a little, I would say, not just difficult, it gives us a lot of FOMO, is a lot of other streamers, a lot of the Twitch community get to meet up with each other.
And she leads with talking about IRL events that VTubers might be getting FOMO for. And I understand that that's, I understand that that's a question that you might want to ask at some point. But is that really going to be the top priority? You're given the floor, right? This is the first time in that interview, first time since the moment she got in that call, that Dan has given her an opportunity to ask whatever question without stipulation or guidance from him. And she chose to ask about VTuber inclusion at IRL events. Sorry, but the priority list is a little warped there.
And see each other in person and do content together. And that's how a lot of communities intertwine, right? Everyone goes to TwitchCon and they do an event. Someone makes a camp in their backyard, right? And everyone...
Shuanabe, she's definitely been coached on what to ask. See, that's the thing. I don't think so. I don't think she's been coached at all on... I don't think she's been coached at all on what to ask. Contrarily, I think this is just her own... Well, based off of what we have seen, where GEEGA seems to be approaching this as a good, good faith, open, honest conversation, I would assume that the rationale with leading this question, because this is a question that Twitch can get an easy win from, because all they need to say is, oh, we're trying to prep more IRL events for our VTubers, etc., and make themselves look good. I assume that her intention by leading with this question is to essentially throw them a good faith softball to build up a rapport with Dan and Mary to hopefully facilitate the questions later on. I think that was her rationale. I'm willing to assume that that was the intention behind asking this question first when given the floor. Unfortunately, like I said, she is blissfully oblivious to how this is not a good faith conversation.
One shows up for a special week of streaming, but VTubers are, for those that don't show their faces, complete.
It would have been funny if she slipped up and mentioned the spiking. You know what? If she had, in this moment, started talking about, yeah, you know what? The security and safety around these Twitch events, these IRL Twitch events, doesn't seem to be that there for VTubers. I mean, did you hear about how somebody got spiked at the after party to one of your TwitchCons last year? If she had just said that and forced them to move the conversation along, I would have zero criticisms of the rest of this interview. It would be that funny. The comment you read was the second half. She just brought up what was brought up earlier, which tells me that it's not something that Twitch is interested in. Sorry, that's something that Twitch is interested in, not her. Oh. To be fair, I don't think that really changes my reasoning, though, because it could very well be her just trying to, be friendly with them, which I understand as much as I disagree with. But like I said, if you want an advocate, you don't want someone whose first priority is to be friendly or appear friendly to the person they're advocating against or advocating to. Atrax Nightmare Rage, thank you for the 20. GEEGA has effectively walked into a courtroom with a deaf jury. They won't listen and will judge VTubers of their own accord. Side note, I was planning on making a video about Twitch versus VTubers. Could I use you as a reference? Of course. If you want to make a video, that's absolutely fine if you want to use me as a reference. At any point in time. More than welcome to do so. Oh, welcome to B, you're still going. No, yeah, we're probably going to be able to break the Dustborn VOD with how much material we have to go through and how much, well, I'll be honest here. When I talk about this type of stuff, it's mostly because I don't want too much dead air, but also it pisses me off, so.
Completely locked out of that. We just never have that opportunity. Is there any sort of way, when it comes to events like TwitchCon, etc., you feel like you could maybe allow VTubers to better intertwine with other creators?
Why are you talking about other creators? Access to other creators, non-VTuber creators. If I were to arrange a list of priorities, VTuber access to non-VTuber creators at Twitch events, that would be near the bottom. And again, like I said, I understand the possible reason why she might want to lead with this, but that reason alone makes her an awful representative to speak to Twitch. Oh, by the way, with that in mind, by the end of the stream, I'd be very interested to see whether you think that GEEGA was selected for the purposes of being an advocate for VTubers to speak to Twitch, or whether she was selected to be an advocate for Twitch to speak to VTubers.
I think there's a lot of ways that we can absolutely improve, and I'm going to give some examples of things that we've done in the last year that I think have made some waves, and then I'd really love Dan to speak big picture about what our vision is for the future, because you're right, we have to make space for VTubers at events. So just a couple examples of things that we've shifted in
Great. I get to hear about what they've done in IRL events for VTubers. This is definitely what I wanted to talk about as a VTuber fan who watches VTubers stream on Twitch.
recent years because we recognize we have to do this because the VTubers want to participate at TwitchCon. We had our very first ever VTuber glitch showcase. It was the Bikini Bottoms, the chaotic yet delightful podcast. It featured Bao, Numi, and Shy Lily to a live audience. This was really interesting. So this is like maybe what the people at home saw, but this was actually a in-person event in our glitch theater to thousands of people who were just kind of at the con got to watch this, and they were live, which is really exciting. So they got to actually experience this, but with VTubers. We also
I mean, that's cute, but like I said before, not exactly the top of the priority list.
San Diego hosted our first ever VTuber meet and greet, which was quite a success. There's Iron Mouse meet and greeting with fans. There's someone like cosplayed as Iron Mouse. It's so cute. And so Iron Mouse was able to meet people as any streamer would be. Sakuna, like, it's really cool. We're getting there. I do think that we need to continue to make advances in this space. But as you can see, we are making room for people to be able to meet their VTuber fans and just enjoy.
Murray, why did they have this video clip queued up to play? Did they know what questions Giga would ask ahead of time? That's an excellent observation, actually. I didn't even think of that. Why did they have this video just ready to go? Okay, now I'm a little bit less... Okay. See, previously I was struggling, right? Because I was trying to come up with reasons as to why it's stupid to believe that she was coached. But now that you've said that, Murray, the best faith thing I could say is maybe they just had this video waiting in the wings and they were crossing their fingers that she would mention this at least at some point. Because the thing is, I can't make an excuse for her since Dan basically just gave her the floor to ask whatever question she wanted, and she just happened to choose this one that they had a video ready for. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying very hard to play Giga Defense Force, but I think this might be a bit too tough of a job for me.
Enjoy that experience as best they can. I also just want to say that behind the scenes, a lot of people don't know this, we altered our rules at TwitchCon. So VTubers can have full face coverings to protect their identities. Previously, full face masks and paint are not allowed because it's a safety concern. But once you're through security, you can wear full face.
Shiwanabe, it's very... It's very obvious she's been coached, but I don't think she's been brought in on what they're after. I think that's fair enough. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna lie, I can't really argue against that one, Murray. I don't know, maybe some hardcore Giga fans will watch this section of the VOD and think I didn't argue hard enough. By the way, if that's you and you're watching this VOD or stream or whatever, feel free to drop a possible explanation as to why this segment unfolded the way it did. Because I'll be honest, I'm genuinely struggling to come up with an alternate explanation.
Face mask and for additional anonymity. And we did that specifically because of our VTuber community. The last thing I'll just mention is while I don't think this is a full solution, we're also looking into ways that VTubers can attend meetups. These are our...
Okay, I will push back a little bit against Midevi. See, the thing is, when Giga would talk about this stream after, in her own stream, she specified that she was not given a list of pre-screened questions, that the questions were not screened by Twitch prior to that fact. Again, it's possible that this is just a coincidence, right? That they had this waiting in case she asked a question about anything to do with IRL events, and they just jumped on this as a chance to flex it to their audience. But I'm not going to lie, regardless of the reason as to why this lined up so perfectly for Twitch, I don't think Giga is the right person to do these kinds of interviews, I'll be honest. Maybe she wasn't coached, but she was still given a list of questions. The thing is, right, I'm going to extend the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to extend the benefit of the doubt. And I'm going to say that I'm going to assume that GEEGA wouldn't lie about that. Granted, that may sound quite naive coming from me, but I'm going to assume that when GEEGA said the questions weren't pre-screened or scripted or anything, that she's being truthful about that. So, again, I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Are local events that you can have at any city. And recently, this is Seattle meetup. This is Dan meeting Kisaka Toriyama, which is a VTuber, and they're being held by Kenley. And so Dan met a VTuber at our Seattle meetup through an iPad. I understand that this is maybe like not the perfect.
I don't think GEEGA would lie, but you have to read very carefully into how it's worded. Maybe. GEEGA just needs more experience in these kinds of talks. Well, she's not going to get those experiences in VShojo, that's for sure. Like we talked about in the last stream that I did on VShojo, from everything that we can see from the outside, VShojo is a hug box on the inside. And this, getting ready for talks like this, requires you to become accustomed to adversity. And not even obvious adversity when people are yelling at you and calling you slurs. No, I mean subtle, disguised adversity. And I don't think I don't know if VShojo is the place for that, where you can gain experience with that. Which is, admittedly, a point in the favor of VShojo as a workplace. But it's if you want someone from VShojo to come out with the ability to recognize when someone's trying to steer you by the nose in a conversation and to push back accordingly, I don't think VShojo is the place to train you to recognize that. Jacob, thank you for the 5. Do you really think people will just go on the internet and lie like that? I'm choosing to believe that she wouldn't do that. Because I'm not going to lie, at this point, that is a little bit of a suspicious coincidence to just leave unquestioned. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Can you say naive and roulette? Yeah, man, there you go.
Solution, but we are so open to meeting VTubers in IRL spaces in any way we can. I'm really open to additional suggestions and recommendations from the community so that I can better serve you, because that is my job. And then Dan, go ahead.
Cool.
Well, what I think you described, a great part of solving. There are different pieces of the problem as you think about the TwitchCon and these inference. One is the being able to engage
At this point, after Mary gave that long answer to that question, which, did a lot of filleting of Twitch, this should have been the moment where GEEGA started thinking about ways of trying to move the conversation onto the next point sooner. Because at this point, Twitch has already said their piece. Everything that Dan says beyond this point is just further establishing room for Twitch to suck itself off.
In an IRL manner with your community, right? And so putting you on stage is a way to bring VTubing so that the audience, who are not VTubers, get to experience VTubers at TwitchCon just like they can experience non-VTubers at TwitchCon. Same thing with the meet and greet, Mary, that you did, right? That means you can experience VTubers the same way you experience non-VTubers when you are an audience member.
What the fuck did he just say? That was word soup. Hold on.
And so putting you on stage is a way to bring VTubing so that the audience, who are not VTubers, get to experience VTubers at TwitchCon just like they can experience non-VTubers at TwitchCon. Same.
What? What the fuck? Putting VTubers on stage allows VTuber fans to experience VTubers the same way they would experience non-VTuber creators at TwitchCon. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, you can talk to them directly. That's true. You can have meet and greets. but he just described meet and greets. Like, what? Well, how is this unique to TwitchCon?
Thing with the meet and greet, Mary, that you did, right? That means you can experience VTubers the same way you experience non-VTubers when you are an audience member. Okay. Of course, part of TwitchCon is the VTubers interacting and engaging with VTubers, right? Not the audience experiencing VTubers. Part of it is, well, I'll say streamers interacting with streamers. And really, there are two parts of that. One is VTubers interacting with non-VTubers.
Okay. We're back to this tired point. As if VTubers getting to interact with non-VTuber creators is something at the top of the priority list for the the average VTuber to have answered. Like, I hope everyone watching this VOD now understands that when I say that GEEGA is not the right person to do this kind of stuff, I hope you understand that I'm not saying this as some sort of personal attack. Because at this point, it should be very well apparent why that is objectively the case.
Okay, of streamers now. The other is VTubers interacting with VTubers. Okay, you talked about the you talked about doing social things where those VTubers that are going to come can interact with each other. We do allow them to, cover their faces, right? As you said.
Okay.
Now the reality is, it's still not all that you would like.
What I would be really curious about, actually, is if someone went back through this particular segment in the VOD and timed how long Dan spoke, timed how long Mary spoke, and then timed how long GEEGA spoke, and then compared all three numbers. Because, actually, bonus point, if you can separate the amounts of time between time spent asking a question versus time spent answering a question. Because if the amount of time that GEEGA spent answering questions is longer than the amount of time that Dan and Mary spent answering questions, rather than just, talking about unrelated stuff, I'm going to need to think about this a little bit more, because I do think that comparing those stats would be quite interesting. Because I want to know how much of what they were talking about revolves around something that actual VTubers would be interested in, beyond just talking about things like, meeting up at Twitch cons, or what is a VTuber versus what is a PNG tuber, what are the levels of VTubing and stuff like that.
Right? So for example, covering your faces helps somebody not identify you. But of course, a big part, people build models or bodies and other things, right? So sometimes somebody, it's not always just the face. Somebody might be uncomfortable in terms of somebody seeing their body and being there, and their body being physically there. I think that's one reason why I think the Creator Club is one of the ones that I'm most.
See, the thing is, right, the thing that would throw that statistic off balance for me is, usually, right, had this been a proper interview, the person who spent the most amount of time talking would logically be the person who was probably put on the spot the most, right? You would naturally assume that if this was a normal interview. However, the way that this has been going, where it's basically just Dan and Mary asking GEEGA to give them time to talk about how good Twitch is to VTubers. With this, though, it's hard to judge, because if they have the most time talking, it probably doesn't mean that they were put on the spot so much as they were simply given a platform to talk about whatever they wanted. So
bullish on in terms of the importance of it.
He's flogging a dead horse.
Because sometimes VTubers are making this choice because, in fact, they don't want to travel or they can't travel.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
And to the extent that they don't want to travel or they can't travel, we can do a lot of stuff to help facilitate the community that's at Twitch.
Actually, you know what? I've figured out a way to measure the success of this interview using just numbers and nothing else. What if, hold on, this is a multi-step process, I'm trying to figure it out live. What if we went back to Shy Lily's post went through the replies to see which questions got the most likes, graded them by the number of likes, and then looked at the amount of time spent answering each of those questions. First checking to see if any of those questions were answered over the course of this interview. There is at least one, I know that. And then seeing how much time is spent answering each of those questions, relatively. Because conveniently, this VOD has been timestamped by Twitch when they've uploaded it to YouTube. So I think that is possible to gauge things that way. Because now that I'm looking at the timeline, the size of the segment for... Hold on, let me take a look. The clarifying the enforcement of VTuber models and content classification labels, that the size of those two segments is pathetically small compared to the rest of the other sections of the VOD prior to this.
To be exposed to them. But if you're talking about building connections between VTubers for collaboration and other things, actually being at TwitchCon doesn't help now, because the nice part out of BCon is it is a face-to-face interaction, and you can have an experience face-to-face that you can't have in a virtual world. So broadly, I would say maybe we break this down into three pieces. One is presenting, engaging with the community and the audience. Two is for those VTubers that are comfortable, even if with a mask on, coming in person and making sure that they can still engage. But then you have a large portion of the VTubers.
Again, I want to remind you, this is a concern for only the most comfortable of VTubers. VTubers who are not only confident enough in their own appearance to simply, go out and meet people IRL, but also VTubers who have the resources, who have the health to simply fly around to TwitchCons and attend in person. That is the primary audience for this entire segment of the interview. And it's the first question that Giga asked.
VTubing community that say, well, no, I don't want to travel, or I'm not comfortable even with a mask on.
Why is he talking about VTubers like we are mythical characters? It's kind of funny coming from you, because you are a mermaid VTuber. I'm actually a goldfish in a bowl. Well, I mean, probably to Dan, we are kind of animals, aren't we?
And then if you're talking about creating, connections between them, I think it is through online platforms such as Discord.
I agree. Something, I don't know if anyone in the
chat... please. Okay, so again, this was yet another point where Giga should have just nodded her head, said, I agree, and then moved on to the next question, or tried to do so as diplomatically as possible.
Has seen it, but something that myself and the company I'm with, VShojo, does, you might have seen myself or Iron Mouse, for example, on an iPad that is on something that looks like a Segway, a little...
Okay, now she's talking about what VShojo does in order to get around the not being able to interact with people IRL at cons thing. Like, come on. You are here to represent... Well, actually, neat that this point got brought up now. See, she was promoted as if she was representing VTubers, but this is just... You might as well just use this as a VShojo plug. If she said, like and subscribe to VShojo, we appear at cons just on iPads, that would have had the same effect as everything she's about to say now.
Little robot that we actually can drive around. Yeah, I've done that.
Those things are sick.
It's fun. It's fun. We actually control it. It's WASD, it's just a thing that we open in browser, and we just drive it around and go and say hi to people. So we've actually done that. Yeah.
During COVID, we did that. I think it was like E3, before E3 was canceled. We had streamers use those to be able to like run around, and so I think there's a world in which maybe those are something that we could bring back for like a TwitchCon or something. So yeah, we actually have experience with those. They're really wily, but they do work.
They do.
Well, they do work. Giga, let me ask you this. In my experience with them,
notice how even every single time he asks a question, he has to preface it as an instruction. Let me ask you this, like, what? I've seen people react to this interview before, and for those who have reacted to this interview positively, I am absolutely mind blown that all the people who viewed this interview as being this, as a good thing, fail to pick up on how hard Dan is steering the conversation. Like, there has not been one case in this entire interview, well, except for that one time where he said, oh, just ask whatever you want. There's not been one case aside from that where he has actually asked a question. It's always just been instructions, either said directly as instructions or packaged in the form that loosely resembles a question.
They work in terms of going around and saying hi to people, right?
Yeah.
My sense is,
He's a boss. That's just naturally how they talk, I think. See, that's the thing I understand, right? But you needed someone who was capable of talking to their boss rather than just playing along with their boss. GEEGA saying that she has an extensive corporate background. Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I can believe that. But the thing is, being a good corporate worker is a very different skill set to being a good advocate.
but that getting to that next level of a connection and of a conversation, it's kind of like sometimes when I'm at these events, what I'm doing is going around and saying hi to everyone, but I'm not forming deep bonds. Because the bonds usually occur when you go out to dinner afterwards and there's 6 of you chatting, right? Or you're doing something in between. But in the big thing, you know, like if I take like,
remember, he started this entire spiel by phrasing it as if he was about to ask a question. It's been about half a minute and he still hasn't dropped what the question is.
When I went to the Streamer Awards, I would go around and shake hands and I'd talk for 3 minutes or 5 minutes.
Right.
That doesn't create a deep bond. It can exploit one that exists, you know. And so I've often said hi to Iron Mouse at those things, but that's different from me going and having dinner with Iron Mouse.
Right.
I mean, if he even bothered looking at her content, he would know that Connor has done that already. It's already been done. And I mean, if he wants to establish a personal connection with Iron Mouse, like, and he wants to, you know, in his words, sit down to dinner with her, I'm sure he could just suggest that stream idea again, maybe even with Connor as well. But, yet again, he is referring to a VTuber that he only knows of, but he doesn't know. He's never even... I'm willing to bet that he hasn't even watched any content from Iron Mouse, or GEEGA for that matter.
Yeah, very much so. I think some friends have done this for me just to do this, but a lot of my friends will go to TwitchCon and I'll be at home, and they'll actually set up...
Lumi, I think Dan wants to see the VTubers IRL so he can simp. See, I wouldn't put him above that. You know, it is a bit of a funny coincidence how... If you might remember last year, right, when VTubers were talking about getting banned en masse for a bunch of different reasons, after he came back from San Diego Con, where he took a bunch of pictures IRL with VTubers who, you know, tend to be, bizarrely, quite attractive young women for the most part, Twitch seemed to be a little quicker when it came to responding to complaints and appeals. Now, I think that was just coincidence and confirmation bias, but there's something about that just tickles me to think about. This, I think I even made a joke tweet about it around the time. Something along the lines of, if we want Twitch to take VTubers seriously, we're going to need to send our strongest soldiers to him at our next con with the biggest honkers you have ever seen in your life.
An iPad at the table. Someone will bring one, or sometimes just their phone. They'll open Discord, get me in a call. I'll throw my model on the screen. I'll just screen share it. And they just sit me down at the table while they're at TwitchCon, and I just hang out. Yeah. We've done that. And it's a somewhat bridge. It's not a proper solution, but it does help a little. But that is, you know, reliant on me having friends that will do that, right? It's not something that just happens at this con because it's set up like that.
Yeah,
it's
a little
also
bit of extra work.
It's extra work. And I'll also say, I do think that it...
Notice how he didn't actually ask a question. He just took that as a chance to talk about something, stop talking, let GEEGA start talk about something, and now he's resuming.
Is if you're sitting at the table while they're having dinner, it isn't the same experience, right? In terms of forming the connections, because you're kind of on the outside, you can't see this, you can't...
This entire conversation is a moot point. We all lived through 2020. We know exactly what that's like. There's no point in talking about this in 2025.
There's all sorts of subtle clues that our eyes, take in. And that's one reason why I think I'm really leaning into the VTuber meta community to further strengthen those bonds through virtual techniques, right? And so I
Maybe Dan's just hungry. Maybe that's why he keeps harping on about the having dinner metaphor. Maybe we need to get him an Uber Eats, just to hurry the conversation along. If Giga had just dropped the being nice at this point and said, "Hey, you're talking about dinner quite a lot. Do you want me to order you some Uber Eats and something like that?" And use that as an opportunity to get his personal phone number so she can use it for appeals process to bypass the appeals process if either her or her coworkers get banned in the future. That would have been applaudable. But no, we have to sit through all of this. Eddie, so for 2025, send in the most... I'm not reading that sentence out loud.
hope that VTubers hopefully can actually explore how the Creator Club can be used in ways that the other Creator Clubs probably don't think about, because the VTubers will have more of a desire to use the virtual club as a forum for forming connections, whereas the DJ club, they're like used to, we hang out, I see you at the DJ thing, right? So they don't need it as much. And so I actually think we'll be able to learn from the VTubing Creator Club, because you'll teach us ways to form virtual communities from distance.
Armchair no psyoping the Twitch boss, though that would be funny. Oh, I think the worst part is there is a psyop being conducted here, but one of these three is not aware of it.
Distance that then we can apply to DJs and musicians and all these other groups of creators.
VTubers are also very welcome in lots of other different spaces as well. For example, they are welcome in our guilds, and we do have VTubers in our guilds.
Okay, what do the VTubers in your guilds do? Do they just get a fancy badge next to the name? Do they get banned less? Do they get someone to, do they get to talk to a human being if they want to appeal a ban? Like, what does that mean? See, this would have been a chance for Giga to jump in and sort of clarify that point, right? Because the fuck is a VTuber guild?
Our meetup organizations, and we have VTuber ambassadors, some which were on the image that Danilo showed for our creator club. Big Nose Bug and Miss Lala TV are VTubers that are Twitch ambassadors. So lots of space for...
Funny that she should mention Miss Lala being a Twitch ambassador, because I recall back when the back when VTubers were up in arms over Twitch trying to force through the what did they call the stupid ass Twitch the feature that allowed you to barge in on other people's streams? Was it literally called Twitch Knock? Was that it? Was that the name of the thing? I forget what it was called. I just remember that they started off with knock knock, something new feature. And I just remember Shy Lily replying to it with knock knock unwanted feature detected or something along those lines. But yeah, Twitch knocking, the knocking feature. Yeah, there we go. That was it. Because I remember that around the time that went down, instead of saying something, signal boosting VTubers who were complaining about the feature, who were talking about how it was very evident at that point that Twitch didn't even think about VTubers when they implemented a feature that could forcibly turn on your camera during stream. Instead of, signal boosting that, I remember that Miss Lala retweeted a post where it's basically just someone saying, "Oh, why are you expecting VTuber ambassadors to talk about this? They're just around for positivity, they're not for this." And I'm like, what the fuck is the point of having VTuber ambassadors at that point? Why not just have Grimace or Ronald McDonald standing around the Twitch offices? Like, if the extent of a Twitch ambassador's purpose is being a glorified mascot, then what use do VTubers as a whole have for the Twitch Ambassador program. We don't even know how the ambassadors are selected, beyond the fact that there are, well, it's probably some sort of referral system from someone who's already ambassador or someone who's a member of Twitch staff. And that's not exactly the most democratic process I can think of. So, like, what is the point?
For VTubers to get involved in Twitch activities. Hopefully that gave you some insight into it. I'd love to make room for other questions that you have, Giga.
Yeah. So something that we've sort of already touched.
Okay, hold on. Let me rewind that real quick.
For VTubers to get.
Oh, fuck. Chrome just freaked out again. Hold on, we're going to have to wait a few seconds. Actually, I'm going to take this chance to do a quick toilet break. I'll be back in about maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Hold tight. Hopefully by the time I get back, Chrome will be unfrozen. Okay. Let's see if it's unfrozen. It's... What are you guys talking about? When your yapping chair stops talking. It's okay, I'm back. I don't hate you guys, it's okay. Chrome can't handle all the cringe. That scared the shit out of me. Apologies, Ayane. Interview watch along. Okay. Everything seems to be working now. Hold on, let me resume.
Involved in Twitch activities. Hopefully that gave you some insight into it. I'd love to make room for other questions that you have, Giga.
Okay, so good. At this point, she's been given the floor again, this time by Mary. Let's see what Giga asks.
Yeah. So something that we've sort of already touched on, but is my favorite part of all of this is that VTubing and VTubers, all this is one community that is a huge meta community, right? It is not brought together by a specific game or anything. It is simply any content creator, any streamer that decided to use an avatar instead of a face cam or no face cam, right? It's just which of those boxes did they tick. And because of that, it's a very unique community. And
okay, where is this going?
And it has a lot of very wide-reaching needs and opinions and very different people. Is there any way that this isn't really about VTubing, but considering the...
Oh, come on. If you're going to lead a question when you're representing VTubers, don't lead it by saying this isn't really about VTubing. What?
Very different people.
Let me remind you, by the way, that over the course of this interview, only about 3 or 4 questions actually get asked by Giga because they invited her to do so without instructing her what to say. And this is the second one. She's given the chance to talk about, to ask whatever question she has, and she leads this question by saying, this isn't really about VTubing. Like, hun, the case for electing you to be a representative for all VTubers to speak to Twitch is becoming more and more flimsy by the second.
Is there any way that this isn't really about VTubing, but considering that this community is so great as it is and being so wide, is there a way for Twitch to maybe help foster more wide communities like this? I know we do.
Why the fuck do you care about more wide communities like this? The title of the video is at GEEGA and all things VTubing. VTubing is already a meta community. That's what you led with in the question. Why are you asking Twitch if they have any measures in place to foster other meta communities like VTubing? Assuming that that's even an accurate way of describing VTubing, which I don't think it is. But what? When I talk about how only Dan and Mary knew that there was a time limit on this interview, this is partially why, by the way. Because if GEEGA knew that at this present point in time, right, so this is about 56 minutes, she leaves at about 1 hour 21 minutes. So if she knew that she only had like 25 minutes left of this interview, I don't think she would have chosen to ask this question. Because holy shit, this was such a superfluous question to choose.
Have, some creator clubs and things, but what about making some start in a way?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is, and you said it well, that in fact, VTubers are about, I'm going to say for a second, who you are, at least on screen, versus what you do.
Yeah.
What? What does that mean? Who you are on screen versus what you do? Okay, let's let him cook. Let's see where he goes with this.
Yes.
Right? That's another way to say it. Now, of course, it's who you are on stream. It's not who you are in real life. Okay, but it's who you are on stream as opposed to what you do. Whereas playing Marvel Rivals...
Connor Sensei, I feel like this question translates into how do we bring more normies into accepting VTubing? That's interesting that you point that out, actually. See, there are elements of this interview where it becomes very obvious that GEEGA is speaking, well, if not as a representative of VShojo, definitely it's very obvious that she is a talent that is in VShojo. Even if behind some of the underlying philosophies of the questions that she's asking. Like this one, for example, which focuses a lot around, how do we replicate what's currently going on in VTubing with other communities that are unrelated to VTubing? That is a very VShojo question to ask.
Is what you do. Okay? Who you are is your VTuber. Interestingly, and as you think about this, I think the Unity guilds are kind of like that. Because they are designed to bring together meta communities around your identity, who you are, rather than what you do.
Right.
Okay. And I do think that's one thing that, Mary can talk more about, but since we're not focusing on the guilds, I won't get her to go. One of the things that, she's figuring out is, look, we need to expand the guilds more internationally, but then we also have to think of different.
Do you suppose she prioritized asking that question because it's a very VShojo question to ask? Seems plausible. You know what? I think that is quite possible. Yeah. No, I think that is quite possible. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, when I talk about how VShojo does not represent all VTubers and it would be a mistake to think that they do, this is why.
Different solutions that allow us to meet needs of different identities that besides the 4 that we serve today, and the current way we do it doesn't quite scale. So we're trying to figure out how to foster those meta communities around an identity, be it a veteran or Asian American or something else, which are another identity. I also think you see this in...
Why the fuck do you care about IRL identities? What? See, the thing is, right, this is a conversation that is basically, thematically speaking, the polar opposite end of the spectrum from the underlying spirit of VTubing, which is the whole who you are online does not have to match who you are IRL. Like,
in some other areas, so if I take music streamers, now of course, music streamers is you think of that something that you do on stream.
hold on, let me see. Malcolm, he's not going to have someone asking him a critical question and then having it clipped. You know what? You actually raised a pretty good point. Maybe part of the reason why he's padding this long is to disincentivize clippers from taking parts of this out of, not out of context, but even just removing it from all the gunk preceding it.
Okay, but just like gamers, music streamers will spend a lot of time just chatting. Okay, and sometimes a good example is Office Drummer, who's a music streamer, and more now he's doing IRL. Okay, and I know a number of music streamers that then diversify, and they may identify as a music.
Okay, I just want to remind you, this is supposed to be an interview that was pitched to people on Twitter as being for VTuber fans, and by GEEGA as for VTubers. I want you all to remember that.
Streamer. But they spend 20, 30, 40% of their time just chatting or IRL. So music is like, for example, I am a music streamer, but I don't spend most of my time doing music. Okay. So I think that is a similar type of, because they identify as a musician. Okay. And I think that may be true with the creator DJs. So interestingly, as you look across the creator clubs, while they are defined by what you do, I find many times those folks.
He keeps looping back to the idea that he only cares about the person behind the avatar. Exactly, Noxon. That is exactly. This is why this is such a. Walking into this conversation expecting Dan to understand VTubers, that is part of the reason why it's. Well, it's that, and also the fact that GEEGA is a VShojo talent, and VShojo as a company seems to be very much about, the person behind the VTuber, not necessarily, the VTuber itself. When you put those two things together, you get a conversation that tends to revolve only around what the relationship between VTubing and real life is, or some sort of thing to do with the real life identity of the person behind the VTuber is. Actually, better way of putting it, the conversation revolves more around the person behind the VTuber model than the VTuber, I suppose, is how I would phrase it.
That is just part of what they do on stream. And so I would kind of say, like, the creator clubs is almost exploring how to bring people, and the Unity guilds are both forms of trying to explore this, right? And the question is, what are other areas like that?
Yeah, I think to that point, we're also really trying to push more into global-based events that anyone can participate in, and it's even better if you participate in groups. Some examples would include Halloween, when we do Fright Fest and we ask everybody to play scary games together, and we do celebrate and showcase groups on the front page with shelves and promo, and we try to do exclusive badges or emotes if people get involved. We did the same thing for I've been calling it Twitch Miss, but I think we call it Holiday Hoopla, or some kind of holiday event. We're going to do more of those this year. We want people to get involved in those ecosystems. And then I think another one that
Funneless, meanwhile, most VTuber fans don't actually care much about the person behind the avatar other than, are they happy, are they healthy? Exactly. That's why this entire segment of the conversation amounts to such emptiness.
I really think this is not VTuber focused, but even in your question, you were like, hey, it doesn't have to be for VTubers, just ways that we can kind of all rally.
By the way, if you're a VTuber and you're looking for an advocate and that's the philosophy they walk into a conversation with, you've chosen the wrong advocate. So, if you ever are thinking, why did Twitch choose GEEGA? I think it's safe to say that at this point, their choice is being validated quite a bit. In this VTubing, this thing for VTubers, for VTuber fans, right? This interview that's supposed to be for those two groups of people. So far, right? They have spent the majority of this conversation explaining things, really basic things, that even a VTuber fan that is less than a month old would understand. And they've spent the rest of this time either talking about how VTubers can interact with people IRL, or talking about how, something that's to do with the real life identity of streamers that isn't even necessarily related to VTubing. By the way, this is an interview that lasts around an hour long. And we've gone from, 24, 21 to around a full hour. So that's around 40 minutes killed already over the course of this interview on topics that really your average VTuber is not going to really give a shit about.
We've seen a really nice uptick of people just getting really excited to break records, and that's been really exciting to see. A lot of people have been doing that recently, like Iron Mouse breaking the most subs, and then this year, an AI VTuber, Nero-sama, broke the hype train record on January 1st. Congratulations, Nero-sama. That's freaking incredible.
Fuck's sake. This moment, more than anything else in the rest of this entire interview, tells me that neither her nor Dan know jack shit about any of the VTubers that stream on their platform. Why the fuck did she just congratulate Neuro-sama instead of fucking Vedel? His name is in the fucking... It's his Twitch handle. His Twitch handle is called Vedel987. What? I'm crashing out. I'm actually crashing out. I'd blocked this part of the interview out of my head because I think at this point, when I was last watching it, I'd entered into some sort of trance. But hearing that has just activated this sort of Winter Soldier episode for me. Like, what the actual fuck? This is like when all of those graphs promote Vedel as the top female streamer of, whatever month or whatever portion of the year. It's just, for fuck's sake.
We actually started a trend last year when Pirate Software broke the hype train record, and they got their community got an emote exclusively for them because it was something they all worked on to get. And I'm happy to say that we are working towards doing that for Nero-sama as well. We just need to get all the legal mumbo jumbo behind the scenes done, but we will be doing that. So we want to make sure that we're celebrating people for breaking records and achieving.
By the way, these are their most visible streamers, their top performing streamers, the streamers who break records, and they don't even know enough about them to distinguish between the AI VTuber that is part of the brand and the person behind that AI VTuber. May I remind you, yet again, one of the first questions they asked GEEGA after introducing her to the audience watching this stream is, are you a full-time VTuber? Now, you'd think that would be the extent of it, but no. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Some blood pressure medication for chairman. Well, in a roundabout way, I guess Nero is Venom with a voice changer. Nah, I don't think Vedel with a voice changer would be able to match what Nero is, I'm going to be honest. That little robot is something special.
Achieving wonderful things here at Twitch, and I think that is something we can all rally around no matter what, as long as you're in a group.
Oh wait, you're right, Ryuken. Yeah, they did ban Vedel for a month. You'd think that maybe they'd remember that, but fuck no. Of course they only remember, they broke the hype train record without even understanding the difference between Vedel and Neuro. Tomahawk, thank you for the 5. This interview is literally appeasement on the level of Neville Chamberlain. GEEGA is Chamberlain in this case. Yeah, I can see it. They just empathize with AI more. True. That might be the case.
I feel like you can accomplish incredible things.
Mary, one idea that just occurs to me as you talk about this, that remember this and we should look into it. There is something about getting excited about breaking a record. And one of the things that's gaming companies realize this.
Saro, hopefully they don't use AI art for the emote for the AI VTuber. True. Good night, Gem, and good luck. Good night, Jade. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you have. This is really turning out to be quite the marathon.
Is they create lots of opportunities for this by cutting the pie in many different ways.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning by I am the most subbed music channel, whatever that means. I am the most this because right now, you talked about these global records. But of course, there are tons of streamers that can't break a global record, right? You can think of lots of ways to cut it, like the most subbed affiliate channel, right? Because now you're in a smaller group, the most blah, blah, blah. So
why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about these superfluous titles for top performing streamers? What does this have to do with VTubing or VTubers or VTuber fans? Well, actually, I can kind of see how it might loop around to VTuber fans, because, I mean, if your favorite streamer does something, like, massive, like break the hype train record, you're probably really hyped in order to, get them something to commemorate that. But I'm going to be honest, this is a talking point that should have only lasted a few seconds.
So we should think about how to create these.
He talks a lot but doesn't say anything. That's a norm in the C-suite sector.
Different sub areas that we can help people understand as they set records so that more people can do it as opposed to just a small number that are super big,
Speaking of looking after more VTubers than, more creators than just the ones that are super big, that would be a pretty convenient segue into the whole enforcement thing, but let's see where this conversation goes.
I have a question from Flashhound, if we can ask it from chat for you, Giga. Any personal advice for those looking to get started in VTubing?
Oh, fuck off. This is something you ask at the end of the end of the interview, when you're closing, when you know that she only has a few minutes left. Unless, of course, you just want her to talk about something else.
Ooh, don't be tempted to buy a $5,000 model just because you want one.
By the way, can I point out yet again that if you had any sort of pre-existing experience with GEEGA's content, you would already know this, right? VTuber fans don't give a shit about the fact that it's GEEGA saying this. GEEGA fans have already heard her say this multiple times. So, yet again, this is yet another example of a question that isn't actually for anyone that they plugged this interview for.
I do think a lot of people, so they can be very cheap. You can get a model.
This does not sound like a chat question. Oh, well, they are admittedly picking and choosing, so there's relatively little difference between whether that question was actually in chat or not, because they probably would have looked for another question that was suitably distracting anyways.
Very cheap, but they can also be very expensive. There's a huge range. And a lot of people will watch a big streamer, a big VTuber, and they'll go, I want what they have. And then they approach an artist and they realize this is going to cost them that much. And sometimes they'll just do it. They'll just drop, so much money on it because it's cool. But I think you should figure out if you like streaming first, personally. You might use that model, go live and go, wow, I don't really want to do this that much. Maybe once a week or something, maybe once a month, So definitely...
Maybe the swallowing bait thing didn't just apply to Twitter.
Start really small and work up. I mean, my first model, it didn't even have legs. It was just the upper body. I just never scrolled, I never showed the rest of it. It barely did anything. Yeah, it was like if you just go from like...
Ryukin, that's actually a pretty good point. I think the majority of VTubers I watch have mentioned this on how to start. Yeah. If you've watched more than one VTuber for more than 3 months, over the course of more than 3 months, I should say, you've probably heard somebody say this already. So, like I said before, this is not a question that they're asking for the audience. This is a question that they asked for themselves.
Waist down and cut that out, right? It was just the upper body. Because I was just in the corner, just my head showing while I was playing games, So just get the...
It's Sumanite, we have to keep listening to this. Ugh. It's the price I pay for being thorough. However, I try to mitigate it as much as possible by pausing where I can.
Minimum. A lot of people in chat are suggesting PNGs, and I agree. Start at level 1, get a PNG, and see if you like streaming.
Mercurius, thank you for the 2. How much did your PNG cost, Chairman? That's the fun part. It cost me nothing, because I just downloaded 2 PNGs and put them together in Photoshop one afternoon. And then I drew eyebrows on some of the chairs, and now we're here.
If you like the hobby, because being a
We're halfway there. No, don't worry, Percival. We're going to. I'm going to put it on 1.5 times speed after Giga leaves. The only reason I'm leaving it on this speed, well, actually, the only reason I'm leaving it on this speed is because personally, I just prefer listening to people talking at normal speed. But after she leaves, I'll turn it on 1.5 just to get through all of the questions that they feel like answering from chat afterwards. And then we'll move. Then we'll move on to Giga's, following stream, which admittedly isn't much better, but it's something.
About being a VTuber at all. It's just about streaming or delivering some kind of content, and then being a VTuber is a choice you make on top of it. So that is my advice. Get into
I also think one of the things that I think we'll see growing is hybrid streamers too.
Yeah.
Now that the tech.
What? This is about VTubing. Why are you talking about hybrid stream? This might be a bit of a hot take, but if you are hybrid streaming, are you really still a VTuber? Because you're not really virtual anymore, are you? Right? You're just streaming yourself with your VTuber model like by your side. Like, I understand if you stream as a VTuber when you're using the model and nothing else, but if you're hybrid streaming, you're not really VTubing. I don't think.
Tech has become simpler. It is the fact that sometimes
I want electric streamers and gas streamers. Gas streamer sounds like a disaster. It sounds like a war crime waiting to happen.
there's this now. I don't experience this just because the way I am. I
gas streamers? Which ones? Is Quinn Bennett a VTuber? Well, depends on which YouTube channel you're watching.
I wear whatever I wear and I'm at work.
Actually, now that I say that out loud, I realize that was a stupid thing to say. Yeah, I don't know if he is one.
Right now, okay.
We try.
So, we try. It doesn't work. Okay, that ain't gonna work. Okay, but that's just me. There are a lot of people who it's very different if they're going to be presenting themselves on screen. They need to think about it. It's like, no, I don't feel like putting myself on stream right now. And I think hybrid streaming will be interesting now that the technology, and I also think it's very interesting.
What technology? VTubing is the technology. If you take the VTubing out of, if you choose to hybrid stream, what technology are you talking about? VTubing is the technology. And when someone hybrid streams, it doesn't mean that they're using new technology. It just means that they're using their VTuber model as an accessory rather than the main part of the main content or the main aesthetic. What?
For people that stream to be investing in, having this avatar that they can then even at times
Good night, Waijin. Good night.
Interact on their stream. I think one thing that'll be interesting, as people, you see this now, some streamers, in fact, you see some VTubers that actually are interacting with AI bots on their stream, right? And it creates...
Brovinator, Dan is relaxing now that he knows there's not enough time to pose a contentious question. Yeah, I can see that. I can very much see that being the case.
Content for them to react to. So I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that's going to come from this.
For sure. A lot of my friends that are non-VTubers, just face cam streamers, a good number of them have gotten models within the past year, and I've actually helped a lot of them, figure out what artists to go to, etc. And it's a comfort thing for them. Some of them have, sometimes it's a big medical condition related thing, and they're feeling really sick that day, but they still want to stream, but they are aware they look absolutely terrible in that moment, and they just say, you know what, let me just turn the model on.
See, that's the difference between VTubing as an identity that you assume in order to, build a connection with an audience, and VTubing as a glorified makeup filter.
And then I don't have to worry about it. In that way, people can see their reactions. They can.
Jedi Dusk, Dan really wants to see what VTubers look like. I mean, if you think about it, the demographic for VTubers tends to be young women, so I can see why someone like him would be quite interested in that particular demographic.
You can see their facial expressions and what they're feeling, but they're not literally looking at their, they're just dead face as they're sick. And some people, it's a comfort thing. Some people are more anxious than others.
My chair broke? Ah, fuck. Alright, hold on. Let me see if I can get it working again. Let me try turning it off and on. It might be a Discord thing. Or maybe I've just been streaming so long that the tech is dying on me. Ah, well. We will soldier on. Nothing much we could have... nothing much I can really do about that. You know what would have been an interesting interview for VTubers and for VTuber fans of VTubers? One where the Flesh Tuber asks questions about VTubers and trying to learn about them? Yeah, exactly. And that would have been a more, if this had been posed as, a for fun kind of interview, that would have been fine, but apparently not.
And they'll have
Yeah, max 6 hours. Oh, can you fix that by simply going in and out of the Discord? Is that how it works? Hold on, let me try that. Did that do anything? Hold on, let me check. Let me check on OBS. Okay, it seems to be working now. Alright, we fixed it. Alright.
have days where they're fine being seen and other days where they don't want to hit go live, not because they don't want to stream, but just because they don't feel like being seen that day. So it gives that option, I think that's
See, a real VTuber doesn't want to be seen any day.
been really nice for a lot of my friends to have that option.
So, I'm going to go to a question that I know a number of VTubers have.
See, now he knows it's safe to finally get the only question he's interested in answering out the door. Because note how the last two times, right, they could have kept doing that where they just gave GEEGA the floor to ask whatever question she wanted. But for some reason now he's going to define what that question is for her yet again.
Yeah. And GEEGA, you might not want to be the one to ask this question, or you might, but okay. I will go ahead and ask the question that I know many VTubers have and then answer it because I know it's one that's on many VTubers' mind.
See, he does that little symbolic thing of saying, oh yeah, I was going to let you ask this question, but I'll just ask it myself and answer it myself, etc, etc, etc. Basically just paying lip service to her entire role in this interview.
Is the whole a question about our enforcement guidelines.
Okay, so they're finally talking about the enforcement guidelines. This is what? 1 hour, 6 minutes, roughly. They started at 24:21. So this is 40 minutes in, basically. Basically 40 minutes in to a, 1 hour interview.
And when we publish the enforcement guidelines, the attire guidelines, and in particular, the comparison to VR chat.
There we go. And that is what convinces me that Camilla was right with her instinct, with her guess that the reason why they wanted her, specifically, not just any VTuber, not even just any VTuber at Mythic, this is the thing that convinces me that she was exactly on the money when she predicted that they wanted her specifically because she made a tweet about it that went viral.
Okay.
Yes, I was going to ask.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, why don't you...
Man, if you're a GEEGA fan, I don't understand how this isn't a rough watch for you.
You can feel free to ask. Why don't you go ahead and ask? But I wanted to
see. He's just taken the wind completely out of her sails, and he's giving her a little hoot from his own lips in order to give the facade that she's actually able to ask that question.
Go ahead and ask the way you would ask it then.
Of course, I think.
It feels extra scummy in trying to be the good guy when Dan wasted 30 minutes on filler questions. Oh, yeah. It's funny how Dan himself is the one who brought it up, not GEEGA. No, because he's planned for this. This is now a time... He knows, right? He knows how much time is left. And he knows that in this time that is left, especially due to how soft she was in the questions beforehand. He knows he's safe. He knows Twitch is safe. He knows that she's basically just a toothless interviewer at this point. So there's literally nothing she can do to press him. So now that he knows that it's the right time to allow her to ask the only question that he wanted her to really ask, now he's giving her the floor to do that, having dictated when in the interview he wanted it asked.
I mean, I was definitely going to say it nicely because I think a lot of it comes from just confusion, people not being sure what the guidelines are, who they apply to. Maybe they're looking for more clarity. Some people are just complaining. Some people are more validly complaining. You know, there's a lot of different ranges on that. But
what didn't she mention when she was listing off all of those individual things? She talked about how the rules were written. She talked about how they were phrased. She talked about how people interpreted them. She talked about how people were confused. She talked about people who were complaining without good reason. She talked about the people who were complaining with good reason. What hasn't she mentioned? He effectively defanged her? Yeah, pretty much. There we go. Tomahawk. Enforcement. That is exactly right. So far, the way that she has asked this question has completely exempted Dan from having to talk about enforcement. At this point, if he brings up enforcement, it's only because he wants to, not because that was part of what she asked.
overall, a lot of VTubers are confused about the outfit policy. They'll think maybe it means one thing, and then they get their model made, which, you know, takes like 6.
Hun, nobody's confused about the VR chat the fucking attire policy. People are asking why it is that VTubers are held to a different standard to VR chatters. That's it. People don't understand why that difference, arbitrary as it is, was made between the two parties. People know what no hips means. People are just confused as to why no hips only applies if you're not a fucking VR chatter.
6 months to a year sometimes, and then they debut it that day, and then they're told that's not allowed actually, right? So there's a lot of uncertainty on what is and isn't allowed, and then why, like you said, why can a VR chat avatar look a certain...
It's Sumona, it's not just that, it's also about the genre specific rules. See, that wasn't within the scope of the question that he framed it around for her. Remember that she's asking this question specifically about the VR chat thing because he defined the scope of the question prior. Dan was the one who set in place that framing. You are going to ask me about the VR chat attire policy change. And for the most part, pretty much entirely, GEEGA has confined herself to remaining within the bounds of that framing. She's not pushed back against that at all. She's just accepted it as is, and is now asking a question that fits within what he has prescribed.
certain way, but then this person who's using a model that they also use in VR chat, not allowed to stream a video game with that or chatting, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So first, let me, and I think this is a good question. In fact, some of this...
I think this is a good question. No shit, Sherlock. You asked her to ask it. What the fuck? What? I think that's a good question. Like, you didn't just basically tell her what to say. Like, what?
Also throw out there is, because you highlight one of the problems that exist here that doesn't happen in the real world that I'd love for us to find a better solution for.
Hold on, let's rewind that a little bit.
A video game with that or chatting.
It's a good question. In fact, some of this I'll also throw out there is because you highlight one of the problems that exist here that doesn't happen in the real world that I'd love for us to find a better solution for. So first of all, when we published the enforcement guidelines, there was no change to our policy.
Okay, sure. We knew that.
In fact, part of what we were trying to do was sometimes people have to implicitly figure out what the policy is.
Do they, though? do people really have to implicitly figure out what the policy is? Or is it that there is a small subsect of your streamers who are explicitly, rather explicitly, both in terms of their intention and their content, trying to figure out where the lines are in your vague rules?
By talking to people that have endorsements, and what we were trying to do was to be clear about how we were, and we didn't change how we were enforcing it all around then. But of course,
Okay. Sure. Notice how the first time he brings up enforcement, which is not a point that Giga asked in her question, right? The only time he brings up enforcement is to say, "Oh yeah, nothing changed about that. Nothing changed about enforcement." Okay.
as we do it, that also then brings more attention to something that was already happening in terms of enforcements. Okay, but we didn't change anything with the enforcement guidelines. Now, our general policy is that we apply.
Okay, so he said enforcement guidelines there. See, what Giga should have asked there is, when you say enforcement guidelines, are they different to the rules that everyone else has access to? That is a question that she could have asked that would have added a little bit of clarification as to why people seem to be getting banned for things that don't obviously seem to be part of Twitch's publicly available community guidelines. Because when he says enforcement guidelines, like, we know from Shondo that there does exist a set of quote-unquote enforcement guidelines, at least when it comes to, VTubers that have lolly or shoujo models. But what we don't know is whether that is simply one of many that moderators use to inform their decisions. So this is somewhere where she could have jumped in to clarify that point. Is what happened with Shondo just for lollies and shotas? Or is that a thing for every single rule that you have in the publicly accessible community guidelines webpage? Like, hello? Why aren't we asking this?
Apply the same attire guidelines to a VTuber as we do to a person. Okay?
So why is VR chat so special then? If you're not going to... Okay, so if VTubers and IRL streamers are both held to the same rules, but VR chat is exempt, what's the rationale for that?
In terms of the clothing that they have on their body, in terms of covering their hips and everything else. And now I'm not going to go into talking through the nuances of the attire policy for...
Did you see what he just did there?
Of covering their hips and everything else. And now I'm not going to go into talking through the nuances of the attire policy for humans, because that is something that first of all, I'm not the expert on all the nuances of enforcing the attire policy on humans. It's also...
What? Notice he said just then, oh, the way that it is enforced with VTubers is the same way that it's enforced with IRL streamers. And then he said, I'm not going to get into the nuances of how it's enforced with IRL streamers, which by extension means that he's not going to go into the nuances of how it's enforced with VTubers. He's asked Giga to ask him a question, she's played along, and now he's essentially opting out of answering the question that he just asked her to ask him. How anyone can watch to this point in the interview and conclude that this was a success is quite beyond me.
Something that is nuanced, and you have to be...
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even make sense as a lie because he's the fucking CEO.
Very careful on, and we've tried to communicate what is our attire policy for humans. And so the same thing applies to VTubers. Now,
okay, so the same thing that applies to IRL streamers applies to VTubers. I won't go into what the nuances of enforcing that are, but just know that the same thing applies. Can you see how that's a bit of a non-answer?
The big question is, well, wait, why is that?
So he's asked her to ask him a question that he's comfortable with answering. He's refused to answer that question that she has then followed his instructions to ask. And now he's posed a different question that he's even more comfortable with answering or dodging. And we're going to go off of that.
When you don't have the same policy with VR chat. And then, in fact, shouldn't VTubing just be like VR chat? Okay.
So now he's pivoted, right? He's pivoted from talking about the nuances of how the VR chat, the VTuber attire policy is similar to the IRL streamer attire policy. And he's pivoted. He then took that as an opportunity to say, yeah, I don't really want to talk about that. And now he switched back to, oh, but why is there a distinction between VTubers and VR chat? Okay.
And I understand why VTubers avoid. That seems unfair. They can have that, avatar in VR chat, but I can't have it as I'm a VTuber. The reason for the difference is, and you highlighted earlier about how VTubers do everything on our site. Okay. VR chat, if VR chat is a game and VR chat has a rating in the game, and when people go to VR chat, they have certain expectations about the type of content that they are going to be exposed to.
His argument is, if you go into VR chat and you see a bunch of furries doing e-sex in a stream, that's a skill issue on your part for not expecting that to be there. That's basically what he's saying.
In terms of the avatars that they may see. Now, of course, VR chat is just an environment, and VR chat can all be lollipops and...
VR chat is just an environment. You know what else is just an environment? IRL streamers, when they go out onto the streets and start streaming themselves being on the streets. When he said that VR chat is somehow exempt from IRL streamers, you know why that's inconsistent? Because when an IRL streamer goes out onto the street, streams themselves walking around, and happens to accidentally capture someone in the background getting mugged by somebody else, they can get banned off of Twitch for that. Why is it the case then that when you are in VR chat, which is, like he said, an environment, and you have someone suddenly enter your world while, in a nude model, pussy lips out and everything, why is that considered any different?
And bubblegum and unicorns, or VR chat can be people in, less attire for their avatars and all sorts of things. Okay. However, it is the fact that much of especially since when you're in VR chat, you have no idea who you might run into. It's certainly...
Same thing as when you stream IRL. What happens if you run into... I don't know. What if you happen to walk past a particularly unlucky and or incompetent street performer who's doing flips on the spot before he lands on his neck and kills himself on stream? Like, what is the point here?
The case that as you go and watch somebody streaming in VR chat, you learned a given expectation about what
you learn. Why does he put the onus on the audience learning an expectation? Why can't you say the same thing for VTubing? Oh, the audience should just learn an expectation when they go into a VTuber stream. Like, what? How does this make any sense?
In terms of...
Kendra, I want to bet that Dan has a secret VR chat account, and the day that gets exposed, I'm going to holler in laughter. I mean, at this point, it's pretty obvious that VR chat is just getting privilege. It's not that the other two have anything inherently wrong with them that sets them apart from VR chat unless you're being arbitrary. So, maybe it is the case that Twitch staff just goons in VR chat, and that's why they want to keep it, safe.
The VR chat. And we, of course, use the game ratings and other things to make sure that users are aware of that. That is not the case with a VTuber, because a VTuber can play Minecraft, right? A VTuber can do anything.
Why is she nodding? What about... What? What?
And so there, when you have less attire, for some people, they might find that that may not be what they are looking for when they are going into a Minecraft stream. Okay. And especially given...
Okay. That explanation kind of makes it make a little bit more sense. I still don't get the distinction between VR chat and IRL based off of what he was just saying. But that kind of makes the VTuber VR chat thing make a little bit more sense. Because, you know, technically, if you have a lewd tuber playing Minecraft, someone clicks on a Minecraft stream expecting, you know, wholesome pony, whatever. Then they go in, they get slapped in the face with, like, you know, titties and whatever. Yeah, sure, I can see that being the argument. But are we just going off of the assumption that everyone just now assumes that VR chat has to be some sort of degenerate sex fest? Like, is that the baseline assumption we're working off of now? Like, just how he used Minecraft in that example as the, you know, the wholesome Chungus game that everyone walks into expecting that it's going to be all sunshine, rainbows, and white ponies, right? Is he now assuming that the moment you enter a VR chat game, quote unquote, you instantly expect to be slapped in the face by something deviant or sexual? Like, what? Like, I get what he's going for. I get the argument that he's going for, but is that really the baseline assumption we have to work off of? Really?
Yeah, people of all ages. It's not just an age thing, but it is the fact that people of all ages, not of all ages, of 13 and above.
Oh, okay, yeah, he just slipped there. He knows that there are people below 13 using Twitch. I mean, that's kind of a no shit Sherlock moment, but you know. I bet he knows what they're watching on Twitch too.
On Twitch, and you do want to think differently when somebody's under 18, but there's also lots of users of all sorts of ages. That's like, no, that's just not what I want to be.
That's what everyone expects out of VR chat? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. To be fair, my first day in VR chat, I met harassers, and there are open... Okay. You know, it's starting to sound like maybe Twitch should just ban VR chat off of the platform. Maybe that'll fix the problem, and there'll be no more rule inconsistencies. Maybe it's the solution is just cleanse it with fire.
You know, exposed to in terms of, you know, I'll say less attire. And so that's the reason we kind of need to treat VTubing different than VR chat.
Yeah.
Because of the very nature of it. And interestingly in this, like, I think these lines are going to continue to blur, where more and more in gaming, you're going to have control over your avatar in gaming. Okay, and you'll have more and more expressibility in GTA.
See, you know how they could get around this problem, though? Both for the degenerate VR chatters, right? And also for degenerate VTubers who want to just, you know, who are very interested on flexing their, you know, all of their assets on stream for the express purpose of being sexual or softcore. And this even applies to IRL streamers, right? If you have someone who is pushing the boundaries on your platform, you know how you fix the problem without having to change the rules? Just fucking ban the outliers. Just ban the people who keep trying to push your rules. Turn them into an example. Demonstrate using them. I'm sure that after a few iterations of a few permabans being handed out to people who have made it their job to essentially pen test your community guidelines, I'm sure the rest of them will get the message. But for whatever reason, Twitch just doesn't want to do that. And that is the issue with enforcement that we keep running across. That Twitch, for some reason, doesn't want to set the examples it needs to set in order to actually enforce the rules that it's written up.
GTA 6, Lord knows what you'll be able to do in your avatar in
It's
GTA
going to
6.
question those things, and we might have to continue to adapt our policy to see how things go, but that is where we're currently standing with it, which is like your
Permaban? Ban min mention? True.
your VR model, we are comparing to a person because like a person.
Okay, but you just said that VR models exist separately in terms of enforcement from VTubers and IRL streamers. So which one is it?
Which you are. You can change games, you can change categories, you can do all these different things.
I think she misspoke. I think she meant VTuber.
When you're in a game, that's a game model. So we consider them separate.
Right. So can I ask
Okay, sure.
two follow-up questions on that? Because I get what you're saying, Dan. Completely agree, right?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, no. If her follow-up questions don't have anything to do with enforcement, Jover.
at least when you're playing certain games, you have certain labeling and things, which I assume has a lot to do with advertisers. And
bear in mind, we are now at 1 hour. We now have about 10 minutes left before she gets told goodbye.
a lot of these other things, like just knowing, what's going on the platform. What about, let's say, now I don't do this. You can see I'm covered head to toe, but let's say I wanted to get an outfit
Did we really need that little phrase that you tossed in there? We all have eyes. We can see.
that was more revealing. I know, for example, I can go into the
You know why that one line seems to irk me?
and a lot of these other things, like just knowing, what's going on the platform. What about, let's say, now I don't do this. You can see I'm covered head to toe, but
Now, I don't do this. You can see I'm covered head to toe. You know what that little quip does? It's a little... Funnily enough, it's something that you see when you're working in a corporation. That little flag that you wave to say, hey, look, I'm following the rules, right? We can see that. You don't need to say that out loud.
But let's say I wanted to get an outfit that was more revealing. I know, for example, I can go into the pools, beaches, hot tubs category and show it off there. What if I wanted to just be like that all the time? Could I, in the future, maybe consider having some sort of label or content classification that lets me do that, so that
We do have one. It's called the pools, beaches, and hot tubs category. See, the problem is when Giga asked this question, she seems to have forgotten that the whole reason why that category was created was so Twitch could avoid permabanning some of the OnlyFans peddlers that were using its site. That entire category exists only for the purpose of allowing Twitch to bend its own rules to avoid banning some of the people that have displayed over the years the most consistent patterns of behavior when it comes to trying to push the limits on their community guidelines. So what Giga is suggesting is a solution that Twitch has already both used, exhausted, and then perverted as a way of trying to facilitate the, the maintenance of some of these streamers that have no interest in following their rules. This is a dead question.
that
Right.
let's say people want to filter that out, and it's not fully adult content, for example, but I know the nature of this outfit is what it is, and I want
Just say it. Just say, I know these people are trying to sell sex. Just say it.
to just click a button and say, I want to do anything and be in any category doing this, but I'm not trying to be shown
You might... What?
to, the minors that might be.
Just say, I want to sell sex, but I don't want to be restricted to the category that Twitch specifically made for streamers that sell sex. That's it. That's all you needed to say. Like, what game are we playing here? Why is Giga insisting on being just as avoidant of saying the blatant, very observable truth that Twitch themselves seem to have been pussyfooting around for years now? We know what these streamers are selling. They are selling sex on Twitch, which is not a website that is designed to sell that. They cater to 13-year-olds. You are co-workers with somebody who has already figured out how to navigate this line tactfully. Mel has not had any of those problems over the past few years. So why is this so hard to figure out? Just don't try to sell sex on a platform that isn't designed for it. And if a streamer does try to do that, fucking permaban them.
On the site.
Right.
Would there be a way to kind of meet in the middle there?
I think so. By the way, you talked about the two different ways of doing this. One is labeling, and the other is a category.
Yes.
Okay, and those are those have different pros and cons, and sometimes we do both, right? In other words, so for example, with the attire,
A2, the strongest word salad of today versus the strongest word salad in history. Oh. You know, prior to watching this interview, actually, no, I won't say it. That's too mean.
Exception, right? For a human, you need to be in the hot tubs category, and that is applied. And now, some people may not want to be in the hot tubs category, but they want to use the attire exception. And it's like, no, sorry.
You know what we should do to those streamers? Ban them. Because they're not interested in following your rules. They're looking for loopholes so they can continue to sell sex on your platform that isn't designed for that. What reason do you have to keep making exceptions for them? And this is the thing that GEEGA never seems to feel like asking. Like, Twitch has the solution. It's right there in front of them. Just fucking ban the people who keep trying to look for loopholes. And yet, despite being someone who's never had that issue in the past, see, this is what makes this really frustrating. Fuck, I just bashed my leg. Hold on, give me a second to swear. All right, the yellow $ words are done. Okay, so there have been instances in the past where GEEGA has talked about VTubers receiving enforcement actions, and her retort has boiled down to Lamau's skill issue, just don't skirt the line next time. But for some reason that rhetoric is completely absent when she's talking about these IRL streamers trying to plug their OnlyFans and Fansleys by streaming on Twitch. Like, where is that? Where is the smugness? Where is the derision? Where is the, oh, you should have known better, just don't skirt the line? Where is that? Because it was there for the other VTubers that got banned by Twitch. Where is it for the IRL streamers? Because they're the ones that are actively pushing the envelope. Twitch has changed its policies for them multiple times over the last few years. We've even been keeping track of this over the course of this channel. Like, what? Why is this so difficult to grasp? I just don't understand that.
If you want to use the attire exception, you need to be in the hot tub category. And it's not just labeling it, okay? The tricky, by the way, and I think thinking of something like that is certainly something that we...
Oh, by the way, something that I think GEEGA might have either not known or forgot is that do all of you guys remember when Hassan and Dan Saltman were having a throwdown over his his on-stream anti-Semitism? And do you remember when the ADL started knocking on Twitch's door? Do you remember what Twitch's response to that was? They made a new category just for Hassan, called the politics category. Except, before that, they already had a politics category. Their response to one of their biggest streamers streaming anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic remarks was to create Politics 2 instead of just banning the fucking streamer. Like, when Dan talked about this, if GEEGA was aware of, you know what makes this really annoying, and this is where I can't help myself but spoil some of what we're going to see in a few minutes. GEEGA tries to justify the way that Twitch enforces against VTubers by saying, oh yeah, it's not just a Twitch versus VTuber thing, it's a Twitch versus streamer thing. Well, if you were aware that it's a Twitch versus streamer thing, not a Twitch versus VTuber thing, why don't you grill him on the way that they've been treating streamers who have been breaking their rules with kid gloves? That example was right there. It wasn't even that long ago. I think this was either in December or November of last year. And yet, apparently, she just missed that. Like, what?
You know, can be thinking of and are and trying to figure out how to handle this. One of the challenges that we face...
The thing is, right, why would they ban a bread maker? That's a good question, Ion. Except for the fact that Twitch doesn't give a shit about some of its larger creators. Ludwig, who left Twitch when YouTube offered him a contract, went on to say that despite being Twitch's, well, most subbed creator for quite a bit while he was on the platform, they never gave him any sort of special treatment. You can see this in the way that they treat Kai Cenat as well. Despite the fact that Kai Cenat is one of their top earning streamers, at some points the top earning streamer on their platform, Twitch doesn't seem to give a shit about him. You know what they sent Kai for to congratulate him on breaking the sub record? I think this was around when he broke the sub record. I forget if it was that or his anniversary. They sent him a pair of purple sneakers as a congratulations for reaching a major streamer milestone on their platform while he was one of their top earning streamers. So they don't actually give a shit about whether a streamer earns bread for them or not. It's just arbitrarily chosen. We can only assume it's chosen based off of who the individual members of Twitch staff individually like. They have a favoritism problem. Because I guarantee that if they banned someone as big as Hassan, someone else would take his place within the span of, let's say, 6 to 8 months. It would be like nothing happened. So it's not actually driven out of any sort of commercial, awareness of need to maintain commercial viability. No, they just have a fucking favoritism problem. Congrats, is some of our branded merch. Yeah, exactly.
Is
Kendra, yeah, well, yeah, Armchair, because black people love sneakers. Don't worry, I'm black. Yeah, no, I know. I also thought that was a bit of an interesting choice of gift. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? Why would you do? Why? I just don't understand.
As we do certain things, sometimes people find ways to exploit it to an extreme. And
yeah, Jedi Dust. They don't even remember that Vedel's name is separate from Nero's. Like, what the fuck?
The best example is when we made the change in terms of drawing and allow to use the human figure, and then art suddenly became dominated with a certain amount of content. And I will tell you,
you know what you should have done to people who were posting that certain type of content? You know what you should have done when you saw Marina VT just go full topless on stream? You permaban them. It's very easy. For fuck's sake.
the thing that in general doesn't work great on Twitch is what I will call hybrid categories that have two very different use cases.
Okay, let's hear him out.
And ASMR is an example of one such category. That ASMR has like two very different.
I hate how she's just nodding along. Like, at this point, it is really a wonder why she hasn't asked about why they don't just ban the people who have a history, a repeated pattern of behavior of trying to skirt the line or outright break the rules. Because that would fix the problem. Make no mistake. All it would take is 1 month, maybe even less, of Twitch just permabanning all of the most blatant repeat offenders off of their platform. Not giving them a slap on the wrist, not a 1-day ban or a 2-day ban or a 3-day ban or a 1-week ban. Not even in some of the more egregious cases, a less than 24-hour ban. Just fucking get rid of them. Your site doesn't lose shit. Maybe the moderators need to pay a little bit of money for their goon material next session, but that's about it.
Communities that kind of use ASMR, but it's all, and an audience that is different, but it's all within one category.
See, the way that you control that, the way that you moderate that, is you get rid of the outliers. If there is someone who only does ASMR streams so they can replicate the sound, the tender, loving sound of intense deep throating for hours at a time, just fucking ban them off of your site. It's not that difficult.
Okay. So
Mhm.
that's my one hesitancy about just labeling, because then it can create certain categories might become where 50% of the content in that category is labeled. And now you create what is a hybrid category in terms.
That makes no sense, because you've created entire stream categories just for the sake of keeping around a small subsect of your streamers that keep breaking your rules. You've done that before. You created, like I said, you created politics too. Like, why are we all pretending like this isn't something that Twitch has tried and done before? Why are we pretending like this is something that Twitch has perverted before? Like what?
Of the audience that it's serving. Whereas hot tubs, it's better because if you take hot tubs versus ASMR.
Hot tubs is better. Fuck's sake. Why doesn't Giga push against this? Hot tubs is not better. They made the category so the OnlyFans and Fansly peddlers could have a home on their site.
Hot tubs is not as much of a hybrid category because there are not a lot of people that are just streaming in hot tubs just because they happen to be hanging out in a hot tub.
He just admitted it. He just said this is basically the category where we put people who are hanging, not just hanging out in a hot tub. He knows. We know. We are all sitting around playing pretend like we don't understand what he just said. This is where all the thoughts go. I swear to fuck if Giga nods again within the next 10 seconds of this video.
And that's what they're just doing for the day. But I think
It
that
sounds
idea
like
is
it's
definitely
managing expectations, really, is what you're.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. She finally interrupted him to clarify something.
Pointing out, right? Like, just okay, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake! The Heretic, thank you for the 10. The one thing I'll say is this: there's a reason why Shy Lily has not uploaded her interview with Dan. She didn't upload it because it's a farce and she knows it. Yeah, fair enough. To be fair, even if they did approach one of the other VTubers at Mythic, I don't know if they would have accepted, because I'd assume that they were. Shall we say that they had enough foresight to realize that they would inevitably be put into a position where they would have to choose between accurately representing their peers' opinions and burning bridges with Twitch. For fuck's sake. That was something she could have hammered, right? Managing expectations. The problem is, Twitch has not been doing a good job of that. Every time you've talked about Twitch's change to its rules, or even a new example that they've added on to their rules, or something like that, to hopefully, quote-unquote, clarify what they mean. Even in those cases, when you were going through it with your chat, you have had to break it down separately in your own words in order for people to understand what the fuck Twitch is on about. Twitch is far from being competent at managing expectations. Look at how they managed expectations for this stream. 2/3 of it revolve around something that no VTuber fan or VTuber on Twitch actually really gives a shit about. Like, what? You said that this was for VTuber fans, and you spent the first few minutes of it, first few tens of minutes, talking about what is IRL events, what is a VTuber, and what are VTuber models made of. Like, hello?
We also just have like a world of like gamers, and they're min-maxing understandably what we put out there because they are looking for ways to still express themselves.
And yet again, this is where Giga should have jumped in and said, why don't we just get rid of these people? Because it's very obvious. Mary has acknowledged it. Dan has acknowledged it. You know, this is the most nervous he's looked throughout the entire interview. Maybe he's waiting to see if she does ask that question. But they both know, they've both acknowledged that they know that there's a subsect of their streamers that keep trying to game the rules. If someone were to come in and ask them here and now, why do you keep those streamers on your platform? They'd be fucked 10 ways to Sunday.
Stay within our terms of service. I get that.
I get that? What the fuck do you mean, I get that? Isn't the whole point of your rules to make it so that people don't try to skirt the line? Isn't that the whole point of enforcement? I get that. What do you mean I get that? Oh yeah, times are tough, right? Some of these girls, they need to make money. They need to make enough money to afford rent where they live, which is probably some mansion up in fucking Beverly Hills or some shit. You know, that takes a lot of subscribers on their Fanslies and OnlyFans. You know, I understand why sometimes they might want to come to Twitch so they have less competition around, you know, compared to the other sites. But, you know, I understand that. Like, what? What do you understand? What is there to understand? These streamers just don't care about your rules. If you give them an inch, they will take a fucking mile, and they will fuck on that mile. Like, what?
Generally, what we want to try to avoid, though, is having such specificity in our rules that people are looking for ways to circumvent them as a...
Hold on. Let's rewind that a little bit.
Generally, what we want to try to avoid, though, is having such specificity in our rules that...
One more time. One more time.
We put out there because they are looking for ways to still express themselves but stay within our terms of service. I get that. Generally, what we want to try to avoid, though, is having such specificity in our rules that people are looking for ways to circumvent them.
She just said that what Twitch is supposedly trying to avoid is having too much specificity in their rules that gives people too many handholds to try to look for loopholes. That's what they want to avoid. They want to avoid specificity in their rules. According to them, that's what they've been trying to avoid. And yet, every new iteration to the Twitch Community Guidelines webpage, it gets more text, not less. Every single change that we have seen is either them trying to change the rules themselves to make them a little more specific, or them adding examples onto rules that are left vague to hopefully make more specific what they do or don't accept. And this is something that GEEGA pointed out when she was supposedly reviewing the VR chat attire policy changes. Right? She said, oh, it's nice to get more specificity when they added those examples. And now she's hearing Twitch say that this is what they want to avoid, supposedly, despite their actions saying the opposite. And she fucking nods and says, What?
As opposed to what we really want, which is make sure that when you are expressing what you want to do.
Alan is 3D, thank you for the 5. I would throw money for Giga to react to this mod on stream. I want to make this very clear. If I see any of you... Now, I know you said that as a joke, Alan. I don't mean this specifically aimed at you. If I see anyone from this channel or this chat going into Giga's spaces to tell her or ask her to react to this, if I see any form of pestering her to try and react to this VOD, I will ban whoever said that. I want to make this very clear. My criticisms are open for all to see, but I want to make sure that if anyone watches me criticize them, they do it only of their own volition. So if Giga wants to see that I did this criticism, that's completely fair enough. I don't mind that she knows that I said all of these things. I certainly don't mind if she wants to watch them. But the last thing I want is anyone from this chat going into her spaces and asking her to watch them. If I catch anybody doing that, you are getting banned from this channel. But yeah, I would also think that it's... I can only imagine the expression on her face if she were to see what I'm saying about this interview. Oh. Yeah, 11 hours would be a bit much for anyone to react to, honestly. I hope I make myself very clear on this one.
But that your audience...
Remember, something that I've talked about ever since my second or third stream. Consent matters in more areas than just sex. If you don't want to watch something, you shouldn't be pestered into having to watch it.
Knows what they're in for.
No, this isn't aimed at Alan, right? Alan, you didn't... It was... Okay, I understand it was a joke, right? I understand it was a joke. But I was just making sure that no one else who was watching this VOD or this stream got the wrong idea, right? Alan, I don't think... don't worry. I know that you wouldn't do that. But I was just making sure, right?
Don't tell me that you're Sailor Moon when you're gushing over magical...
I'm not cooking Alan. No. I know that he wouldn't do that. I was just making sure.
girls. We can tell.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And by the way, that goes to, in general, like, there's, whenever you have something that is sort of a little bit subjective.
Kendra, I love how this implies Mary watched Gushing Over Magical Girls to actually know, because gushing gets pretty explicit. Yeah. A lot of people were basically seal clapping at Mary making this reference. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess, sure. I understand why that might be, like, cool. But if you've been watching the rest of this interview, like, actually listening to the words being exchanged between these three, like... It's a rough watch, man.
In terms of the line.
Yup, I'm a good footstool. Don't worry, Alan. Don't worry. I know you are.
This one thing that I see in chat a lot, think, oh, it's inconsistent. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, another way to talk about consistency. Suppose I had a black piece of paper and a white piece of paper.
Okay, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's rewind that so we can actually dissect how awful this metaphor is, because I remember this was one of the few things that I remembered from this particular point in the stream that really stood out in my memory, because I remember thinking to myself, fuck's sake, what? And also, yet again, I can't believe after he finishes saying this, GEEGA just nods along and agrees.
Well, another way to talk about consistency. Suppose I had a black piece of paper and a white piece of paper, and I asked 100 people, is it black or white? Okay, everyone will give me the same answers, right? Now, suppose I had chartreuse versus pick another color that is very close to chartreuse that many people may not really fully have a model of, violet versus purple, right? Which are two different colors. To be honest, I can't tell you the difference between violet versus purple. And if I asked a bunch of people, is it violet or purple? That in fact, you'd have a lot of people that get it wrong. And that's because...
Let's apply this metaphor properly. Say I wanted to make a logo on a background, and for the logo I chose black, and for the background I chose white. That is pretty clear. If I were to make another logo, and I chose to make the logo purple while making the background violet, that's a shit logo. So what he's saying does not make any sense in terms of advancing his point, because all you have now accomplished trying to use this... So basically, what he was trying to do with that metaphor is try to explain how subjectivity is very difficult to straddle when you're moderating on Twitch. Yeah, because you refuse to set standards by banning the people who keep breaking your rules. Not just break your rules repeatedly, but they do so intentionally each and every time. That is why you are in this gray area. It's not because you don't have access to black and white. It's because you've been mixing them for so long that everything's gray now. Like, what? Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds.
Because the difference between violet and purple is very small. Okay? And especially as you start talking about...
Yeah, and you know what you shouldn't do with colors that have that small of a difference? Try to contrast them with one another, which is exactly what your metaphor implies. What?
Things in terms of attire, sexual content, that sort of thing. It can be very subjective. And so, in fact, as people...
You know what you do if it's subjective? You set precedents. You make sure that everybody here knows exactly, precisely, what is most definitely not okay. Is someone streaming with a black bar over their pubis and their breasts? Ban them permanently. Is someone going topless with their VTuber model in the art category? Ban them permanently. Is somebody trying to get away with vibrating their butt on stream with a camera aimed up their ass? Ban them permanently. It's not that difficult.
Will try to move up to the boundary to get something as purple as possible.
Unless, okay, so this is the problem, right? We have GEEGA, who seems to be incapable of perceiving human intention and predicting human behavior. And we have Dan and Mary, who are willfully ignoring human intention and human behavior. What are you going to do if people aren't disincentivized from going right up to a line? They will go right up to that line. The way that you get people to stop doing that is you make clear the cost of trying to do that. It's like how babies will try to reach around anything that they can get their hands on and try to put it into their mouths. The only way you can teach them not to do that is by giving them a few instances where what they try to put into their mouths tastes bitter, so they hate it. So they stop with that behavior. They learn to stop because the cost of doing so becomes too high. Experiencing that unpleasantness, which is probably something that is quite severe in their relatively small scope of experience, that is something that you use as a negative disincentivizer to encourage a certain form of behavior and discourage other forms of behavior. It's fuck around, find out. Exactly, Alex. And that is what Twitch is sorely lacking when it comes to certain members of its streamers. Kendra, thank you for staying with us for this long. I hope you have a nice rest. But yeah. So they have the solution in front of them, but Dan isn't trying. Dan is purposely avoiding them, and GEEGA just seems to be accepting his avoidance.
But still be violet. Okay, let's assume for a second purple's not allowed, but violet.
Sinvalad, honestly, Chairman, I'm checked out of this interview. I understand. To be honest, I kind of checked out. I kind of checked out around 10 minutes in. I was kind of forcing myself to watch it privately before the stream. But, again, the reason why I go through the entirety is for the sake of just being thorough. If you're going to hate on something, make sure you hate on it accurately. And I despise this interview.
It is, but they want to be as close to purple without being it. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to call it purple, and then you're going to have some purple stuff that the rater's going to call violet, because it is not clear. And so what then ends up happening is you can find examples. Look, here's this violet thing, and they said it was purple, but this person was purple and they said it was violet. Oh my gosh. Okay. And the answer is that is.
Why is she agreeing? Why is she agreeing?
The nature of this problem when you have highly subjective things, whereas in other areas it's not highly subjective. Frequently in terms of, hate.
That's the problem, though. And if the problem is subjectivity, what you do is you clarify things. You write a guideline that everyone follows. It's that easy. If they deviate too far from that guideline, if they fuck up too many bans a month, well.
Hate speech. It's pretty clear this person said.
Exactly, Sharona. That's a straw man, and GEEGA's just letting him knock it over.
This horrendous thing. Okay.
Right.
And so I encourage people, if you're trying to get as close to the line without going over the line.
You know how you encourage people to not do that? Ban them, or ban a few of the people who are doing something similar to them. I'm sure they'll get the message pretty quickly.
And then sometimes you get caught for going over the line when technically you can say, but I wasn't over the line. And this person, I'm like, stop trying to live so close to the line. Okay. Now you did highlight a problem that VTubing has that does not happen in people, is if somebody is figuring out their attire and they find out because they get a warning about their attire, well, they put on a different top tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's easy. Okay. For a VTuber, since it takes time to spend to get your model and get the attire for your model and all that, it's like, well, shoot, I just spent a fair amount of money on this. Okay, and I wish I would have known this in advance. I wouldn't have spent the money.
Oh, Guil guys, I know you. I'm confused here. So the disagreement with Dan is that he should go harder. They should do what they've been doing, but more? No. No. I'm not saying that they should do what they've been doing. I'm saying they should do what they've been refusing to do, which is ban the repeat offenders, ban the outliers, make examples out of them. The whole problem here is that Dan is trying to justify not going hard on Twitch's repeat offenders, and GEEGA is just letting him make that assertion. That's the problem.
I would love if we had some way to kind of help with 2D models or other things, you know, kind of make an assessment of, you know.
They aren't just not permanently, and that's the problem, Guil, guys. That's the problem. If they're not banned permanently, there's no cost and there's no example. All of them just know that if they get caught breaking a rule or pushing a boundary, they just need to wait about 1 week at most. And then they're back, earning money, funneling people into their OnlyFans or Fansleys. And that's it. That's the problem.
And that may also be the type of thing that maybe VTubers help us with this, right? That in fact, you would get a group of VTubers that, you know, we work with, and then maybe something happens that in the VTuber Creator Club is VTubers, like, you can almost feel like, it's borderline. And if it's borderline,
I was actually going to suggest that in the Creator Club. Yeah.
So we actually do that in our ambassador group, and we have VTubers that represent the ambassador selection. There's going to be more about this soon, but we really want to utilize our ambassadors as a way to help us get perspective from various creators. And ambassadors are meant to get sources because nobody's a monolith. So our ambassadors absolutely should be going to the creator clubs, getting broad understandings of like what those intricacies are, and then bringing that to us so that we can make better decisions for trust and safety. So we are absolutely doing that. I'm sorry, I wish I could like unveil this right now, but I can't. We're going to talk about it probably in like I think in our open letter we'll be talking about some of this stuff.
Okay. Jordan, thank you for the 5. Holy shit, you're still going, not even getting paid overtime? No need. I do it for the love of the game.
Good.
For sure.
All right. Well, Mary, you know what
we
should do?
have to get to our Q&A, Dan.
Yep, because at a certain point, if you ask me a question and you refuse to listen to the answer, you're not really asking a question.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So, GEEGA, this has been great. Thank you for coming. And looking forward, we should do a stream together sometime, whether it's in my VTuber character or not. So maybe
we need VTuber Dan back. We need him back.
Yeah, I know. So ping me on Discord or something to make sure I do it.
Absolutely.
To be clear, this entire interview involved one question. One question that... one question that actually was relevant to the whole VTubers and enforcement thing. And everything else was just a segue after that. Everything else just, you know, spiraled off after that. All the time being guided by Dan and Mary.
All right. Thanks, GEEGA.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
GEEGA's amazing. Dan, I wish we could do this all day, but I actually have been told that you have a lot of questions from chat. They are stacking up. I think you have access to the doc, and I would love to see if you can just rapid fire as many as you can.
This is what I'm going to...
All right, we're going to turn this up to 2 times speed, because at this point, GEEGA's already gone. There's not really much to react to. So we'll just get it done.
Mary, this is what I'm going to suggest. I'm just going to start going from the top, okay? Yep. You get ahead of me, and go ahead. Well, no.
He actually sounds normal talking at ×2 speed.
Well, no. Use green, yellow, red. Create a column. Okay, not green, yellow, green, or just green. Just do one. Or shades of chartreuse. Do purple, violet. No. Just go ahead and pick out the ones that you think, oh, Dan should definitely get to this, and like have a big green box. And then once I've gone through 3 or 4, I'll start jumping down the ones that you have prioritized. Sound good?
Yes, that sounds good. I'm going to do my best. Here we go.
Okay. Can we see another event like VTuber Takeover in 2022? Great.
2 times might be too fast. Okay. We'll put it down to 1.5.
Question. A good idea. I think we're always looking for things that we can do to help promote VTubing. So it's definitely something we can look at. All right. I want to know about the limited resolution in the Japan region. Ratata, I do not know of any limited resolution in the Japan region. This is not something we have not. I can tell you, we have not intentionally limited resolution in Japan region. We did do it in Korea at one point, where we restricted resolution. But I will look to see if there's something that inadvertently has happened.
Okay, I'm going to try to skip to questions that actually have something to do with VTubers. So I'll read each of them out aloud so that you know what it is I'm skipping. And by the way, you can find this on Twitch's YouTube channel, the VOD, to verify as well if you want. So the first question that he was just in the process of answering is Twitch limiting video resolution in Japan? Then is, can we have a way to verify if text breaks TOS before we post? Then, can we have a food and drink creator club? Then, are emotes based on others' intellectual property allowed? Then, any updates on the mod view for Android? Then, will there be VTuber events at TwitchCon 2025? We're going to skip to that section.
Wall Street for Android users. Twitch, any updates on when mod view for Android users will be released? Yes, it is. Much like yourself, I'm hoping that it comes soon. And with that, I'm going to mark things gray once I go.
Eva Noctis, thank you for the 5. This interview is literally a creator club and TwitchCon ad in disguise. Well, it is quite depressing how much of it comes off like an advertisement for Twitch aimed at VTubers.
Go through them. So, Eva wins. Can we expect some VTuber...
Actually, that's a bit too generous. Aimed at VTubers who want to go to cons.
Club meetups activities at TwitchCon San Diego 2025? I think the answer is
yes.
Yes. And some of these things may not be because we do them, right? So we will do some things, but you should do some things too.
If I can just tack on to that, we just released our call for content for TwitchCon EU. We will soon release our call for content, TwitchCon San Diego. That is where we get the majority of our content and our ideas. And yes, we are so open and so welcome to having more VTuber experiences on our major glitch stage. We are open to having more meet and greets, but a lot of that just comes from that call for content. So please fill out the call for content, help us come up with good ideas. That is how we source a lot of our awesome stuff that we get at TwitchCon. So a lot of it comes back to you. But yes, we are planning on having VTubers at TwitchCon in 2025.
Okay. And
the next one, why does Twitch pause applications for clubs? Then the next question is, can I join the VTuber club if I don't always use a model? Sure. We'll play that
I'm saying in this one, I may be CEO, but Mary wins. Okay.
You heard it. Clip it. Somebody clip that.
All right. Snazzy Neon Koala. Would someone be able to join the VTuber community if they only VTube a few days out of the week and then use an IRL camera the other days? So great question. I'm going to give what I think would be the answer. For those people that, while we are throttling kind of people entering, I think in general, we're going to be looking at folks that predominantly VTube because we have so many people that predominantly VTube that we want to get.
Jordan Brown, thank you for the 5. Also, after seeing how soft GEEGA went, you'd think they were playing baseball at a retirement home. Well, I mean, Dan might qualify to go into one, but
them in. I think so right now.
Actually, no, that's not fair. He's been way too. he's been way too calculating in the way that he's approached this interview to qualify for that.
We are looking for. You don't have to 100% VTube, but you have to have.
No, the opposite speed on. Twitch is not negligent. Twitch is malignant. YouTube is negligent because they just let bots do everything, and unless you have a legal team, they don't really listen.
A significant portion of your odds being VTubing. I think over time we can look at how to let people in that occasionally VTube. But right now, I think given that we have excess demand, we're going to prioritize people that predominantly VTube, but that doesn't mean 100% of the time. All right, let's keep going. I often see complaints and concerns regarding the rules and guidelines. Streamers often get banned and have little information or limited communication regarding why, which leads them to vent their communities, generating tensions. How do you guys Twitches address these situations? Good question, Frog Long Potato. And this is challenging because, first of all, sometimes go on social media and they claim we didn't give them any information and they have no idea, when in fact they do have an idea and they did get information. In fact, sometimes we have SPMs that talk to them and said, this is what happened. And then people will characterize that they have no idea why this is, and blah, blah, blah. And when in fact they do have an idea, or they should have a pretty good idea. Now, sometimes it is the case that that they are struggling as to what this is about. And I think that's an area that we're working on. We're going to talk about that in the letter coming up about providing you more specific.
Okay, I will be fair to Dan. That is a problem on the streamer end, right? What happens when Twitch explains why someone is banned and then they try to get public sympathy by pretending they have no clue? See, again, the way that you fix that problem? Well, if you can't disclose the private communication you had with them, right? Just keep them banned. if they know what they did, and you know what they did, and you explain to them privately what they did, and they are still, they're still banned, and they're still trying to appeal to public sympathy. I mean, okay, I'm going to be fair to both potential parties, right? The problem here is that the public doesn't know who to trust, right? Because usually the way that you would handle something like that is if they know what they did wrong and you know what they did wrong and you clarify to them what they did wrong and then they still start screeching in public about how they have no idea why they got banned. Usually the solution would be to keep them banned. The problem is Twitch has now put itself into a position because of how poorly it's been communicating where no one's default assumption is going to be that anyone is lying when they talk about getting banned unjustly. So the only way you fix that problem is not something that Twitch can fix. It's something that you can only do on the creator and the audience side of things, where, and this is something I talked about in the last stream that I did on Twitch, where it should be a thing where if you want public sympathy to help you advocate to Twitch about getting banned unfairly, you need to provide some form of video evidence of the section of your VOD that got you banned. Now, Twitch did say that they were working on a feature where when someone gets banned, they would have access to a video clip of the section that got their VOD, struck. And, well, I don't know if that feature's actually rolled out yet, but unless it becomes an accepted norm on, like, let's say Twitter, for only streamers who post video clips of the VOD that got them banned to get, like, public support, likes, replies, retweets, etc. Unless that happens, we're not really going to have... This is an impasse that no side can cross. And that's the problem. That's a problem that pretty much Twitch has created for themselves. He thinks he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't. Dan? Okay, I'm going to pop my earbuds and try to sleep while I listen. No problem. I hope you have a good rest, Lumi. Equal enforcement with hard lines solves most of Twitch's problems? Yeah, exactly. The problem is right now streamers don't know where the line is because Twitch insists on keeping its rules vague, but then tries to keep the original rules vague, right? But then they either change the rules to make them a little more specific, or they start adding on things like more and more examples of what they do or don't accept to try and close all of the loopholes as they individually get discovered. Whereas if they just looked at their streamers, right? Looked at what content they were making, looked at how many times they got banned, looked at the reasons why they got banned, and started perma-banning streamers who had a history of trying to push the boundaries, they'd fix their problems. Because that would send a clear message to everybody else as to what's okay and not okay.
Specific information so you have a better idea of...
But what about VTubers that get a ban, and when they ask for the reason they're banned, they get told that the reason can't be disclosed by Twitch staff? If the reason can't be disclosed by Twitch staff, then... When they ask for a reason why they were banned, they got told that the reason can't be disclosed. The question then would be, why can't the reason be disclosed? Because if the ban was correctly applied, then telling the public the reason would be... Oh, actually, you know what? We have an example of this actually happening. So, if you would remember, way back in August, right? Way back in August... So, of last year, 2024, I think this was August 7th or something like that. If you remember, Fifi got banned from Twitch, right? And when she got banned from Twitch, actually I talked about this in more detail in the last, I think in the last Twitch stream, last stream about Twitch that I did on this channel. When Fifi got banned by Twitch, she started threatening them with legal action, but at that point they were still ignoring her. And as a last resort, she went to Twitter to try and drum up attention on a viral post, and she got that attention. Thing is, once she managed to get her foot through the door with that attention, and she had a private chat with members of Twitch staff asking them to explain to her why she got banned, she then got unbanned. The only problem? When she came back, she announced the fact that she'd been unbanned on a Twitter post. There were people in the replies asking, so what did Twitch tell you? Why were you banned? See, if she was banned for a legitimate reason, but she had now been unbanned, that's basically them unbanning her out of favoritism. Whereas if she was banned because of an unfair reason, and she just wouldn't say, then she's basically holding back information that most other VTubers can use to avoid bans. And what she replied to the people who were asking for an explanation as to why she got banned and what Twitch told her was, I can't say it publicly, but I can only say it privately. And it's little episodes like that that are the entire reason why Twitch keeps getting away with enforcing things as inconsistently as they do. Because they don't need to change the rules and they don't need to change the moderation. So long as all of the people that can actually drum up attention against them get bought off one by one for some reason, as long as that happens, they're pretty much fine. If all of the possible advocates get convinced not to talk, then that's all they really need to do. Because the only thing they cave to is social pressure. And if the people with the most social pressure don't feel like talking, well, that's mission accomplished. So, to answer your question, Ava, if they say that the reason shouldn't be disclosed, you don't need to disclose the reason. You just need to tell the public if it was legitimate or not. You can just say, for example, I can't disclose exactly why I got banned, but it was a bogus reason. Or, yeah, false alarm, they talked me through it, etc., etc. Now, the problem is most VTubers' egos will stop them from being able to say the second. Because it's a little embarrassing after you made an entire post about being discriminated against. If someone explained to you from inside Twitch, yeah, you were banned for breaking XYZ rules in XYZ way, and now you have to sort of come back to the public with your tail between your legs and say, yeah, my bad, sorry, I actually broke the rules. So, yeah. It's a tough question. It's a tough thing to navigate, admittedly. But that is probably the most effective middle ground that you have access to. So, yeah, she tweeted the VTubers that asked that she will DM them. Yep. Unfortunately, though, that doesn't really do anything for the public. And, well, I can only assume, based off of that response, that something actually was wrong and she was unbanned privately because she talked to them. And no reason besides that. But in any case...
this is what I did. I should avoid doing that in the future. Okay, so that way it doesn't happen. I think this is particularly challenging when you have to file an appeal and you don't even know what you did wrong, and you're appealing something. They're like, well, I don't know what you did wrong. So I do think that is a shortcoming where we would like to provide you clips of what exactly you may have done wrong, but be aware that sometimes when people are claiming they have no idea, they actually do have an idea, which is one of the challenges, because sometimes folks will reach out to me and...
You know what the solution to that is? Start giving all streamers who receive an enforcement action that video clip. Because once you roll out that feature, nobody has an excuse anymore. Nobody can say, oh, they deleted the VOD before I could get the clip of where I supposedly broke the rules. Right? Because right now, people can say that, because that's not a feature that Twitch has out yet. But the moment Twitch rolls out that feature, that way of seeing exactly where you got banned and what you got banned for, no one has any excuse to complain about getting banned by Twitch unfairly without posting video evidence of what got them banned so the public can judge for themselves. And if most members of the public see that someone got banned and see the clip that they posted showing that the ban made sense, yeah, no one's going to start a Twitter maelstrom over that. So...
I'm like, oh my gosh. And then as I dig in, I'm like, well, they were being a little disingenuous. But it is an area we're working on, because I do think we have to provide more concrete information so you can avoid doing that in the future. SpaceFam972, any plans to make smaller, more often, but more local Twitch events in the UK?
Okay, so the next question is, any plans for more events in the UK? Then can we get more variety on the front page? And then the next one is, do streamers get informed why they're banned? Hold on.
Do streamers get informed why they're banned? So I'll be quick on that. They do find the reason they're banned. As I said earlier, we're working to maybe find clips or other things to give them additional information. But they are informed of what the policy that they're banned for. Does this imply that a streamer's attire may be scrutinized differently based on what category they're streaming in? I think this is an earlier statement, and the clear statement is we do have a different attire policy if you are
Corporal Elemena. Yes, but Chairman, that would mean Twitch needs to do work. True.
Pool or hot tub, and then you need to be in the category. So it's not scrutinized differently. There is a different policy when you are near a pool or a hot tub and you're in that category.
Why does that policy exist exactly? Like, why? Why is it that suddenly, if you're near a pool or hot tub, even if it's a tiny, inflated, unfilled kiddie pool in the background of your stream, why is it suddenly then okay to exempt you from, you know, the attire guidelines that would otherwise apply? Because it's not rooted in logic. It's not rooted in reason. Everybody knows this. We're just playing a game of Emperor's New Clothes.
All right, Lindgren. Okay, let me keep going here. When are you going to add more tools for mobile for mods? I think this is, and I know this goes back to the question above. I think the big question is for Android, and very much would like to see mod view on Android. When do we get the announced feature of knowing why streamers got banned with the VOD stamps? I don't think we're going to go out and be publicly saying why this streamer got banned. We want to communicate to the streamer why they got banned, but that's their information and not something that we would or need to talk publicly about it.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to keep jumping on some other ones here.
That didn't really answer the question because they asked when, but okay.
Because let's see, we've got 13 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever.
We'll probably wrap up in like 5, but go ahead.
All right, so the next few questions they ask are any tools coming from mods who manage... Oh, sorry. How does the front page promotion work for DJs? Can console streamers get more functionality? Any updates to enhanced broadcasting? Is there any specific channel that newbies can learn from? And Dan's tips for new Twitch streamers. Finally, wrapping up and thanks. So, I think we can put this particular VOD to rest. Okay. And that... that sums up that absolute abortion of an interview. Well, abortion's a little unfair. It wasn't entirely voluntary from what we could see, so... Now we get to the rough part. Watching GEEGA talk about it after the interview was over. But before we get to that, when it comes to explaining the main frustrations that people have with Twitch, right? The frustrations that people have with Twitch are not really about how they write the... Well, not... The main frustrations that people have with Twitch is not necessarily the rules themselves. It's not necessarily, you know, the way that the rules are written. It's mostly just how they are enforced. And to really hammer that point home, I want to show you guys 2 clips. First, being a clip of Mother V3 talking about her recent ban for quote-unquote fraud by Twitch and the absolute misery that was trying to get Twitch to respond to her appeals. Let me just open this up.
But yes, to be a little bit more serious.
Okay, is the audio working for you guys there? Hold on, let me just switch back to the React screen. There we go. Is the audio working? Everything good? Shiwanabe, thought on enforcement, criminal stuff is public, why doesn't Twitch follow that example? Let's say, for example, that the offense was someone flashing their audience. You probably don't want to just publish that out, right? So it makes sense for them to take down the VOD, but privately send the creator a clip of what got them banned. So, everything's working? Okay.
Serious, I was banned from Twitch. The reason they gave me
Chrome
was
just
fraud,
froze again.
and they said the fraud happened in purchases or payouts.
All right, I'm going to wait for Chrome to unfreeze again. Oh man, I really can't catch a break. Okay, hold on. It's working.
Which is pretty weird because I checked my bank statements and everything that very same day. I called my bank and everything, and every purchase I ever made on Twitch was cleared. I even asked my bank representative to give Twitch a call and to work with their fraud team to let them know that there was nothing on my end that was charged to back or anything. So it must have been someone that gifted bits or subs or something and charged it back, because that's the only thing I can see it being. So, you know, just like any other streamer that gets banned for some stupid reason,
Oh
I
no.
immediately sent in an appeal. It was rejected immediately. I am talking within less than a second of me sending it in. It was immediately rejected. So I sent in an email to support saying, hey, can you guys look into this? Because I've been a partner with you guys for 2 years and I can't believe that you would just reject this. Which means it was definitely a robot or some automated rejection.
Oh no, it's frozen
and I need a
again.
real person to look into this. Let me pull up that email. Your account was suspended indefinitely due to fraudulent activity. In order to submit an appeal to our fraud team, please submit.
Okay, it's working again. Shuanabe, the thought was more what is the reason for the ban? Oh, why is the reason for ban not public? Oh, okay. That's a question that, admittedly, I can't really think. I would imagine it's probably something legal, right? For example, if you accidentally if your bot wants to ban someone for some sort of illegal activity, and your bot fucked up, but you called them a fraud in the meantime, I would imagine that's probably ground for some sort of defamation or something, which is probably why they don't do that by default. So, I would assume that that's the reason behind why they would want to only disclose the reasons privately to the streamer, rather than, you know, making everything public right from the get-go. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can actually click on anything. All right.
Submit a request to the help center. Sincerely, Twitch. That's what I just fucking did, you morons. So I sent in a response to this. Basically saying, hey, I did that, and it was immediately rejected. I need someone to look into this, please. This was their response a day later. Hello, Mother, thank you for reaching out. In order to an appeal and enforcement on your account, please navigate to the appeals portal at appeals.twitch.tv and log in with your Twitch account details. Appeals sent via any other means will not be considered as Twitch support, cannot provide you with further details about the status of your suspension. That's what I just fucking did, you brain-dead idiots.
Okay, so now it's well and truly frozen. I'm just going to have to wait for it to come back to life. But, again...
Are you stupid?
Hold on. Okay, there we go. The problem, yet again, is more how Twitch enforces its rules.
Are you fucking stupid?
It just keeps going. How Twitch enforces its rules, not the actual rules themselves. Because obviously they seem to have blamed her for the fraud that was committed by one of her viewers instead. I can only imagine that that's the case because it's happened to several other
So I told them
VTubers as
very
well.
politely, hello Twitch staff. Yes, I sent in an appeal and it was immediately rejected. That's what this ticket is fucking about.
Alright, I think that's...
Also, I need to show you guys this, because this was their email right after. I'm not joking.
Everything's frozen. Hold on, give me a sec.
This is what they sent immediately after. Are you ready to see peak Twitch staff?
Whoa, okay, everything just blacked out. Alright. Holy. Okay. Alright, okay, hopefully it's not dead now. Okay. Alright, there we go.
This is what they sent immediately after. Are you ready to see peak Twitch staff? Check this shit out. After denying my appeal and then telling me to go send in another appeal when I can't, because it was rejected, this is what they send me. How about you take this survey and you shove it so far up your ass you can taste it? How about that, cocksuckers? For reference, chats. In the last month, I have had over 50 tickets with Twitch. Same thing over and over again. Also, I want you guys to know that because of Twitch's incompetence, I lost out on all the Valorant's gifted subs opportunities.
Okay, it froze again. Hold on. Kino. The classic Ian streaming experience. Oh boy. Okay. It just won't. It just won't. Chrome hates me? Yeah, pretty much. Are you serious? Your issue is resolved. Yep. They sent her a fucking survey after repeatedly denying her appeal 50 times. But he's not here anymore. Hold on, you can still hear me, right? Okay, you can say my Fuji's still working, although everything else doesn't seem to be. Hold on. I don't know what's wrong with Chrome. Hold on. Maybe if I clear the cache or something, that might fix it.
Opportunities for one.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's back.
And I don't know if you guys know this, but December is a big month for Twitch streamer income.
I can guarantee that these Twitch staffs are just busy smoking on uranium non-stop lol.
The month of December is easily more than I make in all of the summer months combined. And Twitch ruined that with their incompetence. You know what's also funny? Is the second I get my legal team involved with Twitch, I get unbanned within 7 days. Isn't that funny? Isn't that so funny? As I said before, and I'll say it again, I'm going to be focusing mostly on my YouTube content. Again, I will be multi-streaming.
Okay. So, at this point, I think it's pretty well established. Twitch only listens to two things. Social pressure via Twitter, or legal pressure via a lawyer. And aside from those two things, everything else is apparently just theater. So, to understand why this issue seems to be so difficult to resolve, and this ties in with what I was talking about just then when I was going through Fifi's situation. We can talk for hours and hours about what makes Twitch unfair, why Twitch can or can't be fixed, etc., 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 but in reality, the reason why Twitch seems to be so beyond fixing can be summed up in a little 1-minute clip. See, this streamer by the name of FaZe Lacey got banned from his... oh, sorry, this is the wrong streamer. No, it's a different one, a different FaZe member. FaZe is an F-A-Z-E. Got banned off of Twitch because someone hacked his account and started streaming, inappropriate images. However, this is what happens immediately preceding his unbanning.
One time, because that's what she said. Yeah, I just made a boss call to Dan.
Oh, you called Dan Clancy?
The man, bruh.
Oh, what? There you go.
He said
you got it. The direct line to the CEO.
Yeah, no, I called him. He was like, Did someone get suspended?
No, he didn't.
He didn't even know. He didn't know what was going on. He was like, did someone get suspended? I'm like, how did you know?
Oh wait, that is crazy. Wait. So he'll be straight. You just put in a word with the boss.
Actually unbanned? Bro, how am I getting baited this bad? How am I getting baited this bad? Oh!
He's back.
Yes! Yes, good shit, man. Good shit. Freed! Let's go!
Damn, you're really having crazy motion.
Nah, that's crazy. Shout out to D.
Yeah. Not a great look. Now, I want to be fair. Zach Bussey talked about this particular event happening in a quote tweet that said, "Why bother with the appeal system when you can just call the head of trust and safety Dan Clancy? For years, Twitch has been accused of uneven application of the rules and favoritism for top streamers. Well, now it's just overt and public." And to this, 2 days later, Dan Clancy himself would reply, saying, quote, "For clarity, I did not do anything. Jason told me Lacey's account had been hacked. I told him to get Lacey to contact his SPM, which Lacey was already doing. Lacey was talking to them while Jason was talking to me. Twitch was already working, bringing the stream down, and then re-enabling the account. So zero special treatment from me." He says, after admitting to giving a top streamer his phone call for explicit use to talk about getting an appeal through. The issue isn't whether you actually did anything that got him unbanned. The issue is the fact that you gave him your phone number and he is evidently confident enough to use it for the purposes of asking you to unban his friend. And the thing is, you say that yourself. You've just said, "Oh yeah, no, he called me for the express purpose of trying to get his friend unbanned." That is the special treatment. You don't have to actually be the one pressing the button to unban him in order for it to qualify as special treatment. That is already special treatment. This is the platform we are using. This is the CEO we are dealing with. So when you go back to that interview and you look at, oh, okay, maybe Dan Clancy's going in to have an actual conversation with GEEGA. No. Not for a fucking second. You know how you make Twitch more fair? You know how you make it so that their moderation's a little more consistent? Or maybe maybe a way that you make it so that big streamers start complaining about their platform more. First step. Get Dan Clancy a new phone number. Make sure he doesn't pass it out to any of the streamers using his platform. And if they want to get an appeal through, they go through the same system as everybody else. If that happened, I guarantee we'd be having, I don't know, let's say one major content creator every few weeks ranting about how awful Twitch's appeals process is, or how dog shit its moderation is, or how they had to get their legal team involved in order to get a word in with Twitch. But no. Because why talk to people when you can just play favorites? Now, immediately after that interview ended, GEEGA went live to talk about the interview on a stream of her own. So, this starts from around the beginning. Let me just see. Oh, yeah. I uploaded this myself. Hold on. Okay. Let me switch back to the React screen. Hopefully it doesn't freeze again. If it does, we might resort to just using the video file that I downloaded onto my device. Just say you like Hassan. I'm glad Rumble is getting more popular. Yeah, exactly. Make everyone use the same system. So they can call Dan to get people... I don't think they can call Dan to get people banned, but I do think they can call Dan to get people unbanned, and that's part of the problem. Hold on, let me find where it is that she starts talking.
Oh. They do work in the ecosystem. They're simple.
Hold on. Oh, it's freezing again, for fuck's sake. Alright, change of plans. We're going to use the actual video file. Hold on, hold tight. Goodness, okay. This is really this is getting quite tiresome. Hold on. Let me bring it up. Alright, media source. Hold on, give me a second. Let me figure this out. Oh, boy. By the way, the stream title is Dan's Best Friend. Probably not what I would have gone with, optics-wise, but... well, it is what it is. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, there we go. Alright, found it. Okay, okay. Hold on a second. Just a little bit longer, and we'll get it up and running. Alright. Now, let's add new source, media source, local file. Okay, browse. Man. Please work. Oh, it works. Bless. Alright. It works. It works.
What up? I'm eating. Ad about to start.
Okay.
What up?
Can we just gift him? It's okay. I promise I will get one within the next 3 months.
What's up, dude?
I'm not even sure that it's a PC thing. It might just be a Chrome thing.
That emote is so cute. Whose is that? Oh. The little wave is cute. Or big wave, I guess, because it's gigentified. I like the gigantify an emote thing.
Oh, wait, hold on. That was playing from the other tab. Alright, hold on. Let me close this. I was wondering where the sound was coming from. Okay, hold on. There we go. Is the audio working okay for you guys from this media source? Oh, hi Lumi, welcome back. Is the audio working for you guys? Is the audio coming through from the media source? Where is your throne page? I've yet to make one. Yes? Well, okay, excellent. Nope. What? Am I getting one guide? Hear nothing of the current footage. Okay, let me just check, make sure. Let me try playing it and then seeing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. For some reason, it doesn't have audio coming through. What? Alright. This is so scuffed. Sorry, guys. there's nothing I can really change about this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. We're going to give YouTube another spin. If it doesn't work, I guess we'll just give up and try another day. Because this stream has already gone on for extremely long. Alright, hold on. Okay. Alright, hold on. Okay, excellent. Okay.
I like that. When they first dropped it, I wasn't sure if I would like it. I'm eating. Ad about to start.
Okay, there we go. So she has an ad.
What up?
Let me just skip forwards a few seconds.
Gigentified. I like the gigantify an emote thing.
Why not try and use Firefox?
I like that. I should. I wasn't
but
sure
Canva,
if I would like it.
Canva looks worse on
annoying.
Firefox.
But now I really like it. Yeah, the modifiers too. They do work in the ecosystem. They're simple. Yeah, there's Caca Man. I drew that. I made that emote, guys. I drew Caca. He looks so good. Doesn't show up in Chatterino as a viewer, but I don't use it as a streamer. I have it very well. Pretty much Dan Clancy? Yeah.
Okay.
How about that?
She sounds like someone who just met her Oshi.
Yep. Yep. You want Clancy's 2.0 model? Mmm.
Please, no. Please spare us Dan Clancy's 2.0.
He did suggest that we could collab. So I would be...
I mean... I'm not going to say it.
Would be so down. Invite him to Zort. We'll just do all the...
Now, if they forced Dan Clancy to play a game, like, I don't know, maybe Mario Party or something, with them, then I'd say that's fun. Or if they forced him to 1v1 Zen in Halo, then I'd say, yeah, okay, that's fine. Because at least then he'd be suffering.
The dolls will do Wordle, we'll do Sinatu Nerdle, we'll do Worldle, Global, Costcodal, Daily Stream. Yeah. Dan with the dolls. Actually, I think we could have a great time. We could do a New York Times crossword puzzle. You said IDK, how I feel about the whole patch notes. I think a lot of people were being very negative, and I actually feel very positively about a lot of those things that I'm going to
And this is where it all starts to go a little downhill.
explain why, but I think my perspective is needed there. I think a lot of viewers and some other streamers, VTubers especially, you'll see some complain very loudly about certain things. I think they are straight up wrong about a lot of it, and I'll tell you why. I don't think they're wrong because they're stupid. I think they're wrong because they're lacking some kind of context or perspective that would make them think otherwise. You know?
Okay, sure.
You think the things they said made a lot of sense? I think so too, and I think they were just speaking very succinctly and not going into a high level of detail because we didn't have the time for that. I only really got like 2 major questions in, and then we just kind of tangentialized off of those.
It's painful how much she doesn't realize that the 2 major questions she got in were questions that Dan explicitly asked her to ask him.
You know, it wasn't a 5-hour podcast where we could go over all these little things. So they're trying to, yeah, it's very much trying to put straight thing. And I understand that as a broadcaster, totally get it. So I'm not unhappy with any of the answers. I'll go over some stuff. I think actually what they said makes a lot of sense, and I'll try to offer a bit more detail.
Okay.
Just go into it a little more.
Sure.
You thought the VR chat point was interesting? So the VR chat point he made actually was something, sorry, I'm like, oh, I can be on the screen now. That's something that I already knew. And I'm always surprised when people don't know that. But then I see how many people act like they've never heard that before, and I go, okay, I'm no longer surprised. I guess, like, I guess this is why people...
Mercurius, thank you for the 2. The copium is strong. Yeah.
These reactions, they don't know, right? So I think a lot of the stuff that he said is stuff that I've said before as well. And it's just for me validating to hear him say some of these things, because I've been saying it, but I don't have confirmation as someone who doesn't have access to all their data, blah, 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 right? But just seeing them say some of those things, I'm like, okay, there we go. And yeah.
And yet at this particular point, she hasn't drawn the dots between why they wanted her, but they didn't even know if she was a full-time VTuber.
Yeah, I kind of summed it up at one point where I said, it's about managing expectations is what a lot of this is. And I think a lot of people on the platform, viewers and streamers, like don't get that and why that's so important and what that entails. Because the people that do that kind of work in corporate environments to make sure expectations are managed are always disparaged by workers and consumers.
When she talks about people whose job is to manage worker expectations, which corporate role is she referring to exactly? Because there are 2 that come to mind. One is PR. The other is HR. They have very different roles, and there are very different reasons as to why people might be unhappy with either of them. For PR, yeah, I can see why some people might be unhappy, but generally if you do your job good enough, the people who are unhappy are either people who are not going to affect your bottom line, or, well, they are in the minority, so their voice doesn't end up taking over any sort of narrative that you're trying to spin. The other is HR. And I'm going to be honest, I have yet to see a single HR department actually be justified in pissing people off. But anyways.
And users of their products or services, always.
Okay, so since she's talking about managing expectations when it comes to users of their products, I would assume she's talking about PR.
People don't get why those restrictions are there, and it's hard to know why.
Hold on, let me rewind just to make sure I heard that correctly.
And I think a lot of people on the platform, viewers and streamers, like don't get that and why that's so important and what that entails. Because the people that do that kind of work in corporate environments to make sure expectations are managed are always disparaged by workers and consumers, the end users of their products or services, always. Because people don't get why those restrictions are there. And it's hard to know why those restrictions are there unless you're literally in one of those positions where you do that job, where that person speaks very in depth about it and gives examples. Because
not understanding why restrictions are there. Restrictions serving a purpose beyond what people can immediately recognize. This is a VShojo talent saying this. I just want to put that out there.
Is from your perspective as a consumer, or the streamers who are like, not really thinking about like stuff in a meta way, they're not going to see it, right?
Okay, so, sure. So if the issue is a lack of perspective from the audience because they don't have access to internal information, which understandable really, how do you then manage those expectations? Because if you're not allowed to share information, but you need to manage those expectations, what do you do in order to communicate with your audience?
Yeah, no, I actually think a lot of it makes sense. So I can go into it a bit more. What were some points that you guys didn't get? So I could maybe like expand on that. Was there anything where you're like, I didn't feel good about this part? And
by the way, I don't understand why she's the one answering and fielding these questions. It should have been Twitch. This is part of the problem, right? Because if someone goes to GEEGA, in order to understand why Twitch works the way it does, instead of going to Twitch, or instead of being able to tell that from anything Twitch is putting out, that's part of the problem. Twitch doesn't have an army of Gigas, although I'm starting to believe that they might want one. And as a result, if all of their communications only make sense when they are explained by somebody else who is trying really hard to extend good faith to them, that's part of the problem. It's like what I talked about with VShojo's branding, where the company doesn't have any reason to improve its messaging because it can just keep relying on its talents to cover its ass. And this is the exact same thing. Why would Twitch need to figure out how to communicate with audiences better if it will just have some of the top streamers either ignore problems that are on the platform or simply make up excuses for the platform?
Then I can maybe, give more context. I think we can start there for those that watched. And for anyone who didn't watch it, I'll recap as people mention stuff. I can also just look at what some people were saying in the Discord while we were on. Some of the chatters. Yeah, I mean, when you're in the general Twitch space, you get a lot of chatters that don't get a lot of these things. And you also, the thing is, a stream like that is a place where complainers will show up. People who complain just to complain, people who don't care about the context and they just want to get their thing out of themselves, those people will show up. So don't take that chat as a representation of the wider community. It's...
I mean... Okay, sure, but I'm going to assume, because she was talking about, being familiar with a role in a company where you are maligned by both consumers and workers because you need to set expectations among both parties, which is admittedly a little bit of an untenable position, right? I can assume that she's talking about occupying a PR role, right? It amazes me that she's talking from the perspective of someone who has occupied a PR role, and yet when the audience reacts in a way that is undesirable and evidently something that you disagree with, or when your audience reacts in a way that she expected but found undesirable, there seems to be no sort of acknowledgement of the possibility that maybe some of the complaints might be genuine. Or if that seems to be where the negativity gathers, why is the negativity gathering there? Could it be that maybe Twitch shuts out most people from most of its conventional ways of, being communicated with? Because we just saw that clip of Mother V3 explaining how she tried to lodge the same appeal 50 times, apparently, and nothing came out of that. So when you deny people any avenue through which to express their frustrations, their complaints, what do you think is going to happen when they are given just the barest glimpse of a gap in your armor that they can use to shove their entire, to shove all of their complaints into? That's the thing that bothers me, is how she treats this as if this is all just some irrational response, instead of being something that Twitch has ended up creating, this reservoir of resentment that they have built up over years among both creators and their audiences. And that just doesn't seem to register with her. The thing is, though, and this is the thing that I'm not sure she understands, if she's going to make herself a representative of VTubers, some of the people complaining in that chat are going to be the people who she is technically supposed to represent. And the fact that she's this dismissive of it is a little concerning, to say the least. Remember, we have to believe her and take it as fact since she has prior experience working in a corporate environment.
It's the loudest people. It's two camps of people show up to those. One, the complainers, and then two, the people who really support Twitch and want to see them do well. It's like the two sides of it.
There were no complainers in that interview. On screen, at least. Not a single one.
And both the loudest people for both of those, right? You saw, is this AI? Yeah, there's people always ask that because they don't understand. Yeah. They just don't know how it works. Or they're trying to disparage it, but they don't know how, and that's all they could think to say.
Again, these are the people you're supposed to be representing. VTubers have been getting pissed on by Twitch over the last few months. Now, granted, and this is something that she will make as a counter-argument later on in the stream, this is something that does happen to more than just VTubers. However, if you are going to represent yourself as a representative of VTubers, as a spokesperson for VTubers, in your communication with Dan Clancy, you are setting an expectation that, especially in light of all of the feelings of injustice and resentment that people have been expressing publicly over the last few months, surely you would understand that when you present yourself in that way, you are going to be expected to embody and carry and convey some of those complaints yourself as well. Surely.
You know? You said the category bit was a bit vague, as I understood the mature channel warning would be what already does that. So, okay.
Just as I said to ignore, the fact that it was her saying this, I get that some people may find the smugness irritating. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't a little grating to listen to after watching that interview. However, I want you to try your best to look past that. And again, just focus on the words that she's saying, the arguments that she's making.
It doesn't do that. It doesn't function the way you think it does. So if I go to my content classification, and I try to tick off different boxes to label my channel as different things right now, or as what I'm doing right now are those things. There are a couple check marks that I could add here. So one potential classification. This is a content label. One of the
Hiromichi Mori looks more like she's representing Twitch instead. Yeah, because like I said, Shy Lily would have been the choice for VTubers to speak to Twitch. GEEGA was the choice for Twitch to speak to VTubers. You can kind of see that quite evidently in her response to the interview, as well as the interview itself.
One of them is politics and sensitive social issues. Okay, so if I click that off because I'm talking about those things, it gets flagged for that. Certain ads might...
She seems to consistently talk from a place of privilege with a surprising amount of being out of touch with the quote-unquote VTuber community. Yeah, and I want to make this very clear, right? Privilege is not an inherently bad thing, right? Because more often than not, and I do believe that this is the case with GEEGA, privilege is earned. However, if you're going to claim to represent a group of people, and this is something politicians do, by the way, it is in your best interests to at least be aware of and acknowledge the privilege you are walking into that conversation with. Because if you don't do that, and then you start talking about how people are just complaining, it comes off as if you don't really care about the people that you claimed to represent. This is why politicians, before they go and address a rally, will do things like taking off an expensive watch and putting it into their pocket beforehand. Because, yes, privilege is earned. Yes, privilege is not inherently evil. But if you're representing people who are less capable than you in a position of, well, I hate saying this because it's such a cringe phrase now, people who have access to less privileges than you, and you don't at least try... Okay, so you have to do one of two things, right? It's actually similar to the whole, exclusivity thing that I was talking about with VShojo's Audition branding earlier. You have to either own it, or you have to basically disown it, right? You can't go for an in-between. Essentially, if you have that privilege and you're claiming to represent people, you can try to win them over with sheer charisma. Apparently, that was not what happened in the interview. The alternative is you acknowledge that particular privilege and you meet the people you are representing on their level, right? You say, for example, okay, you know what? I haven't had to deal with any of Twitch's bullshit. I've never been banned once in my life, etc., etc., etc. And then you check, do a rain check. Are people happy being represented by someone who's never had that same experience or not? If they're not happy, then might just be better to get somebody else to fill that position. Because one thing that GEEGA probably doesn't have any experience with is what it's like to send a ticket to Twitch 50 times in a row and get the same response each and every time. Plus maybe a survey to check for customer satisfaction, right? That's probably something that she might have had to deal with in other environments, other corporate environments, but not while she's been a content creator on Twitch. Because like I said, she's never been banned once. And now that she's part of VShojo, I don't see why she would be banned, like, ever. I'll be honest.
Might not show because certain...
Yeah, Ryuken, when you're representing a group of people, your opinion is mute, and you can agree to remove yourself and let a person represent the interests of the people. Sorry. And if you can't agree, you remove yourself and let a person represent the interests of the people to be represented. Yeah, exactly, right? There's just a little too much... a little too much ego. a little bit of ego here.
Advertisers don't want to deal with that. Certain people might filter that content out. The second one is drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use. So glorification of these things,
okay,
showing
sure.
me using some things legally, or discussing illegal stuff related to that. That can be checked off.
Sure.
Another one is gambling, which is participating in any type of gambling or betting or anything that involves exchange of real money. So if it's not real money, no one cares about that because it's just gameplay at that point with a currency. But if it's real money, then there's...
I hope people don't take this as a hit piece. The thing is, right, there will be people who take it as that. And to be honest, at a certain point, you can't really change people's minds once they're already made up. Like I said, there is going to be a portion of VShojo fans who are fans of the company as well, which is the same kind of behavior that I've been trying to dissuade when I was talking about other companies. It's just ironic that, well, it's VShojo. And they brand themselves off of the, talent freedom, independent talents thing, which... far too many people seem to have bought into.
It's a gambling thing I could check off. There's mature rated game, which I cannot check that off myself. The game category already does that. So if it's not suitable for a younger audience and I'm in that game category, that will get checked off and applied to my channel. One that I always have ticked on, significant profanity or vulgarity. I don't really go too crazy with this.
Yeah, I'd brace for that. See, there is a reason why I went especially hard during the interview, and now that it's just her talking to her chat on stream, I'm not saying as much. Because when she was in that interview, she had more than just her own perspective and her own opinions and her own complaints on her shoulders. But now that she's just talking in a private stream to her chat, it's not nearly as high stakes as it was in the interview. Now, there is something she's going to say in one of the later videos we're going to look at that is probably a bit more worthy of criticism. But for now, we're just trying to gauge what she took away from that interview or lack thereof.
But sometimes I do here and there, so I just always leave it on. Obscenities, profanities, vulgarities, especially as a regular part of speech, is how they how they say that. They call it prolonged and repeated use. Mine is more like semi-frequent use, but I do that sometimes. So I take that on. And there's two more. There's violent and graphic depictions. So simulations or depictions of realistic violence or gore, extreme injury.
Hey, there
I know
we
some
go.
artists that draw things that have more like blood in them and gore, whatever. They'll take that on while they're doing certain pieces because that is, people should be able to expect it.
Also, real talk, to refute it being a hit piece requires watching a decent chunk of a 10 going on 11 VOD. That's true, that's true. Well, it is what it is. Besides, the people who are going to be willing to refute are probably going to be people who would who would join the audience anyways. So,
you don't think I need it? I don't think so either. And then the last one is sexual themes. So content that focuses on sexualized physical attributes and activities, sexual topics, or experiences. Okay, so that exists in content labeling. Okay, those are called labels when you label it for one of those things. Now, on top of that, you can label your stream, but also you stream in a category, right? And the way...
Again, most of the problems with Twitch isn't that it doesn't provide you tools that would fix the problem. It's that they don't use or enforce or uphold the ways that those tools are used in the first place. For example, she brings up labels and content classification, content categories, right? They don't enforce accurate use of labels. Now, recently, streamers have started having to learn how to use them themselves because Twitch has started losing sponsors when it comes to specific content labels. But prior to that, streamers could pretty much put whatever labels they wanted and nothing would happen to them. The other problem is content classifications, because just the same way that Twitch doesn't enforce labels and streamers have only started paying attention to those after the sponsors forced their hand, content classifications are also... they have infamously been things that Twitch is just willing to make the fuck up in order to keep their favorite streamers, their favorite non-compliant streamers, safe from enforcement. Pools, hot tubs, and beaches is a safe harbor for ethos. Politics 2 was designed to be a safe harbor for Hassan and his ilk. The problem is, neither Hassan nor his ilk actually used the new category, so it's basically just gathering dust. And again, the problem isn't that Twitch refuses to make these tools accessible. It's that they refuse to actually make these tools useful. Those tools don't make a difference because it all comes down to enforcement, which Twitch refuses to do.
The way Twitch works, from what I understand, is the reason why labeling something as sexual themes doesn't completely absolve you of all their TOS is because, number one, the TOS is the expectation of what kind of stuff exists on the platform, period, regardless of labeling.
So if the TOS says that you're not allowed to simulate sex on the platform, if the TOS says that you're not allowed to have the camera pointed at intimate areas while you stream, and you do it anyways, you get banned, and then you get unbanned later in less than a week. Does that TOS actually do anything, is my question. Because GEEGA is right that the rules exist. She's right that the rules have been written there for a reason. She's right that Twitch, assuming that the rules are enforced, they work better if they are vague than if they are hyper-specific and they keep providing extra addendums and case studies to try and specify and close loopholes. She's right about that. But the problem is, in order to actually make that useful, Twitch needs to start enforcing its rules, especially against the people who keep breaking them. They need to set that example. If they don't, the rules are only there for people who don't have Dan Clancy's personal phone number. And that's not the... You might as well just not have the... Well, it creates two different Twitches. One Twitch that everyone uses, well, all the normal people use, right? And one Twitch for everyone who has some sort of personal connection to Dan. And that two-tiered system, that's what we're dealing with. That's where people's frustrations are coming from. It's not that Twitch doesn't write rules. It's not that Twitch doesn't have rules that can work. It's that Twitch doesn't put in the work to making those rules function as they are intended to.
Number two, when I go into a category...
Yeah, exactly. And what's with VR chat being exempted from that TOS? If you have the expectation of degenerate content when you walk into a game category, well, unless they count VR chat as being similar to like Hoonie Pop or something, like...
I am showing up in that category. If I'm playing Minecraft and there are a lot of 14-year-olds on the platform looking for Minecraft streamers, I am showing up in that category. Plain and simple. So even if I label things certain ways, unless a user has specifically tried to filter that out for some reason, I will still show up in that category. And that is why the labels are not a perfect solution to that sort of thing, because that's just the way Twitch works right now. Now, maybe...
Lumi Angler, Hoonie Pop is a banned game? My point exactly.
They could change things, but realistically, it's not going to happen, I don't think. And even if someone's not just scrolling down in the category, if they just search for the game, sometimes just through normal recommendations, people will still find you. It basically makes it so that certain crowds that might lean younger are still going to find.
Lopus Maximus, so why has Twitch not made itself fully 18 plus? Easy. Sponsors. Advertisers. They don't like touching 18 plus platforms because it's just too much bother for them. So the problem with Twitch is that it wants to have its cake and eat it too. It wants to be a platform that can cater to children because, let's be honest, children are the holy grail of all advertisers. But it also wants to be able to host at least, porn-adjacent content. Now, why it wants to be able to host porn-adjacent content, I have no fucking clue. Because if you just read the rules say that's not allowed. So the only conclusion I can come to is that the administration or the moderation just want to keep their goon material on a site where they have leverage over the people who make that goon material. Remember that Twitch felt the need to implement a rule where you couldn't say that someone had been banned or unbanned because they had offered sexual favors to staff. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like going a step too far in denying that you've done something.
Find those things because they don't 100% filter them out entirely based off of those labels for most people. So, they would have to revamp how a lot of stuff works to do that.
And when GEEGA's trying to approach this problem, right, all of her solutions seem to revolve around changing rules. Well, she was basically just then saying why the content classification thing doesn't, in order to, let me figure out how to sum this up. Let me replay that again just to make sure I don't misrepresent her point accidentally.
People should be able to expect it. You don't think I need it? I don't think so either. And then the last one is sexual themes. So content that focuses on sexualized physical attributes and activities, sexual topics, or experiences. Okay, so that exists in content labeling. Okay, those are called labels when you label it for one of those things. Now, on top of that, you can label your stream, but also you stream in a category, right?
Okay.
And the way Twitch works, from what I understand, is the reason why labeling something as sexual themes doesn't completely absolve you of all their TOS is because, number one, the TOS is the expectation of what kind of stuff exists on the platform, period, regardless of labeling. Number two, when I go into a category, I am showing up in that category. If I'm playing Minecraft and there are a lot of 14-year-olds on the platform, plain and simple. So even if I label things certain ways, unless a user has specifically tried to filter that out for some reason, I will still show up in that category. And that is why the labels are not a perfect solution to that sort of thing, because that's just the way Twitch works right now. Now, maybe they could change things, but realistically, it's not going to happen.
Okay. So she says that the labels are not a perfect solution because you can just label something whatever, right? But again, this all comes back to how they enforce those rules. Like I said before, if you just have tools that are available that you give people the option to use, but those tools don't actually do anything. For example, if you misuse a label and you're never punished for it, or you stream in the wrong category, and at most you're only banned for 7 days, then you basically have no cost at all once you get above a certain size as a content creator on Twitch. And that's the problem that we're running into. The higher your numbers on Twitch, the less the rules seem to apply to you.
I don't think. And even if someone's not just scrolling down in the category, if they just search for the game.
Lumi, that's actually a good point. When she says, from what I understand, there is no confidence there, she should be saying Twitch needs to clarify. Yeah. Pretty much. Until that happens, this is basically a game of telephone, where GEEGA is the telephone.
Sometimes it's just through normal recommendations, people will still find you. It basically makes it so that certain crowds that might lean younger are still going
Thanks for showing up, Red Fan. Hope you have a nice rest.
to find those things because they don't 100% filter them out entirely based off of those labels for most people. So they would have to revamp how a lot of stuff works to do that.
Okay.
And I did bring up labels.
And again, banning people permanently who have a history of breaking those rules, that would be much more of a logical solution, though. And that would also be lower cost to Twitch, because they wouldn't have to change content labels, they wouldn't have to create new categories or anything like that. They would just need to start setting precedents and making examples out of streamers that, like I said, have a pattern of breaking TOS. And the way that you measure that, for example, one of the possible metrics that you can use, look at every single time that you've changed your TOS. Look at how many streamers with repeated bans in the same ban category, for example, attire offenses or sexual content offenses, etc., etc. Do they keep repeating mistakes? Do they keep repeatedly receiving penalties immediately prior to a rule change? Look back through all of Twitch's history, look at which streamers had these sort of, unscrupulous behaviors that made it so that Twitch needed to change its rules for them. Go back, find all of those streamers, and ban all of them off of the platform. Because those were the people who had no interest in not skirting the line, in avoiding breaking boundaries. Those were the people who simply didn't give a shit. And if Twitch gets rid of those people and keeps repeating that over and over, eventually you're going to run out of people who are foolhardy enough to offend.
When we talked about that question, I did say, what about labels? Because people always ask that. What about?
We're less than 1 hour away from breaking the dust spawn record. Oh boy. How are you going to timestamp this? Very, very loosely.
Yeah, as a dev, it seems like a subtle change that would be a nightmare to change. Yeah, it seems on paper very easy and subtle to change that, but it is, I trust and believe it's a lot more.
See, the main problem here is that Twitch wants to make exceptions for the people who stream sexual content or sexual adjacent content on the platform. GEEGA is also... For some reason, she seems to regard it as a taboo thing as well, so she also doesn't seem to want to bring up the idea of, okay, if someone wants to make that kind of content, just ban them off the platform because it doesn't belong on here. And she never grills them about it, never asks them about it, never even raises the possibility of using that as an alternate solution to having to do things like changing categories and labels. Because she is right. Changing labels, making new categories, that's probably a very complicated process. Problem is, Twitch has done that for less. So right now, they don't really have much of a leg to stand on.
Or difficult to change that. And the thing is, let's say I do make a certain label to label.
If Chair goes to 12 hours, he's going to have to make another stream. Oh boy.
Stream a certain way, and it doesn't show up in search results anymore. It doesn't show up in...
we might turn this into a two-parter, honestly, if we get close to 12 hours.
That category that you're in anymore, right? You don't show up in category results. You've just completely destroyed someone's discoverability. Because that is how Twitch recommends channels to people. You've just gotten.
The thing is, GEEGA always comes so close to understanding the human behaviors that drive non-compliance, but she never seems to touch on them. She understands that if you apply those labels correctly, that kills your discoverability. That is exactly why a lot of the repeat offenders refuse to use content labels correctly. And the only way Twitch is going to be able to disincentivize that is to make the cost of not using them correctly more than the cost of using them incorrectly. Sorry, I said that wrong. The only way Twitch is going to be able to force compliance is to make the cost of using those labels incorrectly higher than the cost of using them correctly. Sorry. Yes, if you use them correctly, you kill your discoverability. But if the alternative is that you use them incorrectly and you get banned off of the platform, people are still going to conform. People are still going to follow the rules. So it all boils down to enforcement and understanding that human behavior is not driven by intentions and morals so much as they are by just incentives. And that sounds really, now that I say that out loud, that sounds really pessimistic and cynical. But if you think that the people who keep breaking the rules over at Twitch are anything but cynical, I have news. They are not some sort of paragon of liberty trying to carve out a niche in this cruel capitalist world. They are just people who want to make sexual content, but want to use a platform that is not built for that to sell it. It's really that simple. You can destigmatize sex work if you want, but you can't destigmatize it at the same time as you're insisting that the people who are obviously engaging in it are engaging in it. It's exactly like what I said before. If you want to destigmatize something, acknowledge its existence whenever you observe it. That's the first step.
Rid of that. So what's the point of anyone streaming on the platform with those types of content if the platform wouldn't be able to recommend them to new people? Right?
Maybe they're streaming a kind of content that shouldn't be recommended to people, like content that doesn't go along with what the company wants to present itself as, which is perfectly within the company's own remit, right? If Twitch doesn't want to be seen as a porn site, it is completely within their rights to kill the discoverability of anyone who streams softcore porn. That's, and I'm not saying that GEEGA's arguing against this, but this is a point that probably should have been drummed home in that interview that she had with Dan.
That sucks. That sucks. Now, the other thing is, you don't go to Twitch.
Do you think that GEEGA's dancing around the topic of sex rules because she's part of VShojo and doesn't want to throw her friends under the bus? The thing is, if she's talking about sex rules, she wouldn't be throwing any of her coworkers under the bus. The only person in VShojo, at least to my knowledge, that does sex work is Melody. And Melody has had no spillover when it comes to her content on the other platform with the content she does on Twitch. Somehow Melody is able to perform just fine. And yet all of these other streamers who keep breaking the rules, for some reason they seem to find it extremely difficult. I don't think the difference is very hard to observe there. Melody is following the rules in good faith, the others are not. And so, if GEEGA were to take a hardline stance against the people who are not engaging with Twitch's guidelines in good faith, she wouldn't be throwing anybody under the bus. Yellow YouTube. Yeah, exactly. Armchair, you madman, I wake up, you're still going? Yep. What were the stats for repeated offenders reoffending again? My calculations could be wrong, but when I did them, they're around a 92%. So 92% within 6 months of their last ban, I should say. Jinjinx and Tuner, thank you for the 5. I almost never watch streams, but at hour 1 I tuned in while doing chores and I got too invested to leave. Thanks for the content, sleep deprivation. You're more than welcome. Thank you for your generosity. Zen, maybe. How would she throw Zen under the... See, the thing is, right, if she's... Let me be very honest here. If she asks Twitch to actually enforce its rules, and Twitch ends up enforcing the rules against one of her coworkers, no one in VShojo is going to go bankrupt from that. They're going to be fine, especially since they have a CEO that probably still has some sort of inside connection to Twitch. He can probably talk to them, say, look, we did an oopsie, we'll get it fixed, and then the ban will probably be less than 1 week. That's it. Kason recently got banned for playing a penis game. A game that featured a little penis running around a map, and she got banned for 3 days. She'll survive that just fine. If GEEGA ends up advocating for Twitch to enforce their own rules consistently, and who knows, maybe Zentreya catches a ban for one of her outfits, I can't see that ban lasting longer than a week, and Zentreya will definitely survive getting banned for a week.
And say, I am 15 years old when you check off a thing and like, here's my date of birth, and then it remembers that, and then when there's an 18 plus channel, it locks you out of it. It doesn't do that. It just gives you a warning and you choose yes or no of, am I over 18? Right? So I don't think they have anything in place currently where they'd be able to do that, to lock it out, right? Oh, Twitch, thank you for the raid.
She gets raided by the Twitch stream. Oh no. Okay.
Welcome on in. Welcome on in.
It was not genital jousting. It was something else. I think it was a platformer. It was just that her character was a was a pixel penis. It was quite funny.
Hello. Hello. We were just going over everything. We were just starting to talk about stuff and things that we talked about earlier. And I figured I could give more depth, more clarity on any other questions that did.
See, that's not her job, though. That's Twitch's job. And what I don't understand is... Twitch and GEEGA made a very, very severe mistake when they were advertising this. If they'd advertised her as a spokesperson to try to explain Twitch's perspective to VTubers, I don't think nearly as many people would have a problem with this interview as they have. And I personally wouldn't have been nearly as severe in my criticism of the interview as I was. Because that is exactly what she is doing. That is exactly what she stated she's interested in. She wants to be able to give VTubers as a whole a perspective on how Twitch might be perceiving problems, approaching solving problems, etc., etc., etc. Ironically enough, it's exactly tied back to the point that she made right at the beginning of this stream. Managing expectations. People expected her to be an advocate for VTubers to Twitch. Instead, what they got was an advocate for Twitch to VTubers. It's not the same thing. And as a result, she comes off looking a lot worse than she would have if people simply went in expecting her to be trying to justify or explain what Twitch is doing to her peers.
Didn't get gotten to. I was letting people know a lot of the answers are what they are, because we don't have a million years to sit on patch notes and talk about it. It is not a 5-hour podcast, you know? So I'm just here to go through anything else that people wanted to know. Any of that. Yeah, welcome, John, Twitch. Welcome. Absolutely. Anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching if you watched earlier, whether you knew me or not, or you knew anything that was going on or not. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I always forget that there's a Dan Clancy emote. We have the Dan emote here. It's an honor to be Dan's best friend. Yeah, we're best friends now. I'll see if I can figure out an activity.
The fact that she calls herself Dan's best friend immediately after finishing the interview is... Now, I don't think she's being dishonest when she says that she worked in some sort of corporate role, maybe PR. The thing is, your PR strategy can change drastically depending on who your audience is. And what I assume is that GEEGA went in with an audience in mind that was not the same audience that other people who were watching this had in mind. Because like I said, I think she walked into this with the assumption that her audience was going to be Dan and Mary, whereas other people were assuming that her audience was going to be other VTubers. Because, like I said, both Twitch and GEEGA said VTubers/VTuber fans, this one's for you. And I think that's where the problem is coming out.
To do. I was just saying.
And this is me trying to be very generous and charitable in my interpretation of how things went down. Because while I understand some people just saying, oh, she's being a corporate shill, or she's being just a corporate bootlicker, I like to think that there are alternative explanations than those.
Be fun to do straight up a New York Times crossword puzzle. Something I used to do a lot of on the weekends is I would open things like Wordle, that kind of stuff. Nice.
I'm going to see.
You know, I will say, let me start off by saying, when I was watching, so I was in the call watching everything that was occurring on the screen, hearing everyone in real time before they brought me into the call. I was there. I was just watching the stream, and I was kind of laughing. Like, I just want to share one thought. I was kind of laughing when I saw the showcase. Right, they showed a trailer showcase sort of thing of a bunch of VTubers, and clips of them, etc. And we're like, these are our VTubers, and I laughed so hard because like, I don't do any of that. You know what I mean?
She's so close, so painfully close to making the connection between how that exemplifies how Twitch is out of touch with the VTubers and why her audience, so to speak, why it is probably more important to prioritize speaking to Twitch on behalf of VTubers than speaking to VTubers on behalf of Twitch. Because, frankly, Twitch doesn't seem to give a shit about speaking to VTubers. That just doesn't seem to be something they've demonstrated they're interested in. And so, when you look at this interview, where for the most part it was just GEEGA following whatever instructions Dan was giving, and the only two times, once by Dan and once by Mary, where she was given the floor to ask whatever questions she liked, and she asked about things that were either related to IRL events or something that wasn't even related to VTubing specifically, surely she would be able to understand why that feeds into the whole problem of Twitch looking out of touch, why that doesn't actually make anything better. Because when VTubers as a whole, and I'm not saying this is unique to VTubers, but it doesn't change the fact that VTubers do feel this, when VTubers as a whole have been dealing with months of being stonewalled by Twitch as a group, and I say as a group because even though it's been happening to individuals, the group has been hearing about it each and every time. When VTubers have been stonewalled as a group for months on end, they aren't really in a position to empathize with a corporation, much less the people who are seen as its heads, who they can only assume are just as incompetent as all the people behind the scenes as well. And in that kind of situation, if you recognize that Twitch is really out of touch when it comes to VTubers, surely there must be some sort of comprehension that, how do I say, there is a bit more of an expectation for you to make up for lost time in that regards, and Twitch has lost a lot of time for a lot of people, most of whom rely on it for their income.
And I'm not saying like I'm super unique for that. It's just, it reminded me like that is what people think.
Chairman, maybe taking a break from corpo investigation was a mistake because we are going two-parter on our first non-corpo stream. Well, that's not really accurate, is it? Because both VShojo and Twitch are corpos, so technically this is just an accidental continuation of the thing I thought I was taking a break from.
Think VTubers are, because some of the biggest VTubers are very like loud, bombastic people. A lot of clips are them like reacting hugely to something, right? But there are a lot like myself and everyone else that are actually really calm. And as we say here, I'm just a chill guy. So I'm just hanging out. I thought it was really funny. Because
There's a difference between being chill and being agreeable. And the problem is when you are advocating, like I said before, when you are advocating for a group of people to communicate with somebody who they are convinced is hostile, being agreeable to a certain point is a mistake. Because there are going to arise circumstances where you are going to need to push back on something, where they say something that is very obviously stupid or very obviously not true. And you are going to have to at least say something to show that you are on the same page as the audience in being able to recognize that it was misleading or it was stupid. Otherwise, you're basically just giving your stamp of approval onto whatever they say by nodding along, which isn't a great look for an advocate or a representative. Jack John, thank you for the 50,000. IMO, she knows what's happening, though. I doubt she was ready to deal with it, especially with the kind of audience in that particular stream. See, that's the thing, right? At this point, it's really hard to tell which one it is. Does she know how she was led around by Twitch? Is she aware of how railroaded that interview was? Like, does she know that, and is she pretending not to? Or is she being genuine and just not realizing that? Because I'm going to be honest, when I was watching this stream at least, I genuinely was convinced that it was the latter. Because it's just, like I said, that stream, that interview was not it. That was not it. If you wanted answers from Twitch, you were not going to find any in that stream.
I was looking at like the clips and I was like, I don't think I have any clips like that, really.
I would respect the perspective of someone without a corporate backing. Yeah, same. But then, well, you'd have to get... Again, the thing is, GEEGA has recognized that Twitch is willing to open up to her. What she hasn't gone so far as to think about is why her specifically. Because we've established that they went out of their way to pick her specifically. And so far, at least, one of the problems is Twitch only seems to be willing to talk to people who they know they can lead around. And so I don't see them opening up an opportunity for somebody who they can't really steer to talk to them in the same manner as they got GEEGA to talk to them. Which is admittedly a little pessimistic, but...
We sit here and talk about infrastructure, and then we play an indie game, you know? So it's just funny. So, or being lewd. Some of them. I know most of them aren't, though. That's the thing, right? People will say that all the time. They'll be like, oh, I heard VTubers are like this, but they're kind of, like, by count of people, they're kind of not. But some of the most popular are. So I get it, right? The representation is there, for sure. Yeah, walkable city is my favorite topic. But if you wanted to ask any follow-up questions or get my thoughts on anything that was talked about, go right ahead. So the mainstream viewers like, and while some of us veterans like knowledge and chill vibes, I wouldn't like make it an us versus them thing. Just different people like different content, and that's fine. Because the thing is, people say loud equals funny like it's a bad thing, but people have always found that funny. So there's no problem. All right.
Twitch doesn't like doing hard interviews where their ideology gets challenged. I mean, since they're a company, I don't really blame them for that. That's just naturally what companies default to.
You like loud streamers because you think that's funny, then go...
The problem is if you claim to be a representative of a group of people who have gripes with that company, that's when it becomes a problem. And that's the problem that the interview ran into.
Watch them, and that's fine. It can equal funny. There's some people who don't care either way, and there's some people who are like, I can't take this anymore, and they close the tab, and that's okay. You know? You just watch whatever you like, man. That's it. That's it. Cabe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Why are my alerts not showing on the scene? Let's go. Oh, I know why. It's still set up for the debut stream.
Hold on.
Here. Let's go here instead.
Up it. I'm gonna up the
Seems
speed.
a little laggy because we have a video in the background. Here, I'll deactivate that, and I'll go here. Ready? Boom. Wow. Okay, now we can have alerts and things on. Ta-da. Ta-da. What are the rules in chat? My message was denied, and I have no idea why. Oh, because you did @GEEGA, and I specifically told Nightbot to get rid of any message where someone tries to say, or actually Automod, where someone tries to @me.
Need someone to pull a face, seem all cute and agreeable on the outside, so Twitch invites them, then go full Menhero on grilling them. See, the trick is managing to find a convincing enough honeypot, and to be honest, I don't really have any Twitch VTubers that come to mind immediately for that, because, well, all the people who would give them that grilling wear it on their sleeve.
Read chat anyway, so you don't need to add me to highlight it. All of the questions are at me, you know what I mean? I did it because what I used to get, especially when I was streaming the Minecraft category, and I would have like a bunch of younger people come in. They would come in and they'd be like, "At Giga, what do you think about this? At Giga, what do you think?" And they would just add me constantly. And if I didn't answer their question, they do it 3 times in a row. So I just got rid of it with Automod. Yeah, they could just say my name. They could just be like, "Hey Giga, what do you think about?"
Her asking questions that have nothing to do with VTubers also didn't help. Yeah. Like I said, 2 of them went prepared into that interview. Giga didn't, because she didn't seem to she didn't seem to be keeping track of how much time they had left. So when she ended up asking a question that had nothing to do with VTubers, that ended up eating into the time that she could have otherwise used to clarify some of the stuff that they were saying around the enforcement questions, the classification questions, there was no time to do that.
About this, right? But they would add me so it would get highlighted red, you know? So that's why I did that. Fair enough, can you see this question? Yes, I see all. All right, I have one version of chat scrolled up so I can go through questions. Yeah, one of you, okay, it's not a question, it's a statement. You said sometimes with VTubers, they really aren't that lewd. It's just the occasional dirty joke gets clipped the most. That is so true. I don't like, I could be pretty profane sometimes, and I'll make gross jokes, but it's crude, not lewd, right? It's just something.
At this point, she seems to be fielding questions more from people who don't know about VTubers than questions specific to Twitch. So at this particular point, I'll just let it run on for about 10 more minutes in the runtime, and we'll see if there's anything else that comes up specifically related to Twitch, because I didn't watch beyond 25 minutes of the first stream, of this particular stream, because most of the stuff she said about the interview was in the first 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes or so.
Gross because it's funny. Poop humor funny. So I'll say something gross, and it'll be about some body part, let's say, and that will always get clipped. And someone who's not me will post on their clip channel on YouTube. But then that was one thing that I said, and everything else I said that stream had nothing to do with it. But that's the one thing that gets clipped and put on YouTube.
By the way, armchair VTuber era when? I'm thinking maybe when we hit 10K.
What questions were you not allowed to ask? None. I was not told any restrictions. I was not told of it.
Now this is where things get interesting, because here is where she specifies, and this is why I said earlier on, I don't think she was given a list of questions or a pre-approved list of questions, right? So, hold on.
What questions were you not allowed to ask? None. I was not told any restrictions. I was not told of anything that I couldn't say or ask, actually.
So, the problem is, that doesn't actually change anything, because GEEGA is stricken with something that would usually be a benefit in any other social situation, but becomes a detriment in this one. She wants to be agreeable. Now, the problem with that is, if you want to be agreeable, it makes no difference if you are given a pre-prepared list of questions pre-approved by the other party, if they can just ask you to ask them a question, and then you go along with their request. Both possibilities lead to the same outcome, which is you following the questions that they are comfortable with answering, or you conforming to the questions they are comfortable with you asking. So, yes, I don't think she was given a pre-prepared list of questions. Yes, I don't think Twitch forbade her from asking anything. But I think that out of the need to appear agreeable, especially in front of Dan Clancy, she probably... I don't think she asked some of the questions that might have been more pertinent, higher on the priority list, but more uncomfortable for Twitch. Including, but not limited to, all of the enforcement-related questions. Like I said, there was a... When she chose to ask that question, and she prefaced it... When Mary offered to just let her ask whatever question she wanted, and she prefaced that by saying, this isn't really related to VTubing. That was... Jack John, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Armchair VTuber debut gonna be lit. Don't get your expectations too high. It's I'm a chair after all. There's not really going to be any feet or any of the good stuff that usually accompanies your average VTuber debut.
Let me go down the list. Let me go down here. He said, I think the VR chat avatar versus VTuber explanation was fascinating. It makes a lot of sense that more than anything, VTubers are being treated just as regular streamers would. They don't get the exception, just to be the exception because they don't necessarily.
See, that's someone who fixated on the idea that VTubers are being treated the same as IRL streamers while ignoring the fact that Dan had, well, if he had more time, I wonder why he didn't. If he had more time, he probably could have elaborated on what that treatment was, but he consciously chose not to. He outright said, I don't want to get into the specifics of it. I don't want to get into the nuances of it. And GEEGA just let that slide.
Necessarily have a camera on, whereas VR chat is unpredictable. Other people are out of your control, so restricting the streamer for something they
Excuse me, feed mention. Sorry, Billy, I raised your hopes up.
can't help would cause a lot of headache. Exactly. When you are a streamer and you open a game that you haven't played before, you don't know what's going to be in it. So there are people who've played GTA. They brought GTA up as a great example. There are people that play for the first time, and then they go into an area and they realize they're in a strip club in the game, and there are characters that are topless entirely, and they're like, ooh, and you know, you can't do that on Twitch. Like, you can't just like show that yourself. But Twitch won't necessarily punish you if it's part of the game, and they know what's in these games. It's pre-labeled, so they're not gonna like slap you around for it, right? Because it's not you representing yourself that way. It's the thing that happened in the game. So VR chat is also given that same grace as a category because any.
But when you stream IRL and you accidentally capture someone getting mugged in the background of your stream, like, you're not in control of that either. So the distinction between VR chat and IRL seems to be just as arbitrary as VR chat versus VTubers. And that's the thing that I'm not sure if, I mean, I could be wrong on this, but it does seem odd that she doesn't seem to consider that possibility or that possible line of argument, but oh well.
Anyone can run in with an avatar and they can have like no clothes on. They could go crazy with it. They could be making any motions in front of you. And like, what can you do about that, right? You could leave, but it will be shown at some point. And so some people will then use that as an excuse, I feel, to then show themselves with a lewd design of some sort. But it's allowed in the category. It's okay because when people are going to that category, they know that's a possibility. The whole category is locked down in a way, right? Where we expect that. And I said it earlier, like it's just managing expectations, right? So you go into that category knowing that that's very likely to happen. You may see those things. Therefore, you know, everyone's just kind of there and consenting and in agreement, right? Whereas, you know, I do agree with what they said. I think some people don't like this answer, but I actually like this answer. That, you know, you could be trying to classify yourself as, you know, talking about sexual themes, whatever, but you shouldn't be then also in the Minecraft category and wearing like skimpy clothing and then that skirts that line or maybe is, you know, not quite TOS friendly and then being like, I don't get why I can't be playing this game that has a lot of kids watching it, you know? It's very hard to restrict these things.
It's not. Just ban the people who you are aware have a repeat behavior of trying to push the envelope. But it's only made more difficult, more complicated, because that obvious solution is not something that Twitch seems interested in for whatever reason.
We were just talking about it before the raid, but I said, you know, labels, content labels, and being able to label yourself, saying, yes, I do sexual content or references or whatever on my stream, putting that classification on yourself is great to have for advertisers and things, but it doesn't change the fact that you can go into any category, right?
Kuno, thank you for the gift of membership. It's very kind of you.
So,
Plumstuff LBT.
That's something that they really don't have a way to do that. And, you know, I think for me, when it comes to the outfit stuff, I completely agree with what Dan said. I know some VTubers will still complain about this, but I don't think people should be trying to push it. If the lines are written a certain way so they're a little purposefully vague to leave it open to interpretation by staff when they're moderating somebody on what you can and cannot wear, why are you trying to go up to the line? Why not be one step back?
Where is the same energy when it comes to IRL streamers that are trying to plug sexual content on other websites? It seems a little counterintuitive that the VTuber representative is going to essentially say all of this and apply it to VTubers. But when it comes to IRL streamers, who are also, let's not pretend, trying to push the envelope, going right up to the line, and in very many cases, pushing so hard that the line has to shift to accommodate them, why are you not applying the same sort of strictness to them? See, this is what I mean about misunderstanding the audience of your advocacy. Because if she is advocating for VTubers, surely she would be able to pick up on the fact that, okay, yes, if you design a lewd model that pushes the envelope, you probably, you know what you're doing. But if you're going to stream in a bikini with a camera pointed really close to your face and bust, maybe even one aimed at your ass, and you're doing so in the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category, and you have an inflatable kiddie pool that has no water in it in the background, are you not also pushing the envelope? And the thing is, right, I don't want this to come off as if, oh, you can't enforce against one unless you enforce against the other. But when you are an advocate, you have to be able to convey you have to be able to project a sense of fair-handedness. And if she only has this sort of energy when it comes to VTubers, but she lacks the same sort of conviction when it comes to condemning IRL streamers who do the same thing, she comes off as an awful advocate.
From it. And it's things like they'll talk about what you can show with chest. For example, you can't show underboob. So people will have a spherical thing that they draw that looks like a boob, and they'll try to figure out what's the smallest amount of fabric I can put on it. Why are we trying to figure that out? Why don't we just go to a safe degree?
Same thing applies to those IRL streamers that Twitch keeps changing its rules for.
Right? Why push it? It's one of those things where I don't think there's anything wrong with that kind of content at all, but we...
See, that's the problem. She keeps trying to backpedal right when she's about to say something that actually requires conviction, right? Either that kind of content deserves to be stigmatized and taken off of Twitch's specific platform, or it's okay and no amount of chiding and scolding is going to make people stop towing the line. All you need to do is commit. Commit to a stance, and then advocate for it. This kind of both sides-esque argumentation does not exactly inspire confidence.
You know it can't exist on this platform, so why are we trying it on this platform? There are a lot of
Eddie, is Giga racist towards VTubers? I don't think she is. I think more what's going on is, as a VTuber, she probably feels like she's in a better position to sort of call out other VTubers on trying to push the envelope and, push the boundaries of the rules, since she's not an IRL streamer, or maybe she's just scared of stepping on that stigma. She just doesn't feel as confident when criticizing them, maybe. That's, again, this is me being charitable, trying to make up excuses on her behalf. But like I said before, if she's going to represent herself, if she's going to present herself as a representative for VTubers, this is not it.
VTubers who do that kind of content, and what they do is they have a version of their model that is not TOS friendly for this site, but they use it on other sites. And then they have a version of their outfit that's totally fine, and they use it on here. And they just diversify where they post their content. And I think that's simple, and I think that's what should happen. I don't think anyone hates them for doing that content. I mean, some people might, but most sane people don't, right? The answer is clicks. Yeah.
People might hate them for doing that content on the same website, though. And people especially might start to hate them if the website starts changing the rules for everybody else on the basis of those streamers. See, again, Giga's picking up on this resentment, but she's not really understanding where the resentment is coming from.
But generate clicks in other ways, like every other streamer has to also try. Yeah, Melody does. That's the other thing. Melody, great friend of mine, wonderful, amazing person, has versions of her models that work totally fine on this website, and then has toggles to completely take clothes off entirely and uses that on other websites where she's allowed to do that, right? And people here...
Just a weeb doing weeb things? My voice is holding out alright, mostly because this is a React stream. I haven't been talking the entire time that I've been live.
That watch her on Twitch, some of them don't even know that she does that kind of content, right? It's completely separate in a lot of ways. They're just like, oh...
See, Giga accidentally explains the perfect counterpoint to Twitch's softness in enforcement. She has a coworker, a friend, who despite making sexual content on an alternate platform, has absolutely zero trouble abiding by Twitch's rules. So, why can't all the other IRL streamers emulate what Melody is doing? Like, she can make the argument, okay, the other VTubers aren't being responsible, they're making models that are too risque, they're making content that is deliberately designed to hint at being sexual and just get up right close to the line. But, like I said before, you're supposed to be a representative of one group, not the other. And why are you being harsher on the group that you're supposed to represent than the group that you supposedly have nothing to do with?
Oh, I just watch her play video games, I didn't even know that she does that stuff, right? She doesn't need to...
Billy, okay, I'll check it out after the stream.
Use Twitch as the way to generate people going over there, right? And so that's a big part of...
VinMaster, it's even simpler than that. It's not because Melody... when Melody, when Melody chooses to make a clear separation between what she's willing to use on her, yellow YouTube streams versus what she uses on her Twitch streams. That is more than just being smart. That's also just not having that sort of cynical desire to push the envelope to get more easy money. Like, I don't know why pointing this out seems to be such a taboo, but, well, it's reality. She doesn't want to piss anyone off, but her trying to do that means that everyone doesn't like her. Yeah.
The point here, which is, it's on you to figure out how you want to go to other platforms and do those things. If it's not allowed here, it's not allowed here. We don't need to push the line. And I've said this to a lot of VTuber friends, and they'll still,
So please, instead of just saying it to VTubers, at least spare a little bit of that for, all of the other streamers that are doing the same thing. If you're going to say that, oh, VTubers, your problems are not just your own, your problems apply to every other streamer, then why place blame on their behaviors with that degree of exclusivity? If you're going to say to VTubers, oh, yeah, your problem isn't unique to VTubers, it's something that all of the other streamers on the platform have to deal with, then why reserve your criticism for just VTubers as well if other streamers across the platform also exhibit that same behavior? It's this lopsidedness that makes it so difficult to take you seriously as an advocate. And I have no doubt that there are going to be VTubers as well as VTuber fans who want you to be the VTuber advocate to Twitch. But if this is the way that you're going to do it, you're not really going to be able to win people over. Or, that's inaccurate. There are people who are going to be won over. But I don't think they're going to be won over on the basis of the argument so much as they're going to be won over on the basis of who GEEGA is. Her brand. Her reputation. Her size. And brand, reputation, and size doesn't fix Twitch's problems. It just makes you more tempting for them to buy off. Jack John, thank you for the 20,000. Unlike Melody, none of them have personality. True.
Most of them don't really skirt the line too heavily with their outfits, if I'm being honest. It just happens occasionally, and every time it does happen occasionally and someone does actually have an issue where they get moderated for it, people freak out on the internet and they're like, it happens to so many VTubers. It doesn't happen to that many. Most of them are fine. It's still...
You see, it's this dismissiveness of the problem compared to the harshness of the criticism that makes it, not exactly the best advocates.
It's still, I will still agree, though, there are people in other categories.
Greetings, Chairman. Could you please have mercy on the VOD gang? This one's going to take a week long. Don't worry. I'll timestamp it. And that being said, this is a genuine possibility this might turn into a two-parter.
Like IRL especially, and just chatting, that sometimes wear things where I'm like, how are they still here? Absolutely, I see that. But I don't think that's a thing specifically against VTubers, necessarily, if I'm being honest. Okay, well, I'm still scrolling.
Okay, but do you see how saying that it's not something that's specific to VTubers doesn't actually help fix the problem? Because VTubers are still the ones who have to deal with that problem. Yes, they have to deal with the problem as one group of streamers among many, but then and again, you aren't presenting yourself as a representative for all streamers. You're representing yourself as a spokesperson for VTubers.
Still scrolling for questions. I have one version of chat that's scrolled up, so I don't miss anything. There we go. What are you looking forward to this year and are trying to accomplish? I want to do more content that is with non-VTuber streamers.
I think we found the. I think we can stop this particular VOD here because I think we've touched on why. I think this is why her priority list had IRL events and how do you make similar meta communities in non-VTuber circles. I think this what she just said explains why those two questions were the first two that she asked when she was given the floor to ask whatever question she wanted instead of being railroaded by Dan. I think that about settles it. I think this is pretty case closed. On this VOD. There are still two more, although thankfully the sections are a little briefer there. Hold on. The next one. Starting from about, on a stream that she did on January 24th, So starting from, so this was what, just over a week ago? Starting from around 25 minutes, 24 seconds, she starts revisiting the topic of this interview that she did with Twitch. Hold on. Okay. Let me just check to make sure that you guys can actually... Okay, hold on. There we go, much better. Alright.
I would like to say, total topic pivot, but we will get into some indie games today. I would like to say real quick.
So at this point, there's been a little bit of criticism leaking in about how that interview was handled by her.
Public statement that thank you everyone for watching yesterday and for supporting and being nice yesterday from my chat, at least. A lot of people responding to not to me, but to what staff said and everything, are being annoying about it, but also a lot of them are being constructive too. So I think it's a very 50-50, and I'm glad, because I'm used to people doing nothing but shitting on conversations like that, offering nothing constructive, nothing real, just complaining. Not that their complaints aren't valid, but they don't offer anything beyond that.
Okay. It is good, though. It is good. I will give credit where it's due. She has since pivoted from what she was saying last stream, where she was talking about how, people are showing up only to complain. And at least now she's come out by saying, okay, yeah, people are complaining, but that doesn't mean the complaints aren't valid, which is progress.
But this time I did see a lot more people just not a bad ratio, trying to talk more about it rather than just shitting on it. They're just like, I don't like this. What about this? Does this work? Like just trying to discuss it instead of just being like, oh, I hate this, you all suck, and then downvoting, So that was really nice to see.
People who say constructive mean criticisms, I agree with. I do think that there is an objective definition of constructive, right? Where even if the tone is harsh, even if you sound disagreeable, maybe even aggressive, right? So long as you're not, actually threatening anybody. I think as long as you provide some sort of alternative to what they could have done, or some sort of path that they could, pursue in order to correct whatever mistakes you seem to have identified, as long as you make a case for your criticism in the first place, and then you provide some sort of alternative to what they could have done, I think that's ultimately constructive. Even if it comes across as disagreeable. But then, and again, that's just me.
So far, to be honest, thoughts and prayers to my editor, who is keeping the comment section as civil as possible, but we're trying also to not... I really don't want to delete a lot of things that people say just because they're a little negative. It's really only the bad ones, but I don't want people to feel like they can't dissent. You know what I mean? Like, they can disagree.
We have done a lot of that over the course of this stream.
It's okay, but yeah, 07's to bark because he's thoughts and prayers for his sanity. Thoughts and prayers. I do see a lot of people with takes.
Hello, Kosaurus. Welcome back.
That makes some sense. I think a lot of the ongoing issue comes from both sides not understanding each other at all.
The thing that I really wish that GEEGA wouldn't do this as much, where she would keep going with the both sides thing when she's just talking to one of those sides. Because when she's talking to her audience, I'm assuming she's not talking to Twitch. Maybe there's a Twitch staffer lurking in her chat. Maybe not. I don't know. But when she's not talking to Dan, it's safer to assume that she's going to be talking to either VTubers or VTuber fans than with Twitch. And when she does this both sides thing, I'm going to be honest, it doesn't really hold up. If both sides don't understand one another, how do I phrase this? If you want to represent VTubers, either represent what they are saying, what their concerns are, or be honest with them about the limits of how you can represent them. Yes, it is Twitch's well, how do I phrase this? It is Twitch's obligation, right? In an ideal world, it would be Twitch's obligation to express itself clearly so that VTubers have a chance at understanding Twitch. However, in reality, it's more the opposite. VTubers have to understand Twitch or else they don't get paid. It's a very harsh thing to kind of weigh up. But fundamentally, that's only one of those two sides actually needs to understand the other. Because, unfortunately, regardless of how shit Twitch is, people aren't going to leave. So, when GEEGA says both sides don't understand one another, and this is where the problem comes from, it is objectively true, but it is very demoralizing to hear that from somebody who is presenting themselves as your advocate, spokesperson, and representative. And this ties in again with what I said earlier about how GEEGA doesn't seem to understand that, at least in that interview, her audience wasn't Dan and Mary. Her audience wasn't Twitch. Her audience was VTubers and VTuber fans. And that's the part that really kills me about watching the way that GEEGA has handled the post-interview fallout, I suppose. Eddie, the seminar gave me a bigger headache than marking student worksheets. Yeah. If your streams get any longer, you're going to turn into a couch. Maybe someday. Maybe someday.
All. Still. So I'll just give a couple thoughts there, and then we'll play games. A few bullet points I want to go through. Number one, I think until now, no one has really explained enough of Twitch's side and perspective.
And whose fault is that? Now, this is why I said, if you want to talk about managing expectations, it's very important to manage people's expectations of you. If you are going to fulfill that role of helping Twitch finally express itself in a way that VTubers can understand, that's fine, that's even good, but don't represent yourself as a spokesperson for VTubers to Twitch. Make it very clear you are a spokesperson for Twitch to talk to VTubers. Those aren't the same thing, and if you lead people to expect one when you plan on doing the other, people are going to get upset. People are going to feel betrayed. People are going to feel like they haven't been given real representation.
As to why certain...
Yeah, Kirnoth, that's actually a good comparison. She's falling for the same thing that game journalists fell for. She roasted Dan on behalf of the VTuber community, quote-unquote. She would have lost access to the, quote-unquote, ear of the higher-ups at Twitch. Exactly. The problem is, that exclusivity that she seems to think she has, that's an illusion. Because it wasn't based on her ability to act as a representative for VTubers. It was based on her convenience to use as a spokesperson to talk to VTubers. But again, she doesn't seem to realize this.
Things are the way they are. They're a company. They have a lot of employees in it. I trust that decisions are made for reasons. But
and why do you trust that? Because so far, the way that Twitch has been enforcing its rules has not really inspired confidence in the competence of the people behind the scenes. This is what people have been complaining about for ages now. Twitch has rules, but those rules are vague, and the enforcement is even vaguer. And as a result, if you have that degree of trust towards Twitch, if you've never been banned once, great. We're happy for you. But it doesn't really... It's not a great way of telling other people, hey, you should trust Twitch as well.
But we don't know those, so it's very easy for people to jump to conclusions, assume...
So here's the thing as well, right? Giga seems to fail to realize that she is a member of VShojo, which extends to her a unique degree of protection from the general fuckery that is Twitch, that is not open to any other VTuber. Or any other VTuber outside of VShojo, I should say. She is never going to be banned without any chance of getting some sort of reason or response. Because she has guardian angels high up in her company. If you assume otherwise, that's your prerogative, but that's also kind of naive. And so, it is completely possible we should split the stream now. At what point does the stream just turn itself off? Don't do the time limit. Isn't it 12 hours? Hold on, how long have I been streaming for? Let me just check. I started at 1 p.m. This is about 1 a.m. Good point, Winding. Alright. I'll set up a separate room and I'll continue yapping about it there. Hold on, give me a second. Kierno, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Almost 12-hour mark, gotta split the stream. True. I was hoping to be able to to muscle through it for all in one go, but YouTube is too weak to handle it. Okay, I'll set up another waiting room and then I'll raid into it, and then we'll continue there. Go live. I don't know what to use as my thumbnail. I'll just set a random one, whatever the fuck. Schedule stream. Hold on. Erm. Give us 5 more minutes. Hold on. How do you just set up a new stream? Okay, hold on. You can stream from a room even if... Hold on. Create new. Twitch interview review continued. And thumbnail, I'll just upload whatever the fuck I have. I'll use this as a placeholder, actually. Okay. This looks so stupid. Okay. Hold on. No, it's not made for kids. Monetization on. Let YouTube insert mid-rolls. Customization. Live chat reap. Why did it turn that off? Alright. Visibility. Public. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Done. This has been on for 11 hours, and it's going to go on for even longer, because we still have one more VOD to review after this one. Alright. Okay, hold on. I'll send you guys off to this waiting room, and then I'll switch off this stream and resume on the next one. Hold on. Give me a second. You can combine the 2 streams into one VOD. I think that would be a bit much. Hold on. Manage videos. Live. Okay. Let me raid into myself real quick. Edit. Customization. Live redirect. Alright, there we go. Save. Okay, we're going into the next one. I'll see you guys there.